Chapter 401 I am waiting for the undead. What are you waiting for? William's attack became somewhat stretched, and he could only swing out flames. But the flames could not tear apart the enemy who ignored the attack. The black mucus in front of him had a nauseating stench, and tried to twist his mind with some kind of power that could pry open his skull. The sharp whistles continued to rise, and large groups of undead died in front of him. The entire throne hall was filled with flying ashes. The undead bodies that died too quickly to turn into ashes were piled up like a slaughterhouse. The ashes from the corpses were like flies hovering in the swamp, rising and falling above the boiling mucus. The battle continued until this point, and there was no blood on the ground except for the traces of corrosion. The trembling of the soul and nerves gradually stripped William's limbs of strength. Fortunately, the undead continued to come forward, giving him a chance to breathe. The situation was not as simple as imagined. The human wave tactics brought by the advantage of numbers were difficult to replicate again. The abyss disasters outside were also regenerating rapidly. They rushed out from the gates of the mausoleums, towers, etc., occupying every corner like a rat tide. Although they lost to the undead in the previous suicide attack, it would definitely not be as easy as imagined for the undead to break through the defense line and come to the throne hall again. The undead were like being blocked by a dam, and the threat of battle dropped rapidly after they dispersed. In contrast, William was surrounded by the disaster of the abyss. This war was more difficult than he had imagined. At this point, any strategy had lost its meaning. The invasion and counter-invasion that started with continuous suicide attacks could only result in a life-and-death struggle. William turned his head to look at when the angel who was far more powerful than him flew towards the Rock King again, and was chopped away by the other party's sword. The invasion of the power of the abyss caused many stone thorns to grow on the wounds of one who kept dying and resurrecting, and even distorted her face, causing her to fall into the abyss step by step. In the battle with the abyss, the erosion of the mind is far more harmful than the body. William roared and chopped off the pus droplets in front of him. The flames that burst out of his body forced back some of the extended sticky tentacles. But when he wanted to move forward, he was entangled again. The difference in strength was too great, and William could not break through the obstruction of the mucus at all. He did not play a big role in this battle, and could only watch one who would not die keep dying. The ground suddenly began to shake violently again. The shaking had never stopped since the two armies began to collide. This time the shaking attracted William's attention. He was stuck in the mud, but the shouts from the crowd made him slightly lifted up. The general is coming. The figure who had been sitting on the throne finally stood up. His huge arm stretched out and grabbed one of Win's legs. He threw it casually, and Win disappeared from sight with a wave of air. The Rock King jumped down, and the ground roared. The ground twisted and deformed. Every inch of land became a turret that fired heavy artillery towards the sky. As long as the feet touched the ground, they would inevitably be hit hard. No distinction between friend and foe. And all this was just the beginning of the Rock King's actions. It was no weaker than the Daughter of the Night. And it was not alone. The Rock King walked forward in heavy armor, holding the great sword in one hand, and buried it under the floor. As it ran, it was dragged, splitting the ground like a wave, leaving a crack that was enough to swallow innocent people and move deeper. It rushed in front of William. William, who had just stood firm, tried to block it with his sword. But in an instant, he decided to take the initiative to attack and force the opponent back. The half-moon slash was blazing with anger, and the ground was even burned black. This was the strongest attack that William could release. His willpower allowed him to break through the limit of his strength. Then, an arm with a fist came and forcibly stopped William's attack. The sword's attack was defeated by a punch. Then the second punch came. William endured the numbness of almost losing consciousness and forcibly pulled his arms to block the sword in front of his chest. The fist fell, and a sweet feeling surged in his chest. A terrifying roar broke out from William's back, and there was also the sound of bones breaking. When he came to his senses and tried to raise his hand to wipe the blood, he found that his whole body was unable to move, and his body had been punched several hundred meters away, and the sword in his hand had long been broken. The Abyss King who really walked down from the throne was not something he could resist at all. The first punch easily dissolved his all-out attack, and the second punch made him completely lose the strength to resist. All the armor on his body was broken, and his flesh and bones were also completely crushed. At this time, William's back was embedded in the rock wall, watching the Rock King move forward. The undead, who were intercepted on the outside could not participate in this war. With the active action of the Rock King, the advantage they had spent a long time to build might be lost. Until a pair of boots that people had been looking forward to appeared. "General?" William spoke with difficulty. The undead's attack was cut off by the abyss disaster. The long rock thorns, like sea urchins, that grew on the Winruin Pass could not heal, and fell to the ground. William's bones were broken. When the familiar figure appeared in the same sunset light, and wrapped in a yellow outline, William felt a strong impulse in his chest, as if a steel nail that could support his broken spine was inserted. Even though his body was in pain, he still had the willpower to stand up again. Stepping forward little by little, William finally saw what he could not move. It turned out that Linda was holding a broken sword in his left hand, and holding the calf of a corpse of an abyss servant in his right hand. He let go, and the corpse of the servant collapsed to the ground. "I have cleared the way," Linda said. The rumbling sound of running came again, and the undead were like a mountain torrent. The Rock King swung the sword horizontally, and the sharp hissing sound and the air wave instantly cleared the undead rushing up. No undead could get close to him, and only sporadic magic could hit his body. But it couldn't break the defense of the heavy armor. Nothing in front of it could be considered an obstacle until it came to Lind. Lind grabbed the blade of the broken sword, held it in reverse, and the hilt turned into a hammer. The two sides rushed forward, at the same time as the Stone King chopped down with his sword. Lind also smashed the opponent's heavy helmet with a hammer. Both sides remained motionless, but the storm broke out from his body. Pull the arm, turn the weapon angle, and continue to chop. "You just chop yours. I just smash mine." Lind's expression was tense. He could feel the change in his state. The king in front of him was too strong. If it weren't for the dominant body to support him, he should be about the same as William at this time, and would have been blown away long ago. The flames kept burning, and Lind even gave himself multiple blessings. But he knew very well that he was still no match for the Abyss King in front of him. The Rock King was also surprised. It could feel the various powers coming from the human in front of it. Every time the sword hit it, the various chaotic powers would explode from the wound and flow through the body. Fire, curse, sure hit, true damage, two-handed sword bonus, and magic. His attack was ineffective, which also shocked the Rock King. Lind once again slashed with a feint, and when the Rock King's attention was attracted, he directly discarded the broken sword and grasped the mean soul blade with both hands, and burst out his continuous bloodthirstiness through the lion emblem in an instant. The sword blade smashed the heavy helmet, and the Rock King was still unscathed. But Linda chose to take the opponent's punch, and finally broke through the defense. Even the domineering body could not resist, and his physical strength was exhausted. He retreated with serious injuries. This punch is really fierce. He could hear the crisp sound of his bones breaking. He was already a numerical monster, but when facing the Abyss King, he still couldn't withstand the opponent's wild attack. There was a huge gap between boss and boss. As for summoning the Daughter of the Night, Linda didn't even think about it, and didn't trust him enough. The distance was pulled away, and the Rock King looked at Linda, whose face finally changed, and laughed heavily under his helmet. "What are you laughing at?" Lind was puzzled. The Rock King stood there without attacking. Lind was even more confused. "I'm waiting for the undead." "What are you waiting for?" The surging crowd finally rushed over from behind him, like a flood with its own consciousness, automatically avoiding Lind and then rushing towards the Rock King. "Its armor is broken. Hit its weak spot." Chapter 402. They're all the same as side dishes. This is bound to be a shocking horror scene. The shredded corpses of the Abyss disaster piled up into mountains, and the bodies of countless undead who had been disemboweled were gradually turning into ashes. Some of the undead had even turned into fragments before turning into ashes. Ashes, death, curses. People in this place seemed to have plunged into the end of the deep darkness, like prisoners imprisoned by iron chains with their throats tightly locked, making it difficult to make a sound. The fortifications ahead were made of corpses. In the process of fighting against the Rock King, the undead gradually learned to fight in a more efficient way and gradually advanced this victory. Lind stood on the pile of corpses, watching the surrounding environment collapse and fall. With the death of the Abyss King, everything seemed to be drained of power and support. It would not take long for everything to return to death. The big crack was like a dark spot that appeared on human skin, and now it has been removed. The expedition lasted nearly half a year, with more than 10,000 upper knights and wizards participating. While Lind removed this dark spot, countless other countries and regions failed in the face of the abyss and were conquered. But no one would care. At least Lind would not care about the areas that were too far to reach. You lost? Lind looked at the Rock King. And the communication between the two sides only stayed on fists and blades. And the number of verbal communication was actually very small. Compared with the Cunning King, the Rock King is more difficult to deal with. There is no other option except to fill this gap in hard power with life. My mission has been completed. And you have also completed yours. The Rock King's voice was calm. And it didn't seem to care whether it won or lost. Linda knew that this might be another language trap of the abyss to make people fall. The Crystal Mage had mentioned countless times that one should restrain one's curiosity. The knowledge gained from the abyss might lead people to darkness without knowing it. What mission? Linda asked. And then he waved his hand without waiting for the Rock King to speak. Forget it. I don't have a strong desire for knowledge. So you better not say anything. The Rock King was silent for a moment before speaking. The crucible of fate has begun to boil. And the order of death has no meaning. Linda watched the Rock King die, watching him disintegrate into a pile of ordinary rock sculpture fragments, leaving nothing behind. He admitted that the things in the abyss have a strong power to bewitch people. Even just 1 or 2 words before death. Enough to arouse the crazy curiosity in his heart. He was not sure whether the ancestors were true or false. And the Rock King might just be bewitching. But one side compared the world to an arena. And the other side compared everything to a boiling crucible. No matter which one it was. They are all just like small dishes. The dazzling light penetrated the air above the crack. The abyss crack that threatened the human kingdom on the surface was wiped out in less than half an hour. Just like a poisonous flower was quickly uprooted, and the land wound healed. Since then, the expedition of the Kingdom of Rand has ended. From now on, it will only exist under the smooth words of the recorder. And death will only become an insignificant number. Fortunately, this battle has never been related to ordinary people. The undead of the expedition were allowed to move freely and disbanded on the spot. They almost defaulted to spending money in the nearest main city, then exchanging some interesting things, and then continued to search for new wars. Rest? The undead came to play games, not to rest. If you can't grind, what's the point of playing? If there are no monsters to spawn in the Kingdom of Rand, they may find a way to go to other maps. The 2 countries in the south and east are good choices. Moreover, those places have just entered the early stage of the Great Rift expedition, not to mention being close to the Great Rift. Even the internal wars in the country have not been settled, since someone has tried to go from the Kingdom of Rand to the Kingdom of Black Swamp. Does it mean that the 2 countries are really in the same seamless map? It's a bit too scary, but also very exciting. It's time to go to the novice village to bully the noobs. The game guild where the big one is located relies on a keen sense of smell to form a caravan, and successfully widens the gap with other undead people through business trips. So after the Great Rift expedition of the Kingdom of Rand ended, he held a small meeting and made a quick decision. Let's go to Black Swamp Kingdom. Will there be any more plots in Rand Kingdom? Someone raised an objection. What if there are other plots after defeating the Great Rift? What if we leave and miss the key rewards? The expeditionary force has been disbanded on the spot. At most, there are Goliath Dungeon and Lady Druids. They were good resources in the past, but now there is no time to waste on them. Let's go directly to Black Swamp Kingdom to brush the abyss. The mentality of pulling a big one is very stable. Even if Lind has developed from the internal beta to the public beta, it does not mean that he can always go to a higher version. There is no NPC that keeps growing in the game. It is very stupid to continue to follow Lind aimlessly. First go to the Black Swamp Kingdom to use the level and equipment to get new resources. Develop the power of the guild. And then wait until the big version is updated. And take off directly to become the leader of the Immortals. He said with certainty, don't worry. There will be no problem. Let's open the map and do business first. The heart of disaster is not scarce in the Kingdom of Rand, but in the Kingdom of Black Swamp. These are all scarce materials. Even if Lind is the protagonist of the expedition of the Great Rift version, it is impossible for him to be the protagonist in the next version. Moreover, different countries have different protagonists, which has been verified long ago. Lind is just one of the protagonists. Let's go and find the Black Swamp Kingdom to seek refuge with the Bloodless Prince. The undead have already figured out the information of the nearby countries. For example, the Bloodless Prince of the Black Swamp Kingdom is the protagonist of the version like Lind. He has high talent, strong strength, and likes to charge into battle. If they jump over here directly, they can continue to brush the abyss. In this wave, whoever develops first is awesome. Linda is using the soul blade to cut the rocks on Win's body. His condition is actually worse than Win's. But all the negative effects can be thrown into the second heartbeat, so he can act calmly. As the rocks are cut one by one, Win's body gradually recovers from the stone man state. In the words of the Crystal Mage, only Linda can be so bold to use his pure soul to cut the abyss infection curse. He doesn't waste it after cutting it, and feeds it directly to his second heartbeat. What are your plans for the future? Lind asked casually. Do you want to go back to your hometown? I just want to go to the Everfrost land. Lind really needs someone to lead the way. If he goes to the magic land, he will definitely go to the Star Magic School, where there must be a lot of knowledge and poetry. He can go in and brush hundreds of emblems, and sweep the magic world with a passive body. No matter whether he is the Lady of the Night or the King of the Abyss, he can easily deal with him if he meets him again. But if he has a choice, he would rather go to the Everfrost land, where there are Angel. There must be a large number of legendary knights in the place. Each of them is alive and wielding the legendary path formula. As long as you grasp these resources in the future, not to mention the undead in the Land Kingdom, the undead in other regions will also come to you. The head of the world's largest novice village can definitely be grasped. This is just a big crack. They are spread all over every area. And our war is not over. One does not intend to accept Linda's invitation. Her refusal was not beyond Linda's expectation. One quickly reacted and asked, You want to leave? Yes. The kingdom is not destined to be the stage for Linda and the undead. The place where the magic ring shines on the border between the mortal world and the divine realm is the place. The magic land? Maybe it should be called the border? Chapter 403 Cunning Tongue. It is no secret that Lind wants to leave the kingdom of Rand. In his eyes, the most suitable helper is the gentle crystal wizard. Although the two legends are a bit weak, they are still compared with the strong ones at the boss level. But both of them rejected him as expected. One is from the Everfrost land, and the other is from the Demon land. Neither of them intends to go back. They regard the elimination of the threat of the Great Rift as their first task. In Lin's opinion, they are indeed very qualified expedition to the Great Rift. Version NPC. Although William's bones were broken, he was still rescued. As the protagonist of the current version, the Rand Kingdom, William's talent is needless to say. He has the talent of a noble, but does not have the problems of a noble. And he dares to fight. Although due to the rhythm of the version, he was dragged by Lind to fight the legendary boss at the hero level, and was almost psychologically traumatized. It must be said that William is worthy of being the son of the version, and his state adjusted quickly. He was willing to follow Lind to a wider world, but he needed to go home to see his father and brothers and sisters. Just rest and recover. I'll go with you when you recover. Lind certainly couldn't let William leave. He had no shortage of training resources, but he lacked talent. The Rand Kingdom couldn't find many people who had the talent or perseverance to become heroes. It's okay to have no talent. As long as you have perseverance and patience, you can succeed. But in fact, character is also part of talent. And being able to endure hardship is also a talent. On the contrary, it was the rabbit tooth witch. Linda was not going to take her away with him. The logistics personnel should study hard in the rear. With the Crystal Mage as a mentor, she would definitely have no problem growing to the level of a legend. However, the Crystal Mage might lose a lot of hair and shorten his life. For this reason, Miss Miko was very unhappy. Leave the gate of Morphis. The morning sun was just right, and the dewdrops were trembling on the leaves of the sawgrass of the new era. There were messy weeds growing in the distance, but the green plants belonging to the human era had disappeared, and the remaining part belonged to the new era. William sat on a stretcher carried by soldiers, his body tangled like a dumpling. The remaining soldiers leading horses walked in the front. From now on, the trading market of Morphis Gate might remain. There are already traces of life here. One and the Crystal Wizard walked in the back. They looked at the two figures, one tall and one short, in the front, and couldn't help but smile. Hey, William. I heard that there is a kind of pig's trotter hot pot in your south. Lind deliberately passed Mika and went to talk to William on the stretcher. Ah, I'm talking to you. Miko jumped in front of Lind. A rabbit will bite when it's angry. William, sitting on the stretcher, smiled bitterly. The general was deliberately playing the invisible game. Could he not drag him along? Miss Miko had to cook the medicine for his own healing. The painter Boyd, who was walking at the back, quickened his pace and approached one. Lord Raven, what do you think about the matter we discussed before? My great artwork is missing a perfect body like yours. Wen, who was watching the lion teasing the rabbit, couldn't help but smile. But the smile suddenly froze. The sword was unsheathed, and the painter who was looking for a model became quiet. The sunshine of the new era enveloped this group of noisy people. As they walked further away, the sunshine penetrated the morning dew, covering the figures of several people in the swaying dew world. Pa! The dew was crushed by the messy footsteps. His breathing was rapid, and he couldn't breathe. The tip of his boot stepped into the mud, and the soles of his feet were stuck with black mud that pulled the grass stems, slowing down his escape. The sun shone through the gaps between the leaves of the forest, and beams of sunlight pierced the path of the fleeing figure like arrows. His lips were dry and his forehead was sweating. Fuller had never thought that he would encounter such a situation. After the summoned lady of the night died in the crowd of undead, he and the 4 night demon girls chose to flee. From what he had discovered, going to Scarlet City was a good choice. But to go to Scarlet City, they had to pass through most of the Rand Kingdom. It was said that Scarlet City had long been deserted, so they chose to hide their identities and go to the southern Griffin territory. In the early stage of the Great Expedition, the Grand Duke of Griffin only sent out the undead, a bastard named William, and dozens of logistical soldiers. It is not difficult to find from the conversations of the merchants that the South has not had close communication with the Kingdom of Rand. There were no accidents on the way to the Griffin territory. Although the image of the Night Demon Girl aroused the curiosity of some people, she was not stopped from passing, thanks to the undead, who always made their image very weird. It reduced the difficulty of their journey. The South was just a transit station for a temporary rest. Their plan was to continue south across the border and go to other countries. Fuller explained to the Night Demon Girls that they were looking for a stronger force to avenge the daughter of the night. However, when they arrived at the Griffin territory, a problem arose. The Night Demon Girls suddenly knelt down and prayed, claiming that they heard the whispers of the daughter of the night and planned to return to the daughter of the night and serve Lind. How could that be possible? Fuller could only grab their hair in the dead of night and easily cut their throats with a blade. Then came Fuller's nightmare. The Night Demon seemed to be sure that he was the one who led all this and launched an endless pursuit of him. The wind that tore through the air came, and Fuller suddenly rushed forward, hitting his head on the stone, and seeing stars. Duo. The loud spiritual invisible attack hit the land in front, tearing the traces like the claws of an animal. He turned around and found that 8 night demons appeared around him, with blue skin and full of resentment. One of them was Sheely walking towards him. Listen to me, Xiao Li. Fuller opened his hands and saw the blade in Xiao Li's hand. Listen to me. My mind is bewitched. My will is out of control. It is the abyss that affects me. The moment Xiao Li approached, Fuller jumped up and pounced on her. He was a great knight after all, and he could easily kill the wizard in close contact. But he didn't want to kill him, but to use Xiao Li as a hostage. But his body didn't pounce as Fuller imagined, but was fixed in the air. The other 7 night demon girls, with magic marks around their wrists, used their spiritual power to transform into big hands, and grabbed him with 7 big hands, making him unable to move. Xiao Li flexibly turned over and jumped onto Fuller's shoulder, half squatted down, grabbed his hair with her palm, and slowly approached his throat with the blade. I curse your cunning tongue. The blade cut Fuller's throat, and blood spurted out. Where are we going? The Night Demon Girls no longer cared about Fuller's body. Goliath? I heard there are many night demons there, all of whom believe in the Daughter of Night. I heard they are transformed from the undead. So what? They believe in the Daughter of Night. The figure left, but Fuller's body, which had lost its vitality, suddenly moved its mouth. His tongue broke free from his mouth, and he crawled with difficulty, and finally curled up into a dark gem. Chapter 404. The Avatar is what we want. The Land Kingdom also has a night demon race that can be chosen. Unlike the vampires who directly turn into blood-wart demons, the night demons not only turn their skin blue, but also have an elf filter on their overall appearance. And the improvement of magic talent also makes many undead people yearn for it. Why does it feel like Avatar? The Avatar is what we want. Although he was unwilling to engage in religious worship, Lin finally built small churches in major cities for the Daughter of the Night as a foothold, and asked him to call back all the wandering night demon girls and assign them to serve as bishops in each small church. However, there are not as many undead who are willing to change their race as imagined. The new race brings the bonus of magic talent, which has obvious advantages and disadvantages. The body is a hard flaw, and it is more fragile than human mages. At this stage, in order to ensure that they can wear heavy armor and ensure the probability of survival, the undead have a high demand for physical fitness. And melee combat is also a part that mages cannot deprive. Otherwise, if they stand still and chant spells to output, they would have been killed hundreds of times by enemies with ridiculously high combat AI. In order to suffer less in the game, mages must be able to fight in close combat, have magic resistance in close combat. Assassins must know how to fight one against many, and shooters must know how to resist damage. The professions in the game determine their general development direction, but the specific direction of development seems to be completely up to them. Play however you want. When Xiaoli and other night demon girls completed their revenge and came to the nearest golden city Goliath, they saw a vast expanse of blue. Our race has grown stronger. After all, the faith of the Daughter of the Night belongs to a small sect, and is considered a minor deity. Now that so many people have suddenly increased, they can barely get rid of their sorrow. But soon, soldiers from the Land Kingdom came to the door. Native Night Demon? Yes. What's your name? Li. Well, fill out the form here. If you don't understand, you can ask me. And you have to go to class at a fixed time every day. Do you know? The soldier's official expression made Xiaoli confused. What class? Teach you how to do your job well. Own job? Our job is to doze off in the dust pool, and then follow the orders of the Daughter of the Night to have someone steal the key, and then go out to find the key after the key causes a series of troubles. Xiaoli looked at the paper in her hand, and she needed to fill in her name, gender, age, strength, hobbies, and specialties, work experience, and assessment. She felt that perhaps this job of spreading faith for the Daughter of the Night would not be as simple and easy as she imagined. Linda stood on the wall of Goliath Palace. The last time he and Rania stood here was more than half a year ago. At that time, they had just defeated Goliath and defeated Dragon King Kurt, and had not yet gone to the Great Rift. But now Linda has returned victorious, and a palace dinner will be held tonight to celebrate the victory of the war. Looking into the distance, there is a planned undead residential area, and the undead are now in full swing. Construction work. A very interesting point is that many undead have chosen to merge their own land and then build large manors or complex apartments together. Most of the undead are bad at building. After all, this is a real world. It is not impossible to build houses by falling bricks, but it will definitely not look good. Therefore, the undead have derived a construction team contracting business, and the craftsmen in the Kingdom of Rand have also ushered in a happy life. Pure carpentry skills are not easy to learn, and a large number of orders are placed in the hands of NPC craftsmen. Lin will not let go of any means that can increase the stickiness of the undead. When the undead choose to take root in the major cities of the Kingdom of Rand, they will also passively accept the laws here, and will naturally develop a sense of identity, and the possibility of rebellion and trouble in the future will be infinitely reduced. The undead seem to be more enthusiastic about building a different world than Lin. There were even more than 200 undead who were preparing to replicate a small Minas Tirith in Goliath, the capital of Gondor in the Lord of the Rings. Lin did not stop them at all. Goliath's land was very vast, and many nobles' manors were like small castles, easily accommodating hundreds of thousands of people. And the last thing the Rand Kingdom lacked was land. There were large tracts of idle land in all the major cities. You can build anything. Just build it, knowing that you didn't take her with you. Doris was very angry, and has come to me to complain many times. Renija turned her head and looked at Lind. The last time she saw Lind was more than half a year ago. Now it has been 123 years since the Rand Kingdom / the 4th year since the magic ring was broken. The people who survived in the world have fully adapted to the new era and started their own new lives. Rania also knows that the man who can be called her pillar of strength may leave soon. The former god killer now doesn't seem like a joke. He has regarded the gods as his imaginary enemies from the beginning. Staying in this country seems to only slow down his pace. For Lin, there is only one truly excellent soldier, and that is the undead. Although a little uncontrollable, Their excellent growth talent and fearlessness of death make them far superior to any genius in the world. She is too weak, Lin said bluntly, taking a level 10 NPC to the advanced map. Lin was worried that she would be killed by the range damage that came from nowhere after a few steps. So, Tioni will go with you? Renija turned her head back, but her voice was different from before. She is my fiancée. Linda nodded. It would be a waste to stay in Shilu continent at the nuclear explosion level. It would be better to follow me as a helper. Of course, there is another reason. Such a large piece of magic ring fragments cannot be used as a walking fill light and hung on the head all the time. Maybe there is a better way to use it in other places. For example, at this stage, Linda knew earlier than the undead that there is a hidden eastern continent. The Far Eastern Magic School there uses 3 ring-flying dragons as horses to pull carts. The instructors can even start to deal with fragments long before the magic ring completely collapses. Which means that the fragments of the magic ring are the real treasures. He always carries treasures with him. If an undead gets weapons and props related to the magic ring fragments and is unwilling to hand them in, it's not a big problem. He has many ways to deal with it. Give you a hidden task marked with unique. Do you want to hand it in or not? Then give enough rewards, such as the unique god suit, the unique dress, the unique title, and even the development of multiple endings, etc. If you don't hand it in, the plot won't go on. There are many ways to control the undead. Now it has been added to the top reward package of the Rand Kingdom, and we just have to wait for the undead to hand it in voluntarily. At this stage, the role of the fragments has not been discovered, so Lind is not in a hurry. Fiancé, when will the wedding be held? Rania asked. Wedding? He was still thinking about prying open her skull to dig out the fragments. But as a person who values feelings, he would choose a painless way that can save the other person's life. I value feelings very much, and we should proceed step by step. I value the feeling of heart more. Linda was very sincere. Rania slightly turned sideways, and when Linda said heart, his eyes fell on her heart. She felt a little uncomfortable, and then immediately turned back and straightened her chest to show her small heart. However, Linda's gaze on her chest made her cheeks get hotter and hotter. 1.2.2 Update. Added numerical damage display, which can be turned off at will. Official. The sudden update indicates that the other party's control over the world may be gradually increasing. The display of numerical damage seems to be a small update with little impact. Linda came back to her senses and found that Rania's cheeks were red. She was puzzled. What's wrong with you? Why is your face so red? Rania gritted her teeth. Then, turned away. Playing dumb? Right. What's wrong? Linda was puzzled. Aren't we chatting well? Chapter 405. Accelerated Update. A welcome dinner moment. All the important participants in this war are here. Not just the nobles. According to the plan. Only Linda, Rania, and at most the Red Knight, and when Raven will be there. But such a celebration dinner looks too shabby. So Linda simply waved his hand and asked everyone who could come to come. Rania looked at Tioni, who was sitting next to Linda, and then looked at the rabbit-toothed witch Miko. When? Miss Troll, etc. She sat in the main seat as the queen. But looking at Linda, holding on both sides, I still feel a little uncomfortable. But it doesn't matter. I still have a broad mind. Linda has never concealed that he likes beautiful women. And this afternoon's experience also made her very sure that Linda at least likes big ones. Among this group of people, I am definitely big. Never mind how big. Me. Do I want to sit too? The recorder pointed at the tip of her nose. Looking at Doris, who was walking over. Rania was silent. The dinner party didn't talk much about the development of the country. However, regarding the Great Abyss Rift, Linda did give a direction. That is, the Great Abyss Rift of the Black Swamp Kingdom. However, it would take a lot of time to cross the border and contact the quietly developing Melulan in the Black Swamp Kingdom. Waiting is far more appropriate than sending troops directly. The current Black Swamp Kingdom is still in civil strife. The dinner table talked more about food and undead. After a long time of contact with the undead, they have gradually become accustomed to the undead's thinking mode. Even if they can't innovate like Linda, there will be no problem in continuing to operate according to the original inherent logic. This is also the reason why the kingdom's undead still behaved well even though Lind was like a hands-off boss in the Great Rift for more than half a year. With the kingdom's laws and Lind's reward mechanism, it is unlikely that there will be any problems if the strength of the undead does not increase dramatically. The premise of abiding by the rules is that you cannot defeat the NPC army. If you can easily destroy a city, who will choose to abide by the law? Everyone wants to be more violent than the King of the Abyss. Rania asked, "Have you sent a letter to Duke Griffin?" Linda turned his gaze to William, who was nearly torn into pieces by the Rock King. His injuries seemed to have improved a lot, but it would take some time for him to fully recover. William said, "Not yet, Your Majesty." He was still a little reserved when facing Rania. "I'll go back with you," Linda interrupted. William, who was extremely talented, must be brought along. Not only that, Linda also wanted to build a crystal defense tower in Griffin Castle to completely cover the entire Rand Kingdom. He could imagine Dorothy's resistance to this matter, so he had to go there in person. "I will write it in the letter." William nodded. He respected Lynn very much, so he also hoped that Lynn could go to Griffin Castle. But when he thought of Dorothy, William had a headache again. He had to spell out every word after returning today to make sure that Dorothy could understand what he said and to be polite in welcoming her. After dinner, Rania wanted to go to the study to chat with Lind, but she found that Lind was whispering something next to the rabbit tooth which. What was even more strange was that Tyne crossed her hands on her lower abdomen and smiled at the two of them. Little did she know that while Rania was feeling strange, the right hand of the recorder had already begun to tremble. Lind was whispering to Miss Miko. His fiancée Tioni was watching them quietly, and Queen Rania was watching the three of them. Ah! What a wonderful and story-filled picture. She felt that she didn't need to write anything. If she could draw the scene, she believed that anyone who saw it would be able to interpret a lot of stories from it. "Where is Boyd?" "Mr. Boyd." The dark shadow enveloped Doris. She came to her senses and found Miss Troll standing beside her. The candlelight cast her burly shadow on her. "What's wrong?" Miss Troll felt her gaze and asked in confusion. "I just felt the charm of the story." Doris bit her fingernails. But when Lynn's eyes turned, Doris immediately stood up straight, a little guilty, wanting to hunch back and stand up straight, her eyes darting around. Lynn didn't pay attention to Doris. "Miss Isa, how did you get from the demonic land to the Shilu continent?" "I summoned the underground tunnel worms," Miss Troll answered. "You used the underground tunnel worms?" Linda had a headache. Now he suddenly realized that it was not a question of when to go to the demonic land, but that he did not have a ticket to the demonic land. This place was not in the service area of the underground tunnel worms. After sending the request, the other party did not respond. "Maybe there is a portal?" Isa's words were full of uncertainty. It seemed that the portal was just a guess. Moreover, according to Lynn's conclusion, the farther the distance, the greater the consumption of opening the portal. Not to mention the existence of the Great Abyss Rift. It is very likely that the cross-continental shuttle is even across the material plane. It is estimated that all the resources of the entire land kingdom cannot be concentrated after the lossless conversion. Is there any way to get a response from the underground tunnel worm? "You can go to the King of Ashes to see," the crystal wizard who had never spoken said. He also came from the demon land and was a legendary wizard. In his words, although he was a legendary wizard, he was not good at fighting because he was an academic. Red Mountain in the south? Linda knew the King of Ashes, an active volcano located at the southernmost border of the Kingdom of Rand, which directly separated the Kingdom of Rand from the southern countries. It was like a natural barrier, spewing thick smoke all day long, and the smoke was like a crown. So the red volcano was also called the King of Ashes. "Deep into the center of the earth," the crystal wizard said. Linda had another reason to go to the south. It was just that the method the crystal wizard said gave Linda a strong sense of déjà vu, that if the mobile phone signal was not good, he should stand in a high place and raise his hand higher. "We can't contact the underground tunnel worms on the ground, so let's go to the center of the earth, where the signal is good." The dinner ended and everyone dispersed completely. Lind was invited to Rania's study. There are indeed many things that need to be discussed. 1.2.3 Update. Fix the problem that hidden identity will be exposed due to hostility. The official update speed suddenly increased, and various repairs were started. But the latest update was like a knife cutting on the aorta, making the undead people complain bitterly. Long before this, they could still distinguish between enemies and friends through similar methods. Now the method of searching for hidden enemies is definitely no longer usable. Not only did the undead complain about this update, even Lin felt that this official update was not good, and he lost a lot of mobile control guards. If someone sneaks in again with a hidden identity, the undead can no longer be relied on to identify them. However, there is also good news. Many forces' secret operations will no longer be exposed. Chapter 406, Lin-jointed bugs in the dungeon of the Royal City. What's wrong? Rania sat in front of the mirror and saw Linda leaning on the bed, frowning and thinking. She had to admit that she shouldn't drink. Last night, she just wanted to hug Linda and relive the sense of security she had when she was in his arms. As a companion of the agreement, this was reasonable. Then they talked about the war in the Great Rift. Now the undead wearing the Abyss suit are moving around the Rand Kingdom, which has caused a lot of panic. Although some undead learned to change their equipment immediately after they found that wearing this thing would reduce their favorability, some undead still chose to do what they wanted. So Linda discussed with her about making abyssal weapons. As a former female knight, Rania had never dared to touch those powers. She was worried that she would become a monster that could not control her body. So when she saw Linda took out the spear, as a female knight, she couldn't help but wipe it. This was a difficult task. It took a whole night just to polish the Abyss spear. The love and exploration of weapons between the female knight and the general should not be spread. But the experience last night alone made her feel the difficulty and hardship of the battle. Very hard. I'm thinking about something. And there are other arrangements today. Lin lifted the quilt. He planned to solve the remaining small troubles before going south. Rania, who was looking at the red mark on her neck, looked at him and her cheeks suddenly blushed. You should wear pants. Right away. I have to find it first. Even if the soul companions have physical contact, it will not change their relationship much. And the interests of both parties are completely consistent. Linda needs someone to take care of the novice village as a poster girl. As for what happened last night, it can only be said that it was all the fault of drinking. He didn't drink, but Rania drank. Even if he took the initiative, the wine should be responsible for it. Being strong always has its disadvantages. When Linda was looking for his pants, the two talked about the bread they had last night. Are you interested in baking bread? Linda was a little surprised. He thought that Her Majesty the Queen was focused on developing the country. It seems that even without the dust key of the Lady of the Night, many locks can be opened. Of course. But how did you put it in the oven? It looks different from last night. Rania was a little confused. As a queen and a former female knight, she always kept herself clean. So she didn't have a lot of knowledge. You have to ferment it first. How to ferment it? Use your hands. Roast now? Didn't you say you had something to do today? Tomorrow is fine. The dungeon in the royal city is always guarded by soldiers sent by Lind. Something occasionally rushes out of it, but most of the time it remains quiet. And Lind and Rania's attitude towards it has always been to ignore it for the time being as long as it doesn't cause any noise or trouble. They had too many things to deal with before. But fortunately now, they are temporarily free, allowing Lind to take time to solve them. Explore the dungeon. There seems to be some danger hidden in the dungeon of the royal city. Mysterious, or nothing. Go explore and report to the Duke. Task rewards: 1 experience point, 10 points, 100 gold coins. The dungeon map is finally open. Is there a team? The undead, who are still in Goliath, responded positively. As long as a new map is opened, let alone rewards. Even if there are no rewards at all, they will go. Everyone who has been with Lin for a long time knows that this old guy likes to use a series of traps. Often, a trivial matter that you think is insignificant may involve the subsequent plot development. And you may even get extra rewards. The most famous one is the Black Island War, which actually allowed the undead to obtain the qualification to execute the Black Catfish Prince. There was a boss stretching its neck waiting for you to kill it, which was very cool. So this time, after the undead quickly prepared, they took the task and rushed into the dungeon. Not only must they be fast, but they must also be careful enough. The deep darkness in the dungeon of the royal city was set off by the unknown, which made people breathless. The thick dungeon walls blocked the sound, allowing everyone to hear their own footsteps and breathing. The undead chose to move forward in the dark, and the torches would most likely attract unnecessary enemies. The intricate dungeon gradually divided the undead, which was also an inevitable choice. A group of people squeezed in a narrow dungeon passage would not be able to exert much strength even if they really encountered danger. They could still inform each other. Suddenly, a muffled groan came from the air, mixed with pain and fear, like the wail before death. I think the atmosphere here is a little bit wrong. The place where Niao Niao said. He was a temporary team. As a top player in the game, he would explore by himself most of the time. But for work that required multi-person cooperation, he would also join forces with other Lone Rangers. Everyone was for a better gaming experience. I can't see. And I can't hear. Someone squatted down. Damn. It's human bones. A lot of them. Wait. Something is crawling. Shoo. Several people squatted down, holding their breath and looking at the dark area ahead. The sound was getting faster and faster, and the bricks and stones were rubbed with a lot of noise, just like an out-of-control car bumping forward in a narrow road. Bang! Here they come! They all have excellent combat experience. So after they determined that the enemy might have appeared, they immediately entered combat mode. Illumination. The white light illuminated the front, and a huge centipede-shaped insect appeared, almost filling the dungeon passage of the royal city. Its carapace was gray. Its body was flat. It had many legs, and it moved very fast. If someone who is afraid of insects sees such a realistic centipede, it is estimated that they will lose their combat effectiveness directly. Magic centipede with limb reattachment. LV28. HP 3300/3500. The wizard quickly opened a barrier to block the front and threw out the alchemical item. The warrior held the shield and moved forward, even if they didn't cooperate with each other too many times. The long-term battles allowed them to master many temporary matching skills. The centipede jumped to the top, and its many legs were like spears, smashing towards the undead. What a hard shell. It can barely break the defense. But the speed is too fast. Can you help control it? As soon as they came into contact, the undead felt a headache. It was fast and moved by bouncing. Even if it looked like an average amount of blood, it became difficult to deal with because of its strong defense. Where on earth did this thing come from? I'll do it. Niao Niao moved forward coquettishly. He directly used a set of Jackie Chan while running, and jumped onto the head of the limb-attached magic centipede. The weapon in his hand quickly switched from a dagger to a big sword. He rotated his body to turn the big sword into a wheel, and chopped it vertically from top to bottom, hitting the centipede's head heavily. The centipede immediately shook and fell to the ground. Oh my god! This can also climb a dragon? Chapter 407 Teleportation Array. There must be something in the dungeon of the royal city. Lin was sure. But when the undead dragged out the corpses one by one as trophies, his expression was somewhat interesting. These things looked very familiar. They were all limb-jointing insects. In addition, the undead were also attacked by the blood nobles deep in the dungeon. Some blood nobles from hostile countries were trapped in the dungeon as hostages. But as the magic ring was completely shattered, the other party also turned into monsters. But their power was not too strong, and they were no match for the undead, who had already leveled the Great Rift. So Lin called the Red Knight directly. Destroy the enemies inside. Yes! The appearance of the Red Knight was like the undead suddenly having a powerful foreign aid. And he was the main tank. So the output environment suddenly became comfortable. The advance and clearance lasted only 3 days, and the entire dungeon of the royal city was completely cleared. There were soldiers holding torches in front, and Lind walked in the middle, all the way to the deepest part of the dungeon. Here is the final secret, now guarded by the undead. My lord! The undead imitated the Rand soldiers and pounded their chests with their fists, and the fists hit the armor with a clang. The two undead wearing the armor of dragon soldiers. The dragon tails swayed left and right as if they were still alive, and the pair of dragon eyes were also moving. If it weren't for Lin's order, the war between the undead and the NPC would have broken out long ago. But even so, the undead can easily cause panic. They didn't just learn the moves randomly. A large number of undead had already been promoted to elite soldiers. That is, the 3rd level. The same level as Rand soldiers. They were qualified to wear the golden armor of the Rand Corps, and would be treated with respect by ordinary NPCs when traveling. However, during the battle, they would still choose to wear the abyss set with the highest attributes. Lin nodded slightly, responded, and walked to the wall guarded by the undead. Teleportation magic circle. The undead on the side began to chat again, ignoring the NPCs and ignoring the people around them. What do you think he is doing? The plot. What else could it be? But this is an abandoned magic circle. Why are there bugs in the dungeon of the royal city? Could there really be Zerg? The chat between the undeads became more and more off-topic, while Lin stared at the magic circle. If he was not mistaken, The other end of this two-way magic circle should lead to the underground world of Star Dragon City. That is, the area where Melulin was transformed into the Queen of Zerg and had many magic circles. Only in this way can we explain why there are limb-jointed bugs in the dungeon of the Royal City. Block. Linda turned and left, and then asked the soldiers to drive out all the undead in the Royal City. The undead who received the task reward happily waited for the plot to develop, and they didn't think there was anything wrong with being driven out. Anyone could see that there would definitely be a follow-up plot. The Royal City dungeon was blocked again. Linda directly called the flying dragon Alex. This guy could still scare people at the beginning, but now he can't keep up with the progress of the version. I just don't know if the flying dragon has reproductive isolation. If not, we can get some mounts for the undead. After all, he couldn't escape the fate of being a mount. The flying dragon spread its wings and rushed into the sky, bringing Duomei with it. The flying dragon, whose flying speed could not catch up with that of a civil aircraft, took 2 days to go back and forth. It was hard to say whether Duomei was lazy during the period. After Duomei arrived, he was led into the dungeon of the Royal City by Linda before he had time to rest. Yes, it is one of the teleportation arrays leading to the underground. Duomei nodded in affirmation. There is a magic array that connects the Cyclops nest in an unknown location to the underground world under Star Dragon City. There is also a magic circle that connects from somewhere in the Black Swamp Kingdom to the bottom of Star Dragon City. And now, there is also a magic circle in the dungeon of the Royal City that connects to the bottom of Star Dragon City. So, does the magic circle that Linda had temporarily dismantled for safety also lead to key areas? Like what? Linda was thinking. Dome gave his own guess. Transit station. The underground world under Star Dragon City is a transit station. In the following time, Linda called Miss Troll to go into the palace library together, and Dome followed in. But after reading through the historical records, even the record officer Miss Doris was called in, and the final answer was the same. There was no record of the magic teleportation array in the Royal City. That is to say, the official did not know. At least it was not allowed to be recorded. The answer Linda got when he asked Rania was the same, and even the Crystal Wizard had no clue about it. The possibility of a magic array transfer station is very low, based on the assumption that the transmission distance is equal to the energy consumption. There is no magical creature like the Cyclops that exists in the legend near the Land Kingdom. The other party may come from the other side of the Shilu continent. Since the distances are not equal, there is no need for transfer. In the library, Miss Isa suddenly looked up and said, "Is there another possibility? Not a transfer station, but a destination? Destination? Using magic circles to cross long distances. The purpose is to go to the underground of Star Dragon City. What is there? In addition to the out-of-control limb-jointed insects from the Black Swamp Kingdom, there are only Cyclops. And Star Grass. Miss Isa, have you heard of Star Child? I haven't heard of it." Isha shook her head. The troll's face was dull for a moment because of thinking, and she looked very silly. "But I have seen the story about the Children of the Stars. It is said that they are a group of forces from outer space who accidentally broke into our world. Their power is different from magic, and even different from the power of other material planes. The meaning of the material plane is very broad. As the legend goes, elves live in the world of elves. That place can be called an independent material plane. But as long as you find a way, you can go there by foot." The existence of the Star Child, who completely deviated from the magical world, reminded Lind of the potion formula of the minor path he had obtained before. The material mentioned in it was not the heart of disaster, but the star scale. Let's stop the investigation here for now. Lind didn't have many good qualities, but one of them was that he stopped in time and didn't waste too much energy on things that couldn't be answered in a short time. That is, he could control his curiosity. "Mr. Dome, since you are here, I think I can take this opportunity to open the teleportation array." Yes, Lind has always wanted to open the teleportation array. Although the energy is a bit stretched, it is not completely unsupportable. The undead can pay for the journey. It just happens that the remaining teleportation array in the Black Swamp Kingdom can be used as a coordinate to let the undead go there to explore the way. It can be regarded as a plot or a welfare. If the progress is fast enough, maybe before Lind goes to the Magic Land, he can also push the big crack in the Black Swamp Kingdom. The teleportation array should be opened. Chapter 408 Mad Secret Bishop. Rand Kingdom Update Announcement. Teleportation gates are open between major cities. You can start teleportation by going to the Crystal Defense Tower. The current fixed teleportation time is the morning of the 1st, 10th, 20th, and 30th of each month. If you need to open the teleportation array additionally, you need to pay a teleportation fee. The fee depends on the weight and quantity. You need to declare it in advance. Undead people can declare it through the lion badge. What? Teleportation is open? The undead, who were still doing business, felt like a bolt from the blue. What was the reason for me to do business so diligently? Wasn't it just to earn some money to run away? You actually opened the portal directly. Why open the portal? Some people were defeated, but most of the undead cheered. Great. Finally, the portal is opened. Who in the family understands? I have to sleep for many days to travel from Star Dragon City to Goliath. The torturous running map was replaced by magic teleportation. This is too magical. The efficiency is greatly improved, especially for tourists. The main cities of the Rand Kingdom have different architectural styles, and there are many changes in living customs. Being able to teleport to different main cities and appreciate the scenery of different regions is simply a blessing for ordinary office workers. I can't travel abroad in this life, but after falling asleep, I travel crazily in my dreams. The undead people in various regions of the Rand Kingdom began to cheer, except for the Southern Griffin territory. Why is it that we don't have it here? Which is also the territory of the Rand Kingdom. As for other areas, they are fighting against the Abyss, and have no time to care about a group of people who have opened the simple mode and have no game experience. It's pitiful that they can't play the essence of the game. The main cities are full of undead who want to try the teleportation array. And then, they are scared by the high price. Points are normal, but the hearts of disaster are not ordinary. At least they have to be high level. And each person needs 10. Now, even if it is not said, the undead have already tacitly accepted that the hearts of disasters, which may explode and turn into a disaster shadow area at any time, are the real currency of the game. It would be fine if you only paid 10. But you must gather 100 people each time to open it. You either have to wait in line or pay for it all. All the undead can't afford this fee. If you have urgent matters, it's fine. If you don't have urgent matters, you can choose to wait in line, or wait for the free portal to open every month. However, an update announcement from the Kingdom of Rand immediately afterwards gave the undead a boost. Update announcement of the Kingdom of Rand: undead can go to Goliath. And the teleportation array to the Kingdom of Black Swamp will be opened at a fixed point. A new map has been opened, and the time for rushing to the Black Swamp Kingdom has been skipped. The undead began to gather their resources, and those who could wait planned to save their hearts of disaster. Wait for 2 days to go to Goliath through the free teleportation array, and then go to the Black Swamp Kingdom. The undead who had some savings chose to set off now, because playing games is not for hanging up in the game. The Crystal Defense Towers emitted light and swallowed up the undead in line. Theoretically, the line must be filled with 100 people. But even if there are more than 100 people, they can still teleport, and they can go in when the door is opened. No one would wonder how much Lind could earn, because these were all game mechanics and had nothing to do with Lind. An NPC. The extremely long travel time was compressed, and the undead looked at Goliath in front of them and felt that their game experience had increased by leaps and bounds. Sure enough, it was right to follow Lind. The undead in the first echelon took the lead. Is it necessary to exchange all the points and military merits on my body? Some undead still didn't understand. Then you don't understand. After leaving the Rand Kingdom, many of our functions will be abandoned. And the store doesn't sell scout guards, which means we have to start from scratch. It's useless to keep the points. It's better to exchange them for resources. Is that so? Another point is that the resources in the Black Swamp Kingdom are very tight, and the treatment of the undead is very poor. Only the undead in Mokteria province can have a better life and can be recruited as mercenaries. The things we brought over are all hard currency. The well-prepared undeads are ready to embark on their journey. Exploring new maps is one of the fun of playing. Throwing the undeads, he cultivated with great effort to other areas. Linda also took a great risk, because it is very likely that they will never return, and all the resources he fed will be wasted. There is no means to control the undead, so it is powerless. If the undead are not allowed to leave, Linda has nothing to keep them, and they will cause trouble when they are idle. Fortunately, his infrastructure team is also preparing to use the various materials provided by the undead to build defense towers to connect to the Black Swamp Kingdom. At the same time, Lael and his teammates were hurrying on their way. Although the terrain has changed, the location of the country will basically not change. And the map of the Kingdom of Rand and the surrounding countries is not difficult to find. The map of the Kingdom of Rand can be purchased in the store. And the map of the Kingdom of Black Swamp can be purchased directly from the undead in the Kingdom of Black Swamp. They set out from Black Island. And after they were ready, they began their long journey to the east. One step faster. Then every step faster. But the teleportation array that was shown off on the forum broke their defense. Fuck. What? There is a portal? They only spent 10 higher level Calamity Hearts and teleported to the Black Swamp Kingdom. There was a long silence. As a game player guild that made a fortune by running business, 10 higher level Calamity Hearts were expensive. But compared to the time they had to go back and forth, it was nothing. They set out first, then arrived last, and taunted to the fullest. Now they have several questions left. Should they continue on their way and spend more than half a month to cross the border and aimlessly search for possible traces of human life in the Black Swamp Kingdom? Or should they turn back to Black Island, use the Black Island teleportation array to go to Goliath, and then go from Goliath to Black Swamp Kingdom to catch up with the main force again? Go back. He made a quick decision with a big smile. It's obvious that they should follow the main storyline. At this stage, Lind is still the protagonist of the version, so he will listen to him for the time being. But after this version, let's go! In the frozen mountains, a black figure walked forward against the strong wind. In the dilapidated church in front, a group of people were crawling on the ground and mumbling to themselves, as if chanting something. Is this the place where the Mad Mystic sect exists, as the adults said? The cloak was taken off, revealing an ugly face. Linzo, the earliest Mad Mystic messenger who followed Lin, wanted to become a strong man, either with physical talent or with unlimited perseverance. Physical talent is a natural talent, but perseverance is also a spiritual talent. Linda collected some marginal information from the undead. He was willing to provide more opportunities for those who have the potential to improve. Those who can improve by spending resources are not a problem. In the frozen mountains, a group of followers of the Mad Mystic sect are wandering. What trapped Renzo further was the potion formula. And here, there is a high possibility of a heroic potion formula. An undead was attacked by a boss-level enemy called the Mad Mystic Bishop. When Renzo approached, the Mad Mystic followers looked up at him, and their facial features, which were more distorted than Renzo's, and even out of the scope of human beings, opened and closed unconsciously. Scarlet flames burst out from his palms, and Renzo proved his identity. The believers separated automatically, and a figure in front of him, as tall and thin as a stick insect, wrapped in a red robe, approached in a floating posture close to the ground. This should be the Mad Mystic Bishop, who hunched over and looked down at Renzo, spewing scarlet flames from his nose. Renzo lowered his head to show his respect and submission. He wanted to join here, slowly learn their power, and finally burn these lunatics, who were completely trapped in the madness of the Mad Mystic Master to death. The scarlet flame swayed in Renzo's pupils, but his heart would not waver at all. Chapter 409 Griffin Territory. The colt barely pulled its hoof out of the mud. It was noon, and summer was about to begin. Walking in the tree-shaded path, one could not feel the slightest bit of coolness. Instead, the airtight dampness made it hard to breathe. The King of Ashes was spewing his crown in the distance. Boiling clouds floated in the air, and a gust of white ash blew from time to time. The veil covering the mouth and nose was gently lifted. Haddon, a young man in cloth, was gritting his teeth and pulling the reins of the pack horse. This thing was no longer like an ordinary horse. It had horns on its head and sharp teeth. If it were not an estrus, it would be quite docile. Unfortunately, April and May were the estrus period. Fortunately, we didn't stay here for long. What is it? He saw a glittering object in the mud ahead, as well as some meat scraps and traces of digging holes by wild animals. It must be that a traveler was accidentally attacked here, as he often heard of such cases. A black gem? Haddon bent down and picked up the stone, with a surprised look on his face. He wiped it on his clothes and raised the gem above his head. The beam of light that passed through the gaps between the leaves of the forest just hit his fingers, and the black gem exuded a magnificent and dazzling brilliance in the sun. So beautiful. Putting the gem in his pocket, Haddon continued on his way. He had to reach his uncle's house before dark. As early as 5 years ago, His family was still a wealthy businessman. And even a year ago, the family lived a good life. After his father died, he prepared to find his uncle according to his father's will to learn business skills. Stepping on the long shadows of dusk, Haddon finally arrived at his destination. There was a residential area in front of him, and in the distance was the Griffin Castle, which seemed to be hovering in the sky like a griffin and overlooking the village. After asking a few people on the roadside with the letter, Haddon got the confirmed location and came to the edge of the village, near the woods. This is a 3-story small manor with a circular yard. The grass is very flat, and there is a kitchen built with stones. The kitchen door is open at this time, and Haddon sees the oven. A woman wearing a long skirt and a headscarf is stuffing dough into the oven. She should be a female worker in charge of odd jobs. In the distance, he also saw a man chopping wood with an axe to make a bucket. Generally speaking, many families with some money would hire such a family. The woman would cook, wash clothes, and do other odd jobs, while the man would do some hard work, and occasionally patrol and be a bodyguard. "Are you Haddon?" A brisk voice came. Haddon turned around and found a girl with short chestnut hair, freckles from cheeks to nose, a little thin, with a slender neck, and raised her head slightly when she spoke, like a little deer. "I am? You?" Haddon was puzzled. "Nanali," the girl said. "I heard from my father that you will come in the next few days." Haddon's arrival was welcomed. His uncle's family of 4 laid out a table full of dishes, meat, bread, and even milk of unknown origin. The milk smelled very strong, but there was an indelible earthy smell. It was said that this smell was difficult to get rid of even after boiling, although the taste was a bit strange. In this era, being able to drink milk every meal was a life that ordinary people could not even imagine. The Griffin region can make some people have no worries about food and clothing, which is also related to Miss Fong Lei. At the dinner table, they silently thanked Miss Dorothy for her help. Then the uncle mentioned the business, but he boasted more. Compared to merchants, we should now be called bloodless nobles, the finance ministers who maintain the stability of the territory, or milkmen who carry milk. Auntie replied bluntly. She couldn't stand her husband's boasting. Haddon has just arrived. You need to teach him what to do next instead of talking nonsense here. Nunali and her brother, Adams, who is 1 year older than Haddon, laughed together. Uncle put down his wine glass, and his cheeks turned slightly red. Whether he was angry or drunk, the work is not difficult. Just take the money from one side to the other. Uncle dipped the bread in the broth, and when he opened his mouth to put it in his mouth, a lot of it stuck to his beard. This is how merchants work, buying from low-priced places and then selling to high-priced places. Our business is much better now. We can go directly to Goliath when traveling north and south. People in the royal city like our things very much, such as custom-made furniture, clothes, and food. Uncle suddenly paused and said to Haddon, "Tomorrow, Miss Dorothy will hold a banquet. I will take you with me." Haddon was surprised. "Can I also attend?" He found that Adams was looking at him with envy. In the past, this was Adams's opportunity. However, Haddon felt that Adams did not want to eat the food of the noble banquet, but he was not sure what it was. "We are bloodless nobles." Uncle pointed at himself and said with a smile, "We have no noble blood and no noble title, but we can still get the treatment of nobles. Merchants are now the blood that maintains the stability of the territory. People want a stable life and cannot do without us." That night, Haddon and Adams stayed in the same room. Haddon took out the black gem and looked at it quietly in the broken moonlight until Adams's drowsy voice sounded, "Haddon, are you still awake? I'll go to sleep now." He quickly put the black gem away. The next day, Haddon attended the merchant banquet hosted by Miss Dorothy. Qualified merchants were invited and could bring a family member. The banquet was filled with all kinds of delicacies. The big merchants remained elegant without moving, while the small merchants had already started to stuff food into their mouths crazily. Some people may not have eaten since last night, and they have left their stomachs empty just for this sumptuous banquet. Haddon saw Miss Dorothy, who was wearing glasses and had a small face. He felt that it was definitely not as big as his palm. Her skin was white and seemed to smell milky. The most important thing was that she was really beautiful. Haddon thought he had found the reason why Adams envied and regretted. No one would not be tempted by such a charming noble lady. And when Miss Dorothy talked about the recent changes in business development, Haddon could not help but admire her. She was not a noble lady who only knew how to sit in the castle tower combing her hair and listening to poetry. But a noblewoman with business acumen hadn't understood what Dorothy said about the future, and he himself felt very strange, because his uncle did not teach him anything. Unfortunately, Miss Dorothy did not look at Hatton or even his uncle when communicating. She only communicated with those big businessmen who could grasp the economic trends. And more often she was the one who told what to do, formulated and improved the rules. After a meal, Hatton found that many big businessmen were sweating profusely. But there were also many smiles on their faces. They must have received warnings and benefits at the same time. Hatton looked forward to meeting Miss Dorothy in the following days. But the number of banquets was not so frequent. Every night, Hatton would take out the black gem. Finally, Hatton and Adams got the job to go to the royal city together. The uncle would not follow, and the two young people would go alone. When they have more people under their command, they will consider developing multiple lines, selling here and then buying from another place, and making more money. Don't we need to bring a sword or something? Hatton only has a dagger in his hand, which he brought when he came here, or hire undead. Adams is more familiar with the operating habits here, but he doesn't even have a dagger, only a necklace made of a lock. The money we earn in half a month is not enough to pay their half-trip commission. The uncle raised his hand and tried to slap Adams, but Adams dodged. Those undead were noble transcendents, and they also had their own caravans. They would not transport worthless things such as rotten leather, pickled meat and fermented cheese, but would transport more precious potions, armor and weapons. Only undead were allowed to sell weapons and armor in this way. If ordinary people tried to make their own, they would only die. It was said that Her Majesty the Queen, who was far away in the royal city, had added a provision to the law that undead were also citizens. But they were obviously not ordinary citizens. Anyway, they are from different worlds, and the other party is high and mighty, so it is better not to contact them easily. Remember to pay attention to your surroundings when you are on the road. If you encounter robbers, throw money to them and run away. The uncle kept reminding them over and over again. The two nodded in response, took the money and pulled the pack horse to set off. Traveled during the day, and find a place to rest at night. And it must be in a crowded place. Although the disasters on both sides of the road are often cleared by the undead passing by, it is inevitable that some are missed. If an ordinary person encounters one, he will definitely die. After nightfall, Hatton took out the black gem again. But this time it failed to escape Adam's eyes. What is that? A stone. Hatton hid the black gem in his arms, his heart pounding. Is that what you look at every night? It's so beautiful. Can you show it to me? Adams asked. His voice sounded like he was possessed, his eyes fixed on the place where Hatton hid the black gem. No. This is my treasure. If someone tries to rob your treasure. Then, a few days later, Hatton returned to his uncle's house with a haggard face. We were robbed, Hatton said with tears in his eyes. He didn't know why he suddenly became eloquent, nor why he didn't feel sad for Adams at all while crying, and even didn't feel the slightest fear when he lied. When the uncle's family of three hugged each other and cried, they noticed Hatton sitting there with a sad face. The aunt thought he was frightened, so she took the initiative to come over and hold him in her arms. No one blamed Hatton. They prayed with gratitude. At least Hatton came back alive. When the sun rose again, the uncle set out early in the morning hoping to find the body. He just asked Hatton where the incident happened and went alone, without even thinking of asking Hatton to lead the way. He was regarded as a perfect victim. The body was not found. Maybe it was eaten by some beast. The following days did not change much. Hatton and Nanolly often chatted together, as long as they didn't talk about Adams. The dinner was also very rich. After Adams disappeared, Hatton was the only one who could follow his uncle to the banquet. In the transaction, Hatton's eloquence can also play an increasingly important role. He can often find a lot of reasons from all aspects, and then buy the goods at a very low price. Sometimes he doesn't even need to sell them to another place by himself. He just needs to find a group of people to sell them at a high price. In the process, bragging is inevitable. He can make a lot of money in half a day. But his uncle doesn't seem to like his trading method very much, thinking that his behavior should be called fraud. It was another banquet. Hatton looked at the griffin soldiers standing neatly on both sides. They were wearing beautiful armor and holding ceremonial swords in their hands. When the giant beast coiled in the courtyard raised its head, Hatton's heart pounded wildly. Dragon! It is said that the Lord will be at the banquet this time. Uncle was very excited. The merchants were more informed, as if they knew that it was the Lion Duke who used tough means to ask the Griffin territory to open the trade route to the north. And now everyone can live a good life thanks to him. As for the war, I didn't see it with my own eyes, but from the legends I heard from people, it was no different from the myths. So many people secretly call the Duke a living god. Had nodded. No one in the kingdom of Rand could escape the stories about Lind. Children loved to play roles. Men respected him, and women admired him. In short, he was like a legend that appeared everywhere in the country. Only Hatton felt a little uncomfortable when he heard Lind's name. They walked into the banquet and found that the old Duke of Griffin Castle, Igor Griffin, was also present. At the long table at the main seat, a handsome blond man wearing a combination of gold, black and dark red, and wearing an exquisite lion badge, was chatting with the old Duke with a smile. So tall, Hatton exclaimed. The old Duke was half a head shorter than him. He was not beyond the limit of human beings, but his height was not seen in normal life. Miss Dorothy was even shorter. However, she seemed to be very imposing. She was arguing with Lind with her hands on her hips, but Lind ignored her. As if sensing Hatton's gaze, the Lion Duke turned his head and glanced over, nodded slightly, and smiled at him. Hatton's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly bowed his head to show his respectful attitude. And then, he dared not look away again. Impossible. Don't even think about building your magic defense tower in the Griffin Castle. You can build it outside. I can give you a piece of open space. Dorothy was very dissatisfied with Lind. Before, he took William to the Great Rift battlefield. Even if William died there, no one would say anything. But after the war, he actually wanted to kidnap William and go to an unheard-of world. Not only that, Lind also wanted to set up magic coordinates here to open a portal. The ability to open a portal at any time, in Dorothy's view, is more like a channel for Lind to let the army attack at will. What do you think, Igor? Lind looked at the old Duke. He didn't have much interaction with the old man in front of him. The age gap between the two was too big, and he suspected that the old man in front of him might have Alzheimer's disease. When he was chatting with Dorothy, the old Duke was always in a daze unconsciously. The old Duke had always been very good to Lind, but he mistook Lind for a baron, as if he and Dorothy had fallen in love at a ball. When will your wedding be held? Lid? Father, his name is Lind. Dorothy had to correct him. Of course, our wedding will definitely take place. But Lind didn't give Dorothy a chance to refuse. He was a man who respected the elderly and loved the young. I'm a little sleepy. Old Prince Igor squinted his eyes and yawned. The butler came and helped him back to rest. Lind watched Igor leave and turned around to find Dorothy, who was wearing glasses, glaring at him. You shouldn't cheat a confused old man. I was taught that you should coax the elderly. He is so old and confused that he can't recognize you. But he still misses your fiancé or dance partner? So, make him happy. And I don't mind sacrificing myself to help you act. Anyone can see that Igor won't live long. He is really just responding to the confused old man. In Igor's case, what's the point of really explaining to him that he is not Lita but Linda? Either Igor will forget it as soon as he turns around, or he will continue to worry about Dorothy's marriage. After hearing Lind's explanation, Dorothy suddenly sighed. Lychee is a very... Dorothy suddenly looked into the distance, her glasses reflecting the sunlight, and her tone became long. Stop! Lind hurriedly stopped her, looking at the bewildered Dorothy. He breathed a sigh of relief. Oh no! He almost increased his favorability. He was so familiar with this process. Next, Dorothy would definitely tell the story of her fiancé. Then snap, and finally pull up her pants. It's better for us not to communicate with each other. Linda prefers to communicate with men. William, the Red Knight, Lance, the Red Mushroom Baron, Marcus, etc. As long as men have feelings and establish trust, they will rarely betray, and they can even sacrifice their lives. But female characters are different. Their emotions fluctuate a bit. Their favorability increases quickly but also drops quickly. There is no need to brush it. Of course, another reason cannot be ruled out. Although Dorothy looks beautiful, when she takes off her glasses and becomes Nobita Nobi, Linda still felt a little awkward psychologically, because he was scared away by these eyes. Dorothy was still confused and didn't understand what Linda meant. She just wanted to sigh about the cruelty of war. The man who seemed pretty good, Lita, died in the first year of the broken magic ring. But Linda interrupted without giving face. Okay. If you really want to talk. Linda had no choice but to act like he had to listen. The two of them were arguing here. And the merchants in the distance lowered their heads, wishing they were deaf at this time, and didn't hear anything. No more. Dorothy was sure that she and Lind could never get along. It was not until the party ended that Dorothy, who returned to her room, finally realized what Lind meant. She could only grit her teeth and vent her anger on the kitten, who was being stroked, and was full of confusion. Then she turned over. You want to stroke the cat? Come on. Scratch it down there too. Chapter 410 King of Ashes. In the following time, Linda planned a route to King of Ashes, passing through several novice villages along the way. He was curious about the reactions of the novice village chiefs to him. These were genuine official NPCs. The only pity was that Dorothy was unwilling to give in. And the Crystal Defense Tower would not be complete after all if it could not be built. Dorothy's explanation was also very clear. The Griffin territory had absolute autonomy, and the feudal lord could not interfere. Moreover, the people here lived and worked in peace and contentment. And the situation that Linda was worried about would not happen. When Lind saw the village chiefs of the novice village, he found that they did not show hostility, and even behaved very respectfully to him, just like ordinary civilians seeing a duke, which made him feel very interesting. It seems that there is little point in nibbling away from the bottom step by step. Instead, it is better to go directly to the top level and control the lord of the main city. And then the village chiefs of the novice village under his command will surrender all at once. It has a bit of the flavor of siege. However, it may also be related to William, the son of the Rand Kingdom. Wherever William is, this group of people will lean towards him. When Linda appeared in the novice village, the new undead surrounded him excitedly. This is Linda. Lord Linda, do you have any missions? He really didn't have any missions. And after finding out that there were no missions, the undeads left one after another and stopped pestering him. After visiting one novice village after another, Linda was surprised to find that the business system was very complete. Much more stable and complete than the system he relied on undead to support. But it was hard to say which one was better or worse. In order to stabilize the economy in the territory, the Lord would have to consider many aspects. But a stable economy could not keep up with the development speed of the undead. Yesterday, an ordinary heart of disaster was still a scarce commodity. But today it may be everywhere. If the resources of the undead accidentally flow into the market, it will cause the market to collapse directly. Another possibility is that the undead will directly clear out all the goods in the mall at a high price. Anyway, that little resource is nothing to them. After a simple inquiry, I found out that it was Dorothy's operation strategy. Dorothy is really a business talent. Duke? When Haddon saw Lind, he didn't know why he suddenly felt guilty. He just wanted to stay away from Lind. But Lind seemed to have a good relationship with him. And fortunately, he never noticed him. Haddon was nervous all the time, and he didn't get a good rest that night. He was drowsy. And when he woke up, the sky outside was still dark. He thought he should run away. Away from here. And the fear drove Haddon to act quickly. When Haddon packed his luggage and went to the second-floor stairs, he heard a dazed voice. Haddon, where are you going? Nanali. Haddon said. I think I might have to leave. Why? Nanali didn't understand. Life was getting better and better. Who did you offend? I don't know. But I have to go. He didn't dare to say that he was just afraid of the Duke, and felt a strong threat from him. Nanali almost didn't think about it. The contact during this period made the young girl, who was just beginning to fall in love, have a good impression of the boy in front of her. She usually didn't come into contact with other young people, and Haddon had a clever and eloquent mouth. I'll help you. Taking advantage of the darkness of the night, Haddon fled towards an uncertain distance. What Nanali didn't expect was that just after dawn, soldiers from Griffin Castle came to the door with torches. The damp mist covered the soldiers' armor. When approaching, a chill suddenly swept across her face, and Nanali shuddered subconsciously. Do you recognize this? The soldier's heavy gauntlet was holding a necklace. This is Adam's lock. Nanali was surprised. She knew the lock because it was unique. We found a rotten body. The cause of death was a cut throat. But the culprit was a novice who stabbed him more than a dozen times before killing him. The things were found on the body. The face is unrecognizable. If you want to take the body back, you can go to Griffin Castle. Damn robbers. Nanali's mother turned around and threw herself into her husband's arms. Robbers? No. No. The goods were not taken away. They were buried with the body. Even the valuables on the body were not taken away. The soldier said that he didn't like doing this job either. But the undead masters were too enthusiastic. After finding the bodies, they went straight to the Lion Duke and Miss Dorothy. And they were still shouting hidden plot, hidden mission, and other incomprehensible words. Then the development of things became simple. Miss Dorothy would never allow innocent deaths to occur in her territory. The sovereignty of the territory was sacred and inviolable. Moreover, she had just said that her territory would not have such unexpected situations. And she couldn't give Lind an excuse to let him intervene. Hadden? The family of 3 suddenly had a possibility that they dared not think of. What? The soldier was surprised. He did not expect to have an unexpected gain. Go and wake up Hadden. Dear. I'll go and call him. The soldier also noticed something strange. So he did not leave immediately. But soon he got a message. Hadden seemed to have packed his bags and ran away. Just last night. The family, who were not sure at first, had to accept the weak possibility that they had a poisonous snake. And that poisonous snake killed their son some time ago. Otherwise, it would be impossible to explain why Hadden ran away. Nunnally tried to open her mouth several times. She was struggling over whether her brother was more important or her naive love was more important. But no one noticed her expression, as they were all thinking about Hadden. The investigation was very fast, and the whole family was questioned back and forth. What worried Nunnally was the mysterious undead who kept staring at her and conspired loudly in front of her. I think there's something wrong with her. She's hesitant when she speaks. Should we just interrogate her? I have 9 ways to make her confess. 9. In the end, Nanali was released because she was a relative of the victim, not a suspect. After nightfall, Nanali still felt uneasy. In order to protect her, the cook brought her niece to accompany Nanali. She was a 12-year-old girl named Chio, but she was very tall. It was said that her dream was to wield a big sword and make achievements on the battlefield. But every time, she would be pulled by the ears and scolded by the cook. When scolding, the cook had to stand on tiptoe to reach Chio's ears. But for a while, nothing happened except that the undead and soldiers came to the manor to ask a few times. I don't know how he is doing. Nanali was still worried about Hadden. She hoped to see Hadden again and listen to his explanation. She didn't want to identify Hadden as the murderer of her brother. After nightfall, people felt uneasy, and Nanali suddenly woke up. Who? Chio, who was guarding a small bed outside the door, suddenly woke up. What's wrong? Nanali? Nothing. But I may have heard it wrong, Nanali said. She had a strong intuition that there must be something downstairs. So she appeared at the stairs with her skirt lifted and a lantern in her hand. I'll go down and take a look. You go to sleep first. Nanali said this and walked down the stairs. The dark manor stairs were illuminated by the light. As she walked down slowly with deliberately light steps, the swaying firelight illuminated the steps below one by one and threw the stairs behind her into darkness. Coming down the stairs, the first thing she approached was a utility room. And then, there was a stove next to the wall. Whenever the weather was cold, she would sit in front of the stove, warm herself by the fire, and sometimes hug a kitten. There was only a table in the room in front of the stairs on the first floor, with some sundries and a few chairs. Nanali? Chio poked her head out again. Don't worry. Nanali turned around and sat upstairs. She carefully walked around the table, and then continued to walk forward until she reached a room. Push open the door. And then, the news that the whole family of the small manor, including the maid and the cook, were killed by a mysterious and terrible monster came out. Then the undead and the soldiers went in to investigate, and found that the small manor was invaded by the abyss. And the situation suddenly became serious. A large number of undead gathered, and even the flying dragon was hovering above the manor. The speed of clearing the abyss was very fast. But people couldn't figure out how the abyss came here, and Miss Dorothy had to pay the price. After this incident, she had to agree to Lind to build a defense tower. Only the small manor slowly turned into a haunted house. If people pass by this area, they will subconsciously take a detour. No one wants to be involved with this filthy room where people keep dying. Linda stood at the foot of the Ash King Mountain, looking at the active volcano in front of him that kept spewing thick smoke. The flying dragon Alex hovered above, but he was not expressing his joy, but complaining to Linda. It's too hot, although it can spit fire, and the abscesses on its body are always dripping with magma. Alex is just a flying dragon. Not a giant dragon. High temperature and flames will kill it. It prefers colder places. Linda waved his hand to drive away the flying dragon, telling it to go wherever it was cool. Literally. The active volcano under his feet rumbled and shook. And the high temperature did not bring any benefits to Linda, but only made him feel hot. His power came from the flames, not the high temperature. He climbed up the crater with brisk steps. It was called a volcano, but it was more like a huge crucible that spewed fire, with orange-yellow thick soup surging inside. When Linda looked down, he could feel a high temperature heat rising from the bottom, hitting his face like a heavy slap. He jumped down, and the snake catcher's flame wings unfolded behind him to help him adjust his direction. After approaching, Lin took off his coat, threw it casually, and used a piece of chain to pull the quiver to the inner wall of the volcano. After determining the position, he pulled the quiver over. Lin plunged into the magma. It was hot and painful, but he would not be injured. The furnace emblem allowed the power of fire to continuously penetrate into his body. The half-fish emblem allowed him to move faster in the liquid. He could swim in the magma, and even take a deep breath to dive. But he still needed to find a way to go deeper. The boiling soup was surging. The high temperature refused to allow any creatures to approach. The armor made of fine steel would also be melted here, and the 100-fold steel would probably turn into molten iron in a very short time. Linda swam happily in the bubbling and surging magma. If he had such an active volcano as support when he went to war with others in the future, he could try to fight even a legendary boss. Fortunately, there was a place to stand at the bottom. Lin climbed out of the lava. His underwear had been burned clean, and only the lava hung on his skin. Reluctant to leave, after walking forward a few steps, Lin stopped and began to recall the way to summon the underground tunnel worms that Miko, Isa, and the Crystal Wizard had said. The express train to the new world. First draw the magic circle. Then take out various magic materials and place them. And then follow the steps. Damn! Linda couldn't help but want to swear. The temperature at the bottom of the volcano was too high, and some magic materials had a low ignition point. As soon as they came into contact with the high temperature in the air, they burned directly and turned into a ball of fire. He could only use his frost ability to build a suitable environment. As soon as the ice air emerged from his palm, it was immediately turned into water vapor by the high temperature. Huh? Linda could only keep increasing his output, and he even stepped one leg into the magma to absorb the fire power of the magma, and then use this power to create ice to resist the high temperature at the bottom of the volcano. If he didn't have the ability to multitask, he would be busy just creating a cold environment and making a signal magic circle for summoning. When everything was ready, even Lin felt that his spirit was exhausted. Seeing the soil on the rocky ground soften for a moment, like a little bubble after rain, he compared various situations and finally determined that the summoning failed. Intermittent. We need to go deeper, but the energy is exhausted. Summoning. Express. It consumes a lot of energy. Fortunately, this is a volcano, and it lacks everything except fire to replenish its energy. Diving down and finding a way out in the magma, he always felt that the Crystal Wizard had some intention. When resting, he would lie at the bottom of the volcano and brush up on the posts for a while. After the undead of the Land Kingdom went to the Black Swamp Kingdom, they were completely free without Lin's various tasks to restrain them. New. Teach you how to quickly brush up your reputation. Looking at the other party's long speeches and operation methods, Lin just wanted to sigh that he couldn't let the undead get the chance. Otherwise this group of people would really collapse the world. He thought it might be more appropriate to turn reputation building into MLM and directly apply the 1040 Sunshine Project, where have ordinary people in the Black Swamp Kingdom, who are living in dire straits. Seen this? As long as you recruit people, you can improve your social status. Whether you are a beggar, a disabled person, a prostitute or a businessman, you pay to recruit people to join. The more you recruit, the more you earn. The undead, who was suppressed by Lind in the Rand Kingdom and had no way out, turned into the leader of the beggars' gang in the neighboring country. This group of NPCs had no combat power, but after being brainwashed, they became very loyal, and their favorability was full. On the contrary, the business players, hired players, thieves, hamsters, and upskirt photographers were not so important. They were just wanted because their operations looked too ordinary and therefore too normal. Linda took a deep breath and continued to search. What he didn't expect was that before he started digging, he actually found a cave at the bottom of the volcano. When he got in, his body seemed to penetrate a thin film. The air inside was very cool, as if it was two different worlds from the outside. Is this the place the Crystal Wizard is talking about? This is a place with a stove-like stove. There is also an inside note. A record of a legendary wizard? Tianqing, my old friend, please allow me to start recording from now on. I didn't tell you in advance because I knew you would definitely not listen to me because of your bad temper. You swing a hammer, right? My academic research has entered a very difficult level. Traveling can help me solve this problem. You know, the further you go, the more you can gain. But going further also wastes a lot of my energy. I searched for several continents, and I found that those so-called gods, who claim to be gods, had their powers from sources, just like the Lord of the Furnace. I caught traces of him, and he was not as great as I imagined. I found that wherever there was a volcano, there would always be his presence. Just like the statue of the sun's evidence would only appear in the sun church. I began to study the power of the Lord of the Furnace, and I found that his power was very interesting and related to the furnace. It was the one you helped me forge. You must not remember it. It was the platform you said looked very big, which means that the furnace I imitated might have the same source as the power of the Lord of the Furnace. Don't tell others, and help me protect that thing. Although I can make another one. It's very simple to make, isn't it? The furnace has many functions, such as making potions. Would anyone really drink that twisted thing? Letting other people's power run wild in your body. If someone likes it, and is not afraid of death. The power of the sixth ring does sound very tempting. Yes, it should be called a legend. I don't think the power obtained by drinking potions can be called a legend like ours. Don't make a wish to that thing. Things will get bad. I didn't make a wishing machine. But the furnace can meet many needs. I think it may have a little bit of God's power. Giving a price, and then getting a reward. You will definitely understand what I want to say after reading this. Right? Yes. It is the highest pursuit of alchemy. Putting down the letter, Linda's heart beat. The information is huge. He didn't know who this legendary wizard was, but he knew the other person mentioned in the letter. Tianqing. The possibility of the legendary wizard's name overlapping is extremely low, and it is even very likely that he is the only one on the same path. Tianqing represents Tianqing Magic School, or Tianqing Instructor. Miss Miko once told a joke from the Magic Land. If you don't have enough knowledge to support you, you are just a cripple carrying a hammer. The joke mentioned here is Tianqing. But a country bumpkin like Linda couldn't understand it at all. Before he met Miko, he didn't even know what the Magic Land was for. And he remembered that there was a disaster executioner who was also a logistics worker. He also said that he had learned from Tianqing's mentor. The other party is very likely to be in Tianqing Magic School, the legendary potion formula of the Furnace Master Path. And there is also one. Degraded wishing machine. Level Furnace. He was indeed greedy. Lin put away the notebook and prepared to give it to the Crystal Wizard when he returned. It was likely that this legendary wizard had released some kind of signal before disappearing and was captured by the Crystal Wizard. Next, he needed to summon an express train. The ground began to bubble and roll. And then Lin got a response. It would take another 2 or 3 months. Chapter 411 The Depression of the Bloodless Prince. The Chaos of the Black Swamp Kingdom. The Bloodless Prince Ostis frowned as he looked at the thick stack of scrolls that were sent to him. Since the magic ring was broken, Ostis was in a daze for a long time. But when he passed by a place, he saw a pregnant woman with a big belly. The reason was that she was ruthlessly abandoned because she was pregnant with the child of a local noble as a mistress. Ostis saved the woman, but she died beside him. After that day, Ostis began to think differently. There was no need for the nobles, who did nothing in this chaotic world, to exist. Bloodless means that he did not have any noble blood. He was sent to the throne of the new nobles by his followers. And then, he successfully stepped onto the hero level with his own efforts. It was his goal to quell the war in the Black Swamp Kingdom and prevent the invasion of the Abyss Rift. But the power under his command was still too small. Even if he found some mysterious undead people, and they were willing to serve him, it was still not enough. This will be a battle that will take several years. Maybe more than a decade. Ostis had made sufficient preparations. But he did not expect that a group of undead suddenly appeared a few days ago. These undead were different from the undead that had appeared in the Black Swamp Kingdom. They were very powerful, and carried the breath of the Abyss. The Abyss infected the undead. Ostis was very worried. So he sent people to rush over immediately to prepare to obstruct. But what he did not expect was that the undead were still rational. There is no hostility. And they are very willing to communicate. They take the initiative to eliminate the disasters nearby. When Ostes looked at the information uploaded by the scroll, he couldn't help but start to feel confused. Then what? It's the same as the undead that appeared in the Black Swamp Kingdom. Just like mercenaries. And they will be rewarded for everything they do. That's not a problem. Ostes was surprised. If there is such a powerful undead army, whether it is unifying the Black Swamp Kingdom to end the chaos, or fighting against the Great Rift in the Abyss, there should be no problem. The problem with Ostes now is that the army is not strong enough. But their asking price is a bit high. How high? They want excellent weapons, secret treasures, alchemical materials, and the Heart of Disaster. Heart of Disaster? I remember we still have dozens of them. Ostes waved his hand. If you can hire them, use them to hire them. Yes. 2 days later, the soldiers who went to investigate came back again. Your Highness, how is it? Some strange figures appeared among the undead. Mutants? The new nobles of the new era are more adaptable to this era than the old nobles. Yes. The soldier nodded. That means they may believe in evil gods. At this stage, apart from drinking potions that cause the body to grow uncontrollably in a direction closer to magic and cause deformation, the only thing that can cause changes in race and appearance due to belief in evil gods is the change in race and appearance. Maybe. But we haven't observed them praying to God. Except for some people who promote associations with some strange requirements. Besides that, how is the recruitment going? Ostes didn't care about the association. His team also developed from the association. But it had nothing to do with the association. In the early stage, the association could attract a group of like-minded people. But the conflict of ideas could not be resolved, and even became a stumbling block to development. To be able to get to where we are today, it's all thanks to my own efforts. They formed a caravan. The soldier didn't answer Ostes' question, but changed the way he said it, which seemed to divert the topic. Caravan? Who are you trading with? Ostes knew the speaking style of his men. So he asked. Local undead. And some other forces willing to trade. Then what? Ostes felt something was wrong. They sell the Heart of Disaster. Not only the ones in our warehouse, but also the more advanced Heart of Disaster, which is very scarce. Ostes. What? They are richer than me? The undead cannot form a stable force. This is the consensus of Ostes and his men. But the new batch of undead seemed different. The difference in strength alone was enough to make Ostes pay attention. First investigate how many people there are. If it is impossible to recruit these undead by hiring, there may be other methods. But it will take a long time to consider. Time passed quickly, and Ostes could see the changes around him without even needing his soldiers to pass on the news. Fire. Storm. Explosion. There was no end. The entire Black Swamp Kingdom was bustling. His soldiers finally arrived late, bringing back the news of the investigation. Your Highness, something has happened, the soldier said. What is it? Ostes frowned, and he felt that these undeads might be a little troublesome. All our undeads left and went to them. What? Ostes didn't take the undead seriously. But that didn't mean that the power of the undeads could be lost. Soldiers who were not afraid of death were very useful. What else? The province of Mocteria has come into contact with the undead, and welcomes the undead to enter. Trouble. Ostes looked a little grim. In the kingdom of Black Swamp, the Black Swamp Emperor Harv Lloyd maintained a hostile attitude towards the undead. Or rather, his great loyal ministers built an undead prison to lock up the captured undead. On the contrary, Baron, the Lord of the Wind in the province of Mocteria, started to contact the undead even earlier than Ostes, and gave the undead certain management rights and autonomy. If such a powerful undead team enters Mocteria province, it will not be him who unifies the Black Swamp Kingdom, but Baron who will lead the army and become the new emperor. But Ostes' expression did not last long, and the soldiers soon said news again. The undead made a big fuss in Mocteria province, and they started a war. The undead defeated the defenders of Mocteria province and directly announced to the outside world that the Land Kingdom occupied that area. The undead are asking for a ransom from the Thousand Faces city, or they will execute Baron. But the Thousand Faces city refuses to pay the ransom. So the undead are preparing to attack the Thousand Faces city. Wait! Ostes was stunned. Land Kingdom? What does it have to do with the Land Kingdom? And why did they ask for a ransom from the Thousand Faces city after they captured Baron? Ostes' head itched. The Thousand Faces city is the capital of the Black Swamp Kingdom, and the residence of Emperor Half-Lloyd. Now that the province of Materia is in rebellion, the undead's execution of Lord Baron hits Half-Lloyd's heart. Not to mention asking him to pay the ransom to save people. If he can help kill Baron, he might be willing to pay more money to help cut a few more times. They claim to be the expeditionary force of the Kingdom of Land, following Duke Lind Alman. Ostes was even more confused. As far as he knew, there was no duke named Alman in the Kingdom of Land. Maybe there would be a small noble. But every kingdom has small nobles, and they are not worth remembering at all. Neighboring countries will remember generals, legions and various heroes. But non-neighboring countries may not even know who the king is. In this world where messages are basically delivered by foot, and the relationship between countries is tense, it is impossible to allow messengers to cross their borders to go to other countries. The minds are blocked and cannot communicate with each other. Only some stowaway travelers or merchants could use the wheels of a carriage to bring countless versions of the story to other places. Ostes asked, "Are you sure what they said is true? Who is that duke?" The soldiers under him were not sure either. They said that Lind Alman unified the chaotic Rand Kingdom in 1 or 2 years, destroyed the big crack of the Morphous Gate, and eliminated the king in the abyss. They also said that Lind Alman had a flying dragon, opened a portal that could cross space, and cultivated tens of thousands of superior strongmen. Impossible. Ostes could still listen to the first part, but he couldn't listen to the latter part. He didn't even dare to make up a story like this. Tens of thousands of people came to power? Then the Rand Kingdom should change its name to the Rand Empire. That's not right. It would be better for the Sheila continent to be renamed the Rand continent, and the Black Swamp Kingdom to be renamed the Black Swamp Province. Sir, more undead people are appearing one after another. Their number has reached 6,000. Ostes. He felt dizzy. Soon, another piece of news came. And this time the news was not dizzy. It even made Ostes want to vomit blood. More than half of his soldiers ran away. And the problem broke out because of the association that Ostes had not paid attention to before. This association has a very peculiar operating mode, which is to attract people to join and then continuously promote. If ordinary people use this logic, no one will believe it. But the one who stood up and spoke was the undead in the Rand Kingdom Expeditionary Force, who directly broke through the terrifying army of Materia Province in a short period of time. You can join by recruiting people, and you can even get a position there. It's too easy to just pay fees and recruit people. Linda thought he must have missed something. He hadn't finished his work in the Griffin territory yet. The magma world under the King of Ashes made him feel very special. Not just swimming naked in the magma. I don't even know the main storyline. According to Linda's plan, let Melulan secretly control the entire Black Swamp Kingdom, and then sit on the ruler seat with her identity as the queen, which would also provide him with an experimental opportunity. The laws of the Rand Kingdom brought thunder. What power can the laws of the Black Swamp Kingdom bring? But the undead, who were completely free of charge, directly broke through most of the Black Swamp Kingdom. Thousands of level 30 undead in the Black Swamp Kingdom, where the average level was below level 11, were simply bullying the weak all the way, and could not stop at all. Under Lind's great support, this group of undead forced the plot of the Abyss Great Rift, which should have lasted for several years, to be directly killed in half a year. They were more terrifying than the disasters in the Great Rift, when they were able to move freely on the ground. No one could stop them. Now there is another problem. There is only 1,000 Faces City, and some corners left to conquer the Black Swamp Kingdom. Should we take over the Black Swamp Kingdom? The speed of infrastructure construction has not kept up at all. The map expansion speed is not necessarily a good thing. Linda's NPCs are not enough. As the enemy country, the NPCs of the Black Swamp Kingdom are even less likely to listen to his orders. It doesn't matter. He can send a group of NPCs who have already attended classes to open training courses there. Moreover, with a trip to the Griffin territory, he is sure of one thing. As long as the lords of the main cities, who can still maintain their rationality, are taken down, the village chiefs of the novice villages under their command will have a great chance of surrendering directly. Taking over the territory will also take over the management. What was left for Linda next was a happy trouble. The undead had robbed a lot of good things, including various potion formulas, magic materials, potion materials, equipment and armor, etc. It wasn't that they were so loyal that they wanted Linda for all the good things they got. Picking up trash was the undead's talent. But throwing trash out depended on their weight limit. They wanted points, military merits, and battle experience points. But Linda really wanted these things. And things like battle experience points were really not worth much. He can definitely launch more types of titles and names. And those who want to grind can keep grinding. However, the origin of these things is a bit problematic. Not so civilized. Why was the province of Mocteria conquered by the undead? It was because of a dispute. Why did the dispute happen? Because the undead were discovered when stealing. The undead are afraid of being discovered when stealing. But if they are really discovered, and the NPC can't beat them, and they become red names, then they will have to rob them. It's called treasure hunting. Thank you for your hard work. Linda looked at Rania and smiled. As the biggest poster girl supported by Linda, it's time for Rania to appear. She will reward the undead, who have made outstanding contributions, hold a commendation meeting in the royal city, and announce the official attack on the Black Swamp Kingdom. This is her job as a queen. The golden toilet should be sat by capable people. At present, some undead, who have brushed their battle experience points to more than 10,000, and one have begun to appear one after another. When the battle experience reaches 10001, it means Knight Squire, and you are qualified to become a combat commander. You can even lead a team to fight alone when following the knights on the battlefield. Undeads have many ways to trick NPCs into working for them. But NPCs obtained by card bugs are not as good as official mechanisms after all. Maybe it will be fixed one day. The undeads, who have the qualifications to form a knight team, are also full of enthusiasm. It's time to recruit NPCs. If I just form a knight squad and have them help me with my daily tasks. TSK. I still want to form an all-female knight squad, with black stockings as the standard. Female knights with black stockings. I'm already a knight attendant, so it's reasonable to directly recruit soldiers from the Rand Corps, regardless of how the undead make a fuss. Lind is busy on the other side. He has to get in touch with Melulin. The plan has changed. Melulin should continue to hide as a hidden NPC. The Chaos Camp is still not qualified to stand in front of the stage. In addition, Lind also needs to identify the agent of the Black Swamp Kingdom. Rania is out of reach, and Lind has no intention of continuing to wander around in the novice village. According to him, the bloodless Prince Ostis is a good candidate. Like William, he is a protagonist. But the difference is that the other party is a ruler-type version protagonist, good at managing the rear. Surrender and loyalty, or die. When Ostis received the news, his first thought was to fight with the Rand Kingdom. But he still suppressed his thoughts when he saw those undeads, who were surrounded by the breath of the abyss and grinning. Surrender was not impossible. And the other party said that they could directly lend him the power of the undead to fight against the abyss. Such a powerful force is handed over to me. Ostis smiled. Whoever controls the military power is the king. You will regret it in the end. Linda. The military power is in his own hands. And the military and political power of the Rand Kingdom is out of reach. The outcome is doomed. After taking down the Thousand Faces city, Ostis will directly counterattack the Rand Kingdom and take off the heads of Linda Alman and Rania Hedwin. Through a simple understanding, he found that among them, the undeads called Laudida and Basalt Shield control elite forces. Incite them to rebellion. Chapter 412 Loyal Undead. What do you mean? Laudida was a little confused when he received the invitation. As one of the top guilds in the game, the combat effectiveness of the undead around him was also very good. Basically, they all had a set of graduation abyss suits, which was considered one of the main combat forces. Although there were some embarrassing situations due to the previous operation, it was just a waste of time. He had money and people who were willing to work hard, and he could catch up. The largest caravan currently developed is still his. The undead people of the Black Swamp Kingdom are the best trading partners. Selling some equipment and potions can cause them to scramble. He looked at the other 10 or so undead people who were also invited. They are also among the best in the Rand Kingdom. For example, the Basalt Shield, My Ring Will Not Lose, the Place of the Curling, etc. All have their own famous battle scenes, and even their own operation teaching. Teaching, not necessarily can learn, is respected as a big boss. It's a big deal. I usually feel a headache when I meet these people. It's nothing else. These people are not only lucky, but also very skilled in operation, and have a high combat awareness. He is no match for them in a real fight. We were all invited by Prince Wuxue today. There is only one possibility. Our attributes or reputation have reached the conditions for activating the hidden plot. But that's not right. When Wuxue heard this discussion, he frowned. If we say who has the highest reputation in the entire Black Swamp Kingdom, it must be Sydney's younger brother. Others, even the big boss, had to nod in agreement. The first person to catch a bandit as his subordinate in the Rand Kingdom was Sydney's younger brother. It was also Sydney's younger brother who engaged in pyramid selling after coming to the Black Swamp Kingdom. This guy's strength is pretty good, but not first tier. But in terms of reputation, no one can compare to Sydney's younger brother. He has become the beggar gang leader of the Black Swamp Kingdom. I don't know. I'll know when I go and see. It must be a hidden mission. But I don't know what it has to do with the Thousand Faces city. With strange thoughts in mind, the undead came to the Bloodless Prince's tent. Since the Rand Kingdom has issued the main quest, as night attendants, they must listen carefully to their queen's orders. The tent contained more than a dozen undead, which seemed a bit crowded. The Bloodless Prince looked at the undead, especially when he saw that they exuded the breath of the abyss, and felt his scalp tingling. You are the chosen ones of God, and this world needs your help. Sure enough, the plot is coming. First, the values are mentioned, and then the moral kidnapping statement of, if you don't save the world will collapse is used, which is very consistent with the character of the immortal. But do you really think you should continue like this? What do you mean? Someone asked. Everyone looked over. And they loved white silk the most? This guy is not going to secretly take pictures of the skirts of female NPCs, but is wandering around here. Seeing that this guy has a serious expression and uses a broadcasting tone, you know that he must be broadcasting live. Since the game opened the live broadcast function, many people who work late at night or casual players like to watch it. If you don't rush to catch up with the level in progress and calm down, the game will become very leisurely. And watching others suffer monsters is also a kind of happiness. Bai Si, who won many fans with a video before, finally ushered in a new step in his career after the live broadcast function was opened. Because Bai Si was famous with the NPC in the Kingdom of Rand, he could get important information that other bloggers could hardly get, and the number of fans naturally increased. Do you know that the old nobles in this world have gone completely crazy? The Bloodless Prince said seriously. They are dominated by crazy bloodlines, and they will do anything to achieve their goals. Killing the old nobles is our goal, the Bloodless Prince said. Only by killing the old nobles can the world be stable. Because of Lin's existence, the old nobles successfully regained the entire Rand Kingdom in the internal beta version. But it was different in other areas. The new nobles were the ones who remained rational. They hunted the old nobles, and eliminated the alienated and distorted old nobles in the fortresses and castles one by one. So there is nothing wrong with the Bloodless Prince's thinking. What do you want us to do? The Rand Kingdom is now controlled by the old nobles. You can also come to the Black Swamp Kingdom. We will create a new era without the old nobles. Don't be deceived by the old nobles. The Bloodless Prince opened his hands and tried to invite. The undead people looked at each other, then quietly sent messages, and even felt unhappy. So they directly created a temporary chat group. He wants to rebel against us. Our Rand Kingdom has just helped stabilize the situation in the Black Swamp Kingdom. Are the nobles so dirty? Do you want to agree? Let's see what bargaining chips he gives us. Will you betray me if I give you bargaining chips? I'm about to be promoted to an apprentice knight. Anyway, I won't betray. Just kidding. I will soon become a real noble lord. And there will be rewards for coat of arms, weapons and armor, etc. I have accumulated experience points for so long to get promoted. Only a fool will betray me. I think it is very likely that he is a double agent. But we must reach a consensus. Some people choose to be double agents, and some people choose to directly inform Lind. No matter which one, someone will be unlucky. So they must determine what to do next to share the rewards. What can you give? Prince Bloodless paused. His previous judgment was indeed correct. Undead people have no concept of loyalty. They serve those who pay the highest price. It must be like this. The Black Swamp Kingdom has countless wealth. Prince Bloodless paused suddenly. He suddenly remembered that the group of people in front of him were about to take down the Black Swamp Kingdom. Only the Thousand Faces city was still struggling. Ordinary rewards might not be taken seriously by them. I can give you the blessed weapon. He gritted his teeth. It was not easy for him to get a blessed weapon. What? Fuck. Is this the same mission as before? I caught Pikachu and reacted. Previously, the Kingdom of Rand issued a long-term mission, asking the undead to hand in various blessed weapons and get a lot of rewards. But the undead had never seen that thing. They only knew that Lin's weapon seemed to be a blessed weapon. Someone posted in the forum that blessed weapons have stronger attribute bonuses than ordinary weapons, rarely have negative effects, and the strength will be greatly improved after equipping. And the weapon also has a special attribute that will not lose durability. Good stuff. But not enough. How many do you have? What? The bloodless prince thought he had misheard. How many? Isn't one enough? One. It can bring the blessing of moonlight and can heal any injury. Ostes was able to get to this point, not without the help of the treasure. Although the healing speed is very slow, it can heal everything, as long as the time is long enough. There will be no future troubles. He was unwilling to let Ostes hand it over. And he also thought that the undead would not accept it. It doesn't matter. This is just a topic. And the next step is the key. The silk-free beautiful legs reacted faster and said in the group chat, I think there are 2 ways to go for this mission. One is to agree to him, and then we go back to kill Rania. The Red Knight, Tioni, Linda. With each name he said, the expression of the undead changed a little. Rania is such a beautiful and noble queen. Even if she stepped on my face directly in black stockings, I would not be angry. How could I do anything to her? This is the end. If you don't believe it, change to white stockings and continue to step on it. The Red Knight is a bit difficult to beat. Tioni. Nuclear explosion sister. She's just planting mushrooms. Lind? I beat Lind? Are you crazy or am I? The second option is that we pretend to agree and then report to Lind. I think the second option is the correct direction of the game. Let Lind deal with the bloodless prince by himself and take away the blessed weapon. Maybe he can unlock new equipment. Everyone's eyes lit up. If you say so, don't say hey. It's really possible. If everyone present could have a weapon or equipment, and there was no unequal distribution of spoils, it would not be impossible for them to counterattack Linda. But the benefits offered by the bloodless prince were not enough. The benefits were not enough to make them give up their experience points that they had spent half a year on. Their status in the game, the houses they bought, the NPCs they raised, the points they had not spent, etc. Linda had been deeply binding in various aspects. And it finally worked at this moment. The undead people who seemed to have never communicated with each other suddenly said in unison, yes. Ostes was stunned. He did have some thoughts when he said that the old nobles had problems. But there was absolutely no problem with the overall direction. There was a very loyal old noble in his camp. But he went out of control after awakening his power. This happened more than once. And almost no one was spared, regardless of gender, age or status. In Ostes' plan, it was not a matter of one day or one night to turn the undead against their will. His plan was to first propose a goal, which would make the undead hesitate but unable to complete it, and then give them a simpler task. In layman's terms, it is called drawing cakes and learning without a teacher. It is like a carrot tied in front of the undead, hanging them and making them move forward step by step. Ostes' target is the old nobles. But what he really needs is to completely control the powerful undead army. As long as his voice begins to appear in this army, they will soon all join his army. It's just that Ostes didn't expect that the undead had no loyalty at all. And they agreed without thinking. The words he wanted to say next were completely choked in his throat. Watching the undeads leave, Ostes was thinking, are they lying to me? Impossible. But why did they agree so quickly? He just had a similar thought and overturned his own assumption. Just like the undeads would investigate and study the people of the Black Swamp Kingdom, and then use the information to steal, deceive, sell pyramid schemes, rob, etc. against them. Ostes was also observing the undeads. And he was not inferior to the undeads in information collection. He was very sure that the undeads he invited did not get along with each other on weekdays. And the relationship was very bad. And some even directly fought each other. Through several mission releases, Ostes gradually discovered that the undead really had no loyalty at all, and could easily betray anyone, including his friends. As long as the price was high, he could even sell out his teammates. But he agreed too quickly, which made Ostes feel suspicious. Linda got the message sent back by the undead while chatting with the crystal wizard. Bloodless Prince Ostes wants to kill me. And is he planning to turn the undead against him? as the protagonists of the same version. The gap between Ostis and William is too big. As expected, the warrior is responsible for bravery and fearlessness, while the commander is only left with the heart. Lind admires the bloodless prince, but he does not appreciate his idea of killing him. Just like he always says to others that he does not want to be immortal, but only wants to retire when he is old. In fact, he is willing to wait until he experiences the boredom of immortality before considering the pain of immortality. When he reaches the legendary level, his lifespan can easily be thousands of years. So his next goal is to reach the legendary level. If he is not afraid of death, if he does not want to live longer, why would Lind work so hard as a nanny for the undead and show up like crazy to show his presence? He is just to make the undead people know that he is an important NPC and not to attack him easily. Is it more attractive for an NPC who is afraid of death to attract the respect of the undead? Or an NPC with great ambitions who does not care about the length of life? Obviously, it is the latter. If Lind can die at his peak, he will successfully occupy a place in the hearts of the undead with the aesthetics. Lind's response was simple. He asked the undead to capture Ostis, or at least bring back his body and hand in the so-called blessed weapon. Crazy rewards for experience points, in order to ensure that Ostis could be captured. He also passed the message to Wynn and asked Wynn to take care of it. The expedition of the Black Swamp Kingdom was entirely handed over to Wynn. After Lind left the area, his NPCs might stick to it or continue to spread. But no matter what they did, they had to learn to be an NPC that could bring positive emotional value to the undead. Always remember that NPCs are in the service industry, and the hard work is left to the undead. Unless you want to show your presence and make them feel that you are going to issue a task. Catch or bring back the body. Isn't it just the body? Pulled a big one holding the task scroll. As the Knight Squire of the Kingdom of Rand. Loyal undead warriors. They handed over important information. So they got a response. The scroll with the seal of the Kingdom of Rand. The exquisite feather pen text is like a painting, writing out a visually twisted square character. If we don't mention the convenience, the scrolls issued through the procedures make it easier for them to feel involved. But thinking about taking a dozen tasks in the future and having to put a dozen scrolls in my pocket, I feel upset. The game doesn't have to be so realistic. He is too strong. One level higher than us. We can't beat him without using all our strength. So let's kill him. No. My Sandwa's sister is here. We don't need to do it. Let's watch the CG. Who? Sandwa's sister? One Raven. Wynn's way of thinking has always been simple. She doesn't like to use emotions. After determining a goal, she will consider all the factors that can help achieve the goal. Everything else is unimportant. So after getting the news about Lind, Wynn chose to kill the undead between letting them deal with it and taking action directly. In Wynn's eyes, Lind, who has eliminated a large crack, is her 100%. And Ostis, who wants to kill Lind, is an enemy that must be eliminated. In the past, Ostis controlled a strong force, and he was also a hero, which would be the main force against the Great Rift. But now that Wynn has solved the Great Rift with the undead, Ostis' power has become less important. Ostis waited for the undead to answer him. He was very entangled, but he doubted the undead's loyalty. As a bloodless prince, Ostis has a hero-level strength. Even if he is not good at fighting, he is stronger than the hero-level knight of the same level. A terrifying pressure suddenly came from afar. A figure wearing armor that looked familiar to him. The Song White Knights of the Everfrost land? Ostis recognized the other party's armor style. There are not many sun churches in the kingdom of Black Swamp, but the sun's proof, as one of the three gods, is still very well known. The undead from before followed behind him. The murderous aura was boiling. What happened? Wynn, who has always used suicide attacks as his main fighting style, tapped the ground with his toes and rushed forward quickly. The speed was so fast that the undead couldn't even react. The distance from her to Ostis was connected by a sharp and dazzling light. The sky brightened. The undead around him subconsciously closed their eyes. When the light faded, Wynn had already begun to severely injure Ostis by injuring the enemy by 1,000 and himself by 800. Puff! Ostis vomited blood. The undead agreed too quickly and decisively at the time. Without any hesitation. He didn't expect that he had miscalculated. This group of people were not without bottom line. Madness was just their deliberate disguise. They were all Lind's most loyal warriors. But why did the undead, who joined your camp before, also defect? Is your loyalty too random? The sword light swept over again, and Ostes hastily swung the sword to counterattack, trying to force Raven to retreat. But he didn't expect to not react to the sword piercing his heart, but instead accelerated the speed of attack. Fight! The sword pierced Win's heart, and Ostes breathed a sigh of relief. He only paid the price of a leg, but not dead. Win stepped back, pulled out the sword, and the wound healed quickly. Her fierce attack came again, but Ostes had a limp. He quickly pulled out the necklace, and the moonlight enveloped his body, but the healing speed was too slow. The undead looked at Ostes, who fell to the ground, completely unaware that he was the version of the Black Swamp Kingdom. But they were still commenting on him. Oh my god. He looks so weak. Can we win if we just fight? Bullshit. This is CG. Boss battle? Win pulled off Ostes' moonlight necklace, put it in his pocket, and turned around. Attack Thousand Faces City. No! Suddenly an undead shouted. Raven City is besieged by green skins. Fuck. What to do? Chapter 413, Why is it called a defense tower? The only territory of the Rand Kingdom that has not been recovered is the Great Frozen Ground, or it has been deliberately forgotten. It is difficult to grow food in that place, and it has always been an exiled area. Unlike other areas that have spring, summer, autumn and winter, the Great Frozen Ground only has winters that can freeze people to death, and winters that are not so cold. A group of greenskins have already occupied this place. They tried to accumulate strength and attack the Rand Kingdom. At the beginning, several greenskin elites were very good at disguise. They quietly lurked into the city of Raven to inquire about the situation. But they did not expect to immediately encounter Lind leading the army to attack the city. That war left a deep impression on the greenskins, so they decided to continue to hide and develop in secret. The subsequent Battle of the Golden Throne made the greenskins realize that their approach was correct, and they should continue to be so cowardly. Then, the Scarlet City appeared, and the small black market for transactions in the interior appeared. The greenskins quickly absorbed various forces that were helpful to them. Even when Lind led the expeditionary force to the Great Rift, they did not take action, because at that time there were still a steady stream of undead people rushing out of many villages. And the disappearance of the Scarlet City did have a great impact on the greenskins, causing chaos within for a period of time. Outside the city of Riven, there is a dry forest surrounded by mountains. The rotten trees stand like a cemetery, or like skeletons breaking through the soil, trying to break out of the ground. The land is charred and shrouded in the shadow of death. The smell of corruption prevents the mutant plants of the new era from growing, and the air is always filled with a pungent odor. Is it really confirmed this time? The voice came from a narrow cellar in the woods. It's confirmed. All the undead have left for the Black Swamp Kingdom, saying that they are going to participate in an expedition. Only some very weak undead are left. How did they leave? It seems like a magic teleportation array was activated. If we attack, won't they come back? The voice was silent. The tall figures in the darkness lowered their eyes and thought. As greenskins, they knew how terrible Lind's undead army was. From Star Dragon City to Goliath to the Great Rift, the terrifying death scenes kept circling in their minds. If they were not in this era, they would not be willing to admit that such a thing would happen. A few decades or hundreds of years ago, the most legendary stories were about one person massacring a city. Now, 10,000 people massacring a city. I bought some information from someone, and they said that it costs a lot to open the teleportation array, and it is only opened at a fixed time every month. And the message transmission is also very slow. The information transmission from the Land Kingdom to the Black Swamp Kingdom can only be transmitted when the portal is open. As long as we can take the opportunity to capture the city and destroy their crystal defense tower, there will be no problem. What is that called? Crystal defense tower. The person who answered thought and said, I looked at it from a distance. It doesn't look like a crystal at all. Linda often gives similar names that are irrelevant. Others nodded in agreement. In their eyes, Linda's most famous identity is not a duke or a general, but a businessman. Until now, they have not understood why a black robe with an automatic cleaning function, a scarf and a small wooden stick can be sold at a sky-high price. They also don't understand why a small gadget that none of them know can be sold at a sky-high price with a strange name. They are all victims. They finally saved up money to buy something that all the undead were scrambling for. But they didn't expect that after getting it, it was just a weird-looking helmet or a fancy-looking mask. What is a joker? What's wrong with Bat Shrimp? What kind of shrimp is a steel shrimp? Is it tastier than a shrimp? They are both thieves. But why can Kid, who is dressed in white, sell at a high price? The figure who asked the question at the beginning looked out of the cellar. From his angle, he could just see the towering walls of Raven City, which seemed to touch the sky with half of its head. What about the garrison? There are great knights and wizards, but no more than 100. In the past, such a force might have made the city impregnable. But now, they can easily tear it apart. And the Lord of Raven City, when Raven went to the Black Swamp Kingdom, the Crystal Mage left yesterday, along with Lind Alman and his dragon. Even if Lind can get here, it will take at least half a day. The ownerless city. God bless us, the man said. We should follow God's guidance and clean up the filth of the old times. Where is the thing you bought before? The very precious signal transmitter? They have closed black market transactions with the Kingdom of Rand. Whatever special magic alchemy props Linda used in every battle would appear on their shopping list the next day. I believe Linda would never have thought that the kingdom he thought was impregnable was actually riddled with holes. Ding Dong stretched lazily without looking at her crotch. She had only caught up with the tale of the Great Rift before, and basically didn't get anything good. She also didn't catch up with the war to the Black Swamp Kingdom. It's not that she can't afford to go, but her game guild must have someone stationed there. It's impossible to receive tasks in the Black Swamp Kingdom. This is the disadvantage of expeditions. So someone must stay in the local area. When the daily tasks are updated in the Lion Badge, the members who stay in the local area can receive them in advance. Many tasks will take a very long time. For example, materials. The undead who stay in the base camp can receive material tasks in advance, and then tell their teammates through the wireless communication friend system, so that teammates can complete various tasks while opening up new land, which greatly increases efficiency. Now Doryman is no longer staring at the crotch, which is equivalent to the guild's own poster girl. It also has a lot to do with her being a cute anchor. Anyway, she has no combat power, so she is cute, and then live broadcasts to the guild teammates and dances. Isn't it good? Her house is in the Snake Catcher's fortress, but the guild has also set up a base in Raven City, so she usually stays in the guild most of the time. She only goes back when free teleportation is available to buy some new furniture and decorate her own hut. Most of the undead like to decorate their own huts. Good morning, Grandma Ruili. Ding Dong is not happy to greet the NPC grandma who opened a bakery on the roadside. The undead's previous rectification of the market almost drove the NPCs to a dead end, as a large number of undead went to the front line to open up Wasteland. The NPCs also learned the working methods of the undead. Bakeries, candy stores, coffee shops, etc. all continued to operate. Some undead even quietly became bosses, letting NPCs open shops for them to work. The undead, who were qualified to recruit, were the first to do so, letting NPCs work and earn money in a legal way. The kingdom chose to turn a blind eye to this situation, as long as it did not squeeze the living space of ordinary people. And the undead would take the initiative to provide various raw materials, pay taxes on time, etc. Doryman found that several stores had begun to use the membership points card model to charge 100 and get 120. And it was very outrageous to let beautiful NPC girls hold signs outside to attract customers. In short, all kinds of gameplay in the real world began to invade this world, making this world become outrageous. She bought a cup of milk tea and drank it while live streaming. Does anyone know who opened this store? I didn't expect that I, who was afraid of getting fat in the real world and dared not eat anything casually, would become a store visitor here. Or it was because the food and drinks were too cheap, and the recipes were all from the real world. As long as the production process is not too complicated, or some additives that cannot be bought or used, it can be reproduced in minutes without dying. And there are even various tutorials on the internet. The most interesting thing is that some people choose to practice cooking and making cakes in the game, and then they return to the real world and find that they can actually do it, humming a song, and even performing a segment under the request. Doryman was rewarded for not looking at her crotch, and immediately smiled. Thank you, boss. You are generous. Oh, lying down and sleeping can make money, and even extend your life invisibly. This kind of life is too beautiful. Suddenly, she realized something was wrong, and found that dozens of soldiers suddenly appeared on the street. They rushed to the city wall with weapons raised, their expression serious. What's going on? Ding Dong looked at the gate of Raven City without looking at her crotch, and found that the gate was closed, and there were wizards casting magic to solidify the gate. The undead, who were watching the live broadcast at the same time, immediately sent barges. Is there a plot? Oh my god. Hurry up to the city wall. What the hell? Why is there a plot suddenly? This game is too random. The barges filled the screen. Especially the undead, who were stealing on the front line of the Black Swamp Kingdom. They spent a lot of money to come to the front line, and then turned around and found that the plot was actually happening behind them. Is it too late to teleport back now? Ding Dong rushed to the city wall without looking at her crotch. The flashing light of the lion badge on her chest represented her identity, allowing her to climb the city wall as a temporary garrison without being stopped. There were two newcomers who had just arrived in Raven City next to her. They were stopped because they were not even trainee soldiers. The towering city wall seemed to be within reach when she looked up. When she lowered her head, it seemed that there was an ant-sized thing approaching the horizon at the end of her sight. Suddenly, a dazzling light rushed into the sky. Tinkerbell looked up without looking at her crotch, and saw the dazzling beam of light blooming in the distant sky, so hot that it seemed to melt the sight. Barrage! Isn't this the cloud-piercing arrow that Miss Miko fired at the gate of Morphus? Barrage, damn! It's actually a large-scale battle? What did I miss? Barrage, don't worry. Take a look. I always feel that it shouldn't be that serious. More than 90% of us are not in the Rand Kingdom now, so there is no reason to start the plot directly. Barrage, this is the nature of the game. When we were testing it, many novice villages were still fine. After we came back, some of them disappeared from the map. One cloud-piercing arrow. Thousands of troops came to meet. When Miss Miko was released, many undead wanted to buy it. The cloud-piercing arrow did appear on the stalls of the small market in Blackhoof Village soon, but the price was shocking. I didn't expect it to be bought by the enemy. The energy ignited by a little fire was like a heavy hammer hitting the hearts of the soldiers in Raven City, when the beam of light was completely ignited with a loud noise, making the whole day as if it was a needle being scattered and unable to see straight. Something like a swarm of ants in the distance finally approached. They were whistling like a raging fire sweeping over the hills, and the sound of their feet stomping on the ground was rumbling and resounding, and the land seemed to be burned into scorched earth by their scorching charge. They came with the momentum of destroying everything in front of them, and directly destroying the walls of Raven City with a rampage. They were approaching. They were thousands of great knights. They were green. Green skin? Ding Dong Dang was a little panicked. She quickly turned her head to look at her side. But there were no undead teammates. Almost all of them were NPCs. And they were not NPCs of the Land Corps, but just Riven soldiers. Their combat power was naturally much worse. A red name was floating in the distance. And on our side, I was the one with the highest level. Maru Spicy. Ding Dong Dang tried to calm herself down. She never thought that she, who was only an ordinary person in the game, had become the strongest combat force in this battle just because of her level 30. Linda just rode away on his flying dragon. She knew. Crystal Mage has already rushed to the front line. This is the news from his teammates. When killed Ostes not long ago. Who can turn the tide? Barrage, I understand. This is the plot. Doryman asked without looking at his crotch. I also know it is the plot. But the problem is that they have already killed us. And it is a surprise attack. Barrage, look behind you. Doryman was puzzled, but still turned around. Behind you? Then, she slowly opened her mouth. The barrage began to swipe the screen. Fuck. Fuck. Fuck me. Mom. The fifth apostle. Remire. Riven City was gradually shrouded in shadows. All residents of Riven City, and even the greenskins who were charging madly outside, could see the changes at this moment. A huge magic alchemy building floated into the air, occupying the site. And people could only keep looking up hard, to barely take it into their sight. Such a huge thing is the teleportation building that the undead people have always called Crystal Defense Tower. Some people also call it a signal-based station, an electric tower, or a pyramid. However, when the building that can occupy their site rises into the air, stirs the clouds in the sky, and quickly gathers into a funnel-shaped thundercloud, the onlookers are only shocked. Thunder surges, and the air seems to start burning. The thunder that surges from the dark clouds is like the roar of the Dragon King, which makes everyone who sees this scene subconsciously think of the scene in the Goliath battle, when the Dragon King Kurt was invincible with thunder in his hand. In that war, The undead could not get close. And Lind barely held on with his blood. The war lasted for a long time. And the ground was completely turned into scorched earth. And the buildings were reduced to ashes in an instant. At this moment, the thundercloud reappeared. Barrage, the name is not wrong. What is this thing called? The high-temperature thunder was like an ignited fuse, drilling out a ray from the twisting funnel cloud and plunging into the greenskin charge army composed entirely of big knights. The scorching heat swept across the greenskin army in an instant, blasting a big pit into it, with blood and flesh flying and the smell of meat everywhere. The flashing thunder danced wildly in the clouds, and the thunder fell one after another. No greenskin could escape. This was the legal power from the Land Kingdom. The power of thunder. The undead knights were easily destroyed before they could even get close. Now, the greenskins, who were also great knights, even if they were stronger, could only die. Flesh, rocks, and those high-quality armors bought from the undead and the black market at a high price exploded instantly after being hit by lightning, or melted and twisted directly. The charging greenskins turned into dust, and the thunder that swept the ground layer by layer like an iron rake ravaged the battlefield outside the city of Riven in the most manic way. The greenskins could only dodge quickly and try to find shelter in this open area, dig pits, or hide behind the corpses of their own kind. The greenskin leader, who was in charge of this charge, had a completely green face. The thunder that raged like a storm enveloped the entire battlefield. The strong greenskins, who could continue to fight even if their arms were broken, were like poor ants, shivering in the storm. He finally remembered what he had missed when he was discussing this attack. That thing is called a crystal defense tower. The crystal is not the point. The defense is the point. His palm tightly grasped the weapon, which was a precious weapon that was sold by the undead. Reluctantly. For this, he paid a high price, and even bought 2 alchemical bombs. Its function is to swing out a piece of frost, and the enemies that the blade touches and collides will also be affected. What a powerful and terrible power. But now, he could only hide here and dare not move. His knuckles changed color because he grasped the weapon too hard, and his eyes were full of fear of the vortex of thunder and flesh crushing in front of him. For this reason, he could only pray to the god of the sea. Over and over again. The terrifying thunder had no intention of stopping, so he could only listen to the roar of thunder and the wailing of his fellow tribesmen, and endure it with difficulty. The temperature around him began to rise at an inopportune time. The dense thunder swept across this area, raising the temperature, and he could already feel the unbearable heat when breathing. Sweat began to pour down his face. He knew he might die, and he would die directly in the battlefield affected by the high temperature, like a crab being steamed into a red skin. But the thunder suddenly disappeared, and a heavy rain fell from the sky. It's over. He was surprised. He knew he had escaped. But when he stood up, he only saw the open gate of Raven City in the distance. Those people were going to start cleaning up the battlefield. Chapter 414 Rand Kingdom S1 Ladder Tournament. Linda walked through the corridor, past the garden in front of the King's Peak, climbed up the stone steps, and pushed open the door. On the empty King's Peak, on the golden throne, Rania was reviewing the information sent from various regions. The sudden frontline battle of the Black Swamp Kingdom took up a lot of her energy. Even if there were undead fighting on the front, attacking the Thousand Faces city seemed to be a small matter that was set in stone. But the subsequent various resettlement issues and legal promotions still gave her a headache and made her lose a lot of hair. The completely chaotic finances and the endless chores made people anxious. Hearing the sound of the door being pushed open, Rania looked up at the person who came in. Compared with her busyness, Linda was really relaxed. His leisurely posture made people itch. Rania suspected that Linda was unwilling to become the king of the Rand Kingdom at that time and chose to continue to be loyal to her. He must have thought that there would be such a day for an epic-level strongman, or even a legendary strongman. The power of the country is really dispensable. As for loyalty, how could a knight who is truly loyal to the queen carry the queen's legs on his shoulders? Linda really thinks so. The undead are his precious resources, or enemies that may erupt at any time. Among the NPC natives, the only thing ordinary people can do is to stay alive. In the early days, he still had the mind to take care of ordinary people. But now even the great knights can't keep up with the evolution of the game version. And Linda really can't split his attention to take care of them. He had too many things to study. Gods, potion formulas, stars, abysses, magic lands, etc. Ordinary people were no longer on the same level as him, and taking care of too many things would only distract him. It can be said that Rania's presence saved him a lot of energy. "Have you finished your work?" Rania asked. Lin nodded. As a knight, his etiquette was perfect. Except that at night, he would let the queen become a knight. "It will be held in a few days, and I will need your help then." He was not polite. After careful consideration, Linda decided to take some excellent and loyal undead to the demon land. Even if the undead could not play a big role, their fearlessness of death could also serve as scouts. For the undead, going directly to the border was equivalent to skipping countless game versions and entering a brand new map. There was no reason to refuse. It was not difficult to select these people. First look at their combat effectiveness. Then look at their usual performance. That is, their battle experience points. The most important thing is to be able to work hard. What he wants is a super tool man. This time, Rania did not persuade Linda to stay. Just like she could not leave with Linda, she needed to stay on this land for her country. Similarly, Linda had to move forward on a road where he was not even sure of the destination. He still left a lot of tails inside the Rand Kingdom. But it was not a big problem. As long as he took the underground tunnel worm, he could come back at any time. Instead of wasting time waiting here, it is better to seize the time to improve. If he is really needed to come back, it is the same if he comes back then. Getting epic and legendary potions before the major version of the game is what Linda needs to do. What are you going to do about the big rift in the Black Swamp Kingdom? Renija is still a little worried. Although Linda only took William and Tioni with him this time, the absence of him is equivalent to the loss of an important combat force. The big rift in the Black Swamp Kingdom may have some mistakes. The current Rand Kingdom has far surpassed the past. And the Black Swamp Kingdom also has more than 10,000 undead. The military strength has doubled. And there are more than 20,000 level 30 undead. The combat power is not just doubled. Lind has given many people the serpent emblem. And the resistance medicine production of the deliberately cultivated abscess exiles has been greatly increased. Facing the abyss, there is no longer the biggest threat. However, the abyss equipment should be tight, and Lin can't do anything about it. In the future, if the undead want to get the abyss set, they can only kill the abyss monsters themselves and then steal from them. Maybe the price of the abyss set will skyrocket in the future. If there is really danger, I will come back. Linda made his promise. Perhaps this is what Rania needs. Unlike those who desire absolute power, Rania knows very well that they have been deeply bound together since they met. According to rumors from the outside world, Linda is not called Duke or General in private, but God of the present world. The relationship between the two of them is not that of a lord and a vassal, but more like a new divine power and imperial power. Rania asked, "Where are those green skins?" Raven City was suddenly attacked by green skins, and the news reached Goliath. The green skins who believed in see God were indeed a problem, but they were a little weak, which led to Lin not taking them seriously. The toad is lying on the back of the foot. It doesn't bite people, but it disgusts people, so it should be dealt with. Let the Red Knight take people to the Great Frozen Land, Lin said indifferently. As long as the green skins are blocked in the Great Frozen Land, there is no need to pay too much attention to them. These stubborn things like cockroaches cannot be killed completely, and they will always pop up in various places. It is a success if you can drive them away without seeing them and without being bothered. The two chatted briefly about the future development, and Rania did not hesitate to talk about her troubles, especially the national financial problems, which gave her a headache. "I have a candidate to recommend. You can let her become the kingdom's finance minister." "Who?" "Dorothy Griffin." William looked at Dorothy with a look of astonishment. And the other party was out of control because of a letter from the Kingdom of Rand. Dorothy, who always wanted to maintain the absolute private ownership and autonomy of the territory, was very resistant to the Queen and the Duke. But the wheel of history rolls forward, and no one can stop the development of the times. Why? Dorothy couldn't understand. She was actually appointed as the Minister of Finance by the Queen, including formulating relevant laws, adjusting taxes, etc., which is almost as powerful as the sky. When she knew that it was Lind who proposed it, she couldn't understand it even more. "It seems that the Duke has discovered your strengths, Dorothy." William was happy for his sister. With the kingdom in power, the Griffin territory was lagging behind in all aspects, whether it was wealth, resources, or military force. if the territory did not allow for random relocation and immigration. I'm afraid the Griffin territory would have been deserted. Even so, there are always people who quietly escape from the Griffin territory and go to the richer and better off Northern Kingdom. I'm not. Dorothy was indeed a little tempted. Her desire for power was no less than that of men, and financial management was her best. You should go, William continued. Don't talk about me. I should think about it again. Dorothy looked at William. What about you? My brother? Do you really want to follow him to the demonic land? Looking at William's expression, Dorothy sighed. Okay. I understand. Everyone should have their own life. You can't tie everyone to yourself, William said softly. Yes, I know that's the case. Dorothy became the Minister of Finance of the Kingdom of Rand and was ready to make drastic reforms. But before that she had to investigate first. She found that Linda was a mess in governance, and the various expenses for the undead were very unreasonable. But ordinary people were overly favored. The real problem was discovered when Dorothy was doing statistics, and she found that there was something wrong with the grain transactions and transaction prices. After careful investigation, Dorothy found that some undead people would take advantage of this loophole and trade with ordinary people through several transfers, allowing them to buy more at a cheaper price. Then the undead would use the grain they bought to hire ordinary people to work for them at a high salary. For example, points, military merits and battle points were not within Dorothy's jurisdiction. But just this part was enough for her to take the initiative to cause trouble for Lind. What a mess she had left for herself. Even though she had used teleportation, she suddenly came to the snake catcher's fortress from the Golden City. Looking at the huge arena that reached the sky, she couldn't help but sigh at the horror of magic. But after Dorothy took a breath, she threw everything behind her mind. Dorothy found Lind, who was talking in the arena. Is this the trouble you left me? Dorothy would not be scared by Lind's identity. What kind of living god? What kind of reassuring golden lion? Are all useless. What? Lind waved his hand and asked the person to leave first. What's wrong? He turned around and looked at Dorothy. Dorothy told him about the situation when she took over. Is my price increase very high? Lind looked through the information Dorothy had sorted out, and was very satisfied with her efficiency. For these tasks, dozens of his former political officials would not be able to sort them out clearly. Not very high. Right? Lind pointed at the bill. It's only increased 6 times. He thought he had done well enough. 6 times? Not high enough? Dorothy thought there was something wrong with her ears. Inflation has increased 6 times in more than a year. The country is going to be ruined. Do you know how fast the strength of the undead is increasing? If I don't lower their selling price and raise their purchase price, do you believe that in a month they can buy most of Goliath? Compared to other games, players only need a few hundred to buy things in the early stage. But inflation in the later stage makes it cost tens of millions to buy anything. Linda can suppress inflation to 6 times, which is very capable of him. As strength increases, rare resources are easier to obtain. But the price of ordinary resources and labor remains unchanged. As long as the undead are willing, the national order will collapse in an instant. This is why Linda prefers the point system rather than currency. Points can make the undead and NPCs have no financial transactions, and the undead cannot use points to trade with each other, which makes Linda have a comparable. The control of the official is more stable. But when the undead began to brush materials, such as the Heart of Disaster and other magic materials that were once very precious are now everywhere, Lind also has to face the situation of being brushed by the undead. Bugs? This is only a temporary solution, and it will still collapse. Dorothy shook her head. What do you want to do? Lind looked down at the information. There are huge investments in the opening and transformation of the arena. I can do whatever I want. Dorothy asked. That's tens of thousands of undead. Are you sure? In response, Lind only told her one sentence. Go to Rania and issue new regulations. Don't worry about what the undead will think. They will abide by it. With a doubtful mind, Dorothy left temporarily. After returning to the palace, Dorothy wrote Rand Kingdom Update Announcement 1. Adjustment of tax rate in the prescribed format. To Dorothy's surprise, her reforms did not cause dissatisfaction among the undead as Lind said. Before this, she had never thought that it was not necessary to care whether the residents of the territory were willing to issue a new tax policy. As long as it was issued, they would abide by it. These were 10,000 or 20,000 upper knights/upper wizards. and the current combat power of the Rand Kingdom could not resist them at all. The slightest disturbance, when gathered together, would be enough to scare the ruler. But such a group of terrifying strongmen only complained a few words when facing the tax adjustment. And some even worked harder because of it, instead of opposing the tax. In the Griffin territory, there would definitely be small nobles and merchants who would rush to the Griffin castle to protest. So the undead are so easy to talk to? Or do they respect Lynn so much? Compared to the previous guess, Dorothy is more willing to think that it is Lynn's existence that makes the undead willing to abide by the order. He may really be a living god, who can make a group of crazy undead willing to respect him. Welcome everyone to watch this issue of French Ring Weekly. I am Red Bubble. I'm Lugwagwa. I've recently become obsessed with the beauty of Centipede Girl. Thank you. That's my wife. Ahem. Let's get straight to the point. I believe all the undead have noticed that this episode was a temporary interruption. We were supposed to update the story of Centipede Girl, but this time the update of a certain area forced us to turn our attention back to our old friend Lind Alman. The respected god of the present Lind Alman has opened the arena. Although the undead have always been able to PvP, it was all a legal competition. Now, the Snake Catcher Fortress of the Rand Kingdom is legal, and the ladder competition has also been opened. If you think that's all, you're totally wrong. In Season 1, there will be team and individual PKs, and after calculations, various rewards will be given out according to the rankings on the ladder leaderboard. You can wait until the end of the show to see the detailed announcement. Next, we're going to talk about another more important thing. That's right. All the undead, no matter where you are adventuring in Shilu Continent, Instant Continent, or Cerulean Continent, you must have heard of a place, the Magic Land, whose full name is the place where the mortal world and the divine realm meet, illuminated by the magic ring. In the update of the Land Kingdom region this time, it is clearly stated that Linda Armand will go to the Demon Land and will recruit a group of undead to go with him. Before the update, a group of people can enter the higher level map in advance. I want to go too. It seems that our weekly editor's previous guess was completely wrong. Haha. He also said that Linda was an early NPC who would definitely be eliminated. I didn't expect that he would be a growth NPC, and the first NPC in all countries and all continents to enter a higher level new map. In addition, we have Rand Kingdom's frontline reporters ready. If you are interested in Rand Kingdom's S1 competition, you can follow us. There will be live broadcasts and exciting battle clips. Finally, the Rand Kingdom update announcement is attached. Rand Kingdom update announcement. 1 Snake Catcher Fortress Arena open. From now on, undead people can go to the arena to sign up, participate in the ladder competition, and win various rewards. 2 Selection of expeditionary forces to the Magic Land. General Lind Alman will go to the land where the mortal world and the divine realm meet, illuminated by the magic ring. He will select powerful warriors. The number of recruits is not yet determined, and the application conditions are: 1. Pay 500 points to purchase the identity of the Lion Private Army. 2. Reach the Knight Squire, 10,001 to 50,000 battle experience points, and above. 3. Top 3,000 in the ladder competition. Chapter 415 Qualifying Tournament. The ladder tournament was held in the Snake Catcher Fortress. Tens of thousands of undead rushed to sign up immediately after receiving the news. How can we play games without the most interesting PvP mode? Before, because the official had not made any moves, the undead could only settle their grudges in the wild. Fighting in the wild still cannot meet their needs. It is too far from the resurrection point. Not fun. And unfair. Setting traps in advance or group fights often occur. But the official PvP doesn't have those problems. When the undead arrived at the scene, he wanted to complain when he saw the announcement. No restrictions? Use the props freely? Wouldn't the Krypton players be invincible? The undead lamented the unfairness of the world. In the real world, he had to face the unfair treatment of the rich. And in the game, he could only become a part of the experience of Krypton Gold players. However, the ladder competition still had to be played. At least at this stage, the strength of most people was not much different. Currently, there are only 3 levels: Silver, Gold, Platinum, Diamond, and Master. To play the ranking match, you must first play the qualifying match. A total of 10 games. Each victory adds points, and each failure deducts points, which also makes PvP full of uncertainty. My Huansu will not lose is the first batch of people who sign up to play. His fighting style has matured. Others are just curious about the game's PvP mode. But he is excited that he can finally have a good fight with other undead people. Standing in the Snake Catcher Fortress, you can see the huge arena when you look up. Linda had thought of this day as early as the beginning of the construction. The entire arena was created by magic, imitating the fortress building of the Great Crack. Some of the floor tiles were even dug from there, ensuring that the environment would not change easily during the battle. The entire arena was divided into dozens of open-air venues, except for the huge arena in the middle, which was not open for the time being. Other places could queue up, and it was completely free to enter and watch others fight. But occasionally some children would come and sell snacks. The atmosphere of a medieval duel was full. Watching others fight is like watching a superpower movie. It is very interesting to just sit here and watch the fights without doing anything every day. Now it is the first 10 qualifying matches. My ring taker will not lose the random draw. After entering the field, I found that my opponent is an undead with a female appearance. Light armor, a magic wand in hand, and the boots on the feet are also flashing. The distance between the two sides is a bit far, and my ring taker will not lose is a bit of a headache. It takes at least 3 or 4 seconds to rush over at this distance, which is enough for the opponent to react. As the sound of start came, my ring taking would not lose rushed towards the opponent at the fastest speed. While retreating, the opponent grabbed his left hand in his pocket and sprinkled a cloud of mist. An illusion immediately appeared in front of my eyes. The huge Cyclops completely blocked the witch, making him unable to determine what the opponent would do next. Up to now, under the premise that there are not too many skills, as long as the opponent's profession is determined and the attributes are not much different. PvP is more like rock, paper, scissors. If you can't see what the opponent will do next, you may suffer a loss. But retreating is also impossible if you keep a distance from the wizard in the battle. What if the opponent directly charges a full chant and throws a big killing move to kill you in 1 second? Close the distance is the best choice. My ring will not lose. I rushed forward, smashing the phantom figure of the Cyclops, and quickly grabbed with my left hand and took out a small shield. When his sight caught the witch on the opposite side again, a fireball was brewing in the opponent's hand. Hard-cast fireball? I was relieved that my ring take would not lose. If the opponent chose to continue using alchemical items, or other fast magic that could disrupt his rhythm, he would really have a headache. But the opponent, with the first move and good vision, actually chose to cast the fireball with the highest damage, but extremely slow reading. And things became simple. In this game, the higher the value, the better. When the opponent's fireball was formed, he suddenly jumped up. And just when the opponent subconsciously adjusted the angle of the fireball, he had already actively bumped into it. The small shield took the initiative to deploy a barrier and hit the fireball. The flames spread quickly, forming a hemisphere that wrapped him, and constantly exerted pressure on the inside. Cracks began to appear in the barrier, and the pressure was getting greater and greater. At the moment when the barrier collapsed, the weapon in my hand suddenly changed to a big sword, and now the witch was within his attack range. The heavy firepower overwhelmed the barrier, and the flames splashed towards him like water. He quickly put his sword on his back and blocked most of the flames with a broad and thick sword blade. The blade became pitted under the high temperature, but my ring taker, who was enchanted by the opponent with a huge sword, would not lose. He pushed his knees forward and rushed to the opponent with the sword on his back. His figure kept rising, surpassing the enemy's head, and his body turned while rushing forward. Linda's lion slash. The huge sword was wrapped in flames, and the heavy iron block seemed to breathe and spewed out hot and high temperature, and the air made a low roar. The undead in the stands only saw a red beam passing by. The sound of the sword hitting the ground was dull. Only my ring will not lose, and one person stood up with the sword, and the ashes floating in the air. One move to kill? Of course not, but because he took advantage of the fire just now and made several consecutive attacks. And the wizard's health was very low. He could fight quickly. After the first game ended, he did not immediately play the second game. The game is a bit bad. The status will not be refreshed when entering a certain building, and it must be restored by yourself. However, this also gave many undeads the opportunity to take advantage of loopholes in the latter game. Before going on stage, take drugs first, then bless yourself, and add 10 or 8 buffs to yourself before going on stage. In the second game, my ring taker will not lose faced a heavy armored knight. Just when he was relieved, He didn't expect the opponent to suddenly raise his hand and chant. And fragmented beams of light flew out. The ground was chewed out with traces. And my ring taker would not lose quickly lowered his head to dodge. He didn't expect that the opponent was actually a wizard. And it seemed that he didn't learn the main lethality, but the strong control type of magic. He was accidentally hit by the beam and immediately entered a deceleration state. Watching the bulky figure adjust its direction and rush towards him, the power was released on my ring taker, and his body was thrown into the sky like a flying spear. In order to ensure accuracy and sensitivity in PvP, his senses have been adjusted very high. So after being attacked, the severe pain in his body also made his face change greatly. Fortunately, the opponent's attack only knocked away less than 1/10 of his blood, so it was not a big problem. As soon as he landed, he rolled to avoid it. Sure enough, the opponent had already raised his hand and shot several beams of light. Control first, then hit. Control again and hit again. The 3-axe looks simple, but ordinary people really can't avoid it. And it's easy to be hit to death by a set of combos. The fairness and justice of the qualifying match will definitely guarantee that those who have won the last game will meet those who have won the last game. And everyone is the winner. The previous little tricks have also been used by many people. Everyone takes enough medicine and buffs before going on the field. So the ferocity shown in the battle is completely different from before. After rolling on the ground for 2 rounds, my ring taker quickly got up. His body was very strong. As long as his arms or legs were not directly broken, the pain would subside in the shortest time and would not hinder his fighting. He already knew the opponent's fighting style. In fact, it was very simple to deal with it. The big sword in his hand was replaced with 2 daggers, and 2 small scavenging princesses came out. The target changed from 1 to 3. Sharing the target. This battle must be won by kiting with speed and agility, not head-on. I really don't know why the opponent's wizard wears such a heavy armor. He is an evil man, but he is really his nemesis. If I change myself to a ranged wizard, I can directly cast a spell to take away the opponent's heavy armor wizard. The battle takes longer, but my ring will not lose, and it is very easy to fight, because the enemy is wearing heavy armor and is a witch character, and the physical consumption increases sharply. After using a crossbow to prevent the opponent from taking drugs to recover mana twice, he successfully breaks through to the opponent's face. Now, I can declare the battle over. The black windbreaker fluttered in the air. The Hunter's Guild suit was a set of Victorian-style equipment that I got by earning points after joining the Hunter's Guild. After lens enhancement, it became the Abyss suit. Although the defense is not as good as other equipment, it is handsome. He wore a top hat, a light crossbow in his left hand, and a long-handled cross sword in his right hand. The black patent leather boots tapped the ground lightly, and he quickly pulled back when the opponent rushed over. The light crossbow in his left hand shoots randomly, making the melee-style knight on the opposite side itch with hatred but helpless. Whenever the crossbow arrows shoot, the opponent must put up a shield to block. Another flexible dodge, while the opponent lets go of the shield and prepares to attack. I quickly grab the hilt of the great sword with both hands. Currently, there is only one emblem in the entire server. Two-handed sword emblem. Effect, two-handed sword damage plus 10%. Attack speed plus 10%. Madness resistance minus 20%. This was the reward he once received as the executioner of Prince Black Catfish. As he grabbed the sword with both hands, he could feel the power quickly spreading to his arms and filling his whole body. The two-handed sword emblem began to gather, and the sudden acceleration of the attack rhythm surprised the opponent. The gushing power had already exploded with the slash of the great sword, just as strong as my heart beating. The opponent subconsciously raised the sword with one hand to block, but unexpectedly was hit and staggered. There is stiffness. The body rushed forward, closing the distance, and the great sword twisted diagonally as the body turned, completely knocking the enemy over with the sword. The opponent has fallen to the ground, so it's easy now. Victory is in sight. Romantic Eater took the golden rapier she had just drawn. The blessed rapier made by Lind himself has a certain bonus to attack speed, and there is a chance of fire damage when attacking. In addition, she also got the remaining Moonlight Necklace, which is the necklace obtained after killing the bloodless Prince Ostes, and the effect is to slowly heal and restore blood. Many necklaces must be held in hand to work, so everyone basically only regards the necklace as a backup skill scroll. But the residual Moonlight Necklace is different. It can slowly heal and restore health by itself. The only drawback is that the number released now is very small, and it can only be drawn by lottery. She is not sure how well she can play in the latter competition, but since there is a chance, she will give it a try. And Asaimu has been asking her to come, saying that she has graduated from the god equipment. What operation is needed? Romantic Eater is indeed the first to collect all the cards at this stage, and the attribute bonus is full. Not only that, she also has 3 sets of Abyss sets. One set is brushed out with the team, one set is strengthened by Linda, and the other set is drawn. She was not sure about her fighting style. However, when she saw the enemy she was going to face in the first match, she was relieved. The enemy's equipment looked ordinary, which meant that the enemy had not participated in the Great Rift expedition of Morphous Gate, undead from the Black Swamp Kingdom. If that was the case, she could really suppress him with equipment. The enemy had a strong sense of battle and threw out 2 javelins, but they were easily dodged by Romantic Foolish. She was lucky that the boots she drew had a speed bonus, but the opponent was very excited. Seeing that she kept dodging, her attack style became more and more manic, and she rushed directly towards the Romantic Glutton. The opponent chopped the armor of the Romantic Glutton with a sword. The muffled sound and the squeezed black mucus made people seem to hear the armor wailing. The Romantic Glutton also stabbed the opponent with a backhand sword. When she swung the sword, flames began to spit out from the hilt and wrap the whole sword. The flames spread on the opponent's body like a beast, biting the opponent's armor, and then used a strong attack to knock the opponent to the ground. Damn it! The opponent couldn't help but swear. The numerical difference between the 2 sides is too big. It shouldn't be like this. Why can't my attack break the defense? And the opponent's random sword makes me lose 1/5 of my blood. One of them is obviously a ranger swordsman, and he doesn't wear heavy armor, but he shows stronger tankiness than a heavy helmet warrior. The Romantic Glutton quickly turned to attack. Even if she is not good at fighting, she must have her own set of fighting style after playing the game for so long. The fast sword stabs continuously, making the opponent on the ground roll to avoid it. The relentless attack almost tortured the opponent into a blood gourd. With another sword strike, the sword in the hand of Romantic Foolish cut the opponent's throat, and blood immediately gushed out of his body. Unfortunately, he was not killed in one blow, and he was still alive. She took advantage of the victory and hit his head with her knee. The opponent raised his hand to support and blocked it narrowly, and his body staggered and fell backwards. The opponent's health bar was almost cleared, but Romantic Foolish didn't expect that the opponent's reaction speed was still very fast. He actually supported the ground with his elbows, turned over quickly to adjust his posture, and rushed forward instead of retreating. Approaching in front of him, the sharp blade was handed over, and it was about to be sent into the abdomen of Romantic Foolish. A spherical barrier suddenly appeared and wrapped up the Romantic Glutton, blocking a sword for her. She was lucky, and drew an equipment with a barrier secret pattern in an unimportant equipment position. The Romantic Glutton slid to avoid the opponent's sword arc while shouting, "Fuck!" and then swept the opponent's head with an elegant stab sword, quickly cutting off the opponent's head. "Turn around and stand still." She put her left hand on her waist, and stretched her right hand like a ballet freeze frame. The flame on the blade was like a single-winged butterfly spreading its wings, and the blazing flames fluttered in the wind like a flag. Elegance. The elegance that comes entirely from equipment and stats. When Lind is free, he will watch the S1 ladder competition. He is the organizer, but he is not sure how the competition will end and what kind of undead will be selected. There are several undead that he pays attention to, such as My Ring Taker Will Not Lose, and Niao Niao's Place. Pure Operation Flow, with their own fighting style. But it's just attention. In fact, he doesn't care much about the combat power of the undead. The undead have been limited to level 30, and it's unknown how many years it will take for the next major version update. Their combat power is of no use at all. Fortunately, these 2 people are online for a long time every day and can work hard. Otherwise Linda would not have chosen them. In addition, some old acquaintances, such as Xuanwu Shield, John Yue Blade, and Longland Sword, have performed well when I reached level 8, and can basically win 7 or even 9 games in 10 qualifying matches. However, the Romantic Rice Bucket he just started watching is different. The person who helps Romantic Rice Bucket live broadcast remotely is also an old acquaintance, Asaimu, and the 2 seem to take turns to live broadcast. Romantic Eater is an undead who appeared when Linda was a garrison of Star Dragon Sentry. She always flashes the light of a European emperor. He didn't care about her before. But just now, he saw the live broadcast and realized that she had taken away 1/10 of the good equipment he had prepared with all his heart to encourage the young leeks to grow up quickly. Others draw lots based on probability. But she draws lots to buy goods. Is there really such a European god in the world? Regardless of the strength of Romantic Eater, Linda has included him in the queue of undeads that he must take away. And he is more important than anyone else. When exploring a new map, good luck is more important than anything else. What's the point of being able to fight? It's impossible to be better than me. What's the point of being able to grind? Anyway, what he lacks the least is manual labor. But hiding full of luck is really useful. When he saw the romantic glutton wearing light armor in the battle. But because of the numerical difference, she was able to fight against the heavy armor knight. He was a little suspicious whether he secretly gave her equipment, or whether she was a time traveler. I returned to the game server to get the lucky system. The qualifying match was completed within 1 day, which was quite fast. However, not all players participated in the following ladder match, because they were afraid of losing. In competitive games, if you get a good ranking by chance, you will have the idea of escaping. Losing and losing points are also the reason why many immortals are unwilling to participate again after the qualifying match. Only the weakest and the best players continue to climb the tower in the ladder match and fight against each other. At the same time, many people have also studied many PvP methods. Dirty top split. Playing style. Don't care if the 3 axes are disgusting or not. Just use them. Some people also found that the strongest version at this stage seems to be the wizard. Linda, Wynn, William and others are very strong. But they are NPCs. If you really enter the arena, you will find that long-range spells and alchemical items can kill people. Do I have to delete my account and start over? Many people had similar ideas. Start over. Being strong is a matter of the version. But being cool is a matter of a lifetime. I must use a melee greatsword and wear the coolest armor. As if he heard their inner voices, Linda suddenly opened a limited time. Reset point. Function. Or. Downgrade. Function. Chapter 416 now. Wash up. Linda looked down at the scarlet flame spreading from the black-robed man opposite him and extending to himself. He was immune to all fire damage and could even absorb fire to heal himself. But it had to be fire, such as the magic flame produced by the unholy holy grail of black flame. The damage to his spirit by magic could not be eliminated. Similarly, the mystical fire in front of him also caused irresistible damage to his body. The flames burned his sanity and quickly harvested the power in his body, pulling the power out and trying to get out through the pores. However, the golden oath emblem flashed in time and successfully blocked the loss of power. He and the black-robed man in front of him entered a tug-of-war, and both sides fought for the ownership of the power, until the black-robed man on the opposite side knelt on one knee with a dong sound, losing control of the secret fire of madness. The flames immediately drifted into the air without anyone controlling them and disappeared without a trace. Linda walked towards the black-robed man, bent down and stretched out his right hand. The black robe was lifted up, revealing a hideous face eaten by flames. Renzo. A hero. He had successfully taken down the mad mystic bishop of the frozen mountains, replaced him, and then destroyed the entire sect. As Linda said before, having a tenacious spirit is also a rare talent, and it is not necessary to have a strong body and blood power to be called a talent. Not bad, Linda praised. Renzo's mad mystic fire can extract the power of others. If Linda had not had a strong bondage, the golden oath emblem used the golden law to forcibly prevent the power from escaping from his body. It is estimated that his power has been completely drained by the other party. Can the power be returned? He asked. Yes. This is a gift from the Lord of Madness. Renzo nodded in response, being able to receive the praise of the Lord. He thought that all the problems and hardships he encountered in this operation were worth it. Can different powers be given to the same person? It will be a bit difficult. Renzo did not deny it directly. He will die. Just die. That's great. Renzo's return is like timely rain for Lind. He is worried about how to attract the undead to focus more on the ladder competition, which can not only train the undead, but also boost the economy. Minister of Finance Dorothy said in her recent report that the GDP of the Snake Catcher Fortress has increased by more than 1,000%. The undead spend money lavishly, and are very keen to enjoy various preferential treatments. For this reason, Linda even thought about how to boost the GDP income of other regions and build theme parks. It doesn't make much sense. The undead can build it themselves. And build it better than Linda. The only thing he can bring out is the identity of NPC and various linkage equipment produced by pseudo-official. Renzo has been promoted to the hero level, and was arranged by Linda to stand in front of the Snake Catcher Fortress to serve the undead for a fee. Horus appeared from the resurrection point with a sword. Although he had a domineering name, his strength was greatly different from that of the War Master. His fighting style was suppressed when he encountered those dirty undead who were scoring points. And he couldn't fight back at all. Should I delete my account and start over? He wanted to play a wizard. After recent research, it was found that the wizard character and the knight are very different. The physical difference can be compensated by equipment, but the difference in combat skills cannot be compensated. The knight needs a strong combat awareness. According to the sharing of many melee masters in the top 100 of the ladder competition, if you want to play melee well, the first step is to increase the pain touch to more than 90%. In other words, breaking an arm in the game may be as painful as breaking an arm in real life. If you can't bear it mentally, you may be forced to disconnect. That is, waking up from a nightmare. Most people play games just for entertainment. They are afraid of pain and lack of feedback in close combat, so they will feel dizzy and light in battle. It is okay to attack the enemy in groups, but in PvP, the lack of force feedback is fatal. If you are not careful, you will use too much force. If you miss a move, the result is likely to be a huge body shaking forward, and the opponent will seize the opportunity to attack with a series of attacks. The advantages of the wizard role are also reflected. Keeping a distance and throwing skills at a distance. If you don't waver in battle and can output normally, you can exceed 80% of the melee immortality. When he came to the arena again, Horus found that there was one more person. Reset point? He was shocked and widened his eyes. Fuck! Horus almost didn't think about it, and took the initiative to move forward. I want to reset point. It seems that Lind knows how painful it is to fight in close combat. Dorothy is very dissatisfied with Lind. She thinks that except for the title of king, the whole country actually belongs to him. Except for the golden city of Goliath. All other major cities are Lind's territory. Moreover, the most powerful land army is loyal to the general and forgets the queen. Even the most terrifying undead are more willing to listen to Lind's orders. For this reason, she has wanted to talk to Queen Rania many times. The royal power is sacred and inviolable, and a living god must not be allowed to override the royal power. But that night, Dorothy decided to bypass Lind and go to the palace to talk to the queen in detail. When she found that Lind was holding the queen in the room, she realized that she was wrong. Not only did the country belong to Lind, but even the queen was his. He didn't conquer the world for himself. He conquered the world for his woman, putting aside his personal likes and dislikes for Lind. Lind did a lot of things that even Dorothy would admire, but she would only keep these in her heart, and no one would want to hear her say it in person. That's the only good thing. Dorothy came to the Snake Catcher Fortress from Goliath through the teleportation array. The nobles have their own small teleportation array, which allows them to freely travel between major cities, and even move in some small towns. But the coordinate points have not yet been established, and are not fully open. Dorothy has completely changed her mind. She likes the teleportation array so much that she can go home whenever she wants. If she wasn't worried about Lind grabbing her ears and taking away her glasses, she would definitely teleport home to sleep every day, and then teleport back to work during the day. She has always been keeping an eye on the financial income of the Snake Catcher Fortress. One area has opened the ladder tournament S1 season, and she has been grabbing gold coins from the undead, making Dorothy mistakenly think that she is dazzled. Even before the end of the world, the annual income of the Griffin territory is not as much as the income of these few days. Seeing the flying dragon lying on the top of the arena wall, Dorothy knew that the elusive Linda must be in the arena at this time. She also knew that Linda would leave this continent and go to the unknown Magic Land, which Dorothy never understood. The land people have not yet started exploring the continent under their feet. Even if Linda wants to expand its territory, it should start from other areas instead of taking unknown risks. Rather than hating Linda, Dorothy knows better that if this country loses Linda, it is likely to lose its glory. She couldn't figure out what Lind was thinking. Maybe he really had no attachment to the kingship, just as he showed to the outside world. Dorothy went to the castle study of the Snake Catcher's fortress and heard the whispers of maids and soldiers on the way. The Duke will give the first place undead in the ladder competition a chance to challenge him. The winner will get a place to go to the Magic Land, and can also get a badge reward. The daily fighting in the arena is not only liked by the undead, but also by the NPCs, who are even more fanatical than the undead. To the undead, the whole world is a game. Every place is interesting, but there are not many entertainment activities for NPCs. Today is the first day of the first place in the ladder competition S1 season. In the following days, the settlement will be made and challenges will be given. Do you want to go and have a look? Dorothy was a little curious, and finally put down the work in her hands that was almost done and went to the arena. In the arena, the main stand, Dorothy is here for the first time. It seems that all kinds of theme room. She was a little confused. The high price would be a headache even for Dorothy. She sat down in the ordinary audience seats, and there were ordinary people next to her. We should sit separately from the undead? Dorothy asked a familiar-looking woman next to her. It seemed that she was a woman who must be given special treatment in a list given by Lind. Her name was Einar. In addition, people like Rania, Tioni, Doris, Myram, etc., who Dorothy knew or didn't know, were all on the list, and she emphasized that some important work would be more convincing when spoken by them than by ordinary people. Oh, by the way, Dorothy is also on this list. Dorothy has no idea what Lind based this list on, but after getting this list, she will deliberately distance herself from Lind to avoid contact. She doesn't want to become one of his lovers. Yes, Einar nodded. If the undead sit with us, they are likely to do something that is difficult to talk about. Difficult to talk about? Dorothy nodded. She has also heard that some undead have no sense of shame and like to harass women. If they are beautiful and walk on the street, they will even be called wives. However, according to Dorothy's understanding, the person who was called wife and husband the most was not anyone else, but Lind. Thinking of this, Dorothy couldn't help but smile. If Lind could be embarrassed, she would be in a very good mood. The battle was ready to start below. Lind was fully armed, and standing opposite him was a man carrying a big sword. The two sides looked at each other, and with the command of start, the man carrying the big sword lowered his waist and rushed over. My Hwachuan will not lose. Currently, he ranks in the top and can play hard, so he became the first in the ladder competition and got the opportunity to challenge Linda this time. After the reset point function was opened, my Hwachuan would not lose without hesitation and directly chose the wizard. He did not learn too many useless skills, but only various buff magic. Defense and strength depend on his own abyss set. And he also took drugs to stack hard. Before going on the court, he had already filled himself with buffs. And the opposite Linda did not use any buff magic, which made him slightly relieved. However, after seeing the opponent's attributes, he couldn't help but sweat on his forehead. Star Dragon City Lord Mountain Troll Castle Lord Black Island Lord Rand Kingdom Duke Rand Legion General Old Noble Linda Armin. Level 41. Life, 70,000/70,000. Life, 105 out of 105. Life, 100 out of 100. How to fight this? He remembered that the big boss Dragon King Kurt was level 42, and his health seemed to be only 7W. But there was something that didn't make sense. Dragon King Kurt's body shape was not the same as Linda's. In the impression of the undead, Linda was not a heavy tank blood cow character. His flames and combat power were stronger, and he was more inclined to be a fierce attacking warrior. My ring taker will not lose quickly rushed into Lin's defense line, holding the big sword in his left hand, aiming at Lin's head with a spear-like posture, and thrusting at the moment he entered the attack range. Lin tilted his head to dodge, and the big sword brushed his ear. Taking this opportunity, my ring taker will not lose stretched out his right hand like lightning, with 4 bottles of alchemical props between the 5 fingers of his right hand. The glass bottle exploded the moment it was thrown, and the elements quickly turned into a colorful poisonous cloud, covering Lin's head. My ring taking will not lose. His right hand suddenly grabbed the hilt of the great sword, forced into the Linda's lion/posture, canceled the forward swing, pushed the sword tip down, and forced the great sword to smash down on Linda's shoulder. He knew that he could not win this battle alone, so the goal he set for himself was not high, as long as he could knock off 1 or 2,000 of Linda's blood. But he did not expect that the sword would hit the air, and the invincible lion/slash hit the ground, and the recoil force made his wrist numb. The poisonous fog dispersed, and Lind was not injured, And he didn't even draw his sword. He walked forward, closed the distance, raised his fist, and punched my ring taker on the cheek. The severe pain and the buzzing sound in his head almost woke the undead from his dream and disconnected. Then the second punch was hooked, hitting his chin, and the power quickly surged up and penetrated the upper jaw. My ring taker trembled because of the severe pain. He found that Lin's fighting style was not fatal, but he knew how to make people more painful and more likely to lose the strength to resist. Throwing away the great sword, his legs suddenly softened and he fell to the side, using a not-so-elegant roll to escape Lin's attack. Taking this opportunity, he pulled out a staff. The staff from the Harry Potter collaboration was mediocre, but it was small and stable enough, and was much more useful than those staffs as tall as a person for undead who liked close combat. As long as it was suitable, it was a good staff, and the increase in value did not mean everything. With a swing of his arm, 2 consecutive fragments of light hit Lind, but Lind dodged the attack again. Lind left a lot of impressions on people. Fierce close combat, 70,000 damage comparable to the top boss, terrifying range damage, superb swordsmanship, etc. But he didn't show these just now, but fought with fists and speed. A punch fell. Doesn't it hurt? My ring taker will not lose looking at the surrounding environment. Damn. I'm resurrected? But there is still good news. Although my ring taker will not lose failed to cause any damage to Lind. He won Lind's recognition and got the opportunity to choose a crest. My ring selection will not lose. Looking at the numerous optional emblems, he suddenly felt that happiness came so suddenly. Twin emblem. It can actually increase the accuracy of dual-wielding weapons, and can also increase the upper limit of life by 20%. Solid shield emblem. Increase toughness by 20%. Poet emblem. Attack with splash effect. Moon ring. All attributes plus 10% under moonlight. Wait. Won't this be matched with residual moonlight necklace? He felt that he might have a problem with making choices. Why are they all marked with unique? When he released this news, the undead, who had been speculating about what kind of passive skills Lind could provide, immediately went crazy. No wonder my melee combat is not formed. It turns out that the core skills have not been obtained yet. Everyone has begun to think about what skills they should use to match new gameplay. Reset points. You must keep resetting points until you get the best match. Lind was generous for once. As the time for leaving was approaching, he also hoped that the undead could try their best to improve their strength and make the best choice. There are no undead in the Magic Land. Chapter 417 Base Vehicle. Deploy? Finally coming. Linda issued the order to assemble, and all the undead selected by him and passed the political review gathered together. A total of 3,000 people. These 3,000 people meet many characteristics, such as being lawful, hardworking, and having a very long online time. Some uncontrollable undead must be eliminated, even if the opponent is strong. Linda went to the Magic Land this time to find a stronger potion for promotion. He had to face unknown enemies, and internal chaos and disobedience would cause problems. Of course, he didn't kill them directly, but gave hope to the remaining undead people. They still have the opportunity to participate in the second expedition as long as they perform well. So, work hard for the development of the Rand Kingdom. Almost all the undead people at the top of the list are in the team, including some video bloggers with a large number of fans, including post-production and live broadcast bloggers. Lin must ensure that he often appears in the eyes of the undead, and no one can replace him as the most special NPC. The identity of an NPC is the most reliable one among his many identities. The King of Ashes. The undead followed Lin to the volcano in heavy armor. Looking at the volcano that was like a boiling cauldron, their hearts began to beat. Jump down like this? Will you turn into a charcoal block directly? I think there is a plot. They all looked at Lind. The only person they could trust at this time was Lind as an NPC. But Lind was not sure in his heart. Fortunately, it was similar to what the Crystal Wizard and others said, although they had not returned to the Magic Land in this way since the magic ring was broken. The basic method was not wrong. Hand in hand, Lind shouted. 3,000 fully armed undead, holding hands like kindergarten children, looked at Lind eagerly. The iron chain that spread out from Lind's body tied up Tyan, William, and a group of undead behind him. What a long centipede. The ground began to bubble, and then Lind felt the ground under his feet sinking, and the undead he was dragging also went underground. The undead people watching from a distance could only watch with curiosity and envy as a long line of undead holding hands were quickly dragged into the volcano and disappeared. Later, someone rushed to look for them, but couldn't find them. It was Lin's first time to ride the express in the magic world. He asked Miko and others about the riding experience. But everyone's expression was so strange. It was obvious that the riding experience was not good. As for when to arrive at the station, there was no detailed reminder. Magic. Idealism makes them only say, "You've arrived when you see the blue world." Before his body completely merged into the mud, Lin took a deep breath. He opened his eyes when he was sure he didn't feel suffocated, but found that the front was pitch black. There was no discomfort at all, as if his body had entered the warm amniotic fluid of the mother's womb, and the endless power nourished his body. No sound could be heard, and no sound could be made when speaking, but the touch of the body existed. He felt as if he was in the body of an earthworm twisting in the mud, suddenly going up, and then suddenly going down, twisting and twisting. There was no way to determine the direction. This was underground, so it seemed meaningless to determine the direction. He caught a hand along the chain, with long and thin fingers. Judging from the direction, it could only be Tyan. Linda still had complicated feelings towards his fiancée. She seemed to have an emotional disorder, and was simply curious about everything in the world. But she didn't go into it deeply. As everyone knew, Linda would only play the emotional card with NPCs, and would not hesitate to give benefits to those who were willing to share hardships with him. For those who are stubborn, he will use his two-handed sword to hit them on the head. It is difficult to deal with those without emotions. The fragments of the walking humanoid magic ring are shining with golden light. But if you hurt her, she may run away. Time is meaningless here. Linda can determine the number of undead people through the chain. Every once in a while, an undead person will disappear. But after a while, the other party will appear again. It seems that even if he goes online or offline, he will not return to Shilu continent. Linda breathed a sigh of relief. He had no way to calculate time, but he could look at the official website and observe the progress of the Land Kingdom. The Red Knights have started their second expedition, with the goal of driving the Greenskins to the Great Frozen Land, and intend to build a wall there. The undead were enthusiastic, and they seemed more interested in using ice to build walls than using bricks and stones. But they had to give up because the conditions were not suitable. However, the undead built multiple fortifications, and successfully turned the war against the Greenskins into a tower defense game. The Black Swamp Kingdom's advancement continues. Welcome to this week's character history. This time we are going to introduce the character of Melulin. Melulin was once the queen of the Black Swamp Kingdom. She was also the daughter of the kingdom's great lord, and had many supporters. The emperor of the Black Swamp Kingdom was afraid that Melulin would have connections with the supporters of the territory, so he chose to imprison her until Melulin disappeared many years ago. Melulin reappeared in the Rand Kingdom. She was the queen served by the mysterious Black Knight. Because we have limited information, we don't know much about the Black Knight. This character is also relatively flat. We can only confirm that he is a very powerful strongman who once blew up the Blood Clan alone and tore the Scarlet King apart with his hands. All the undead in the Rand Kingdom know that Queen Rania is lawful and good, and refuses to trade with chaotic and evil undead. If she is accidentally discovered, she will be wanted and hunted. From the newly established Scarlet City, Melulin represents the evil and chaotic forces, and there will be no restrictions on actions under her. The Rand Kingdom's attack on the Thousand Faces city was obstructed, according to the information we obtained from the inside. It was Melulin who successfully invaded the Thousand Faces city. But things did not seem to develop in the direction of the confrontation between good and evil as we imagined. Melulin announced to the outside world that the Black Swamp Kingdom would become a vassal state of the Rand Kingdom. Linda looked at the character biography of Melulin, and didn't expect Melulin to act so quickly. And when he saw someone in the barrage guessing, "Has Linda taken Melulin down?" he couldn't help but be surprised that someone actually understood him so well. However, there are still a few sober people, and most people think it's impossible. Linda is obviously comparable to the identity of the Black Knight. I don't know if the Black Knight has any hidden plot, but it's probably difficult. Linda's character is too close to his son, and no one can surpass him in the plot. Melulin and Rania are comparable. It's better to say that he took down Rania than to say that he took down Melulin. There are still experts? Lin was surprised that the undead actually understood him so well. He not only took down Rania, but also Melulin. The difference was that he and Melulin had a very simple emotional trust, and no other communication. The main reason was that he didn't like corpses, not even those that were resurrected from the dead. Melullin developed the Black Swamp Kingdom into a dark and chaotic country, which was completely opposite to the bright and orderly kingdom of Rand. But the two sides cooperated stably with each other. Of course, the undead had the best experience, and they became active in purchasing scout wards and placing wards. This has to mention that Linda left the Golden Seal behind, in order to maintain the operation of the novice village. People from both countries are still reincarnating in an endless stream, and the number is still growing steadily. Linda only has 3,000 undead people around him, and he can handle it alone. During the shuttle, Linda can't feel the time, but he doesn't have to worry about the loss and excretion of his body. It seems that all living things here don't need to worry about maintenance. The only hand that communicates with the outside world is the hand held by the left hand, probably feeling bored as well. After Linda let go of his hand, Tio took the hand and tried to communicate by tickling his fingers and palm, until the light appeared in front of them. They could finally see. Linda turned around and found that they came from a golden bubble, and the underground tunnel worm they were in was a creature similar to a desert worm. Countless golden bubbles squeezed together like soap bubbles, and the underground tunnel worm led them to crawl between the edges of the bubbles. There were bubbles of different colors and sizes: red, orange, yellow, green, and blue. Soon, Lin saw the blue bubble, which was not too far away. He tried to communicate with the underground tunnel worm, but his voice could not be transmitted. This thing was not obedient. However, since it was alive, could it be tamed with the soul lost chain? The chain extended outward with Lin's consciousness, forming an iron cocoon that wrapped inward inside the body of the underground tunnel worm. The control was unsuccessful, but the chain successfully pierced the body of the underground tunnel worm and allowed him to grab the head of the underground tunnel worm. Just like a cow with a nose ring, Lin used subtle manipulation to force the underground tunnel worm that had been moving forward to change direction due to the traction. After approaching the blue bubble, Lin suddenly exerted force to make the underground tunnel worm hit it head-on. Although he remembered that the crystal wizards had said that as long as they reached the destination, they could leave the tunnel worm's body by jumping out of the car. But Lin thought of a more critical problem. If he lost this tunnel worm and couldn't find a second tunnel worm in the magic land, wouldn't he be trapped in the magic land for life? So it's better to do it directly. Even if it's a forceful means, we have to get a tunnel worm first. The tunnel worm suddenly lost control and crashed into the blue bubble with everyone. Consciousness seemed to be taken away in an instant, and the air around the body began to become sticky again, as if entering a quagmire. The feeling of suffocation disappeared after passing through the blue bubble. The vision returned to darkness again, and at the same time, Tioni's hand grabbed again. Gulp gulp. Somewhere, in the yellow sand, the ground began to spit bubbles, and a huge transparent worm suddenly broke through the ground and flew out, hitting the ground heavily, curled up and twisted. Ahem. Figures came out of the insect's mouth. Is this the new map? Someone exclaimed. It doesn't look special. Lin stepped on the sand with 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow. It was a little different from what he expected. He didn't arrive directly at the Tianqing Magic School, but came to the desert. Desert? He took out the map given by the Crystal Wizard. No desert? Is the magic land so big that even the Crystal Wizard doesn't know about it? Or have they never arrived at the magic land? It's not a big problem. As long as the underground tunnel worm is in my hands, I can go back at any time. Lin stood beside the underground tunnel worm and kept binding it with the soul lost chain, forming a wriggling iron chain. Express. What is that? Someone observed a huge black figure hovering in the sky. The size of the other party was about the same as the flying dragon Alex, but it looked more ferocious than the flying dragon. Cunning soul-pecking bird? It doesn't look high level. Not high? Linda immediately found something wrong. The aura emitted by this thing was wrong. A cluster of flowing fire flew over. William, who had already noticed it, took the initiative to rush forward, touched the ground with his toes, and jumped into the air. He grabbed the sword with both hands and raised it diagonally. The flowing fire was defeated after touching the sword arc and turned into a rain of fire all over the sky. What a red rainstorm. Looking up at the sky, the sight was dominated by the fiery red rain. The undead people immediately reacted and took out shields or used barrier magic to block it. Fuck. Such high damage. Some undeads gritted their teeth and held on, but the shields they hastily took out became pitted by the flames. Luckily, Shields have always been disposable props for undeads, and they are used to equipping more. It is indeed very high damage. Linda raised his hand to feel the flames falling on his palm. The power at least reached the level of the first ring. The great knights under his command could not reach the first ring if their talents were limited. There are very few upper-level great knights who can reach the second ring. Currently, the only one in the territory who has a third ring mana and combat power is the flying dragon Alex. William can barely be counted as a third ring, but he is definitely not Alex's opponent. The red knight can barely be counted as a third ring, when Raven can barely burst out the strength of the fourth ring. But it's just barely. The crystal mage is just as he said. He is an academic. The strongest in the entire territory must be Lind. If he is in the magma, covered with moonlight, holding a sword in both hands, using black flames at the same time, with various amplifications, etc., he should be able to burst out the power of the fifth ring. But it is difficult to create a similar combat environment. If it is in the territory of the Rand Kingdom, it is not bad. And he still has the advantage of fighting on the home ground. Seeing William being bombarded by the flowing fire, he fought hard to defeat the flowing fire. The power of the flowing fire must be at the second ring. Air combat is not suitable for William. The son of version of the novice village continent did not expect that he would be so fragile when he first stepped onto the real big stage. Lind was once again glad that he did not bring those ordinary NPCs and the Rancor. Otherwise a strange bird passing by unexpectedly in the sky would have wiped them out. The collapse of the magic ring cannot be the only change in the continent where ordinary people live. The more powerful world must be full of crises. The soul-pecking bird in the sky swooped down, its wings burning with flames, as if a small mobile volcano that could fly was crashing into them. The wind pressure lifted up the sand and dust in the desert under their feet, greatly obstructing their vision. The sand under their feet also began to shake wildly, and they seemed to be in a small boat in the storm, standing unsteadily. A wizard undead man lost his balance and was thrown away by the wind, and the scene became more and more chaotic. Lind immediately said, "Prepare for defense. Protect the underground tunnel worms." The other party was obviously coming for the underground tunnel worms, and it seemed that it was necessary for the underground tunnel worms to hide underground. However, Lind still did not change his idea of using the public bus for private purposes. He needed underground tunnel worms that could freely travel through the world. The chaotic undead people immediately reacted after hearing Lind's order. Sudden mission. Mission coming. What is the mission reward? Well, no reward. Maybe it's because this is a plot that must be experienced. With flashes of light, the undead people took the initiative to block the way of the soul-pecking bird. The subsequent chaotic magic and various long-range props were thrown crazily, and the colorful light broke the wings of the soul-pecking bird. The heavy body fell in the distance of the desert, causing the ground to shake. Go! Its position has been destroyed. The undead are best at beating the downed. Lind always felt that something was wrong, but when he thought about the 3,000 most elite undead on his side, he could kill it with just the amount of undead. The undead rushed up to besiege, vividly performing a war between ants and elephants. The soul-pecking bird struggled, flipped over the undead, and flew high again. Don't chase. I was unfamiliar with the place, and I wasn't even sure where I was. It's a good idea not to chase a desperate enemy. The undead were more obedient than Lind had imagined. Even the big one who had always believed that Lind was an eliminated NPC chose to obey. It was obviously a plot boss. And if we don't let it go now, how will the plot develop in the future? We undead people pay the most attention to the performance experience. Of course, there is another more critical reason. Do you think we didn't see that the soul-pecking bird only has 8,000 HP in total? We fought for a long time and couldn't even break the defense. The boss is locking our health. We should not waste time with it. Let's hurry through the plot. William also walked back. The sword in his hand had been slightly deformed and twisted. Sir. William walked back to Lind. He looked normal. How is it? Lind turned his head to look at Tyan. Tyan had been keeping quiet since just now. That thing is pretending to be injured and trying to attract us. Yeah. Good acting. The only thing the undead can see is the boss has unlocked his health. But Lind and William saw that the other party was unharmed. Besides, lameness may not mean that he has no fighting power. Running to the west? He will definitely come back. They couldn't imagine that they would be targeted as soon as they arrived at the magic land. Lind looked towards the west, and the sun was about to set. It was still unknown what would happen after dark, But it was impossible to move the underground tunnel worm. The underground tunnel worm was now like sleeping, which made his transformation speed much faster. Moving rashly would probably have an impact. The transformation of the underground tunnel worms was a bit difficult, although the opponent did not have a strong will to resist. Linda only had the chain power of the upper Lost Soul Knight, which was a bit insufficient. It might take some time. However, this time wasted was necessary. After dealing with the underground tunnel worms, he had a private train and could receive the undead continuously. The undead were his real reserve troops. Linda took a deep breath and shouted, "Undead, camp here!" The undead, who received the order, immediately started to work. Building a house couldn't be simpler. Almost everyone has an extra small space barrel that can be quickly deployed, thanks to the mechanism design of Dragon Skin Armor Master Bard. At Lin's request, the other party's mechanical research did not make any progress in defense and attack effects, but it did a very good job of complicating simple mechanisms. 3,000 undead took out their own space barrels, took out the parts, and connected them end to end. Base vehicle. Deploy. A small camp quickly rose from the ground, not only with rest houses, but also with simple walls for patrols. There are also rest areas, trading areas, etc. And there is a commander who can go to the highest point to issue orders at critical moments. No matter how many times I see it, I feel it is really. William looked at the camp that was successfully built in a flash and couldn't help sighing. It doesn't feel magical. Linda took over his words. People in the magic world don't feel magic, but the undead from the earth think it's too magical. It's good as long as it works, no matter whether it's magic or not. Since Linda knew that he had no talent for magic, he completely gave up on this thing. It doesn't matter at all? William nodded, indicating that this is what he meant. Chapter 418, What an Upright Lord. Have we arrived in a completely new world? Or just somewhere else? Definitely a completely new world. Then why are the times synchronized? It's dark here. And it's dark in the kingdom of Rand. Because this is a game. You ask me. Who should I ask? Damn. What you said makes sense. Linda looked at the undead people. He really wanted to tell them that according to the setting of the myth, the magic ring shrouded the magic world. No matter how many worlds there were in the world, everyone saw the same moon and the same sun. Otherwise, why would the whole world suffer when the magic ring was broken? William was sharpening his sword seriously. He had many swords, but he would not replace a sword until it was worn out. His thrifty and frugal appearance won Lin's approval. He cooked something in a pot hanging over the campfire. I don't know if it was an illusion, but Lin felt that he seemed to be getting hungry faster. The temperature difference between day and night in the desert was quite large, but it was not a problem for the undead people who were already extraordinary. Some of them went offline, while others patrolled around with torches. In the deep night, the moonlight disappeared. The starlight was dim, and the magic land was called Borderland. But the influence of the moon, sun, and other forces on this place seems to be particularly weak. It was pitch black all around, with only torches and bonfires flashing a breathing red light in the dark night. Lin turned his head and saw a figure draped in the veil of the night walking towards him. Why don't you rest? Lin asked. The person coming was Tyan. Lin needed to guard the underground tunnel worms, and the undead came to play games, not to rest. So the only ones in the entire camp who really needed a room to rest were Tyan and William. Tioni didn't say anything, and the fragments of the magic ring behind her head also dimmed. Then, Linda felt Tioni take his hand. He turned his head to look at her, and could faintly feel her fear of the darkness from her face. It wouldn't hurt to hold her, and she was his fiancée. If he wasn't afraid of being planted with mushrooms, he would. Linda's consciousness was on the forum. He was different from the undead. The undead could go offline to eat a bucket of instant noodles or squat in a toilet, but he could only wait cautiously. I hope nothing unexpected will happen in this dark night. It's always right to be cautious when you first arrive in a foreign land. Linda looked at the underground tunnel worm. It's almost time. Let's get the return ticket first. Meanwhile, on a certain continent, a confident legendary wizard arrived at the agreed place on time. But after waiting for a long time, the land didn't spit bubbles. Gone? Impossible. The wizard looked up at the sky. He had agreed on a time. It would take a long time to wait again. The darkness could not stop the undead from exploring the surroundings, and the vast desert was endless. Is it an air wall? Or is it really because the map is too big that we can't get out? The undead couldn't tell. because there was nothing around except sand. Go back, or we'll get lost. It was the first time for everyone to go out. And they came here through the internal test in the public test, and the favorite son route. If this world was full of monsters like the soul pecker, the undead, who were limited to level 30, would be unable to move forward. Everything was back to normal by dawn. The undead were allowed to disperse and investigate the surroundings during the day. And everything was done in hiding. Linda had also specifically told them not to wear the abyss suit. It was unknown whether the tentacles of the abyss crack had reached the demonic land. But as long as normal creatures saw the humanoid monsters with a strong abyss aura, they would definitely fight. And the abyss suit worn by the undead looked more like the abyss disaster than the abyss disaster. Linda had already established a preliminary connection with the underground tunnel worms. And he felt that he could persuade them with emotion and reason. It's so tiring to take the bus. You have to stop at small stations. But it's different to drive your own car. You only drive long distances. Underground tunnel worms don't have a clear consciousness. They have consciousness, but not much. They seem to follow some rules when they travel between continents. If Linda's caught locking the bus privately, there will definitely be problems. But that's after he's caught. At noon, the sun is hanging high above the head. The hot weather makes the man in thick armor sweat. A man with gray skin and two-tier grooves from the corners of his eyes to his cheeks is riding on a multi-legged worm mount with a heavy shell. He untied the water bag and took a sip of water. The hot wind burned his cheeks like a flame. But he did not stop. Because this commission was not so easy. In order to hone his title, he chose the most severe way. What is that? Robbie looked at the figures struggling to move forward in the desert in the distance. Human? A rare race. They should not appear in the western region. This is not a place for humans with delicate skin and flesh to stay. The high temperature can burn their skin and flesh. And the fragrance of their meat will attract many races that do not like to eat their own kind to come around. Maybe including his own race. Fuck. What is this guy riding? A hornworm. Looks like a dung beetle. You know what? It's kind of cool. It's not a special mount that only exists in desert maps. Robbie was a little surprised that these humans were not afraid of him, but took the initiative to approach him and circle around his fierce scorpion flea, commenting on it. Who are you? Robbie asked. Ahem. The man in the front suddenly stood up straight, patted his clothes and said, I am from the 1st Expeditionary Force of the Land Kingdom. A golden trainee knight loyal to the great Queen Rania, Sydney's younger brother. Knight? Robbie knew that it was indeed a profession that only nobles had. But for some reason, the other party's name sounded a little strange. Others also introduced themselves. Although they all looked like the same. They gave people a feeling that they were not right. Were they all knights? He wanted to say that the other party was a powerful kingdom. But the group of people in front of him did not look that strong. I am Robbie. He introduced himself. A warrior. I am trying to become a sword master. Sword saint? Yes. I'm tracking the soul-pecking villains. Those huge strange birds hovering in the sky around us. You mean the soul-pecking bird? The undead asked hurriedly. Sure enough. I knew that the bird should be let go. See. There's a plot. Soul-pecking bird? It can indeed be called that. Robbie looked at these people with a strange expression. Because he didn't think that this group of people could survive the attack of the soul-pecking villains. The soul-pecking villains, who could fly in the sky and release flowing fire, could not be defeated even by a 4th-ring strongman. The reason why Robbie took on this task was not only because he needed the title and needed to hone himself, but also because there were too many people being harassed. The soul-pecking evil was wantonly wreaking destruction. And this monster seemed to never be satisfied. It would attack non-stop. And only by killing those monsters from the sky could peace be restored. Do you want to go to our territory? Our general is also here. General? Robbie nodded. Okay. He followed the undead to the camp they mentioned, but actually didn't care about what they said. Just 5 days ago. In order to track down the soul-pecking evil, Robbie had already walked this road. It was impossible for there to be a so-called camp in just 5 days. It was probably... Oh! Lavi looked at the small building in the distance and opened his mouth slightly. There was actually a camp building with all kinds of functions. Not only that, when Lavi approached, a group of humans immediately surrounded him. And there were also some subhumans who were not human, with blue skin, which he had never seen before. He always remembered what an elder once said. As long as you live long enough, there is nothing to be surprised about. But the strength of these people is very average. and he can't feel any oppression from them. Ravi doubted their story about expelling a soul-pecking villain yesterday, but he would not say it out loud. Meeting a group of refugees on the journey was good news. He could have a good rest. And his scorpion fleas also needed rest. In the curious crowd, Ravi wanted to ask these humans what they were looking at. He was a gray tiger, a normal human race. But you humans were the rare species here, not only in reality, but also at the dinner table. My lord, there's a guy with a hairy face and a thunder god's mouth outside. Linda suddenly heard the report from the immortal, and was stunned for a moment. Subconsciously, he wanted to ask, where did Tang Sung and his disciples go? Fortunately, he reacted in time and didn't become an Easter egg. What's wrong? My lord, there's a traveler here. He said he was a hunter who had received a mission to hunt the soul-pecking bird he met yesterday. He passed by us and wanted to ask for some vegetarian food. That's enough. Linda didn't want to pay any more attention to the drama-loving immortal. So he strode out and saw the immortal who had surrounded the tall and thin subhuman with stripes on his face. This is a specialty of the Land Kingdom. Super delicious rat jerky. Friend, do you want a mana potion? Look at my equipment. Linda walked towards the demi-human. And the undead suddenly became quiet. Please keep quiet during the plot. Everyone has been doing well. Except for one thing. The clothes are too outrageous. Are you the general of this team? Lavi finally calmed down after seeing Linda's arrival, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. I am Linda Armin. Lin nodded, but was unwilling to say too much. Fortunately, the undead didn't know much, and at most revealed some news about the Rand Kingdom. This way. Please. Lin also wanted to know some key information. And since the undead didn't fight with the other party, it meant that the other party belonged to the friendly and lawful camp. As long as they didn't kill the other party's family and steal the other party's goods, they would not become enemies. It was unknown how long this friendship would last. Lind always distrusted his undead. Fortunately, the person in front of him didn't look very rich, so the undead wouldn't steal. Entering the room, Ravi glanced at the people crowded outside the door and on the windows, and his mouth opened. If you want to say that these people have no discipline, they were honest and didn't say a word when Linda Armin appeared in front of them. But if you want to say that they are very disciplined, what's going on now? This is the first time I've seen someone dare to lie at the door and peek and eavesdrop openly. Linda knew it was unnecessary. The undead regarded the person in front of him as an important plot character, and maybe he just regarded him as an NPC merchant. He poured a glass of wine for Ravi. Ravi licked the corner of his mouth and drank from the wine glass like a small barrel. This action revealed two possibilities. Either Ravi was at the bottom of the world and couldn't afford to drink wine, or the supplies were scarce here. There was no food in the magic land. The possibility was very low, because both the crystal wizard and the troll lady said that although they had never really traveled in the magic land, they knew that the resources in the magic land were very rich. Even if the magic ring was broken and caused the plants in the world to mutate, it would not be a problem to make wine from the mutated plants. So, it should be the uneven distribution of resources. Look at Ravi's equipment and the totems on his body. The area he is in is likely still in the tribal civilization. We are from other continents, Lin said. Other continents? Ravi suddenly realized and had an explanation for the behavior of Lin's soldiers. You can actually come to the magic land from other continents. You must serve a fifth ring mage. Right? Ravi showed respect. Fifth ring? Why didn't he hear the crystal wizard say that the magic land is graded according to rings before? In Linda's opinion, rings as a unit of calculation is actually biased, and it calculates the strongest power that you can burst out. It is difficult to break through the limit. Much more difficult than improving comprehensive strength. But a strong man, with all-round improvement and comprehensive strength at the fourth ring, may not be defeated by a fifth ring who needs various buffs. Mastering the power of the fifth ring, but being killed by a headshot. The deterrent power is greatly reduced. Should I barely be considered a fifth ring? And the Lady of the Night should be considered a fifth ring with all attributes higher than me. But now there are not enough undeads under my command, and Lin will not release her. Seeing Lin nod gently, Ravi's admiration in his heart became even greater. He guessed that there was a powerful legendary wizard standing behind this army. Lin didn't want to side with Ravi. He asked, Ravi, we had some problems when we came to the magic land. Yes, some problems. Because Lin wanted to lock the bus, causing the bus to stop at the wrong platform. What is this place? The place where the Beast Master is shrouded. Lavi answered. Master? Linda is very familiar with the name of Master, such as Mad Master, Furnace Master. In other words, God. Linda, thank you for your wine. But please forgive me. The strong man who holds the power of the Master cannot be mentioned too much by believers. Lavi looked apologetic. No, of course not. Linda shook his head and asked, have you heard of the Star Magic School? No. I have never left this area. And I rarely meet humans. Lavi said. But if you want to find out some information, maybe you can go to Stone Beast Castle. There are many travelers from other places there. Maybe you can get some information. Thank you very much. Linda poured another glass of wine for Lavi. He is not a wine lover. Beer is just for quenching thirst. Although the wine brewed with various low-level magic potions and slightly cursed mutant plants will make the body cursed, it is indeed very refreshing. Especially when Lin drinks. The Crike Emblem can also eat curses, doubling the happiness. Ravi smiled and gulped down the wine. He felt lucky to meet Lin today and drink wine. So he answered all of Lin's questions and said everything he knew. Where can you find such a good thing by answering some common sense and having food and drink? If it weren't for the task of hunting down the soul-pecking villain, Ravi really wanted to stay. If I were still alive, I would definitely go to Stone Beast Castle. Ravi was holding a bag of wine given by Lind, and the smile on his face never stopped. But when he walked back to his mount, the scorpion flee, he couldn't help shaking his head. Huh? It seemed that something was missing. Lind saw more clearly. When Ravi came, a large suitcase half a person's height was tied to the shell of the big flea. But now the suitcase was gone. It was obvious that it was stolen by the undead. How did my bag get? Ravi was surprised. He didn't expect that his things were really stolen. Although there were only some dry food and rations, and some coins in it, it was not worth stealing. The man in front of him fits his perception of the nobles mentioned by the travelers. Would his subordinates be dishonest? Ravi sniffed and looked at a human who was watching the fun. Is it you? The other person wiped his mouth. I didn't eat. Linda. Come on. Kill him. Linda waved his hand. Yes. Immediately, 2 trainee knights rushed over. One of them pressed the thief and raised his hand to stab him in the chest. Lord Linda. Ravi was shocked. It was just a little money and food. There was no need to kill people directly. Looking at the 2 blue-skinned wizards chanting spells and burning the bodies to ashes with flames, Ravi was actually a little moved. What an upright lord. Chapter 419, My Undead is Too Innocent. Ravi left with a heavy heart. He thought Lind was a very upright lord and very strict with his people. Under the glory of the Beast Master, everyone is used to the law of the jungle. Although they are not selfish, the strong always have privileges. Compared with the legions of Ravi and Lind, they are definitely weaker. But Lind can execute the thieves without hesitation. It is no wonder that their profession is heard but not seen. Knights. An admirable team. And they treated themselves with fine wine. It was just a loss of some money and food, which was nothing. The undead were very agitated. After eavesdropping on what Lind and Ravi were talking about, they knew that Ravi was hunting the Soul Pecker with the goal of obtaining the title of Sword Master. Why would a Soul Pecker of not too high level become a Sword Master after being killed? The new map seems to have a brand new way of playing. My curiosity is tickled. Because? Sword Saint? It sounds like he is very powerful. If they had not found that only by following Lind could they follow the main line steadily, some of them might have followed Ravi to fight monsters. The main reason is that they are reluctant to give up the reputation and experience points that the Rand Kingdom has worked so hard to gain. Everyone present is an apprentice knight, and they are only one step away from becoming a real noble knight. Only a fool would give up the identity that they have worked so hard to gain for a side quest. In fact, the undead have already discovered that Linda is a growth type NPC, and his camp is also a growth type. For other novice villages, the NPC level will be fixed after it appears, and it has never been heard that it will be upgraded. The most normal development direction is that the village chief of the novice village only stays in the novice village, and the city lord stays in the main city. After the main line of the Great Rift is opened, a protagonist of the current server will jump out to lead the undead to attack the Great Rift. Whenever the plot develops to a certain extent and the map needs to be changed, new NPCs will appear. Although some people have noticed that these NPCs do not jump out of thin air, there will be foreshadowing in the front. But the favorability needs to be refreshed. Linda is different. His equipment is always the most advanced. In the best developed novice areas, there are only a few undead with abyss suits, and they are not available wholesale. Lottery, points mall, battle points, etc. are only available in the Rand Kingdom and Linda. The official preference is unreasonable. Sir, don't we go to help Ravi? Some undead couldn't help asking. We have more important tasks. Linda looked at the undead. When will these people understand that they can only be beaten when facing enemies flying in the sky? When you first arrive in a strange place, you should be cautious. Lind was not sure if he could handle it. Although he knew from Ravi that a strong man who could release 5 rings of destructive power was one of the best in the so-called Stone Beast Castle, he felt that he should be more calm here. In the internal beta and public beta versions, the old nobles were considered the version boss. But Lind was really unsure of what version the map of the Magic Land belonged to. But what he could be sure of was that before level 41, the undead should not have a chance to come to the Magic Land. Currently, the undead are only at level 21 to 30, which is the upper level. Lavi, who is at the bottom and cannot afford beer, is a hero, and dares to hunt the Soul Pecker alone. His real combat power should be between 2nd and 3rd rings, or even higher. Undead are naturally weaker than people in this world. To reach the 3rd ring level, they must be at least level 41, and they must have a set of graduation equipment. I know. We need to establish the first real base of the expedition, seize land, and expand the territory of the Land Kingdom. Some undeads have wild ideas. Who is braver than me? Lind himself has never thought about seizing territory in the Magic Land. Legendary level people are everywhere here, and there is even a master. The idea of conquering cities and territories needs to be changed. We want to save the magic world. Right. Sir? Someone else asked. Of course not. I have never thought about saving the magic world. Do you think I am the 3 gods and can rub a new magic ring with my hands and hang it in the sky? What you said is not right. I think the most important thing now is to interact with the NPCs around. The main quest must be on them. Linda's mission as a novice village NPC has been completed. This time, Linda saw who was talking and was very angry. Very good. He must be given a hard time. Next time, when killing a chicken to scare the monkey in front of the NPC in the Demon Land, kill him first. The great general will not bear grudges. So what bad intentions can the NPC have? Linda cleared his throat and said, it is difficult for humans to move in this land. But I learned from Ravi that there is a place where we may be able to communicate. Go to the vicinity of the Stone Beast Fort and find a suitable place to establish a new base. It is not convenient for 3,000 people to act, and to ensure that the undead always stand on his side. Lind must ensure that the main line is always on his side. The deeper the interest is, the lower the possibility that the undead will betray him and run with others. If you don't want to be cuckolded, you have to invest more feelings and interests. Finally, the mission has come. Action! Action! Is there anyone who wants to team up? Is there a wizard who can resist? Forget about the warriors. Damn! Are you discriminating against warriors? The undead were noisy. A new stronghold fortress meant that the mall would be opened, and maybe new skills and equipment would be updated. The 3,000 people selected all had common characteristics. They were willing to work hard, liked new equipment, fought new monsters, and explored new maps. Except for a few casual undead who were given special care by Lind, such as letting them broadcast live to promote themselves and help them to show their faces so that they would not forget if they did not appear in front of the undead for too long. And those who were particularly lucky. The others were all hardworking and hardworking. Sleeping 16 hours a day is not painful, except for eating and excreting. They don't get up at all and just work hard in bed. The exploration of the new map cannot be separated from them. After the mission was released, Linda did not continue to focus on the undead. They were originally captured as minesweepers. One thing made Linda very satisfied. Many people chose to broadcast live. He was like opening hundreds or thousands of clairvoyants to observe. The exploration progress of the undead was very fast. They scattered and soon found several local gathering places. They are just all red names. Now it is certain that after the undead came to the Demon Land, there are enemies everywhere. It is in line with the game setting. There are novice villages and low-level maps, and all high-level maps are full of enemies. However, Lind prefers another statement, that the official hands have not been able to reach out. Looking at the undead, who actively approached those beastmen and beastmen. Lin thought that he had protected them too well, making them mistakenly believe that the red-named monsters were objects that could be negotiated. My undead is too innocent. It is indeed possible to turn red-named monsters into friendly ones. But the premise is that Lin defeated those red-named monsters, and then forced them to be friendly to the undead. This are the premise for good communication. It is not ruled out that there are NPCs as friendly and communicative as Ravi. But Ravi also said that humans are precious ingredients. Wait, what are they going to do? While the innocent undead tried to perform tricks, Lin finally took down the underground tunnel worm. The worm has the ability to travel through space, which is an instinct, but it is impossible for it to follow Lin and hide underground under his command. But the good news is that this thing seems to like eating the heart of disaster. After eating it, its body is slowly becoming hideous. Its scales are getting thicker, and its size is getting bigger, as long as it has no effect on the travel and will not betray him. Lin did not take it seriously, just as if he had replaced the skin of the underground tunnel worm with a desert worm. Under the desert, the huge worm swam, accumulating strength and waiting for Lin's next ride. Chapter 420, New Black Slave. Chapter 420, New Black Slave. The afternoon sun was low in the sky, hiding under the shadow of the tower. Damn! A figure in white shorts appeared out of nowhere, and he took a deep breath. I really smell the fragrance of the air. It's real. The game has been very popular recently, claiming to be the real metaverse, where you can start a second life in the game. He didn't believe it at first, but he couldn't help but try it in the game. He could play the game when he put on the helmet and fell asleep. If it was true, wouldn't his life be extended? His friends kept recommending it to him, which also made him believe that the game was real and not made up. He turned his head to look at the lights flashing from time to time around him, and the people coming out of the lights, knowing that they were all newcomers like him. He had played with VR glasses before, and the visual deception was indeed very good. The 6D of perspective movement was also very interesting for the first time, but the body was still in reality, and it was easy to bump into people when moving, and it was even more impossible to feel it like this. I found the VR helmet boring after playing for a while. I pressed my forehead and cheeks. It was better to play games before falling asleep. Does it feel like I really traveled through time? A voice came from the side. Stealing Dodgy nodded and replied, yes. If you didn't tell me that this was a game. I really felt like I was in a new world where I could touch everything. He suddenly reacted and turned to look at the figure standing next to him. The other person was wearing a golden armor with a secret pattern that emitted a faint glow. She was a female character with a white high ponytail tied behind her head and hanging down to her waist. The upper body is a streamlined armor, and the lower body is stockings with knee pads. She looks like a Valkyrie, and Guanwu makes her look like a powerful boss. The weapon is really cool. However, the other party's next sentence made him feel like those soliciting Annies he met when he came out of the bus station. Do you want to join our guild? Ah? Tai Xi and Dodgy asked subconsciously. Are there any benefits? Give you a set of equipment, and take you to complete tasks to quickly upgrade. Then what should I do? We all play games together. There is no mandatory requirement, but the online time must be guaranteed. In 2 days, we will go to the Great Rift of the Black Swamp Kingdom. Just find a partner to play games together. It happens that you can brush materials when you level up, and you can directly contribute to the guild. That sounds good? He nodded. It is indeed much easier for the other party to use resources to help you first than to level up slowly by yourself. And a group of big guys can't cheat people just because newbies can brush materials at will. Sean Malway continued. Now many newbies want to play standalone. If it's in other regions, it's fine. But it's not possible in the Land Kingdom. No matter what, you'd better join a guild. Why? Tai Xi and Dodgy asked. Because the Disaster Shadow area has long been divided by major guilds. Everyone goes to NPCs to buy the right to use the Disaster Shadow area and directly control the leveling location. When newbies come, they will find that there is no place to level up, and the path to promotion is directly cut off. Ha! Can we still play like this? The NPC even sold the monster spawn area. Has the game become so free? His friend is not from the Rand Kingdom. Not even in the Shilu continent. Whenever he chats with him, he says that he is suffering. There is a monster every 3 steps, and a boss every 5 steps. It is very painful. But Sean Malway seemed to understand his thoughts and said, It is only like this here. There has been a saying on the internet that the Rand Kingdom is a private server. Let's go. I'll take you to get the equipment first. Thank you. Big guy. Skip the novice village directly. Follow the other party to get on the carriage. And then find that it is already full of people. Wait a little longer. I'll pick up one more person. And we'll leave when we're full. The guild's ponytail said. The sense of soliciting customers at the station is even stronger. On the carriage, a group of newbies squatted together like black slaves. It was packed full. And everyone was chatting when they had nothing to do. What's your name? I'll call you Stealing Dodgy. Just call me Dodgy. Black slaves, oh. The undeads. The atmosphere returned to silence again. My name is Cece Dalalai. The atmosphere finally became more lively. After the newbies introduced themselves, they found that everyone was a low-level person. And they were relieved. In this case, there was no need for everyone to pretend to be a gentleman. Speak freely. The number of people was finally full. And the undead with a single ponytail led the undeads to set off. After a long journey, they arrived at the guild in the undead residential area outside the Griffin Castle. Every once in a while, there will be a free portal there, which can lead to the main cities. The undead with a ponytail introduced them. Don't be fooled by its ugly appearance. Its full name is the Crystal Defense Tower. If you are lucky enough to encounter an unexpected incident when the enemy attacks the city, it will release lightning, and you can pick up heads. How powerful is it? Someone asked. Probably. It can kill a level 30 elite monster with one touch. Fuck. It's so awesome. It deserves to be the main city. Everyone in the carriage sighed. They were shocked by the grass and trees, the weather system, and the creaking sound they could hear while sitting in the carriage. No matter what they did, they were full of novelty. After arriving at the place, the single-tailed immortal took them to register first, and then said, the disaster has not been refreshed yet. The second wave of refreshes will have to wait until around 2 a.m. tonight. If you want to have a midnight snack, please log off and have a midnight snack. Don't stay up late. Go to bed early, and go online to kill monsters. For some reason, these words sounded weird. Playing a game actually requires people to go to bed early. By the way, don't forget to plant something while you kill monsters. You can also go to the guild's bulletin board to see what has the highest contribution points recently. Looking at the newbies holding hoes, long swords and sickles, Sean Mawe nodded with satisfaction. Every guild is constantly recruiting new cattle and horses. High-level undead people only want to go to the abyss to kill monsters. Even if they have nothing to do, they would rather go to the snake catcher's fortress to brush the ladder ranking than to farm for those fragments of the Heart of Disaster. A complete Heart of Disaster is worthless. But recently Miss Dorothy has released a new currency points policy. And the guild also needs contributions. Contribution is related to various materials, food, etc. If you want to earn contribution, you have to farm. Farming takes too long and is too boring. Pure and meaningless physical labor consumes passion. So they came up with a good idea. To get newbies to join. Newbies can level up by killing monsters. The guild also makes contributions. The Rand Kingdom gets all kinds of food. And everyone has a bright future. At night, looking at the disaster shadow that was just shown and was hacked to death by several people, I learned that it would take another day to refresh the new Stealing Hard Dodgy. And follow the advice of the old players to start harvesting food. Harvest the grain. Sort and pack it. Plant new seeds. He felt that he was not a gamer, but a cyber serf. No, it should be an illusion. If he did not become a cyber serf, he would not even be able to get a place to fight monsters. Wouldn't that be even more miserable? Busy with farming, the heart-stealing Dodgy had become completely numb. Others entered the game to explore, but he was taken away by a carriage from the birth point. And then, he was busy farming. Fortunately, he had free time after farming. Otherwise he really suspected that he had entered the death assembly line. Upgraded. Became stronger. But relied on farming to become stronger. Chapter 421, What a Trick. Is this the biggest bar in Griffinburg? Tai Xindg looked at the huge building in front of him. What bar? Tavern. They are all the same. TSK. The decoration is pretty good. He sighed. Tai Xindg entered the tavern with a few old farmers he had just met. It is said that the backer of this tavern is Miss Dorothy, who is now the Minister of Finance of the Kingdom of Rand, and is in charge of the financial update system of the game. listening to others talking about their past with the poster girls. Stealing Hard Dodgy Bar could only envy them. In the kingdom of Rand or even the kingdom of Black Swamp, the poster girls with names and surnames no longer wandered around the village. People could only occasionally meet them in the main city, and they often issued some rare tasks. Newbies usually had no chance to meet the poster girls, but it was better than the poster girls in other regions. At least they were still alive. Ordered a co-branded Harry Potter butterbeer. Stealing Hard Dodgy Bar felt sorry for himself for not earning a penny from farming for a day, and he could only get a beer. He also wanted to try the spicy skewers in the magic world. He stretched his ears to listen to other people's chats. There were not only undead people here, but also NPCs, who were chatting about all sorts of things, making him feel like he was in a real world. There were also bards singing in the distance, and the atmosphere was very lively. But what they talked about most was the expeditionary army. What expeditionary army? He couldn't help but get curious and asked at the next table. The people at the next table had glowing weapons all over their bodies, and they looked like big guys. There was really too much content in this game. Every country in every continent, every regional main city in every country, and even the villages under the main city had their own stories. The stories he knew were all related to the countries where his friends were. The peak number of online users of this game was said to have exceeded 10 million. But throwing so many people into the game was like throwing a drop of oil into the sea. The land area of the 3 known newbie continents was at least 3 times that of the Earth. I don't know how the game production team managed it. Not to mention the population of 10 million. Even if everyone on the Earth was thrown in, it wouldn't make much of a splash. Each region has its own story. Surrounding each continent, each region has countless undead people who create content. It's like everyone has moved from Earth to another world. Although they are all online, it's difficult to communicate information. A star NPC in one region may be unknown in another region. People are used to chatting in their own regional forums, and few people will take the initiative to go to other continents and national servers. It's the expeditionary force that entered the demon land. The other party was also very easy to talk to, and took the initiative to explain. You are a newbie. I suggest you search for Linda Moore. It will definitely bring you a lot of shock. Thank you. He suddenly remembered that the single ponytail who had introduced him before said that the land kingdom was private server. Stealing Hard Dodgy Bar held a wine glass and started searching on the official website. As expected, a lot of information related to Linda Arman appeared, a protagonist who always follows the main line. Several highly viewed videos made him realize how powerful Linda was. So melee combat was so strong? However, the following comments attracted his attention. Don't be fooled by Linda. Knights are not strong in this version. The clumsy and timid must play long range. Remember? It must be. If you don't have a bunch of passive skills and an abyss set, don't play melee. Wizards are the answer to this version? He muttered. It was still early for him to change his job, so he was not in a hurry. When he saw Lind leading 3,000 carefully selected warriors to the new map, Devil's Land, he was drooling with envy. I had also heard about the Demon's Land from my friends, but those NPCs were all Riddlers, keeping it a secret. The border between the mortal world and the divine realm, which means there are gods there. A late-stage map. I just happened to see an expeditionary undead named Favorite White Silk. Live broadcasting. And he was in the top 3 in the live broadcast ranking. Clicking on the live broadcast. It was an over-the-shoulder perspective. The official was still very reasonable, knowing that if it was a first-person perspective, it would probably make many people dizzy. What is he doing? Stealing Hard Dodgy looked at the live broadcast room in confusion. Beside Favorite White Silk stood a dozen undead. Each of them was naked, only wearing white shorts. Opposite them was an ugly beast-headed man, who was wearing an apron and looked like a chef. Beast-headed chef, haha. They are all human beings with delicate skin and tender flesh. The price is as we agreed before. 100 beast teeth per person. The beast-headed chef threw out a money bag. In business, it's a long-term business. The voice was behind them. When the camera of the Favorite White Silk turned back, they found that there was another undead person who was wearing equipment. He reached out and took the money bag. I never thought you humans would sell out your own kind. The beast-headed chef shook his head, his words showing his disdain. We are also for the reproduction of our species. You won't understand. For a greater future. They voluntarily sacrificed. More than a dozen undead nodded in unison. Yes. We voluntarily sacrificed. The slogans were well shouted, but a few undead smiled and ruined the atmosphere. Let's go! The undead turned and left. The beast-headed chef looked at the other party leaving and snorted disdainfully. Come here. Immediately, 2 beastmen with long and wide bodies came over. Follow him quietly and find out where he came from. We will soon have a group of delicious humans to make signature dishes. Yes. Also, take back all the beast teeth. There are more than 1,000 beast teeth. The beast-headed chef's mouth twitched with distress. But when he turned his head and looked at the dozen humans, a smile appeared on his face. Although more than 1,000 beast teeth are expensive, he will soon make back his investment or even make a fortune with precious ingredients. This wild land lacks delicious meat ingredients. You? How could you do this? The human roared. We will fight you. You can't hurt our tribe. He burst out with great strength and rushed towards the beast-headed chef. The beast-headed chef was hit accidentally, and his body trembled slightly. It hurts a little. He grabbed the human who rushed over with one hand, stretched out his hand to grab the other's head, and punched him several times in a row. Let me die. Let me taste it first. Huh? Looking at the ashes in his hand, the beast-headed chef suddenly had a bad premonition. Soon the 2 beastmen who had chased out came back. That man didn't run away. He committed suicide in front of us. Did he turn into a pile of ashes? The beast-headed chef asked, his voice trembling. How do you know? The 2 beastmen were puzzled. Ha ha ha. You idiot. You still want to eat me? Eat my dio. More than a dozen humans laughed, and then beat themselves. Committed suicide. Only a pile of ashes remained on the spot. Ah! The heart-stealing Dodgy, who was watching the live broadcast, opened his mouth slightly. It turned out that the game could be played like this? These old players are so coquettish. Chapter 422 Loyalty Firmer Than Steel. In the Demon Land, the locals do not know the specialness of the undead. The information gap gives the undead a lot of room for maneuver. But only the undead can make the first pot of gold by directly using. Humans are delicious and rare ingredients. Anyway, the undead will definitely be a bad name on the streets. So it doesn't matter what happens. Linda's mentality is very stable. Even if the undead don't use similar means to cause trouble, they are destined to be hostile to most people in this land. I have never heard of using food ingredients to improve the favorability of predators. Only a boss like me would find a way to treat the undead as a treasure. Holding it in my hands for fear that it will run away. Holding it in my mouth for fear that it will run away. In short, I am afraid that it will run away. It is not certain whether there will be new enemies. But there is one thing Linda is very sure of. If he continues to play at the pace of the undead, all the red names gathered around may not be able to resist and take action first. It is better to prepare early than to be attacked by others without knowing it. We must strengthen patrols from now on. Linda is also troubled by how to communicate with the natives of the Demon Land. The undead with Diode thinking have an attitude of killing all red names and trusting non-red names by default. His undead are still too naive. In fact, non-red names can also be attacked. If you attack them, they will become red names. Humans are treated as rare and delicious ingredients, and they cannot communicate normally. But as long as the relationship between the two sides is changed, Linda has many ways to get the information he wants from them. For example, let the other party become a captive, a prisoner, a castrated person, etc. If we occupy a strong position, the other party will take the initiative to speak. The temporary new camp is built in a canyon in the desert. The terrain that is easy to defend and difficult to attack gives a lot of control. At the top of the canyon, you can see the tower in the distance. William has been sharpening his sword here for several days. He should be the only one of the 2 cautious people in this team. The other one who is more cautious than him is Lind. However, Lind suddenly ordered patrols and defenses, which made William a little confused. Since he came to the Magic Land, he has only met Ravi, and the relationship between the 2 sides is still quite good. There is no enemy. Could it be that a huge monster called the Soul-Pecking Bird appeared in the sky again? Looking at the lively undead people below, William's expression was a little strange. These undead people seemed to be very interested in building a fortress that was easy to defend and difficult to attack. It happened that the largest number of wizards in the team were wizards. They used magic to build quickly, and the prototype of the fortress was already formed in a few days. If anyone really wanted to provoke danger, it would only be the undead. Finally done. Dragon Scale Sword looked at the store in front of him and clapped his hands. in order to let Linda come in and open a shop to sell things. They built a shop as soon as possible. Next, they should ask Linda when to open the shop function of the Expeditionary Army. Everyone got the currency of this area, animal fangs, through various crooked ways. But because of the operation, it was too coquettish, resulting in the red name everywhere. It was difficult to move, and there was money but no place to spend it. Now they can only wait for Linda to open the shop for them to shop. Animal fangs are the currency recognized by the locals, which can also be called silver coins or coins, because the shape is very irregular. It is impossible to make a detailed judgment on the appearance. The applicable range of animal fangs is from wild gray ruins to beast's nest. They are currently in the wild gray ruins, at the edge of the border between the two kings' territories. Unfortunately, they can't give more information and are still in the dark. Robbie doesn't know much either. He is just a native who wants to become a sword saint. Lind held 2 animal fangs, which contained a special energy. Although each tusk has different sizes and shapes, the energy inside is the same. So only tusks of different sizes can be used as currency. Sir, when will the store open? The undead came to urge again. If it weren't for the red names everywhere in the desert, Lind suspected that the undead would probably abandon him and join other forces. Fortunately, there are daily tasks, including building defensive fortresses, collecting intelligence and other tasks to keep the undead busy and not let them get too bored. Protect the camp. Sir, is there a main quest? Protect the camp. Damn. Why are you repeating? Is there any key plot that hasn't been triggered? Sir? Damn. Why are you ignoring me? Linda, I'm just an NPC. It's reasonable that I can't react to anything outside the plot. After repeating 2 sentences, Linda simply ignored them. Have you finished your daily activities? You're just wandering around here. Be careful that I really open a store to harvest your money and points. As the only friendly NPC of this land, Linda has a huge advantage. Much greater than when he was in the Kingdom of Rand. At that time, Linda was still worried that he would not give enough benefits, and the undead would run away to the arms of the official village leaders of the novice village. So he had to frantically show his face and goodwill, give all kinds of benefits, and struggle to snatch people. However, the situation in the demon land has completely changed. He is the only NPC, and the official who can be his opponent cannot reach out. The undead may be able to continue their activities without him, but there will be absolutely no game experience, unless a god appears, kills Lind, and then directly gives each undead a set of divine equipment. Otherwise, the undead's loyalty to Lind may surpass everything and be more firm than steel. The question is that his home is still in the Kingdom of Rand, and he can't give up the guild points and noble titles that he has finally earned through battle experience points, etc. None of them can be easily given up. The undead, who failed to activate the store and did not open more tasks, returned in disappointment. Need I say more? It must be that the key plot has not been triggered. John Udao listened to his teammates' complaints, but he did not stop working. He was applying sword oil to his sword with a serious expression. Everything that appears in the game must have been designed in advance, and everything has its own meaning. Otherwise, why would we model it? Why would we design this dialogue for the NPC program? What the undead have to do is to dig out the plot. Clang. The sword was in front of him, and the engraved patterns on the sword were filled with a layer of red under the light of the fire. Cool. That is to say, the most important thing now is explore, get more resources, and report back to the camp. And intelligence. I guess Linda must be so dull because the information for the starting plot has not been obtained yet. Among the NPCs who followed, William was the type who knew nothing about anything. A typical little fan of Linda. Tioni. It's fun to tease her at ordinary times, especially watching her use the tricks taught by us undead to deal with Linda. It's fun to watch, but she won't issue tasks. The only one who can interact freely, and whose lines are basically not repeated, is Linda. I didn't expect Linda to get stuck here. It seems that continuing to explore and advance the plot is the top priority. Chapter 423 Black Blood. In the desolate land, far away from the great stone beast fortress, in a remote place with scarce resources, a black-armored beast-headed man wearing armor, with a strong smell of the abyss, strode forward. Some beast-headed men and beastmen encountered on the road immediately lowered their heads after seeing his figure, fearing that they would attract the attention of the strong man wearing the curse of the abyss. In this land. Title: influences many things. Following the power of the Beast Master. Title. It's like a pyramid with clear class divisions. And Abyss is definitely one of the most terrifying and top titles. No one wants to encounter Abyss. Being able to meet a strong man in a remote place makes people around him wonder if something big has happened. However, the transportation here is blocked and the information is backward. Even if something big has happened, they have no way of knowing. Lionheart lives forever. How can those humans also get the gift of the Master? The Abyss black armored beast head man entered the tavern and sat down on a chair. Several beast men following behind him also followed. The beast man in the tavern trembled as he carried a barrel of wine up amidst the shouts, and then turned and ran away in fear with his tail between his legs. Abyss! Another beast man came over slowly, put down the cup, and then picked up the barrel to pour the wine. Lord Blackblood. The beast man combed his long hair, grabbed the wine glass and took a sip. The wine wet his already tangled hair. How about we go back first? Their mission this time was to capture a group of humans in the south. It was said that these people came from the east and carried a lot of treasures. But none of this matters, because the king who offered a bounty on humans wants certain information in the human mind. And the Black Blood team only needs to bring the human back. But no one expected that those humans would successfully gain the attention of the Beast Master and have the qualifications to survive in this land. The Beast Master's people often kill each other, so it's okay to continue to capture people. But that group of humans was very lucky to be possessed by corruption. The titled king protected him in the territory. The relationship between the two kings was average. So Heishue and his men did not dare to rush into the territory to rob people. And they could not rob them either. So they could only come to the border in shame. Whether those humans were directly served as food or chained up for fun had nothing to do with Heishue's team. He only had the strength of 4 rings, and had never thought of provoking a 6-ring king. He drank the wine, but the depression in his heart could not be cleared. Then, Heishue's ears moved. Have you found those humans? Humans? Has the news spread so far? No. The news of my arrest of humans is top secret. Heishue winked at his men, who nodded and strode into the kitchen. The wall collapsed. Smoke and dust flew. The beast-headed chef in an apron spit out blood and lay on the ground in a daze. He just stole a bite while cooking in the kitchen. It shouldn't be that serious. The pain came too quickly, and my mind was still confused. You just said, humans? Black Blood turned around, and the abyss breath on his body was like a sharp thorn, and his body odor kept piercing the noses of the people around him, making people twitch their noses. Yes, sir, humans. The beast head chef did not dare to hide it, and immediately told the story of how he bought humans. And then the humans committed suicide and turned into ashes and disappeared, and cheated him of his beast teeth. Go. Investigate those humans. Black Blood was surprised. Even if they were not the humans required for the mission, as long as they caught those delicious ingredients, it would be enough to make up for the expenses of their long journey. Looking at the trembling beast head chef lying on the ground, Heishue spat, waste. He couldn't even deal with a weak human. And he said he was not a waste. The progress of the investigation was faster than Heishue imagined. His subordinates were generally strong at the 2nd to 3rd ring, which was one of the strongest in this remote area. Not to mention the professional advantage. Master Heishue, we found traces of humans. Tell me more. Heishue had already let the beast head chef go back to cook. Before the food was served, the investigation over there had already come out. It seemed that humans were not far away from here, which was good news. There have been cases of selling humans in several small villages around, and their experiences are similar. After taking the money, they all committed suicide and turned into ashes. The beastman under his command reported everything he had investigated. What suicide? It must be the power of the title. Blackblood shook his head, not believing it. Perhaps turning into ashes was the way those humans escaped. He had also encountered similar situations, such as the human wizard he had been tracking before suddenly flashed and disappeared when he approached, and then appeared in the distance. Space magic. How else to explain it? It's impossible that those humans are immortal. What else? Blackblood asked. They recently appeared in the desert in the northeast and attacked a group of beast men. What? Blackblood thought he had heard it wrong. Humans attack beast men? It's Tion Gang. Do you believe it or not? The beast man who was reporting nodded. But he didn't really want to believe it. It was a group of dealers selling scorpion fleas. Humans attacked the dealers. and only one scorpion flea dealer ran out. From what he said, it seemed that those humans attacked in order to snatch scorpion fleas. Bullshit! Heishua laughed. Scorpion flea? How much is it worth? How could anyone steal that thing? We have captured the surviving beastman. Bring him in. The beastman brought in was hunched over, with a broken arm, and the hair on his face clogged with blood clots. He looked as pitiful as he could be. My lord. Feeling the abyssal aura on the other party, the seriously injured beastman lay on the ground without thinking. Tell me about your experience in detail. We are scorpion flea dealers. Every year, we take a batch of scorpion fleas away from the Sandpit Ranch and send them to various beast forts for sale. On the way, we met 5 humans. They were wearing armor and weapons. They were uniformed golden armors. They should belong to the army. Army? Heishua's heart moved slightly. Could it be that the human kingdom sent an army to save the humans he was hunting? No. It's impossible. This place is far away from the human world. Unless 1,000,000 troops can be sent, it is impossible to enter this area. Could it be the Corruption King's men? The Corruption King had stopped him from hunting down humans, and he seemed to have a different attitude toward humans. So Blackblood immediately thought of this. What about their strength? Blackblood asked. 2 of them are first ring, and 3 of them haven't even reached first ring. Such a weak army? The basic soldiers under the Corruption King have to have the strength of first ring. The main combat units are even at second ring. The officers are at third ring, and the stronger ones are at fourth ring. Therefore, these human armies should have nothing to do with the King of Corruption. Did you take the initiative? Blackblood asked. He knew the nature of these vendors too well. They would never miss the opportunity to make money. Moreover, humans are such precious ingredients. It is normal for them to grab them and sell them for money. The vendors probably didn't expect the other party to resist and even successfully kill them. However, the strength of these vendors is about first ring. A dozen first rings can't fight 5 humans. It's a bit unreasonable. Even if the number increases tenfold, the scorpion flea dealer will definitely win. Blackblood has racial confidence in the beastman race. Weak humans cannot fight back. So, the dealer in front of him dares to lie in front of him? Feeling Blackblood's scrutinizing gaze, the scorpion flea dealer was horrified. No. We didn't do it. Really? Sir. They said they wanted to buy scorpion fleas. And then we traded normally. Who knew they would actually attack us after the purchase? We also started to fight back and killed those 5 people. But more and more human soldiers surrounded us, and we were killed and lost our armor. Chapter 424 The Power of Titles. More and more. Heishua's eyes lit up. Humans are born merchants. Cunning. But beastmen are more manic and irritable. And the scorpion flea dealers, who are merchants, are in between. Hearing this, Heishua can be sure that the action is real. But it is not the humans who attacked the scorpion flea dealers, but the scorpion flea dealers, who saw the humans taking the money and wanted to get both the people and the money. Heishua knows the nature of these dealers too well. Yes. Hundreds of humans suddenly jumped out. We only had a dozen people. 2 fists could not fight 4 hands. My brothers were desperate and grabbed. And only I escaped. The scorpion flea dealer cried loudly. They are demons. Blackblood kicked the scorpion flea dealer away, letting his body crash through the roof of the tavern and explode in the air into a bloody rain. He cried and was irritated, and he was full of lies. Blackblood only listened to the parts of the scorpion flea dealer that he could believe. Blackblood turned around and looked at his men and said, since there was a battle involving hundreds of people, there must be some traces left in the desert. Sending hundreds of humans back to Lionheart Castle would definitely make a lot of money. And those powerful men with picky tastes would not be stingy with rewards. It's just that I don't have enough people under my command. I can catch them, but it may be difficult to take care of them after they are caught. Should I find some helpers? First determine the location of the humans. And if there is no problem, find someone to help. Heishua knew a few good friends, so it was not a problem to gather dozens of people. In the narrow and closed room, the scorpion flea vendor was tied to a chair. Opposite him was a long table with 3 humans. 2 of the humans sat behind the table. One was responsible for asking questions, and the other was responsible for taking notes. The standing human used the lighting technique, using a focusing cylinder to shine a strong light on the scorpion flea vendor's face. And the light was so bright that he couldn't open his eyes. We are really just vendors selling scorpion fleas. I've heard that before. Go on and tell me something I don't know. Say. What else? The captured scorpion flea dealers wanted to cry, but had no tears. They did nothing from beginning to end. Yes, even if they raised the price a little bit when selling the scorpion fleas. Okay, 10 times higher. As long as both parties agreed. It was a reasonable transaction. It was only at this time that the scorpion flea dealers realized that these humans didn't care about the selling price of scorpion fleas at all. They had the idea of robbing them from the beginning. The purpose of giving money is to find out where the money of the caravan is kept. And then rob it together. The one in front of me is not a human, but a demon. Where do you get your scorpion fleas from? Where do you want to send them? And how much is the purchase price? How many people are there in your family? How many acres of land per capita? How many cows are there on the land? Tell me. Scorpion flea vendor, kill me. In front of Lind was a tattered corpse. The poor tattered corpse was covered with blood holes and traces of magic bombing. It could no longer be seen as an animal. Large areas of it were bald. Like a bald chicken scalded by boiling water. The undead were too ruthless. There were many more corpses. But because they smelled so good, Lind was worried that the undead would choose to serve them on a plate. So he only ordered this one medium rare. Is this an orc? William used a sword to pick up the arm of the corpse, giving people the feeling that he was very good at using a knife and fork. It should be called a beastman. But it has nothing to do with beasts. The so-called beastmen, beast-headed people, etc., are actually similar to primates, relying on 2 feet to move and using weapons with both hands. But they don't have many characteristics of other animals. If we really want to say what species the beastmen should be classified into, we can actually use night demons and green skins as examples. Because of their belief in a certain god, their race has changed, and they have become mutants of the new era. William should have shaved the hair off a pig before. After shaving the hair off the beastman, he found that this thing is indeed a mutant. It is the same as the daughter of the night. But the difference is that the beast master is much stronger than him. Linda was full of interest when he thought that he would face a real god next. But he still had to be cautious. The dominator we met this time is definitely not as weak as the daughter of night. My lord, the interrogation has revealed the truth. The undead came running over. What did you find out? There is a sandpit ranch not too far from us, where a large number of scorpion fleas are bred. There must be 3,000 of them, which can meet the needs of our team. What else? Lind asked. Also, there are only more than 100 first ring and a dozen second ring guards on the sandpit ranch. My lord, as long as we put on the abyss set and add full buffs, we can definitely easily occupy the sandpit ranch. There are many things that can motivate the undead. New gameplay, new plots, new skins, and new mounts. Their calamity warhorses in the land kingdom cannot be ridden here, and the volcanic birds cannot keep up with the demand, and they cannot be brought to the demon land. But the new mounts are different. They have been coveting Ravi's scorpion fleas for a long time. The ugly and cute desert scorpion fleas make people want to raise one. It's not that they don't want to make money to buy them. But the scorpion flea dealers they met this time have always had red names on their heads. When we trade normally, it's hard not to think too much when the other NPC has a red name on his head. Do you still want to cheat the wise and powerful undead master? You must want to kill us after selling the things and take the things and money back. You red-named monster. If that's the case, don't blame us for flipping the table first. So the undead who overthinks and is simple chooses to strike first. It is also possible that they just want to rob the thieves and have no intention of paying. The only pity is that only a few dozen scorpion fleas were snatched this time. And some of them were frightened or had broken legs, making the number of mounts even smaller. The consensus reached by the undead people at present is that the desert map is too wide, and the distance between the gathering places is too far. So new mounts must be unlocked, based on their experience of following Lind. If they help Lind capture cities and snatch girls, the captured city will become the main city, and the local specialties inside will be unlocked, and become commodities allowed to be sold. And even the snatched girls will become their own poster girls. It's better to focus on one than to waste it. So now they just want Lind to attack the sand pit ranch. Even if Lind doesn't want to fight, they will push Lind to fight and expand the territory. After unlocking the ranch shop, everyone can buy mounts for transportation. Walking in the desert is too torturous. If it weren't for surfing the official website to see the outfits, I would have lost my patience long ago. I'm not in a hurry for the sandpit ranch. Have you heard any other news? Yes. I got their trade route map. If you do business in the future, You can refer to it. The information they obtained revolved around making money, equipment, and mounts. If not these, what else to do? NPCs? It doesn't matter whether the pants are taken off or not. Beastmen are too hairy. They have to go to the special XP area for classification. They are not accepted in the European, American, Japanese, and Korean areas. Under Lin's questioning, the undead finally said the parts that they felt were not important. Lin also watched the live broadcast of the entire battle. Most of his attention is now on the 3,000 undead in the Magic Land. And the remaining small part of his attention is on the internal development of the Land Kingdom and the progress of the Great Rift Abyss in the Black Swamp Kingdom. He basically will not miss the important parts. Just as he guessed before, professions and titles are the source of power for beastmen. They are also divided into heroes, epics, legends, etc. But rings are more important. Ways to improve strength include drinking potions and obtaining titles. The way to drink potions is similar to that of humans, used to open different professions. And there are more than a dozen ways to subdivide the power of beast masters. For example, low-level professions include trackers, berserkers, archers, tamers, etc. Each profession undertakes different tasks. Even after some families are determined to become trackers, all members of the entire family are not allowed to have other professions. The children born by beastmen of high-level professions are also high-level professionals, while those of low-level professions can only be low-level. For example, nobles and kings among beastmen can only be born among high-level professionals. There are many reasons for the formation of titles. Each family follows different kings and has the opportunity to obtain racial titles. You will also get a title if you die in a certain war. You will also get a title if you kill enough enemies of a certain type. It is like the embodiment of reputation, and it is also embodied through the way of power granting. The title of the Beast Master is worth exploring, and even more attractive to Linda than the potion of the Beast Master path. There are several known titles, both good and bad, which means that titles can be superimposed, which is very helpful for improving the strength of the undead, and even more helpful for improving Linda's strength. As we all know, if you really read Linda's titles in detail, it will take more than half a minute to finish. The undead think differently. Everyone has been bound to Linda's camp. Even if the title system is not turned on now, it will definitely be turned on after Linda conquers a few territories. The parts that appear in the game will eventually become one of the gameplay. Just like the store is not open yet. Is it because Linda has nothing to sell? Of course not. It's because the plot progress has not been pushed forward. As long as the undead keep pushing forward, everything will be there. And they are full of confidence in Lind. Chapter 425 Catch Them Alive. The investigation did not exceed Blackblood's expectations. Those humans did not hide their tracks at all. Those humans seemed to have no idea how vulnerable ordinary humans were in this land, and how dangerous their situation was. But Blackblood did not act on his own. One of the key reasons why he was able to survive until now, and still possess strong strength, was that he always maintained vigilance. You can show off your power in front of the weak, but don't forget to kill them all. Be respectful when facing a strong person. If a person has hundreds of humans, the leader, whether human or otherwise, must be very powerful. So he planned to capture humans first, and then investigate the situation in this camp. If there are no strong people in it, he will kill them all at once. If the enemy is more difficult to deal with, stop when you are ahead. This is not Lionheart Castle, and he just wants to make a small profit to make up for the cost. In Blackblood's next plan, he plans to spread the news of the appearance of the human army. The King of Corruption might send someone to pick up the humans at that time, although the possibility is very small. Even if there is only a 1 in 10 chance, it will be enough to make Blackblood happy. He will also report the situation here. The beast cubs that cry out will have milk to eat. He will exaggerate the fact that the humans he was tracking were all taken away by the King of Corruption before reporting it. The investigation is very fast. Blackblood has trackers under his command. Although the wind and sand will cover the traces of the action, it is meaningless in front of professionals. The news came back quickly. Lord Blackblood, there is indeed a human camp over there in the canyon, with a large number of people, thousands of them. Their equipment is very neat. They should come from a very powerful country. But the overall strength is not strong. If it is not strong, then we can start. Dozens of people led by Blackblood approached quietly, using various methods to hide their breath and whereabouts to slowly approach. When they got close to the canyon camp, They looked at the dozens of scorpion fleas in front of them with a strange expression. The scorpion fleas of the scorpion flea dealer are really here. Until now, Heishua still doesn't believe what the scorpion flea dealer said. Humans are not good at fighting due to their physical constitution. They are both second rings, but they can't be compared with beastmen. If beastmen can withstand a single blow without dying, humans will be reduced to scum long ago. So it is impossible for humans to fight for worthless scorpion fleas. Heishua still insists on his previous thoughts. Those scorpion flea dealers must want to make more money. Although humans don't know why they want to buy scorpion fleas, it is reasonable to bring back the spoils after winning the battle. Remember, these humans have a very strange power. Be sure to prevent them from turning into ashes and escaping, Heishua emphasized. Looking up at the fortress in front of him, Heishua narrowed his eyes slightly. The building was attached to the canyon, which was easy to defend and difficult to attack. For the second ring beastmen, it was very different. No matter what kind of cliffs, beastmen can walk on flat ground. Do it. I've said it several times. Don't mess up the heart of disaster again. In the canyon camp, a large group of people were holding a meeting in the guild group. Although he was exploring the new map, he did not forget to participate in the development and internal discussions of the guild. The big one stood up and paced, as if he was on the phone, which made Sydney's younger brother, who was responsible for night patrol with him, and the favorite white silk and the moon blade look at each other in surprise. Although the three of them had their own friends to play with, they still played games for fun. For some reason, when they heard the big one talking and even slamming the table, they always felt that being a member of his guild was pitiful, as if they had moved to a different place to work, with meetings during the day and at night. The trade route must be maintained, and those new members must do more tasks and improve their favorability. Anyone who dares to lift the NPC's skirt will be kicked, which will directly lower the evaluation of our entire guild. Do I need to teach you this? Also, we can't give up on the Black Swamp Kingdom. Let's see if we can get a few vampires into the guild. What? Dorothy is also in charge of the finances of the Black Swamp Kingdom. That four-eyed girl is stretching her hands too far. Go and improve Dorothy's favorability. What does she like? Money? Then give money. Give as much money as you can. Don't get a mount. Getting a mount in the early stage is a waste of time. The game will only officially start in the Magic Land. In the early stage, you should work hard to earn points and materials. It will be so much fun to come to the Magic Land after you have the equipment. Am I right? After all the hard work in the early stages, you can officially experience the game content later. The sense of déjà vu is so strong. My favorite white silk slightly opened her mouth. The boss and teacher switched seamlessly. A master of making big promises. If you don't know, you might think they are living a fairy-like life in the Magic Land. In fact, everyone has to patrol, investigate, collect various materials, etc. And the work is not paid. It's all voluntary work. Even if they are all undead, it doesn't mean that everyone can play together. It's all task distribution. Dong. There was a sound outside. The four turned around and found a tall and strong black figure standing at the door. His face was covered with long hair, and he was wearing heavy armor that protected key parts of his body. He was holding a spear in his hand. Beastman. The four undead's faces changed. They didn't expect to be approached. It was over. Is it a follow-up plot? He asked loudly. The undead robbed the scorpion flea vendor. Although they were very careful at the time, one of them still escaped. They knew there would be a follow-up plot. Were we invaded? Oh my god. This is the first time I've been invaded by the enemy. The Lord is right. Protecting the camp is our main task. Do it? The beastman rushed up and saw the human suddenly rushing towards him, and immediately raised his spear to sweep. Huh? Run away. The four people ran in four different directions. There was nothing valuable in the camp. Only the scorpion fleas below were worth a little money. But they already knew the existence of the Sandpit Ranch, and they could buy scorpion fleas at will in the future. Why fight an enemy whose health bar and damage seem abnormal? The beast man looks much stronger than the scorpion flea vendor. The four of them can't defeat him. The undead ran away desperately, making so much noise that it was hard for Lin not to notice. Invaded? Lin always caused trouble for others. He never thought that he would be found by others. Could the other party be the backstage helper of the scorpion flea vendor? It doesn't look like it. And there is an epic strongman among them. Linda was very sorry that the undead had only caught a scorpion flea dealer. and there was too little useful information to be obtained. Now it was different with an epic-level strongman, and he would definitely be able to satisfy his curiosity. "Sir?" William came to Linda with a sword in hand. He did not act rashly. Following Linda all the time made him almost like the undead, and he developed a habit of listening to Linda's orders before taking action. The undead first came to Linda to take a task, so that he would not work in vain. William simply believed that everything Linda did was right. He followed Linda, and must obey Linda's orders. Don't rush to act. Let the undead search for the invaders. Remember to capture them alive. Capture them alive. Heishui watched one of his men chop off a human's head with a bloody axe, and he roared in anger. The elite soldiers who were obviously from a certain noble class of humans. The secrets they possessed were definitely no less than those of the humans who escaped to the territory of the Corruption King. It's finally my turn. At this moment, Heishui finally realized what it meant to have a new hope after a dark period. Just when he thought he had no chance, he encountered another group of human nobles. The body is gone? What? Heishui was shocked. When he looked at the decapitated human body, he found that there was nothing left on the ground. It disappeared completely. The wind was very strong in the desert canyon at night. Heishui watched a human chanting a spell being pierced by a spear from his beast man. His body exploded and turned into a pile of ash, and then was blown away by the wind and disappeared without a trace. Kill! Catch him alive! Those humans rushed forward one after another, but what they shouted made Heishui feel like he had heard it wrong. Capture alive? Capture who alive? Are they going to capture me alive? These three questions in his mind almost made Heishui laugh out loud. He admitted that there were many humans, but they were too weak. Such a weak number was meaningless. For some reason, Heishui suddenly remembered what the scorpion flea dealer he had killed had said. These humans might really be different from what he remembered. Even crazier than the beast men. The undead were very excited. Linda finally issued another mission. The reward is indeed the battle for the Sandpit Ranch. Brothers, I said there would be a follow-up plot. Fuck. The monsters in this map of the demon land have super damage. I can't stand it. Not even a single move. Why do I feel that it hurts more than being spit out fire by a flying dragon? Can we change equipment? The undead are not naturally strong, and their physical values are weaker than normal humans, not to mention compared with the beast men. But the undead have one characteristic that no one can match. They know how to equip themselves, and they don't care about any negative effects. As long as they can increase their stats, they will wear them. Almost everyone present cannot exert their full strength because their basic structure is formed only after they put on mature suits. Lin frowned as he watched the undead being slaughtered. When the undead besieged the Daughter of Night, they died even faster than this. So he was not frowning because of the large number of undead deaths. What really made him frown was the black-armored beastman with a faint breath of the abyss. He could move freely with the breath of the abyss. In other words, it was normal to use the power of the abyss in the magic land? Linda was sure that all the information he had obtained from the crystal wizard about the magic land had lost its reference value. The abyss, the big cracks appeared in various continents. Could the reason also be found in the magic land? Capture the black-armored beastman alive, Linda said. You can use all your power, including the abyss, since the power of the abyss can be used at will. There is no need to worry about exposing the abyss and attracting sieges from other forces. The undead people were immediately excited when they heard that voice. Only Blackblood looked puzzled. Then he looked at the humans in front of him, who could not be killed no matter how hard he tried. And the number was estimated to have exceeded 10,000. He suddenly laughed wildly, and took a lot of pills, and threw them into his mouth before he started. Is there any brother who can add some amplifying BGM? Someone was already singing in the distance. And all kinds of chaotic and mixed sounds swept over, like ripples on the water. Every time the ripples swept over, a layer of dark light would appear on the human in front of him. I'll just use the card face to fight. It's great. Ah. Gaia. Emperor Man. Ah. Pig Man. 5 Spirits Power. Gun Era. The Dark God. Woohoo. Black Magic Transformation. The next moment, the strong breath of the abyss came over, and the charging human suddenly turned into a cursed monster of the abyss. The ferocious dragon head. The dark mucus turned into blood vessels wrapped around the armor. The scene of the mountains and the sea made the beasts think of the abyss attack. Chapter 426, Planting Mushrooms. Heishui's ears were filled with all kinds of chaotic sounds. From the beginning of the fight, He noticed that something was wrong with this canyon human army. The equipment was exquisite but not sophisticated. Only beautiful in appearance. There were a lot of people. Thousands of them. But in the following battle, the figures that kept jumping out of the narrow and thin canyon were more than 1,000 people. There should be tens of thousands. He had to overturn his guess again and again. But when the human in front of him suddenly changed and rushed over wearing the cursed armor of the abyss, Heishua couldn't help but widen his eyes. The power of the abyss is notorious. But the title of the abyss makes people shudder. Heishua had fought with those terrible things before. And the abyss strongman, who could change his body to the level of the abyss curse of the human in front of him, must have been stronger than the fifth ring. Only the real abyss disaster could create such a terrifying equipment. Just like the one Heishua was wearing. It could keep him strong while not being affected by the abyss. But if he changed into the suit of the human in front of him, Heishua suspected that he would completely become an abyss disaster in less than a month. The figures rushing madly under the moonlight are like the spearhead troops of the abyss invading the surface. No. They are the honor guards that open the way to the cemetery of Zasa. The god of death. Death is coming. This human camp is more dangerous than imagined. Heishua even feels that there is a strong man here who is as powerful as himself. Hiding in the dark corner, with a covetous look, Heishua watched his beastmen being besieged and torn apart by the crazy roaring abyss soldiers. The moonlight still fell quietly. The scorpion flea curled up in the sand and shivered. Silence and madness played out in this cold wilderness of gray ruins desert without disturbing each other. Blood was splashed on the thirsty sand and then quickly swallowed. Life has entered the countdown. And the only thing reflected in Black Blood's eyes was the silhouette of the canyon that looked like a demon cave. The battle between the undead and Black Blood fell into a stalemate. The strength was too different, and the number was not enough to form a decisive victory. They began to be swept away. And when Black Blood was ready to escape, he also thought that no one could stop him. Unfortunately, except for Black Blood, the beastmen under his command were all dead and captured. He saw one or two undead suddenly give up the attack, cheering and grabbing their men and running back. Some people even quarreled over the beastmen captives. They looked like a group of childish little beasts with no combat discipline. If you really treat them as childish objects, the terrifying number of deaths at the moment is the price. No. He found some helpers temporarily, spent money, used connections, promised benefits, etc., and was killed by a group of people. Prey. Counterattack. Some of the beastmen were low-level professionals active in the surrounding villages and towns. After seeing the attack that was even more crazy and terrifying than the abyss, they simply screamed and cried, dropped their weapons, and ran away. Who is the food? If you lose, you will die if you continue to fight. What scared Black Blood was that when he stopped killing and looked for a chance to escape, the canyon that was constantly spewing out abyss soldiers suddenly became quiet. A few of them left a deep impression on him. Not many people could leave a scar on him. Undead? This discovery was enough to shock the entire wilderness from gray ruins to the wild beast's nest. A group of soldiers who always come back to life. Their human identity is no longer a disadvantage. With such an army, there is no disadvantage. Black Blood intends to escape. This information is very important. If this group of people eventually go to the Corruption King, the humans who escape there may find new reliance. But the following battle made Black Blood feel annoyed. When he wanted to escape, these undead people would rush up madly, and even prefer to use their bodies to forcibly hold him back. However, when he relaxed his attack a little, they would change their rhythm. Pulling, being pulled. His steps of escape were dragged several times. Heishua used his own explosive power to break free from the death whirlwind formed by the undead's fearless fighting style. Those people stuck to him, and he had to pay more attacks to escape. Fortunately, he was strong and could hold on. When Heishua turned around and saw that figure, his expression froze slightly. Standing on his escape route was a human woman, wrapped in a black robe. And she was also very beautiful according to the aesthetics of the beast man. Different races seem to share the same aesthetics of humans. There is a disc behind his head that flashes with a dim glow. The ancient sense of the mysterious power makes Black Blood seem to be looking directly at the essence of magic, and his eyes can capture the terrifying power revealed in it. The shadows of the canyon on the left and right are like two invisible shadow walls that block Black Blood's escape path on the left and right, leaving him with only the straight road ahead where a woman guards the pass. The corpses lying behind and around him tell how miserable this fierce battle that has not yet ended is. The fact that there is no human corpse except the corpse of the beast man makes this miserable even worse. The moonlight stretched the shadows under the woman's feet. She raised her hand to grab the back of her head. And then the disc turned into a long sword, gently waving. The sand under her feet seemed to feel the call and began to tremble violently, like wheat bouncing on the table. The number increased. And finally the whole area trembled. Fuck. Run. Grow mushrooms. Run. 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 The undead reacted quickly and ran away howling. A mushroom cloud quickly broke through the blockade of the desert, growing well, and surpassed the canyon in just a moment. Lin stood at the top of the long canyon, and the sudden strong wind from the magic mushroom cloud made his cloak rustle. Has time become stronger again? Or has she never shown her true strength? She can easily burst out the power of 3 rings. A real mushroom-growing girl. Only William beside Lin turned silent from the initial eagerness to try. He really had never seen Tyan take action. And he didn't expect that the weakest person in the entire expeditionary force was me. Boom. Another mushroom cloud rose in the same place. Boom. Another one. Boom. Boom boom boom. When Heishua opened his eyes again, he found himself trapped in a room, with dazzling white light splashing on his face. His eyes barely adjusted to the light. And the group of undead people were sitting in front of him. Next, we ask questions, and you answer them. Heishua tried to resist, but the woman in black standing beside him with a long sword made him choose to calm down. It was true that he could burst out with powerful strength, but it did not mean that his body could withstand the attack of the 3rd ring. The woman in front of him could not burst out with stronger power, but no one could withstand her continuous use of the 3rd ring magic. The fact that the strong men never showed up also made Black Blood fearful. This human army was more terrifying than he had imagined. It was better to cooperate temporarily. As long as they got the chance, they would be able to escape. The undead man slammed the table. Tell me, how much property do you have left? Do you have any secret information? If you don't tell me, I will castrate you. Yes, I will cut off your skin bag first, and then find a beast girl to dance on the pole in front of you, so that you will bleed to death. It is definitely not that the undead are mentally abnormal because they can't take off their white pants. Nor are they curious about the difference between the whip of the beast man and the whip of the beast. But they find this threat to be the most reliable. Those abominable scorpion flea vendors could hold out when they were treated with harsh methods such as whipping and pepper water. But in the end, they all failed because of castration. Fuck. Stop talking. My wife's favorability has dropped. It's dropped too. The undead hurriedly looked at the expressionless Tyan. It's terrible. It's hard to increase favorability. We are just talking nonsense. How can we really do such obscene and disgusting things? Only Heishua thought that these undead people might have problems with their brains. But it didn't prevent him from feeling a slight chill in his crotch. He didn't want to get the title of eunuch. However, the property mentioned by humans gave Black Blood a new idea. I do have a fortune. If you are willing to let me go. Pa! The undead man slapped the table and leaned forward. Only then did Black Blood realize that the other person was so ugly. Even uglier than the beast man. With green hair and troll-like cheeks. So ugly that he felt sick. Hey, do you know that I am the most upright? You actually want to bribe me with money? He continued to lean forward. How many do you have? I don't have many fangs. But after you let me go, I can promise to take you to Lionheart Castle and be crowned by the Lionheart King. As many as you want. Sisterly, what do you think? The green-haired undead turned around and asked. Sisterly Wansway started to plot loudly. By see, I think this is a branch line of the plot. If we choose to let Black Blood go, we will definitely unlock the plot of Lionheart Castle, and maybe open a new main city. But there is also the possibility of being deceived. But if we choose not to let him go, we will definitely be able to squeeze out other useful information. Black Blood looked at the undead, who were talking loudly, and felt that something was wrong. No, it was a trick of the undead. They tried to threaten him in this way. It seemed that he didn't reveal enough information. I know where the other humans are. Black Blood gritted his teeth. As long as he could escape, nothing else mattered. And the news that the King of Corruption took in those humans would definitely spread in the future. It would be better to use it to escape. Don't change the subject. The undead man slammed the table and pointed at Heishua's nose. Let's talk about something important. Don't you want to know where the other humans are? Heishua couldn't believe it. Why do we know that? The undead man asked back. Of course. Heishua opened his mouth. Yes. The group of people in front of him will not die. Why would they go to find a group of mortal humans? Then what value do I have? Heishua fell into self-doubt. A fourth-ring strongman is actually worthless. What's wrong with him? He seems to be emo. The green-haired undead man scratched his head. Family. I'm interrogating the prisoner here. Wouldn't it be a bit of a spoiler to dance the glass-cleaning dance for the beast man? Thanks to the reward from Yi Yen Yu. I'll dance it right away. Come on. Clean the glass, clean the glass. Linda is checking the confessions provided by the beast men who were interrogated separately. For example, several of the beast men marked their residences, and these residences would become areas that Linda would bypass or actively attack. Some beast men also wrote down how they obtained their titles. Although these titles are very common, such as hungry, greedy, crybaby, etc., they have significant side effects. For example, hungry often feels hungry, while greedy can still eat even when full. However, having a title means that they have at least one ring of strength. In other words, they are all elite monsters. Many of these titles can be obtained in a stable way, which broadens Lin's next action plan. Before finding the direction to Tianqing Magic School, he could brush up some titles for the undeads to increase their power. Especially Lin himself, who needed to master the power of titles. For example, Old Nobles. Is it a manifestation of blood? Or a manifestation of titles? Or some other rules? No matter which one it is, he is very interested. Chapter 427 Shadow of the Mechanicus. Sir, he confessed. He confessed everything. So thick? Linda was a little surprised when he saw the confession. Yes, because Bicey jumped to clean the windows and rode a bicycle, which caused visual pollution to Black Blood. So Black Blood confessed everything. Linda? Really? I don't believe it. He would rather believe that Black Blood had a plan. After reading Black Blood's confession, he confirmed his thoughts. Black Blood kept mentioning Lionheart King and Corruption King seemed to want to lead the undead to one of them. Linda also knows about the king. It is said that he is a top-level warrior who serves the Beast Master. His strength is at level 6, and his specific level exceeds level 60, reaching level 61 to 70. However, the Tianqing Magic School does not seem to have a detailed division of this level. Legend is already the instructor level, and no one has given a definition of what is above legend. The strength of the Beast King is one level stronger than the strongest person Linda has seen so far. The Daughter of the Night. The Daughter of the Night is only level 60, and her strength is barely 5 rings. He had to sigh again that the 3 continents were indeed a novice village. A god who could change races it will turn into a little scoundrel after changing the map. Which one should I join? The King of Corruption or the King of Lionheart? The King of Corruption took in a group of fleeing humans. This has nothing to do with me. We are not locals. But if we take the initiative to contact them, we should be able to get a detailed map. However, the King of Lionheart seems more reliable. The policy style of the King of Lionheart is the law of the jungle, which is very suitable for the development of the undead. On the other hand, the Corrupt King, who closed the country to the outside world and played by himself, seemed unreliable and had no development potential. Moreover, the Beast Men had a good impression of humans and must have some ulterior motives. He preferred to fight openly and not to play tricks. As for the fact that the Beast Men liked to eat humans, Linda didn't care at all. It was not the first time that the undead were used as food. Why should I surrender? He didn't need to make achievements in the wilderness. The proper way to play was to make a fortune and leave. There were undead around him, so the main operation must be wandering. Mainly, when Black Blood learned that the human general he had never met actually had a crush on the Lionheart King, the whole beast was stunned. Is there no normal person in the entire undead army? Anyone with a discerning eye can see that the Corruption King is in line with the development of mankind. Or is the other party's cleverness backfiring? What made Black Blood even more confused was that he was actually released. Why did you let him go? Even if he is a boss, we won't gain experience if we kill him. Everyone is at the maximum level. So why not let him go and unravel the subsequent plot? Actually, I suspect that there is something wrong with the options given by Black Blood. I'm not sure which one is more reliable. So we just need to see which direction he runs. Oh my god. Smart. That's right. Even if we can't beat him, don't we still have Dege? Miss Tioni's mushroom growing skills are also amazing. So we can just run away. But have you ever thought about a problem? Everything is based on the premise that we don't have a fixed territory. The problem is that we are about to receive the reward of the Sandpit Ranch. So we must have a fixed territory. Is it too late to take action now? Sir, why let him go? William asked Lind. In his opinion, Black Blood was a very powerful enemy. After a fight to the death, the other party would definitely not give up. What awaited him, and others, was a continuous stream of attacks. Although Lind said that he would leave the choice entirely to the undead. Whether to kill or let go was up to them. In William's opinion, Lind's words meant that he had tacitly agreed to release Black Blood. The strong man who could easily stir up bloody storms in the Land Kingdom was let go just like that. There will be endless troubles in the future. Linda said, "What do you think of our strength in the Demon Land?" William thought for a while and replied, "If Black Blood and the others are not lying, we should be a relatively strong team." He spoke a little more tactfully. If they didn't have the immortality feature, they would be the last batch. But because of the immortality feature, plus the crazy personality of the immortals who become braver as they die, they can barely jump to the next level. Generally speaking, it is a relatively powerful minion. If it is really as Black Blood said, Black Blood can only be considered as medium strength. And the suicide attack of the undead will not have much effect. In the wilderness, the strong prey on the weak, and ordinary humans or beast men are at the bottom. But the situation is completely different with the record. Do you mean that we can take this opportunity to make a name for ourselves? The expeditionary force, of course, cannot be sneaky. It must be high profile. They represent the kingdom of Rand and mankind. Their small step is a big step for the human beings of the 3 continents. Linda glanced at William. He felt that William was very stubborn, but not very suitable to be an NPC who issued tasks. What if a force that has a grudge against Black Blood knows about us? The enemy of my enemy is my friend. A fairly strong army can get along well anywhere. It is also convenient for Linda to open the main city of the Beast Men and contact more advanced Beast Men. Even Black Blood has never heard of the Tianqing Magic School. Either the school is too remote or too far away. It must be connected to a larger information network. It is definitely not okay to shrink in the corner of the desert. Moreover, more enemies would give the undead people something to do, without the residents of the territory and all the burdens around him. Lind was just a homeless and helpless bandit. What was there for him to be afraid of? If you can beat them, fight. If you can't, retreat and continue fighting. Besides, you can't grow up in this place where nothing happens. I have 3 health bars. What's there to be afraid of? William felt that it was just one life. If the Lord wasn't afraid, he didn't need to be afraid either. Linda has another thing to do now. He should fulfill the reward he promised to the immortals. Sandpit Ranch, located in the corner of the desert land of the Wilderness Grey Ruins. According to travelers in the desert, if you lose your way and don't know where to go, you will encounter a Sandpit Ranch. The power of magic and prayer makes the Sandpit Ranch appear in front of every lost traveler, becoming the hope of survival. However, some people pointed out that all this has nothing to do with magic, because the Sandpit Ranch is always built in uninhabited areas, where the environment is harsh and very suitable for the growth of scorpion fleas. When you are lost as a traveler, it is better to say that you have entered the range of the ranch than to say that you have found hope. The iron gray sky, with stars scattered in the sky. But soon dark clouds covered the sky, and gray sand and dust flew like rain. The cold air swept in from the other side of the desert, ravaging the Sandpit Ranch. Bist, the beast man of the Sandpit Ranch. His full name is Drunkard Bist Iron Gall Beast Tamer. Bist, who drinks until he is dizzy and slurs his words every day, wears a set of fully wrapped armor that looks more refined, and his profession is a beast tamer. This profession allows him to get a good job as a manager in the Sandpit Ranch, and the scorpion fleas are more controlled. But the atmosphere today was a little off. Bister looked up at the sky and mumbled something incoherent, full of drunken words and complaints that he himself could not understand. Suddenly, with a clang, something hit Bister's back, and the armor helped him block the sword. Bister was a step slower because of the alcohol, and when he turned around, he saw a ferocious dragon head, with bloodshot eyes turning and staring at him. Damn, he has a good set of equipment. Be careful. Don't break your equipment. Someone is attacking. Bister's mind suddenly became clear, but he was immediately confused again. What is there to rob at the Sandpit Ranch? Scorpion fleas are indeed a good means of transportation, but this thing is not expensive, so there is no need to rob it. For money? It's very likely. But with the energy to rob the Sandpit Ranch, wouldn't it be more profitable to rob other people? Bister burped. And the armor on his body suddenly turned. Fuck. His armor can deform. Ha! Bister jumped up. Bister was knocked over by a fireball. Bister was covered by more than a dozen fireballs. Bister turned into charcoal. Damn! It was an assassination. His armor looks so cool. Do you feel his armor is a little familiar? You'll know after you get a set. 3,000 people rumbled into the Sandpit Ranch. A massive infiltration ended with all the witnesses dead or unconscious. And no one was found. It's a reward level. It's effortless to rob. Damn. I could open the chest of my armor to scratch it. The undead were like bandits, sitting together in groups of 3 or 4 to divide the spoils. The small amount of spoils couldn't fill their appetites. And even the number of scorpion fleas couldn't satisfy everyone. But every undead had a look of expectation on his face. Now that the area has been taken, the game system will definitely give a reasonable solution next. Lin said that he had no solution. But fortunately some beastmen were still alive, and the Scorpion Flea Ranch could continue to operate. The beastmen squatted on the side with their heads in their hands. Although they did not expect that the terrifying invaders last night were actually humans, it did not prevent them from squatting obediently now. Humans? Are they so cruel? How long does it take to mature after breeding and hatching scorpion fleas? Lin said. Sir, we only have 2 beastmasters. Then train a few more. Lin turned to look at the undead. Unfortunately, one must believe in the beastmaster to obtain the power of the title. This beastmaster is different from the previous one. He is alive, and his strength may be at its peak. Lin's eyes turned to the armor that the undead was showing. If he was not mistaken, the armor seemed to be similar to the mechanical skills of the dragon skin armor master Bard. You can even see the shadow of the Mechanicus that Dome once moved and studied. Chapter 428. We undeads also have our own Palu. The broken lead reappears here. The Mechanicus did not expect to appear in another way. Lind is not sure whether the machines on the Beastmen are directly inherited from the Mechanicus, but he is sure that there is at least some connection between the two sides. The Mechanicus is quite meaningful to Lind, representing the development of magic industrialization. Although industrialization is a bit suspicious of the skill tree, it is of great help to infrastructure, including teleportation, remote communication, etc. If the magic world wants to progress and develop, it is obviously not enough to put all the power on one person and let people ascend. Just like opening the teleportation array. Some wizards can tear open the space at will and go from one place to another. But his ability is not inherited. Even if he teaches students with all his heart and soul, the possibility of promotion is very low due to various reasons such as limited talent and war leading to death. But if it is promoted industrially, just like the teleportation arrays in major main cities opened by Lin now, ordinary people can also use it. The most obvious difference between magic and magic industry is that some people can fly and live for thousands of years. But ordinary people still have to go hungry. Qianqing Magic School, the Crucible, the Mechanicus, the title of Beastmaster, the power of the Abyss, and even the humans being hunted. Linda has only been in the magic land for a few days, and too many things have attracted his attention. He also knows that he is not without desires. But those ordinary things are really unattractive to him. Is ruling a human country more attractive than obtaining a furnace comparable to a wishing machine? Or is digging into the abyss and the big cracks that appeared in various parts of the continent more attractive? Being a king is really ordinary. His status as the son of the Virgin is much more noble than that of a king. It turns out that only by constantly exploring upward can you appreciate more and more interesting things. I have gradually changed from hoping to live a more stable life and live until the day I want to die to wanting to see more interesting things. Human desires are indeed infinite. The Sandpit Ranch began to get busy. In the eyes of the beastmen of the Sandpit Ranch, these terrible undead people wrapped in the power of the abyss are like monsters that will never be fed. Their hearts are even dirtier than their hideous appearances. If they want to survive, they can only sacrifice everything, even their own beauty. Some beast cooks have already cried, worried that someone will sneak into their rooms at night and put their innocence at risk. However, things did not seem to develop in the direction that the beastmen worried about. They were urged to work, build, raise livestock, and be interrogated. Trade route? Yes, there is indeed a trade route from here to there. And the price is? What could sell best? Employ other beast tamers? Beast tamers are the lowest profession. The beast men who survived by chance found that this group of terrifying humans seemed to have a little abnormality in their brains. They were not violent, and did not covet their beauty. Humans have a great interest in wealth, planting and construction, and work day and night. So the beast men are forced to work with them. And their bodies and minds are severely damaged. Work hard. Although strictly speaking you only need to work 8 hours a day. For the development of the ranch. Are you embarrassed to leave work early? You must be motivated. If you don't work hard, when can I ride on the scorpion flea? Oh no. I mean how to develop the sand pit ranch. You must have a long-term vision. It is an undead who is more terrifying than the slave owner. Why has his temper become so explosive recently? Someone asked subconsciously. It rained heavily a while ago. And the car was flooded. And then the car had a flat tire. Damn. So miserable? There are even worse ones. I heard that he drove his car after it was repaired. On the way home, the 4S shop called him and told him that the airbag parts were removed and forgotten to be installed. You are still playing games even in this situation? You are really strong inside. TSK. I just cut off my purse and I am still playing games? Brother. I am a woman. Please don't be too vulgar. Girl. You play a male character? You look so handsome and don't wear a shirt. Brother. Don't you play a female character too? And wearing a short skirt. The two looked at each other and said, let's not talk about it. We are in the same boat. The beast men were on the verge of mental breakdown after doing the same repetitive work day after day, working night after night, and having to deal with various inspections from the undead. Their hard work paid off, although the reward did not fall on them, but on the undead. First of all, the sand pit ranch ushered in an unprecedented reconstruction. The undead, who had a very strong obsession with construction, did not miss the opportunity to build a new base. Secondly, the production of scorpion fleas in the sand pit ranch has increased greatly. With sufficient energy supply and a livable environment, the growth of scorpion fleas is only a matter of time. Under this circumstance, the first batch of undead people rode scorpion fleas away. They were going to trade, sell scorpion fleas. The beasts of the sand pit ranch did not think that the undead could succeed. Indeed, humans possessed the power of the abyss, and no one dared to provoke them easily in this land. However, scorpion fleas were one of the cheapest means of transportation. Each scorpion flea caravan had its own fixed partners. Individuals who wanted to sell scorpion fleas would only be laughed at. It only took 3 days. When the undead came back, not a single scorpion flea was missing. Not only that, there were more than 20. And each scorpion flea was carrying a large number of cloth bags. When Lin saw the gains of the undead trade, even though he had expected it, he couldn't help but admire it in his heart. Well done. He remembered that the undead only had tens of thousands of animal teeth. And that was the total assets of 3,000 undead. The undead who left had at most 300 to 500 animal teeth. But they actually brought back the equivalent of a small town's worth of supplies. It was indeed a fair trade. After changing to a new map, the undead finally started to act recklessly without restraint. Sir, this is what we bought. The undead deliberately omitted the unimportant part related to robbery. Bloodstained armor. Bloodstained dried meat and food. Bloodstained or bloodstained. Beastmen. Beastmen? Linda looked at the dozens of beastmen who were hiding together timidly. Why did you capture them? Sir, they are beastmasters. Carefully selected before bringing them back. Let them breed with scorpion fleas. So heavy taste? Linda nodded. Not to mention that he didn't need the spoils brought back by the undead. Even if he wanted them, the undead wouldn't give them to him unless they immediately announced a mission that required them to hand in the spoils. It's not impossible, as long as Linda opened another contribution store. But in order to prevent himself from being cheated, Linda restrained his impulse. Investigate the news related to the Mechanicus, as well as the Lionheart King and the Corruption King. We need to know more about the Wilderness Grey Ruins. After Lin finished speaking, he turned and left. The food supplies he brought were almost gone. 3,000 undead people ate the same thing. Food was just a prop for them to recover. They also ate dried rats. Finally, we are no longer guarding the camp. But the main quest is too broad. There are red names everywhere, although they are willing to communicate after defeating them. Is the way to play in the Magic Land to capture cities? No. 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 You don't understand. Since the main quest is given, there will definitely be a sudden plot next. It's the usual routine of the game. Tell me where you encountered these monsters. I'm going to make a fortune. We were really lucky. Just as we passed by a ruined path with a patch of cacti, a group of merchants suddenly appeared. Uh-huh. They rushed over before we even started. Another undead person answered, yeah. They robbed us. So we didn't show any mercy. Didn't you let any of them go? We wiped them all out. We didn't leave any alive. We brought back the rest. Oh my god. You guys are just eating alone. If you let one go, maybe they will call for help. Just like the last time the Black Blood attacked us. Linda directly unlocked the Sandpit Ranch. If there are a few more emergencies, maybe the town can be unlocked? I am very curious about the Beastman's poster girl. Fury. Right? Just tell me if you want the Beastman poster girl. I would have known not to kill them all. Wildish ruins. Beast sacrifice site. It is said that the Beast Master once lived here. And this is also the original. The Stone Beast Castle, which claims to be the sacrificial site of the Orthodox royal family of the Beastmen, has yet to see the emergence of a king. The Beastmen can only survive on this land relying on their former glory. There are countless legends about this place. It is said that you are, who has the title of Beast, once fought back against many enemies with fewer troops. He tore apart all the commanders, who were weaker than himself with his claws, and devoured the enemy's strength. The enemy's wave-like offensive lasted for more than 200 days. But he was unable to break through his defense until the enemy was exhausted. Below the sacrificial site is a ruin that looks like a hopeless situation. The name of the Grey Ruins may be related to this place. Below is a dilapidated and deep palace that was swallowed by darkness, and only the roof was left. The entire beast sacrificial site is a strange building built on top of the huge palace that rises from the ground. It seems to be level with the desert, but there is a deep building below, making it difficult to tell whether the huge palace collapsed or the entire desert fell from the sky in another way to cover this area and raise the terrain. The beast's feet stepped on the roof and jumped onto the arch. The dilapidated palace underfoot seemed to have become a trivial matter for the beasts living here. The broken rock body formed a natural arch, like two crooked load-bearing pillars trying to pierce the sky, like a spear that opened the curtain of night. The beast man wearing gold-rimmed armor walked quickly. His height was at least half that of a human. But standing under the arch, he looked like an ant looking up at the sky. If the name of the sacrificial site is true, perhaps a great god really came here in person. The statues of the great beast kings were not respected here. They were scattered on the ground with the smashed artworks and plaster statues to pave the road. The beast man stopped and looked ahead. Our merchant has lost contact. What? You are Beast, who has the title of Beast. Turned around. He looked completely different from other beastmen, with extremely long mane like a lion's mane, and his cheeks were not as close to humans as those of beastmen, but protruding like a long snout bone shape like a dog's mouth. The situation at the beast sacrifice field was becoming more and more difficult. The merchant's loss of contact was like a bolt from the blue. They might not be able to survive. The struggle for power between the beast kings was becoming more and more fierce, and each beast king had learned to bet on multiple parties, cooperating with the abyss, cooperating with the Mechanicus, or with other things. The beast sacrificial site without a king and always maintaining the orthodoxy will soon be devoured if the master does not respond to his faithful believers. Do you know who did it? The trackers we sent out found that those people used magic, and the methods were very cruel. Almost all the bodies were burned and destroyed. Magic? You are Beast thought of many things in an instant. For example, the two great enemies, the King of Corruption and the Lionheart, and the nearby so-called the Never Interfere Mage Tower even includes those ghosts, who are sometimes sober and sometimes crazy. However, those people are not good at hiding. The trackers have tracked their approximate direction through the traces. Where? The wasteland Grey Ruins. Over the uninhabited mountain on the border. They are likely to come from the ranch in the desert. Ranch? Beast thought he had heard it wrong. Those guys who raised scorpion fleas on the ranch could not have the ability to attack an elite merchant team. Those lowly beast masters, who could only breed scorpions and fleas for their whole lives, have their careers set to limit their lifetimes. Send someone to investigate. A female voice suddenly came from the side. It was a figure wrapped in a black robe, like a stone sculpture. Don't underestimate those people. We can't afford to fail anymore. Maybe they are plotting to attack us. Yes. High Priest. At the Sandpit Ranch, the undead are becoming more and more restless. After Lynn threw out an unreliable main quest. After that, The undead can only rely on their own means to explore. They tried kidnapping, extortion, and clearing out the surrounding villages and towns. But there is one thing they are very satisfied with. When they wipe out the military forces of a beastman village, the remaining beastmen will surrender obediently. Although they are still red names, they will do things obediently. These beastmen are very useful. Build, farm. In short, no one can rest. We undead also have our own Palu. This is the correct way to play the game. When the undead watched the beastmen working obediently, and then thought about the soldier masters in his hometown, the Rand Kingdom, he suddenly felt that this place was more attractive. In the Rand Kingdom, as long as the soldiers have strength or weapons, they will refuse to farm. If they are forced to farm, their favorability will drop madly. But the beastmen are different. If you don't do it, there are plenty of people who will do it. Anyway, they are all red names. Under the crazy infrastructure of the undead, a small oasis built by the hard work and sweat of the beastmen actually appeared in the desert. Chapter 429, there is a group of terrifying undeads on the other side of the mountain. Robbie held the sword in both hands, stared ahead, and took a deep breath. A huge black shadow circled in the sky. Both sides regarded each other as their prey. The only difference was that Robbie was cautious enough. He followed the shadow's rapid movement with his eyes. And when the other side dived, he raised his long sword high. The scorpion flea had already fled. As the lowest level means of transportation in the desert, the scorpion flea has many advantages besides being cheap. But the disadvantages are also obvious. Just now, it almost knocked Robbie to the ground. A huge black shadow with blazing flames swooped down, and Robbie forced himself to abandon all distracting thoughts. The giant creature with a storm of death swept across the sky. But the flowing fire was one step faster. Boom! The flames pierced the desert and were quickly swallowed by the sand. Then the ground began to bulge, and in an instant it expanded to the extreme, and finally exploded. The heat wave burned Robbie's cheeks, and the animal's fur curled up. But his vision was not affected at all. The black shadow came close to the ground, and its wings cut through the air until its figure completely occupied Robbie's sight. Apart from the black and the flames, there was no more extra things to see. Not even the sand. He did not retreat a step, and slashed down with both swords quickly. The blade was like a knife standing still, and the soul-pecking villain opened his abdomen, revealing his most vulnerable weakness to Robbie's sword, piercing and cutting the opponent's abdomen. The blood spilled by the soul-pecking villain, which could release flowing fire, was cold. It was seriously injured and flapped its wings to escape far away. This was a good opportunity, and the opponent must not escape. Robbie believed that he was only one step away from obtaining the title of Sword Saint. Either he kills the other and becomes the Sword Saint, or he is killed by the other, and then the other gets the title of Robbie Killer. If the unknown Robbie is also qualified to give others the title with his death. He ran wildly in the desert with his legs. But what was waiting for Robbie was not the seriously injured and dying soul-pecking villain, but dozens of companions, who might be slightly smaller in size, but were equally huge to Robbie, standing in front of the mountain and looking up. You can't tell which mountain is higher. Is it luring me over? Robbie smiled. The beastman's obsession with the title far outweighs his life. There was not only endless sand nearby, but also cliffs, which gave Robbie the possibility to continue fighting, so that Robbie did not have to worry about being bombed by the black shadow in the sky continuously. He could only choose to get close to him and peck at him with his stinking beak. Getting close gave him the opportunity to use his sword. Come on! Robbie was excited. Robbie made a big circle, and when he arrived at the main city of the beastman in front, he found that this was the beast sacrifice site. Maybe the master noticed me. He was a little confused. It was not pleasant to struggle out of the terrifying hell of sharp claws and sharp beaks. He sat on the ground, feeling the coldness of his buttocks touching the head of a statue of a certain king, looking down at the charred and broken city below. The nightmare-like scene slowly reminded him of the legend of the beast sacrifice site. The beast sacrifice site, which once served the master noble and loyally, was abandoned for some reason. Although the beastmen still gathered here, it gave people a feeling of being deliberately forgotten. For those with low strength, perhaps this place is no different from any beast king's territory. The sound of killing can be vaguely heard in the ears, like a piece of music, plucking twisted and bloody notes. Robbie remembered that he had exhausted his strength when he killed the fifth villain. The huge corpse and the disgusting stench blocked his vision. If he wanted to continue fighting, he had to climb on the corpse and swing his sword towards the sky. Kill one, climb up, and then kill another. What supported him to fight till the end was definitely not his physical potential, but something to do with the master. Unfortunately, Robbie was numb at that time, and his consciousness was in chaos. Perhaps never giving in was the will of the beast master, and his ability to come to the beast's sacrificial site alive was perhaps the master's guidance. So Robbie decided to follow the guidance. The aura emanating from his body, and the terrifying appearance covered with blood scabs made the beasts look at Robbie in awe. The law of the jungle of beasts is the most basic rule, and all other rules are just self-restraints imposed by the beasts because they envy civilization. What happened to the people here? Lavi was puzzled. He knew that the situation of the beast sacrifice site was not very good, desolate and poor. But why did they look so sad? As if they had suffered a lot of defeats in a row? Lavi stopped a beast man. The other party should be, definitely a warrior. He was not so sure because he saw a hammer and a long sword on the other party, as well as the lowest level Beastmaster's mark. Lionheart forever. What happened here? Beast roar. The other party replied. We encountered a group of terrible enemies. Those terrible enemies gradually made us lose the courage to fight. Terrible enemies? Yes. Just over the mountain. They mastered the terrifying power of the abyss. Defeated our teams one by one. Captured us. Enslaved us. The beastman was trembling. Robbie's first thought was that he didn't believe it. Even if the reputation of the beast sacrifice site was not as good as before, there was no shortage of second and third ring strongmen here. They are immortal. The beastman took a deep breath. His expression solemn. We can never kill them all. Immortal. Holding the power of the abyss. Even Robbie couldn't help but take a breath. But he was not afraid. But excited? If he could fight such an enemy, maybe he could get a new title. Just looking at the reaction of these beastmen, I know that they definitely don't have the courage to organize another attack. If the beasts in the beast sacrifice field are all of this level, it's really disappointing. But the beastmen seem to have opened up a chatterbox and had no intention of stopping. They will ask us to punch in on time every day. I, a great warrior, to get the relevant titles of blacksmith and beastmaster. This is a shame. Punch in? What is that? Slavery is more terrible than the abyss. Go work for them. Robbie was puzzled. You are a warrior. They enslave you. But let you. It's not that warriors can't get those relevant titles. But how can beastmasters get them? Beast tamer. Beast tamer and other titles will be more effective. Warriors are not respected. The beastman lowered his head in shame. I don't want to starve, so I can only work obediently. But they work by piecework. Piecework? Another word that Robbie didn't understand. The beastman nodded, yes. Piecework. Making the same thing over and over again. We work on an assembly line. Piecework? Assembly line? Forget it. Go on. I am unworthy of the honor of a warrior. In order to make myself more skilled, I worked hard to obtain the title of blacksmith and beastman, so that I can earn more when working overtime. Overtime? Robbie no longer asked. There were too many words he didn't understand. He knew that the beastmen were all enslaved and worked. It was not a good thing anyway. Although the word, earn, made him confused. There was another point he didn't quite understand. If it was slavery, the beastmen should get slaves. How could he get those irrelevant titles without the shameful title of I escaped? The beastman raised his head. His eyes were hazy with tears, and his big watery eyes made Robbie a little overwhelmed. It was too pitiful to look at. You are free. Robbie patted the other's shoulder and left quickly to avoid being splashed with snot. A beastman came to Robbie. The high priest knows you are here. Strong man. She wants to invite you to meet her. High priest? Lavi nodded, followed him up the arch, and finally came to an empty platform. It was a figure covered in a robe. How should I call you? Strong man? The high priest's voice was like a chant. Lavi's sword master. Since successfully obtaining the title, Lavi's strength has reached between 3rd and 4th rings, and he can proudly say his name. Do you need my help? Go and attack those undead, Robbie asked. He admitted that he was a little inflated in his heart. The powerful force and the gaze of the beast master made him full of confidence in himself. The beast men in the beast sacrifice field without the heart of fighting and killing were like beasts with their teeth and claws pulled out. If they really needed his help, Robbie would not be stingy. It could also spread the name of the beast further. It is indeed related to the undead, but it is not an attack. The high priest shook his head slightly. Your beast has the terrifying strength of the fifth ring, and is a strong man in the story and legend. If they want to fight, they can do it themselves. But they knew very well that those undeads were difficult to deal with. Ravi's strength was good. But just good. The news that the fourth ring strongman Black Blood was captured had already spread. The horror of the undead was far more terrifying than imagined. She didn't think Ravi's power would have much effect. I heard that you are from Lionheart Castle. I hope to hire you to protect the caravan. You just need to protect them so that they can go to the next territory. It turned out to be just protecting the caravan. Lionheart Castle is in the other direction of the desert, and those hateful undead are in the opposite direction. It's not that Ravi thinks the high priest is making a fuss, but the road from the bee's sacrifice to Lionheart Castle is straight. If those abyss undead can go around to chase and intercept, why don't they attack the bee's sacrifice directly? Looking at the situation at the bee's sacrifice, it is clear that this group of people have lost their spirit. There is a terrain advantage here, and the wall of resistance and struggle in their hearts has collapsed. If it is really as the beastman said before, it will not be too difficult for those terrible undead to capture this place. Since the other party did not attack, it means that their strength is not enough to do all this. You don't understand, the high priest said in a heavy tone. Sad and angry. They are enjoying it. Chapter 430 Ravi Workshop Director. A team had already ambushed both sides of the road from the beast sacrifice field to Lionheart Castle. The refresh rate of the beast caravan has been a bit slow recently. Could it be that we have cleared out all the monsters inside? I caught Pikachu and whispered. It shouldn't be. Didn't the intelligence we got say that there are at least 4,000 beastmen inside? The silkless beautiful legs shook their heads, looking like Shuga Liang, who was reincarnated and planning. Recently, the undead have felt the joy of slavery and oppression. After their second conflict with the beast men in the beast sacrifice field, they knew the existence of the beast sacrifice field, but they didn't know much. The undead tacitly chose to skip the long and boring parts and only extract useful information. For example, the beast sacrifice field is very poor, but there are many people. But in the ears of the undead, it becomes that there are many beastmen slaves here for free. The professions and titles of the beastmen are really interesting. For example, the blacksmith can help repair weapons and armor, and can forge weapons, and the beast master can quickly breed scorpion fleas. A group of highly functional tool people. The undead have no interest in the combat-type beastmen. When they were first captured, they rioted every other day. The riots were all caused by the combat-type beastmen. Later, they killed a group and castrated a group before they became obedient. On the other hand, the auxiliary beastmen are all treasures, making simple traps, building houses, farming, etc. meet the various needs of the undead. So the undead slowly changed the way of playing. In order to main quests, they continued to interrogate the beastmen, but the means were no longer fierce, and they mainly focused on capturing them alive. Assembly lines help the undead to transform wealth. More and more beastmen are captured alive. Some beastmen will escape, but they will not kill. They will capture them if they can, and forget it if they can't. It is still a bit difficult for the desert oasis to be self-sufficient. So the undead set their sights on the beast sacrifice site. It's not that they don't want to attack the Lionheart's territory to steal things, but the journey is too long, and it's not worth it. Robbing the merchants who are refreshed has become the fastest way to accumulate wealth. Money, people, all in hand. Nowadays, the accumulation of a large number of goods and the hostility of the beastmen have made them lack sales channels and unable to manage the caravans themselves. So the undead are trying to get some caravans back. It is best to use charisma to capture prisoners. If you can't capture them, dig out detailed information such as the caravan route and the gray trading location. Here they come. A beastman caravan left the beast sacrifice site fully armed. Wait a minute. Isn't that Ravi? Damn. How did he level up so much? And even get the title of Sword Saint? Someone whispered. What should we do? Try to use your face? What if we can persuade him with emotion and reason? What if he takes action? That would be better. Yes. Ravi Sword Saint set off with the caravan. He didn't understand the beastmen's behavior of keeping their tails between their legs after leaving the beast sacrifice site. It really made the beastmen despise it. No wonder the beast sacrifice site was gradually forgotten. Without the bloodthirstiness and bravery of the beasts, it was destined to be eliminated. As he was walking forward, a group of humans suddenly appeared in front of him. Hey, Ravi. The other party was waving. Ravi's eyes lit up. It's you. In the desert area of the wilderness. If Ravi met the most admirable group of people, it must be the group of human knights who adhered to their own creed. Their Lord Linda would not tolerate the slightest grain of sand in his eyes. Once, just because a human stole his worthless things, the Lord killed the other person in front of him and burned him to ashes with fire. The humans came over enthusiastically. Ravi, didn't you go to get the title? How's it going? Ravi was still a little uncomfortable with the way humans talk. But when the title was mentioned, he laughed and patted his chest. Haha. I'm a sword master now. Damn. So awesome? Tell me how you got it. Ravi didn't get the response he deserved at the beast sacrifice site. But the response from the humans was enough. Awesome. So strong? Awesome. Really awesome. Can you show me the moves you used at that time? The emotional value is full. And humans are pleasing to the eye. The undead are also looking at each other. It is not difficult to increase the favorability of this NPC. I am really afraid that it will explode when it reaches 100 points. Compared to Ravi's joy and satisfaction, the beast caravan fell into silence. It's over. The helper found by the high priest is very familiar with the other party. Aren't we doomed? It's been a long time since we last met. Ravi, why don't you and your friends come to our place to rest? Ravi remembered that he still had a mission to accomplish. But when he looked back and saw the beast caravan bowing their heads and not daring to speak, he felt even more upset. The beastmen might as well die if they had done this. Okay. It just so happens that I miss Lord Lynn's wine very much. You like wine? You should have said so earlier. By the way, Ravi, do you think there is any use for the chewed wine made by the beast girl? It is the wine brewed by the juice chewed by the 18-year-old beast girl with smooth and tangled hair. Gudong. Ravi swallowed his saliva. He was not greedy, but just curious. The beastmen who knew him, Ravi Swordmaster, knew that he was addicted to alcohol, but had no interest in beauty. Under the caring protection of humans, Ravi chatted with humans, and no one in the beast caravan could escape. Are you also in this direction? Ravi saw the mountain and suddenly said, It's behind the mountain. What's wrong? Ravi suddenly said in a serious tone, You may not know it when you first arrived. A group of hateful and evil undead from the abyss have arrived. They are capturing and enslaving beastmen. I advise you not to stay nearby and move away quickly. They looked at each other quietly, thinking that Ravi might not understand the problem. But the other party looked stupid, so they just lied to him first. After they decided on their idea, they didn't mention the undead at all, but talked about business instead. We are training scorpion fleas, and then we will make some traps, weapons, etc., and prepare to adopt a commercial model. What do you think? It's very difficult. Ravi shook his head. The human army is too weak. Even if they stick together to keep warm and make ordinary beastmen dare not provoke them, without the help of other forces, their caravan will definitely be unable to move forward. Regarding the development of commerce, Ravi also made suggestions that it would be best for humans to wander in the gray area of the border. Although there would be danger, the border is more concerned with interests, and it is convenient for them to develop. If it weren't for the beastmen in the hunting grounds where the undead hunted beasts, you would just trade with them, and let them go to other territories to trade. How do you know what we think? The humans were surprised. It would be great if you could help persuade them. Ha! What's the difficulty with this? Ravi pointed to the caravan behind him, who were bowing their heads, and said, This is the caravan. Let's see what can be traded. Beastman caravan. Silence. Dare not say anything. Fate is already determined. When turning the mountain and looking at the oasis fortress rising from the desert, Ravi couldn't help but sigh. Did you do this? Yes. Day and night. Miracle. Ravi praised generously. The humans also nodded. It was indeed a miracle. It was good to have a working brother. Entering the oasis, many humans greeted Ravi after seeing him, making Ravi feel like he was home. They were so welcoming. Ravi, come here and take a look. Ravi, you must try this. Ravi, Ravi, Ravi. Ravi felt the enthusiasm and didn't notice that the beast caravan behind him had disappeared, including the caravan's scorpion flea team and luggage. Lind had just watched the first battle of the Black Swamp Kingdom's Great Rift Expedition. Unlike the Ram Kingdom, the Black Swamp Kingdom was better at Psychic power. People often lose control of their bodies for a short period of time. When he regained consciousness, he heard a commotion outside. He walked to the balcony and looked down, and unexpectedly saw an acquaintance. Ravi. After not seeing him for a while, Ravi's momentum was far greater than before, completely surpassing William, a protagonist-type character. Even if he is not the protagonist, he must have a very important plot. During this time, Lind also knew that the title of Sword Saint was a high-level profession for beastmen, which required talent, perseverance, strength, etc. People like Beastmasters and Trackers could never become Sword Saints in their lifetime. As expected of you, Linda used his extraordinary hearing to eavesdrop for a while, and figured out the whole story. The undead met Ravi by chance, tricked him into coming to the Oasis Fortress, and also tricked him into managing the Beastman workshop and becoming the workshop director. It was really not a waste at all. Ravi was indeed shocked by the benefits of the Oasis Fortress. He could make money by working, and he could get more for overtime. It was so good. But why did it sound a little familiar? Are you the undead that the High Priest mentioned? Ravi finally reacted. It's definitely a misunderstanding. That's right. It's all rumors. You see, we gave them 8 hours of working time, but they wanted to work overtime. It's really too easy for the undead to fool the lame-headed Ravi with his eloquence. Ravi was stunned. He accepted the commission of the High Priest to protect the merchants from the evil undead and went to the Lionheart Castle. But when he turned around, he actually sent the merchants directly to the hands of the undead. Wait a minute. You are immortal? Ravi suddenly realized. If the immortals are immortal, then when Linda couldn't kill people, wasn't he just acting for himself? It's painful. Every time we die, our souls will be punished. The immortals lowered their heads and sighed. You don't think immortality has no price? Do you? Ravi, me. Yes. How can immortality have no price? So, he believed it. But you can't attack innocent beastmen either. We also want to cooperate. But the beastmen have only ill intentions towards us. Ravi patted his chest. I can help you communicate. Great. I'll leave the caravan trade to you. The undead man breathed a sigh of relief, finally solving the problem of having too much goods to sell. Ravi? Chapter 431 Beast Poster. Ravi returned to the beast sacrifice site alone in a confused state. But, okay. He straightened his back with a firm look in his eyes. Just as the human said, they had no intention of hurting anyone. They just wanted to get a habitat for survival. And it was the beasts who kept harassing them. Even after being attacked, they did not launch an evil revenge, but let the beasts have jobs and be able to support themselves. Whether to work overtime is entirely voluntary. I think they are doing the right thing. Lavi looked at the high priest in front of him and explained his point of view. Although the other party has a high status, he is not a vegetarian. In the past, Lavi was an unknown little beast. But since he risked his life to get the title of Sword Saint, he has become an important figure, especially in the beast sacrificial field that can only survive in the cracks. Beast High Priest Solaris Ancient Echo pinched the claws under his robe. She wanted to close the door and release you. Are the undead want to trade with us? Solaris adjusted her breath, trying not to sound so angry. Yes, they produced a lot of Ravi suddenly remembered that the goods produced were all made by the beast men in the beast sacrifice site. A lot of what? The high priest asked. Products. All kinds of products. They will definitely sell for a good price. And they promise not to rob caravans anymore. Ravi scratched his head. The problem now is that humans need beastmen as merchants to sell the goods they make. But the beastmen merchants are captured by humans to make goods. Humans need to capture more beastmen to work, or release beastmen to sell goods. So why should I be a lobbyist? There is no reason for the beast sacrifice site to cooperate with humans. It's a bit itchy. I need to grow my brain. Looking at the stupid swordmaster who only knows how to fight. High Priest Solaris calmed down. I can cooperate with them. But they must release all the beastmen. The problem is not about interests, but about fists. The High Priest sees it more clearly. Linda loosened the constraints on the undead because he knew that with the undead's current ability, even if they wanted to cause trouble, they couldn't cause big trouble. Collecting more and more information, he gradually understood the division of power in his area. First is the most famous stone beast castle, where the beast master lives. It is not clear whether there is a beast master. For the time being, It is assumed that there is a strong man in the Stone Beast Castle. It is the largest city and city-state in the entire western region of the Demon Land. It is confirmed by different beast populations that it is a place full of opportunities, crowded and infinitely charming. It does not compromise with any beast king, although everyone thinks it should be a power center building. After all, everyone believes in the Beast Master. But in fact, Stone Beast Castle is just a city-state, and has existed as a neutral force for a long time. Stone Beast Castle is no different from other city-states. The only difference may be that because of the gathering of multiple races, it is more tolerant in terms of faith. It is said that there are not only temples of the Beast Master, but also sacrificial sites of other religions and evil gods. Lind had reservations about this, because according to the belief in the three gods, the Beast Lord is one of the evil gods, and there is no difference between him and the Forge Lord, the Madness Lord, etc. This is why when Lind asked if he knew about the Star Magic School, Ravi recommended him to go to Stone Beast Castle without hesitation. If he couldn't find the answer in Stone Beast Castle, it would be even more difficult to go somewhere else. Countless beast men who wanted to become famous, make a fortune, and get ahead would go to Stone Beast Castle. They came from all corners, and were often attracted by the stories boasted in the tavern, and then started their own bad adventures. The next is the city-state, where the Beast King is located. The closest ones are the Corruption King and the Lionheart King. From the Wilderness Grey Ruins to the Beast's Lair, the forces mixed in the middle area, including the Beast Sacrifice Field, the Underground Ghost and the Mage Tower, are all neutral to each other. A complete map. And it is very likely that all the names are red. The black blood that was deliberately released belongs to the Lionheart King. Ravi can barely be regarded as the Lionheart King's force. The best option for Lind is to take the undead people and directly surrender to the Corruption King, who looks abnormal and has a very friendly attitude towards humans. If he joins them, his NPC status will be discounted. Unlike the situation in the Rand Kingdom, Linda cannot compete with the Beast King in hardware, so Linda focuses on neutral forces. Ghosts that occasionally go crazy and out of control are excluded and will be contacted again in the future. The Mage Tower is not open all year round. If there is a legendary mage who is good at fighting inside, the number of people is not enough to kill him. Even if it is 10 times more, it will not be enough. Long-range large-scale spell attacks are the nemesis of the undead. If you can't touch it, you can't fight it. At least you have to be able to resist it for a while to play the advantage of the undead. Ravi's return brought good news to Linda. The High Priest of the Beast Sacrifice site wanted to talk, and he was the most suitable person in his options. Undead? Assemble. Seeing the undead suddenly put on the Abyss armor and turned into evil warriors, Ravi, the workshop director, was a little confused. Lord Linda, the High Priest just wants to talk to you about cooperation. Ravi mistakenly thought that he didn't make it clear. Talk about cooperation. Why do you bring so many people? Those who don't know would think that you plan to take down the Beast Sacrifice site by the way if you can't reach an agreement. Lind said, Ravi, we are a weak force in the wilderness. We must protect ourselves. That's true. But you 2,000 or 3,000 people rushed to the Beast Sacrifice field together. It doesn't look like you are talking about cooperation. You are not really going to use force. This is how we talk about cooperation. Talk first. If you can't reach an agreement, then use the same method to contact the mysterious Wizard Tower. Neutral forces are like this. Easy to bully. The strange Beast Sacrificial site. The war in the past has deformed the buildings here, and the desolate shape will subconsciously remind you of the place name. Wildish Ruins. The gray stone walls are interspersed with traces of burning flames spreading like vines. The aggressive undead people are looking forward to a CG show, although they are having fun with infrastructure construction in the desert, and even have a kind of happiness of raising beastmen. The main plot has not been advanced, which makes them anxious. Some people also speculated that everything they were doing now was a side story, because the real main storyline was the expedition, and the undead should destroy the Great Rift in the Abyss. But they all followed Lind to the new map, and it was impossible to have no main storyline. This large-scale operation gave the undead confidence. It seemed that the direction of the game was not wrong, and they were really one step ahead. Lind took William and Ravi to the top floor of the Beast Sacrifice field, and several more famous undead were also dragged in by him. The key plot must be broadcast live from multiple angles. The interior of the beast's sacrificial site is far more dilapidated than the outside. The inner walls are made up of various twisted and broken building walls, sculptures, etc. that once looked prosperous. Various beastman murals, sculptures, stone statues, etc. are randomly piled up, but cleverly do not collapse. The only part of the huge sacrificial site that looks neat is in front, which is a platform, like the diffuse light pink smoke that has been smoothed and shaped by an invisible hand, like a pilling red carpet that has faded the blood. The high priest in black robes, and behind him is the fifth ring warrior UR Beast, who is wearing armor and looks like a human standing like a wild dog. One short and one tall, slender and thin with a huge shadow, just like a pair of boss. Linda noticed that several undeads in charge of live broadcasting were breathing rapidly. He had already muted the live broadcast, and sure enough, the number of viewers in the live broadcast rooms of several people had begun to increase wildly. I also want to go to the Magic Land. These two boss look so cool. It's my favorite height difference. Hurry up and start fighting. I haven't seen a boss that is a combination of a mage and a warrior. I wonder if Lynn can withstand it this time. The undead from the Kingdom of Rand and the Kingdom of Black Swamp watched excitedly, and they were not afraid of trouble. They hoped that the bloggers who were broadcasting would talk trash and attract hatred. Fortunately, Lynn had already prepared for this move. The mission had been issued long ago, and they would be very well behaved. I am the High Priest of the Beast Sacrifice Field. Solaris Ancient Echo. The High Priest in black robe lifted his black robe. At that moment, Lynn found that the number of people watching the live broadcast suddenly exploded. And the comments were crazy. First meeting is cute and married. Fuck. Why do I think a beast with long hair is so beautiful? It's over. I'm in love. Tyan. Rania. Miko. Dorothy. I'm sorry. My wings. I want to give her my first love today. Lynn looked at the beastmen in black robes. It's no different from ordinary beastmen, with long hair and sharp claws. But the appearance is too anthropomorphic, like a beautiful animal that conforms to human aesthetics. He was more concerned about the name the other party had just mentioned. Ancient Echoes. Titles can represent a person's strength and characteristics, even under the influence of the power of the Beast Master. Obtaining a powerful title can directly gain stronger power. The most typical example is that after Robbie obtained the title of Sword Saint, his strength was greatly improved. We are not from this land, Lynn said. We come from other continents. It was an accident that we came to the wilderness ruins. You are from the abyss? Solaris looked at the undead beside Lynn, and the strong stench of the abyss made her hair begin to tangle. We conquered an abyss crack. Conquered? Solaris obviously misunderstood something. Fortunately, neither side had the intention to continue the discussion. They needed to establish a preliminary cooperative relationship, and directly discussing the exchange of interests was better than anything else. We can provide various products. Lynn described the benefits of cooperating with him. Solaris didn't say anything, but she was gritting her teeth. I really want to close the door and let UR bite him. If Lynn hadn't brought thousands of abyss soldiers, she would have definitely taken action. I can also help you kill the enemy. Lynn mentioned it seemingly unintentionally. Then he added, help is mutual. You know, we won't die. Solaris's eyes lit up. Such an abyss army that will not die and will not get out of control at all may indeed change the current situation of the beast sacrifice field. I can help you sell goods. Solaris gritted her teeth when she said this. Her people were kidnapped, and she had to work. And then she had to sell the goods she made. And she even had to thank them. She almost wanted to let UR go. But you must let the beastmen come back. They belong on the battlefield. This is not what we are discussing. It's not like she caught the beastmen herself. And Lynn likes the beastmen very much. They are efficient and strong, and can fill in the rough and tiring jobs that the undead are unwilling to do. This will form a perfect game ecological cycle. Otherwise, the undead will only accept high-level tasks, or they would rather do nothing for a day. Solaris has understood it now. Although Lynn said he wanted to cooperate, he didn't want to give anything. Robber. UR Beast behind him has started to dig his claws. Solaris stopped UR. The other party is unkillable. The only outcome of taking action is that they will be harassed endlessly by the other party. Moreover, Lynn gave her a very strong feeling. Perhaps only slightly weaker than UR. When she thought about the fact that the other party was an undead, UR would definitely die if they fought to the death. Okay. Just like you said? Solaris nodded again in agreement. She was used to similar situations. She kept giving in, and was afraid of fighting. This was the reason why they had come to this point. The conversation ended there. Although the undead were fully armed, and could not wait for a fierce battle. They unlocked new town buildings. Walking in the beast sacrifice field. Watching the beastmen walking with their heads down coming and going. They seemed to see a moving labor force. If we secretly kidnap people, and take them back to work illegally, it should be fine. Some people chose another way. Trying to do publicity. Even if they can't kidnap them by force, they can use sweet words to deceive them. These beastmen look so clear and simple. It's better to be deceived by us undead than by others. It's better to sweat than to bleed. Since you are the high priest, can you let us get the power of the title? Only Lin stayed. And he needed to have a deeper communication with Solaris. Do you want to gain the power of the Beast Master? Solaris asked. Interested. My title is Ancient Echo. Solaris did not directly answer whether it was possible or not. The Beast Master I believe in is not the shameful thief of today. If you want to gain the ridiculous power of the Beast Master. Hee. What is the Ancient Echo? The last voice left by the truly great Beast Master. Solaris clenched her claws. I represent the anger and wailing of the Master before his death. She suddenly turned her head and looked at Lind, saying, if you can hunt down the thieves who took away the power of the Master, I am willing to pay you in another way. Lind was surprised that someone actually gave him a main task. What method? Real beast power. Lind wanted to say, if you have such a strong power, why don't you use it yourself? It's probably just average. But he still nodded. It's good for someone to give you some tasks. The undead are too idle. Okay, he said. But I also want the power of the title. All. Chapter 432 Ancient Echoes. Linda had reservations about what High Priestess Solaris Ancient Echoes said. The other party believed that the title of Beast Overlord was a kind of power. And she also possessed the so-called real beast power. He was skeptical. However, Linda was very satisfied with Solaris's sense of distance. She did not communicate directly with the undead, but chose to tell Linda about the content of the cooperation. From Solaris's point of view, this was understandable. When two forces talked about cooperation, it was natural for the leaders to communicate with each other. I'm afraid she would never have thought that there would be such a team in the world. As long as others gave mission, you will be led by the nose and have no loyalty at all. In order to show his sincerity, Linda brought Solaris to the arch of the beast sacrifice site. The noisy undead below immediately looked up excitedly and began to whisper. They also wanted to raise such a cute beast girl. Damn. Lingo got there first. We need to complete a few tasks, Linda said, starting from the beast sacrifice site. There is a village to the north, where there is a group of wandering bandits, and their leader is a wild beast. He turned to look at Solaris, and when he saw the beast girl nod, he continued, very strong. The mad beast was probably a kind of mad beast man, but not too strong. As for why the beast girl didn't let your beast go, it was probably because that guy was too easy to lose control. He didn't care about the enemy's strength, because the undead had unlimited trial and error costs. Instead, Linda was more interested in the power of the beast master who was close at hand. He came to the demon land for knowledge, to deal with more powerful enemies in the future. If we can directly obtain the knowledge that leads to the master, it is worth sacrificing any number of undead. Linda issued the tasks one by one. Speaking calmly, Solaris, who was standing by, watched Linda issuing the tasks. And the beast's face changed color, although Linda could not see it at all. The hair is too long. Linda did not give a speech throughout the whole process. Nor did he encourage or remind his soldiers. Even if the soldiers are all immortal, human morale will not appear out of thin air. And according to her understanding, immortality has a serious price. The next scene surprised Solaris even more. The undead soldiers who didn't hear the inspiring speech actually rushed out with a passionate roar. What a terrible invincible army! Solaris was so surprised. No matter the reason. No need for morale. The general will fight wherever he points. Loyalty comes first. With such a powerful army, who can be his opponent? They look like an army, but Solaris feels more like fanatics. Completely loyal and fanatical in believing in a religion, and devoting everything to Lin without hesitation or hesitation. The beast masters who were regarded as cults by the three gods could not do this. Compared with him, Lin was more like a cult master. Lynn turned to look at Solaris, thinking that she might have misunderstood something. Morale? Undead people don't need that. Except for Lynn's character setting. NPC soldiers on the scene. And speeches for performance effects. He could just give tasks at ordinary times. Oh! And give rewards for the tasks. They will listen to whoever gives them the most rewards. 2,000 or 3,000 undead wearing abyssal equipment cannot be invincible. But they can still dominate the range of the beast's sacrifice field. Linda is very confident in them. If they can't beat them, they can just revive. When I can get new knowledge and new power depends on how hard you fight. Undead. Several teams acted separately. And the 3-man team of Xuanwu Shield added 2 more people to form a 5-man team. They only had a general direction of action. But it was enough. Because the NPC would not pit him. Since he said there was a place in this direction. It must be there. The game would not give unreachable tasks. If there was, it was either too well hidden or there was a bug. The rocky ground ahead, which was like a broken limb, blocked the undead's progress. Be careful. There may be enemies ahead. Stepping on the rocky ground, they came to a deserted building complex, where the houses were charred by the fire. A firelight lit up. The enemy has been refreshed. The second floor of the dilapidated house, in the right front. Wait and see if there are any ambushing enemies. The few of them have already integrated cooperation into their fighting style, because they are not afraid of death. The undead can safely leave their backs to their teammates. And they can also die for their teammates with dignity. And can perfectly perform. Efficiency in battle. Ordinary warriors may retreat and dodge because of the next attack falling on them. But the undead thinks that they can output more after resisting this attack. Or they can take a hit as long as it does not interrupt their chanting. Fight with numerical values and cold numbers. We may not be able to take it. There are too many. And there is one. Damn. How should I evaluate it? It looks like it is only level 33. But I feel that the fighting power of the two-faced beast can tear William apart with bare hands. It must be a master of 3 rings. And he also uses the immortal cultivation? Anyway, I think William will definitely not be able to beat him. He should have the strength of 1.5 William. William, the protagonist of the Great Rift version, has actually become a unit of combat power measurement. Let's call for help. We can't have it all to ourselves this time. It's not easy. After receiving the signal, several undead teams quickly approached the Xuanwu Shield team, and took the initiative to disperse and ambush in their own positions. The atmosphere of the battle was tense. But it made the undead feel wonderful. Fighting against a stronger opponent. The joy after defeating the opponent with all their strength is the true meaning of the game. Because of their immortal bodies, they are better at enjoying battles than anyone else. The tense moments of anxiety and expectation. The pleasure of stealing a knife. And the pleasure of personally experiencing the victory over a huge enemy turned into strength and surged into every limb. It was like having a super cool lucid dream. First, deal with the opponent's ranged. Then quickly assassinate a few berserkers. And finally pull the berserker to an open area. The front row will resist the aggro. The nurse will heal. And the singer will blow the buff hard. And the back row mage will cover the firepower. The berserkers in front were wandering around. And they didn't seem to notice them. The ruins were their beast nests. Some were digging holes. And others were twitching their noses to search. But although they looked like animals, they were not real animals. And their sense of smell was not as sensitive as that of real beasts. The undeads determined the enemy's position one by one. For the undeads, this was a battle that could not be more skilled. Then, the battle broke out. The flames plunged into the dilapidated and charred wall. And the wall that was close to collapse exploded with a loud bang. And stone fragments flew. Their attack raised dust. And then the beasts like collapsing hills tore through the dust and smoke and rushed out. And the already crooked and broken wall peeled off large pieces. The undead rushed forward. Hit his knee. Destroy the position. Do you have a flash bomb? Control it. A dazzling light burst out. And the mad beast became even crazier after losing sight. And the undead around him were quickly swept away. But the undead continued to attack. And the mad beast was hit by magic, alchemical props and other attacks. The body was uncontrollably tilted and rushed to the house on the side. And then the magic in the sky submerged it. The battle of the undead began. This feast of slaughter may be difficult. But the victory is already determined. So fast? Linda looked at the official website in surprise. He really didn't expect that the book of Beast Girl Solaris would come out so quickly. Is Fury really popular? I don't understand. But I respect it. And if a character has a book, it actually shows that she is very popular. As we all know, popular characters can play a big role. The girl group of poster girls that Linda deliberately collected in the Kingdom of Rand is like the Princess Float Parade organized by Disney, with a high popularity and wandering around. Moreover, the characters they set up can make many tasks issued without any sense of disobedience. It is normal for a princess of a fallen country to give a task to save the country. But it is nonsense for a sweeper to say that she wants to save the country. Unless her last name is Hui. You can't just kill her casually. Lin knew that Solaris had hidden a lot of things from him. And it was very likely that she was using him directly. And everyone was using each other. But he felt that he was at a disadvantage. In order to not be dead, he also had to change his attitude towards Solaris. In Lin's initial plan, he first understood the power of the Beast Master, got some benefits, and then got some benefits. When the benefits were almost enough, he would go to the Stone Beast Castle to find the news of the Star Magic School. Then I can get away with it. I'm in the service industry after all. He wasn't sure about other things. But he knew that if he killed the recently popular Beast Girl, the undead would definitely be unhappy. Thinking differently, as a provider of book materials, Solaris's books were of pretty good quality. Maybe the painter was particularly interested in this type of book, which even surpassed Lin's own books. If he didn't have a mobile phone number and couldn't verify the registration, Lin would definitely report it with his real name. It's pornographic. But the authorities didn't ban it. Of course, Lin doesn't like to watch these things. But William is still the protagonist of the version. He doesn't even have his own script. He occasionally appears in the plot of Lind and Dorothy, and can only play the role of the drunk and asleep one. The undead didn't disappoint Lind, and successfully brought back the so-called Echo. They stood in front of Lind panting, describing how difficult the battle was. This was dug out from his body. After killing the beast, we found an abscess on his back, like a human face. After cutting it open, this thing fell out. The undead had no interest in the Echo. Ancient Echo of the Beast Master, related to the Beast Master, no reward. No attribute increase. Just a quest item. Boring. As for who to give the quest item to, it's definitely Linda. Is this going to be given to Solaris? The Beastmen helped complete the tasks they needed to complete. And they would not be stingy with the points and experience points when they return next time. It is estimated that the Kingdom of Rand will really have 3,000 more barons. When Lin took the Echo, his fox heart actually reacted. As the womb that breeds new gods, it has a very powerful power, which can revive dead gods. But it requires a lot of energy. Now the Echo Lin held also had a similar reaction. Does this mean that this is actually part of the Beast Master? The Beast Girl didn't tell the truth. The undead who left began to come back. And Lin picked a piece to find Solaris. So fast? The Beast Girl looked at the Echo that Linda brought back. And her expression changed several times. Although Linda still couldn't see it. He could tell the puppy's expression by baring teeth and sticking out tongue. And he could tell its mood by how fast its tail was wagging. Thinking of this, Linda took 2 steps to the right and looked behind the Beast Girls, but the tail was wagging a little fast. And it seemed that she was very happy. What are you looking at? Solaris bared her teeth. And this time Linda understood her expression. You should fulfill your previous promise. Lin shook his head. Solaris did not dwell on this. She nodded gently. Do you still want a title? What exactly is a title? Lind asked. Beastmen are not afraid of death for the sake of a title. And their strength will increase dramatically after obtaining a rare title. Just like a herd of beasts, Solaris said. The Beast Master divides his own power and gives it to those beastmen who believe in him in exchange for their loyalty. But he can still take back all the power and take away the power you gain from honing the title. 9 out. 13 back? It turns out that the title is lending. Then it is easy to understand that the title is to cultivate strength. And the strength that you work hard to cultivate is to help the Beast Master cultivate strength. Solaris didn't hear clearly what Linda said. When she saw Linda lowering his head, she knew that he would definitely be afraid of this power. Other beastmen, like the Beast King, don't they know? Linda also heard another attitude from Solaris's words. She did not respect the Beast Master. Of course they knew. So they also responded. Solaris asked, why do you think the titles of King of Corruption and King of Lionheart are for? To introduce other powers? No wonder the beastmen seem to have pure powers. But when it comes to the Beast King, they suddenly change. Then it seems understandable that Black Blood has the title of Abyss. It must be that King of Lionheart and Abyss have something in common. So the strong men under him will also gain powers related to the Abyss. But will the Beast Master be afraid? And Solaris, as the High Priest, has no respect for the Beast Master. What about the other one? Lind asked. Pure beast power. Offering your faith to the real Beast Master. Solaris' tail swayed faster. You can get the blessing of the beast. The real Beast Master? She stared at Lind quietly and said, the ruins below the beast sacrifice site were once called Stone Beast Castle. Chapter 433 King Linda. Sorry. I'm not interested in the next story. Linda interrupted the spell. He knew what the next story would be without listening. It was nothing more than a powerful master being crippled for some reason. And then someone replaced him as the new master. And the high priest chose to stay in the beast sacrifice site out of loyalty, hoping to restore his former glory one day. Contact again. Echoes can be directly nurtured in the fox heart. And the answer should be similar to what Lind guessed. As long as the echoes are collected, the Beast Master should wake up or erupt in some kind of strong crisis. He didn't read the script and didn't know what would happen in the future. But this scene had a strong sense of déjà vu. And it didn't feel awkward to apply it to Queen Rania. It even worked fine to apply it to Melulin. But this doesn't mean that the Beast Sacrifice site is protagonist. On the other hand, without Lind's intervention, Rania would end up marrying Lord Baya. And in the future, she would probably be forced to drink a potion and transform into a Dragon King because of her encounter with the undead. If there was no Lind, Melulin would only live underground as the Queen of Limb Grafting, waiting to be conquered by the undead one day. Just like applying the formula. If there was no Lind, the beast girl Solaris would have a high probability of becoming one of the wild monster bosses in the region in the future. Solaris' tail, which was shaking faster and faster and almost turning into a helicopter propeller, suddenly stopped and looked at Lind in astonishment. This time Lind understood her expression. When confused, the dog's face is the same as the human's. Lind raised his hand and fanned the dust that flew in front of his face, which made his nose itch a little. I suddenly think that joining the King of Corruption is also a good choice. I heard that he likes humans very much. Even if he likes fencing, I will just throw a few undead people as a gift. The King of Corruption should not refuse. Zero cost. No longer be opponents with the protagonists in the future. Completely clean. Very worry-free. The only disadvantage is that he no longer has the right to speak. And it is very likely that the NPC's baton will be passed to the King of Corruption. And it is very likely to be officially recruited, rather than being controlled by the officials who guided the undead. Lind preferred to pledge allegiance to a certain god. You can't do this. Solaris's ears drooped weakly, accompanied by the whimpering of the puppy. If the undead had seen the scene, they would have screamed in excitement. But Lind had no interest in Solaris's reaction. Those who knew him knew that his favorite animal was rabbits. The situation has completely changed now. Both parties are no longer placed on an equal footing. Regardless of whether the fundamental goal of the Beast Girl is to revive the former Beast Master, she needs Lind and the undead. But Lind has more options. Solaris also knew this, and she drooped her tail. However, the possibility of the other party acting was not ruled out. Lind said, before discussing whether to continue cooperation, should we fulfill the previous deal? The undead took the echo, and the Beast Girl gave the title and the power of blessing, knowing that the title is like usury. After obtaining it, all the power will be taken away with interest. So his attention was shifted to the blessing. Lind wanted to see what the Beast blessing could bring, but he didn't dare to try it himself. The best way was to find a tool person, the undead Uzumaki, who was strolling in the Beast sacrifice field hoping to do some tasks, was a little depressed. Life in the real world is too hard. Many people think it is great to wear a helmet to sleep to extend their lifespan. But what if a person can't sleep for a few hours because of work? There is no chance to be a cyber bull. Uzumaki, who finally got online, found that he was one step behind everyone else. Everyone went out to brush echoes, and no one took him to play with him. Uzumaki could only think of ways to do some odd tasks, brush up some NPC favorability, and help clean up. But the beast men in the beast sacrifice field saw the undead as if they saw their natural enemies. And the big man trembled. You? Soldier? Come here. A voice suddenly came from above. Ah? Me? Uzumaki looked up and found that the owner of the voice was Linda. And his eyes suddenly lit up. The beast man who had just been forcibly supported to cross the road 3 times was ruthlessly abandoned. He trotted to Lin's side, his eyes shining. "My lord, you are looking for me? I have a task for you." Lin nodded. It didn't matter who the tool was, as long as there was someone who was not afraid of death. "What task?" "Let the high priest bless your body with a beast." "Ah? Why does this task sound a bit cool?" "Just give rewards directly," Uzumaki said with a bit of a mean taste in his mouth. "My lord, don't you give me some tasks? I feel a little uneasy with the rewards." "You still have such a request?" Linda was surprised. "Then I will test the blessing of the beasts. And I will give you 100 military merits and 500 beast fangs." He had never heard of such a request. "I am willing." Uzumaki was so willing. No wonder what he said just now was incomplete. It turned out to be a test function. Indeed, with Linda's action characteristics, every time he occupied a region, he would definitely convert the ability of the NPC in the region into his own strength. "Linda, you still say that you are not the official's own son." The beast girl Solaris has a strange beast face. He was the one who gave the beast blessing. But the undead was very grateful to Lind. And he was not happy with the free gift. And he had to pay for it. There are such pious people in the world. The beast's blessing began. And then, the body in the vortex mouth exploded. The ashes flew away in the wind caused by the beast girl's restless tail swinging. Lind looked at Solaris with a dangerous look. If he was the one who received the beast blessing at the beginning, would he be the one to explode? His body is too weak, Solaris explained immediately. She felt the danger in Linda's eyes. This reason was obviously untenable. Linda did not overturn the table immediately. Your beast was not easy to deal with. But it did not prevent him from being tough. The beast girl was a little dishonest. Soon, Uzumaki came back trotting. "My lord, can I choose again?" The opening of Uzumaki's mouth made Linda confused. It didn't look like he was tricked to death. Could it be that the undead could also do tricks when receiving blessings? Beast girl was even more shocked when she saw his expression. According to the information she had heard, every time an undead person died, they would suffer great pain. Looking at the expression in Uzumaki's mouth, she knew that his death just now must have been very torturous. But even so, he chose to do it again. Lind Alman. This man's subordinates are so loyal. What happened just now? Lind asked. Tell me everything. I understand. Uzumaki nodded. There must be some unsolved problems in the beta test of blessing. And you need to actively provide feedback. It makes sense. And it has been organized into the content of the game. I was selected by the Beast Blessing just now. And then it reminded me. You have been blessed by the Beast Master. You have a 100% chance of obtaining temporary attribute enhancement, death disappearance. Do you accept it? I chose accept. Then the system reminded me. Your all attributes plus 5%. Do you choose to exit the blessing? How can I not quit? Then I will keep accepting. No. I will never quit. So I chose no. Then he reminded me. You have been blessed by the Lord of Beasts. You have been irrigated with knowledge. And you have an 80% chance of obtaining temporary magic attribute enhancement, death disappearance. Do you want to accept? I still choose accept this time. Your magic damage plus 10%. Do you want to quit the blessing? It's like this. Only a fool would quit. I definitely choose no. You have been blessed by the Lord of Beasts. You hear the Lord of Beasts snoring. You have a 60% chance of obtaining a temporary additional skill, disappearing upon death. Do you accept? I chose accept this time. You are dead. Uzumaki said to Lind, that's it. The game crash shouldn't be my fault. Right? Can I get my money back? Lind glanced at him coldly. And Uzumaki immediately shut up. Got it. There is no refund. Beast Girl didn't understand what the whirlpool was talking about. But she understood one thing. You greedily asked for more from the master? Is it not possible? Uzumaki was puzzled. Since there is a probability, it is a matter of luck and character. I am just unlucky. Maybe there is a lucky person who can keep blessing me before 0%. Thinking of this, Uzumaki rubbed his hands and said, My lord, let me choose again. I will definitely choose well this time. Just choose once. I was the only one who got the qualification for the internal test of the blessing function. How could I get nothing? Linda nodded. Okay. He didn't study it thoroughly either. Ha. Thank you. Sir. Whirlpool looked at the beast girl, Let's get started. High Priest Sister. What a mess of names. Linda glanced at Whirlpool's mouth. Fortunately, he was used to the unreliability of the undead. The Beast Girl didn't care about the undead's nonsense. She looked at Linda with fear. No matter how he squeezed their people, they would have no complaints. Such a force would be too dangerous as an enemy. The next moment, the vortex mouth that had just been blessed exploded into a ball of ash. Why is there still a problem? The vortex mouth trotted back. My lord. Can I do it again? I was greedy just now. Linda. Silence. How could he trust the gambler? He would never stop until he got good attributes. Beast Girl. So loyal. Linda raised his hand to drive away the vortex mouth. Seeing that the other party was dejected, he said, keep searching for echoes. There will be opportunities to bless in the future. I understand. Uzumaki nodded regretfully. After some of the undead who came back found that Uzumaki had opened the blessing function internal test, they rushed over one by one, their eyes red, especially knowing that Uzumaki got the qualification for the inside but got nothing. They couldn't help but scold him for being a gambler. Because Linda was still here for the plot dialogue, the undead chose to attack in the system. Linda looked at the Beast Girl again. He already understood what the Beast Blessing was. To put it simply, you get temporary enhancement, and it disappears when you die. Except for the undead. There is no such thing as temporary for other races. The power of blessing disappears after death, which is more like a more advanced gameplay where the power of title is taken back. Blessing is like opening a box, which can gain attribute enhancement, or it may directly gain magic skills, etc., giving the game countless possibilities. All this power comes from the knowledge irrigation of domination. Compared with those bonus pool gadgets that Lin once made, it has the characteristics of not being copied and reproduced. Lin's first reaction was that this was a good way to make money. It was like strengthening a weapon to get various blessings. And there was a chance of failure. If the undead wanted good blessings, they had to gamble. The undead, who were all gamblers, would definitely not give up such a good opportunity to enhance their strength. From the perspective of making money, blessings are indeed better than titles that can be held forever after they are obtained without time limit. In his eyes, the Beast Girl has changed. I can continue to help you collect feedback, Lin said. What do you want? The Beast Girl asked back. The undead people also looked over. The plot has reached a critical point. I want you. Lin pointed at her. The Beast Girl's tail began to swing wildly, and the dust flew. She was also a little panicked. We are different races. We are impossible. I have given everything I have to the master. Even if I give birth to a child, you can only take care of it. The undead, fuck. So you are this kind of Lind. Then he looked at the Beast Girl. You think long term. Linda's face darkened. I mean, I want you to work for me. Work for you. The wagging tail calmed down. Linda nodded. Let's talk about titles. As far as I know, the Beast Men under different Beast Kings seem to have different titles? That's right. The Beast Girl nodded. Can I become a Beast King? Such as King Linda? Lionheart Castle, located in the Beast's Nest. After Black Blood passed through the ground that was like a rainstorm, with only the densely packed holes that kept breathing, he finally returned to this huge territory. Black Blood is quite famous in the Beast's Nest. Black Blood, where are your people? Are they all dead? Ha ha ha. Someone was joking, but found that Black Blood suddenly turned around and stared at him with a vicious look. His heart suddenly tightened. Oh my god. It can't be true. Black Blood, who is called Abyss, is quite famous. Huh? Black Blood walked forward with a gloomy long-haired beast face that no one else could see. Soon he saw the black armor that was different from that of ordinary soldiers, and the skull helmet that was almost embedded on his face. The warrior from the Chancellor Wolfgang Longhorn held a long-handled scepter in his hand. The skull head of the scepter, like the claws of a clenched beast, was a bit cold. The black-armored officer stood in front. Ordinary beastmen were not allowed to pass the road behind the black-armored officer. That was the road to Lionheart Castle, and only high-level beastmen could pass. I am Black Blood. He raised his voice to attract the other party's attention. I brought back important news. Chapter 434 today is another day full of hope. I know who you are. You should bring back humans. The black-armored officer turned and looked at Black Blood. Black Blood returned empty-handed, obviously not completing the mission. They have found a new refuge, and I encountered a group of powerful enemies who wiped out all my men. Black Blood did not want to get too entangled with the other party here. The more he talked here, the more likely it was that tomorrow his pitiful experience would spread throughout the beast's nest. Maybe it has already started to spread. The black-armored officer looked at him with disdain. Black Blood said, I want to see Lord Wolfgang. I have news about another group of humans. Losers have no right to pass. If I were you, after failing, it would be best to choose to live a good life in the future, or find a way to turn failure into success. The black-armored officer said, I will inform the Lord if he really wants to see you. Black Blood did not respond. He should remain silent at this time. He was finally allowed to pass. When Black Blood saw the Chancellor Wolfgang Longhorn, he was lying on a chair enjoying the service of squeezing abscesses. Wolfgang has a pair of extremely long horns, which are said to come from the abyss. Some say that he has received stronger power from the Master. So the horns used by beasts as a means of fighting and survival are becoming stronger and sharper. The impact of the long horns is more serious than expected, and it will always cause some complications from the abyss to appear on Wolfgang. One of them is the extremely itchy red and swollen pustules. If the long hair is not turned over in time to squeeze the pustules, the hair will be stuck together after bursting, and the body will emit a foul odor. This is unacceptable to a high-level beastman. They have bid farewell to eating raw meat and drinking blood, and must always maintain elegance. In addition to this, there are other tortures, but Wolfgang never tells outsiders about it. To gain powerful power, you have to pay some price. It seems that he even enjoys it. Maybe the situation is not as bad as everyone imagines. It is not like the rumors outside that the Lionheart King is going to change a new prime minister. It is hard to say whether the high-level beast men are deliberately imitating human nobles. No one has really seen the lifestyle of human nobles. Those humans who have drifted here are always in a mess, and applying those sweet spices on their bodies will only make the beastmen more appetizing. My lord, Black Blood spoke, trying to remind the other party that he was here. Black Blood? The voice was lazy and sounded weak. The busy beast women retreated, knowing what to listen to and what not to listen to. Wolfgang opened one of his beast pupils. What did you bring back? A message. If there was a choice, Black Blood would rather not answer questions here, but he still wanted to make up for the loss. And Wolfgang's meaning was even simpler. He gave Black Blood a chance. If Black Blood could impress him, then the previous failure would not be a big deal. But if Black Blood could not impress him, I believe Black Blood would not want to see this happen. I found a group of humans in the desert of the wilderness. Black Blood, we are not short of humans. The Prime Minister yawned, and his sudden movement made people tremble. We can find humans anytime and anywhere. All kinds of humans. But we want those human nobles, who know some ancient secrets. And now they are in the hands of the corrupted king. No, sir, those humans are different. Black Blood described his reaction after hearing about the existence of humans, to the sneak attack, and then to being surrounded by endless undead wearing the power of the abyss. Of course, some of them were omitted by him, and some were simply beautified by Black Blood, like the strange interrogation method of the undead, and his own strange escape experience. Wait, are you saying they are immortal? Wolfgang finally opened his other eye. Yes, immortal. After death, they will turn into a pile of ashes, and then they will reappear in the canyon camp, as if they are endless and can never be killed. They are wearing armor made of the abyss and curse, as strong as the soldiers of the abyss. Black Blood nodded. This is not good news. Wolfgang shook his head. Such a fearless and not weak team, and also mastering the power of the abyss, can only be a strong threat. They are not loyal. Sir, Black Blood said. What? They are very easy to be turned against. Black Blood, who has been in contact with the undead for a long time, has already discovered the logic of the undead. They are very greedy. As long as they are given enough benefits, they will definitely give up their faith. It is not bad to have such a powerful force. Wolfgang did have similar thoughts in his mind. How many people are richer than himself in this vast land, from the wasteland to the beast's nest, which is so vast that ordinary people cannot walk through it in their lifetime? Go and contact those undead people. I want them to be loyal to me. Yes. Heishua was relieved, which meant that he should have made the right bet. As long as this matter was done well, he could make up for the previous losses. After Black Blood left, Wolfgang stood up and gently shook his long horns as long as his arms. He wanted to ask the abyss if he had paid attention to the sudden appearance of such a group of people. In the cellar, there was a huge stone platform, Wolfgang raised his right hand and pressed his 5 fingers on the stone platform. The next moment, the stone platform sank, and a large wedge-shaped brick composed of black broken crystals emerged from the hole in the sunken stone platform. It floated in front of Wolfgang. The wedge-shaped bricks cracked and combined into countless broken star patterns like stars, without any rules. A magic lamp that can release linear beams was lit on the side, sweeping across the broken and scattered crystals, and the light kept penetrating and refracting in the crystals. The magic lamp swayed quickly, sweeping from top to bottom, faster and faster. The scattered crystals also began to form a human face-like outline under the rapidly sweeping light. The human face said, "Wolfgang? I didn't expect you to take the initiative to find me. Do you still like the long horns? Has a human mastered the power of the abyss?" Wolfgang got straight to the point. As for the other party's almost provocative question, Wolfgang chose to ignore it, in order to avoid being dominated by the beast and taking back the power. Every high-level beastman would deliberately look for other powers to pollute and influence himself. In the territory of the Lionheart King, the best partner is the abyss. Wolfgang deliberately kept it brief when asking questions. If the other party knows the cause and effect, he will understand it with just a simple mention, and there will be no contradiction in concealing information. If the other party does not know the cause and effect, then he can also conceal the situation of immortal and abyss, which will facilitate him to adjust his plan. It is not so comfortable to obtain the power of the abyss, and the stronger the person, the more afraid of death. Human? Really? The other party did not care much. No one can refuse the power of the abyss. Didn't you refuse it? Why? You are also going to the material plane of humans? What material plane? Wolfgang felt that there were many things he did not know, and those bastards in the abyss must have done something without telling him. The Lord of Demons launched a war of aggression on the material plane, and all the little ones under his command were thrown out. The other party said indifferently. Of course Wolfgang knew about the war of aggression on the material plane, and he also knew the bad taste of the abyss bastards. They were keen to turn any habitable place into a disgusting and sticky hell. You always do things that are thankless. Wolfgang looked disgusted. He had already determined that the abyss did not know about the appearance of the undead. Each abyss expedition war lasted for at least several years, and at most more than 10 years, or even decades. Little one, it will take a long time to come back. No one knows why the undead appeared, but it is a good thing that the abyss does not know. Wolfgang disconnected from the other party, and watched the magic lamp slowly slow down, and the broken crystals reassembled into wedge-shaped bricks and descended. The stone platform rose again. Recently, the number of undead people online has begun to decrease. Not only the 3,000 people in the Magic Land, but also the Land Kingdom and other regions learned from the official website. The reason why the number of people in the Novice Village mainland is gradually decreasing is simple. It is a bit tiring to work on the long-term and high-intensity Great Rift strategy. If the equipment and materials are almost the same, you don't want to kill monsters so frequently. Everyone is here to play games. There is no need to play games with high mechanical repetition in the game. You can play them directly and make money by the way. The biographies of characters in multiple regions are still being updated, including the progress of the Great Rift in each region. Overall, average. A small number of people broke through the defense line of the abyss and occupied a small advantage. Most of them are still in a stalemate. There are a few who were killed by the abyss and the entire area fell, so they had to delete their accounts and move to another place to reincarnate and play again. The only work left for the undead in the demon land is some meaningless daily work, such as searching for echoes, etc. Now it is openly prohibited to capture beast men for production, and there is a default rule that there will be a certain period of calm after conquering a city. So the number of people online has decreased a little bit, and the motivation for the game has also decreased. It is possible that in real life, cattle and horses have no time to sleep and are too tired to work. If you want to see a large number of undead people, the beast girl must be the first choice. Who doesn't want to pet a dog? It's just that this dog has a 4th ring strength, and she can also use a 5th ring large vicious dog to bite people. So people don't dare to do it. It's just that I don't dare to do it. Not that I really won't do it. There are also many people who are addicted to petting dogs. I'll die if I die. Linda came over. Solaris, follow me. Yes. Solaris followed Lind, and went to the small closed room guarded by UR Beast under the gaze of the undead. The undead looked at each other. Is the new book out? Go and urge them. The beast was very confused. after Lin showed his strength and the undead's unbreakable loyalty. Solaris accepted her situation. Cooperation. No. Loyalty. She had to work for Lind. But what could she do? The power of the fourth ring seems very strong. But Solaris is not good at fighting. The fourth ring magic she desperately burst out is just SOSO. The one who really has fighting power is UR Beast. Others don't know UR's situation. Only Solaris knows that UR has been in a daze. And the title of Beast is eroding UR's brain. The worst thing is that UR's faith is not the current Beast Master. And no one can take away his power. So there were several times when Solaris wanted to close the door and let UR bite Lind. But she restrained herself. The leader of the undead must also be an undead. And you can guess it with your tail. He swung his tail. Lind looked at Solaris's tail and considered letting her work part-time as a sweeping maid. The floor would definitely be swept very clean. I don't have the faith of the Beast Master. How can I become the power of the Beast King to give others titles? He asked. Even if you become the Beast King, it's useless. You can only let the Beast Men who also believe in the Beast Master get the titles related to you. Solaris shook her head. The undead's loyalty to Lind has reached the point of fanaticism. It is impossible for them to convert to other religions. If they do not believe in the Lord of Beasts, they will not be able to obtain the power of the title. Therefore, it is a dead end for the undead. Then can you awaken the Lord of Beasts? It had nothing to do with me before. Lind had no interest in awakening the Lord of Beasts. But now it is different. Are you really for the title? Solaris did not believe it. She had clearly told Lind the difference between the two powers. Any normal person would know which one to choose. It can't be that Lind really wants to trick the undead men. That doesn't make sense. Of course. Lind nodded. I can help you speed up the collection of echoes. Lind was willing to help her collect echoes. And even willing to help the Beast Master wake up again. But Solaris felt something was wrong. She always felt that Lind was more looking forward to the Beast Master waking up than she was. And the expectation might even exceed the desire to become the king with the power of the Beast Master. And the desire for the title. Linda is of course more looking forward to the reawakening of the Beast Overlord than the Beast Man. And he is sincere and genuine. The Beast Man only wants to gain some kind of power from the Overlord and demand a return. But he is different. What he wants is the Beast Overlord. A world boss that can be repeatedly refreshed. I didn't even consider this before. Which is a big mistake. It's not a big waste if the boss is refreshed once. But if it can be revived and refreshed continuously, the value that can be created will be infinitely enhanced. With the previous experience of the Lady of the Night, the Beast Overlord must be a boss that the undead will particularly like. If the other party is defeated by accident, you can also contact the other party and open the Beast Church from then on, so that the undead can convert to a new race and learn some new skills. In short, after the Beast Overlord comes back to life, how to operate it depends on Lind himself. Solaris still feels something is wrong. The other party must be hiding something from her. And that smile looks very dangerous. It's settled. Linda didn't give him a chance to refuse. If you have more echoes, can you give more types of blessings? Linda suddenly asked. As if it was just a small matter to revive the Beast Master. Yes. Solaris nodded. I heard the whispers of the Master from the echoes, and gave those whispers to the target through blessing magic. And they can get all the power from them. All the power? This is the most unreliable thing about religion. They all claim that the magic of their beliefs is so powerful. But in fact, the Daughter of the Night is a lesson for us. Your blessing ability is too poor. You need to practice it. How to practice? Start by changing the lines, Linda said. Remember in the future, if an undead asks you to bless, you must learn to say one sentence. What? What? The blessing test is open again. The undead received the news and happily came to the Beast Girl. Then he heard her say, Today is another day full of hope. Chapter 435 NPC's Revenge. French Circle Weekly. Another episode. As a loyal viewer of the show, Lynn will definitely watch it as soon as possible. In fact, this show is also very interesting, because the main base is in the land kingdom of Shilu continent, and there are detailed sources of information about the Demon Land, so it has gradually attracted the attention of some undead people in other regions. The game is common, and everyone knows that they will definitely go to the big map of the Demon Land in the future. If you want to understand it, you must follow the perspective of Lind and the 3,000 undead expeditionary forces beside him. Hello everyone. Welcome to this week's French Circle Weekly. I'm Lu Guogua. I'm Hung Pao Pao. I read the character biography of the fairy tale kingdom of Instant Continent in the last issue. I thought Snow White was changed by magic. I believe everyone is as excited as I am about the new nobles led by Snow White resisting the invasion of the Abyss. She is so beautiful and cool. She is worthy of being my wife. Hee. Wipe your saliva. And don't you have your own wife? That's my wife. The two hosts chatted for a while like a crosstalk. And then got to the point. Now after we collected information, we finally sorted out the names of all the countries in the 3 continents. Here is a list of national forces in the 3 continents omitted. It has been confirmed that among the 3 continents, there are 46 countries in Shilu Continent, 38 countries in Instant Continent, and 42 countries in Cerulean Continent. Each country has dozens of novice villages. The following is a list of thanks. Thank you to the undead who provided the information. May magic bless you. Thanks list omitted. When it comes to the development of the game, we have to talk about the authenticity of this world. After several undead explorations, we can overturn previous speculations. The countries are not completely independent servers, but are really connected to each other without air walls. That's right. That is to say, any of the 3 speculated continents that may be larger than the land area of the Earth has no air walls. As long as you have enough time and move fast enough, you can move freely in it. It's hard to say whether there is an air wall between the continents. But we know one thing from Lind. That is the material plane. Speaking of Lind Alman, I believe that the undead in Shilu Continent are familiar with his name. But the undead in other regions may not have heard of his name. If you want to know more about Lind, you can watch our previous character biography. Link, character biography of the Magic Circle, Lind Alman. In short, he is a very legendary figure. He has been following the undead since the internal beta period. He is the official son of the game in the absolute sense. Even now, any news about the magic land that everyone can get comes from Lind. Yes, he is the only NPC who can lead the undead out of this map and go to the new map. The only one. Among the densely packed comments shouting, Linda is awesome. Brother D is awesome. Loud is awesome. There are also people with different styles. Are you looking for the poster girl collector? The man kills the woman and takes her away, Linda? At this time, Linda, who was watching the video, narrowed his eyes. Interesting. Let me see who you are. No other meaning. Just want to see. I am not a stingy person. And I will not bear grudges. The show continued. And the 2 hosts were very eloquent. There are too many parts to say about Lind. Every continent and every country must have similar protagonist-type NPCs. But we can be sure that there is absolutely no NPC like him. We guess that Lind may not leave in the future. And it is even possible that he will become the NPC that guides the undead to the Devil's Land. Let's talk about Lind briefly. We still have to return to the material plane. The 3 continents may be able to communicate across servers. The method lies in the setting of the material plane. Our editor made an unreasonable but bold guess that it may be this setting that allows different servers to merge. That means the 3 continents will not be our main battle area in the future, but the Demon Land. Everyone can go to the Demon Land and start a thrilling adventure there. The comments immediately increased. Thrilling means going to the Demon Land to become a bandit, kidnapping beastmen to work for you, and working in 2 shifts, using beastmen as livestock. Damn. Does that mean everyone will have the opportunity to travel to various regions? That means that the places I fought so hard to conquer, where I can't go even if I queue up, will be updated later. And newbies will be sent directly to the new area. Right? The game is like this. Otherwise, why would you let the novice area fry fish? The program continued. Finally, I would like to remind everyone to be cautious about your relationship with NPCs. Each NPC has a very complete favorability system installed. And it is every one. Important things must be emphasized constantly. Here we call up a video. Thank this friend for his contribution. The video was shot from a first-person perspective. A dusty man pushed the door and walked into a tavern, and explained the purpose of his trip in words. He received a sufficiently secret mission, which required him to find a killer who was very good at killing people, and let the other party complete the mission quietly. The undead man thought about taking over this mission completely, because he had completed the mission of assassinating the target more than once. However, every time he seemed to accidentally make a little noise, forcing him to clean up all the people who found him to ensure that the mission could be completed. But the employer was unwilling to give in, saying that he had to find the powerful killer first and persuade him to help. By the way, The employer didn't spend a dime, all of which was paid by the undead voluntarily. But when the undead thought of the reward after the mission was completed, they felt that there was nothing wrong with paying for it. That was a very special prop, which looked like the introduction to the side quest. No undead could refuse the side quest that belonged to him. The good news was that the other party's figure had appeared in this small town on the border. There was no sound coming from the tavern. No laughing clowns. No bards plucking the strings. Everyone lowered their heads and spoke carefully. The place was full of people, so the sound of their whispers was like the buzzing of flies. The barmaid saw the undead man and walked towards him with a smile on her face. It can be seen that his face should be well sculpted. The sense of substitution is coming. A barrage floated by, making the video not too empty. The flat cloth shoes were hidden under the long skirt, and they walked over with a clattering sound. The diners looked ahead with empty eyes and drank unconsciously. The undead man waved his hand to drive away the barmaid, and then turned his eyes to the side. According to the information he investigated, the killer should have appeared in the bar at this time. But he has not appeared, which means that the bar has partitions. He observed carefully until he saw a person walking out of the dark wall. The undead did not attract the other person's attention, but waited until the other person disappeared from his sight before taking action and walking towards the wall. A new space, noisier and bigger. But people were also more numb, and no one would pay attention to the undead. The undead turned around, then set his eyes on a person, walked over and sat next to the person. "Someone recommended me to come to you," the immortal said. The other party looked at the immortal in surprise, as if he couldn't understand why the other party would take the initiative to talk. But the other party didn't answer at all, staring at the bottle with empty eyes. "We want you to kill someone," the immortal continued. "Actually, you don't have to do it, but you are just part of the task." "Fuck. When I complete the task, I not only have to kill people quietly, but also have to protect you. It's really a trouble for me. Why can't you just give the task to me?" He complained for a few words before saying, "Tell me, what do you want? Money?" The undead man took out a heavy bag of gold coins, which was so heavy that he pressed it on the table, attracting the attention of others. "Or something else. Anything. Who do you want me to kill?" The other party finally spoke. His voice was as unremarkable as his appearance. If there was no portrait, the undead man would definitely not be able to find him. "If I knew, you would have no work to do today." The undead man's tone was a little aggressive, but he believed that he was telling the truth. If it weren't for the damned mission requirements, these NPCs would never work. "Take the money, and then come with me to meet the employer." The bag of gold coins was lifted and turned over, spilling all over the table, and the other party began to count slowly. The speed of counting the gold coins was very fast, as if the other party had magic. When the gold coins were counted, the purse became bulging again. "Let's go!" The undead stood up, and without looking back, he took the killer whose name he didn't know, and left the tavern whose name he didn't know. They traveled a long way and finally arrived at the employer's house. And then the killer walked in. The undead was asked not to eavesdrop, so he had to wait outside obediently. The night was as cold as water. The continent, which was about to usher in winter again, began to shake the trees, shaking their leaves clean and even breaking their wastes. Then, the killer came out and strode towards the undead. "How is it? Is there?" he wanted to ask, but he didn't expect that a red mark suddenly appeared on the killer's head. "What's going on?" The undead man slowly retreated, and he believed in the reminders given to him by the game system. Moreover, the opponent's health bar seemed a little abnormal. It was definitely not something that an ordinary killer or mercenary could have. He came back to kill this beastly NPC family. He was kind enough to help but didn't accept money. But they colluded with the killer to kill him. But until now, the undead man still didn't figure out why he was listed as a target. The difference in strength between the two sides was obvious. The undead was knocked down in an instant, and his arms and legs were chopped off in an instant. "It seems that our jobs are different." The killer was bleeding the undead. "My employer asked me to ask you if you still remember the nobleman I killed in the short-legged battlefield a year ago?" Short-legged battlefield? The screen was cut back to play, and it happened to be one of the most exciting battles the undead had ever fought. In the screen, he killed a nobleman and chopped off his head regardless of his pleas for mercy. "It seems that you remembered it." The killer smiled. The video ended, and the last text reminded that in order to deal with the undead's ability to resurrect, The other nobles found a strange and powerful magic that could trap the undead in an area. That is, his resurrection point was forcibly changed. It happened that the trap below was enough to kill people. Death. Resurrection. Death. The file is broken. The last advice? Every NPC has his own story. You may forget them, but they will always remember you. It's working. Damn. It's working. The Black Swamp Kingdom is adjacent to the Land Kingdom, and on the southern border of the Black Swamp Kingdom, it borders another kingdom called the Serkaps Kingdom, a group of undead people who are keen on exploration and have no interest in major events began their own sandbox-free exploration according to the map of the Black Swamp Kingdom. Then, they crossed the sticky black territory and came to the land composed of rocks and towering red soil mountains. Looking around, it was all dark red. The undead from the Black Swamp Kingdom did not hesitate and directly contacted the undead in the Serkaps Kingdom. In the Serkaps Kingdom, the giant king city Johnny City, located at the bottom of the red soil. King Quickbow Serkaps was looking worried. He was not an old noble, but the largest new noble force in the Serkaps Kingdom. After successfully hunting down the old king, he successfully replaced him and used Serkaps as his surname to show his success. It has been a long time since the undead appeared. Although the undead often disobey orders and steal constantly, almost every woman has been harassed, even handsome men. But they follow certain rules internally, so that they don't lose control so quickly. The appearance of Penny helped the kingdom of Serkaps suppress the undead, and then even led the undead to fight against the sudden invasion of the abyss. The throne is not stable yet, but Quickbow Serkaps was surprised to find that the undead have very strong working ability. As long as they are given enough rewards, they can sell everything, including themselves. But this method sometimes has bad consequences. So Quickbow and Penny must use some means to suppress the development of the undead and make them look more balanced. Just when everything was going according to plan and the resistance to the invasion of the Great Rift of the Abyss had been effective, Quickbow Serkaps suddenly received a shocking news. The undead actually packed their bags and headed north. What appeared in the north? Quickbow asked hurriedly. He could only think that some kind of treasure appeared. Otherwise the undead would not be able to leave the Great Rift. They are going to the Black Swamp Kingdom. But from what they said, the Black Swamp Kingdom is not the destination, but the Land Kingdom is. What? Tens of thousands of undead suddenly abandoned their territory and began to migrate. The reason is simple. They all want to try how to play the simple mode of the game. The strongest undead in the kingdom of Serkaps can only desperately deal with the monsters in the Abyss Rift, and will be killed instantly when he sees the boss. I can't beat it. I can't afford it. Try another area. Chapter 436. Another person is trying to steal my wife's love. Wilderness Grey Ruins. Corruption Territory. The human noblewoman in a long skirt and high boots is surrounded by drooling beasts. The knights in armor and holding weapons guard her on both sides. The team is very long. From the scalding dust and hot wind of the Wilderness Grey Ruins to the bloody red swamp of the Corruption Territory. But this is the last place they can find to stay. Being in the Magic Land, they learn the news that the magic ring was about to be broken before others, and even started to collect the fragments of the magic ring before that. The gods sleep and die, but the power of the gods will not disappear, but will be transformed into other forms, and continue to be preserved. Just like those things called blessed weapons, cursed weapons, they have different powers, which may not be powerful, but to a certain extent they can represent the existence of the magic ring and have symbolic significance. Fleeing to the territory of the beast men is actually a helpless move. The people of the 3 continents regard the magic ring as the source of their power, while the people of the Magic Land think it is a seal. The magic ring was broken. The seal collapsed, and the 3 gods that were the main beliefs of humans disappeared. In addition, the frequent appearance of evil gods such as the Beast Master made the entire Magic Land a mess. There is everything here. Nothing is strange. For the humans in the Magic Land, the disasters caused by the complete collapse of the magic ring have completely corrupted the former human warriors, and completely stood on the opposite side of humans. The only way to choose is to escape. Climbing the stone steps, the human female noble raised her hand to signal the guard knights behind her to stop. She lifted her skirt to prevent the long hem from being stepped on by her boots, and then quickened her pace to the hall. Deep in the hall, in front of the huge throne, there was a person who looked very similar to her. The reason why the King of Corruption was willing to accept the fleeing humans from the Demon Land was because the Beast King was the aunt of the human noble. Our astrologer saw the danger that was bound to happen. The human female noble looked at the figure with 3 corrupt beasts curled up beside her, and said straight to the point. Known as the King of Corruption. He possesses wolves, lions and bears, and has the strength of 6 rings, which is enough to dominate the world. The King of Corruption raised her hand, and gently lifted her long hair, and tucked it behind her ears. She bent down and gently stroked the wolf's head. Dear, you are very safe here. Don't worry about those. I will protect you well. Auntie, King of Corruption. You know, I am the last watcher of mankind. But the cell has been broken. Right? The King of Corruption said. You can live like a princess here, instead of hanging the title of a princess, but worrying about unknown dangers every day. The astrologer saw the stars falling, said the human female noble. They saw death in the stars. Countless deaths. How long will it take? 30 years later. The answer surprised the corrupted king. She suddenly raised her head. And the bear and the lion also raised their heads. The beast stared at the human nobles. She subconsciously took a half step back. But after the corrupted king raised his hand and hit the heads of the 2 beasts, they immediately lowered their heads. The bear licked his paws, and the lion yawned out of boredom. Can an astrologer see that far into the future? It's just a branch of the future. A crisis that can sweep the world. The human noble looked at her aunt helplessly. She couldn't address her as a relative here, although everyone could see that they must have a blood relationship. Speculation and acknowledgement were 2 different things. Seeing her aunt lower her head and concentrate on stroking the wolf, the human noble had to continue. Even if we don't look at the distant future, the magic ring is broken, and the demon king is just one of the escaped ones. I'm not sure whether the stars falling from the sky are also related to the broken seal. Maybe there are other things in the seal that are causing trouble. My dear, that is the magic ring. The corrupt king's voice was gentle enough to melt people's flesh and blood. The 3 gods have fallen asleep. Like the beast master. I can't say too much, but his power is far from enough to create a new magic ring. It seems that there are 2 choices left for us. Either create a new magic ring to get everything back on track, or quietly wait for the beginning of a new era. But you know, all we can do is wait for the new era. So, your way of welcoming the new era is to go along with the abyss? The human noblewoman questioned angrily. She knew that this was the only way she could force her and to tell some truth. But, only some. The master will not lend us power gently. The corrupt king lowered his head and gently stroked the 3 beasts beside him. Look at them. How cute they are. Treating disease as power. The human noblewoman shook her head. She did not agree. After life is completely corrupted, it will usher in a new life. Dear, corruption is more than a disease. It looks like a plague, but in fact it can make you better. Maybe? The human noblewoman took a deep look at the 3 beasts. Then she talked about her other plans. I want to contact humans in other material planes. The ant who has become the king of beasts has gradually separated from her human identity. She will no longer put her own interests together with humans. For the evil god believers, the chaotic era is a good time to fish in troubled waters. She can only pin her hopes on other material planes, hoping to find a few strong people who are willing to sacrifice for humans. Legends seem weak, and she doubts whether she can find such power. But it doesn't matter. There are still 30 years. She still has plenty of time to search, to explore, to guide. But unexpectedly, the king of corruption suddenly said, humans from other material planes? It seems that there has been a lot of commotion recently. What? The human noblewoman was stunned. I planned to spend 30 years to slowly search, and then suddenly told myself that they have come to the devil's land and made a lot of commotion. They are a human army that controls the power of the abyss and has the power of immortality. They are on the edge of the wilderness. I think it's interesting that people have contacted them. I didn't expect them to be mixed with the beast sacrifice site. The power of the abyss. Immortality? The human noblewoman's face was uncertain. On the one hand, she was happy about the human power that appeared. But on the other hand, she was angry because the other party surrendered to the power of the abyss. I want to meet their leader. Since the undead became famous in the wilderness, they immediately attracted the attention of many forces. Here, humans are a rare food, but not the strong ones. As long as they are weak enough. Beastmen can also be one of the ingredients. All the big and small forces came to try to gain the help of the undead. Among them, the power of the Lionheart King was the most powerful. the beastman Blackblood, who was seemingly secretly let go by the undead, but was actually blatantly let go, has returned. Every day, he thinks about using a large sum of money to poach the undead. Blackblood has thought about looking for Linda. If he can take Linda down, the entire undead team will definitely belong to the Lionheart King. But when Blackblood learned that Linda was actually cooperating with the beast priest Solaris Ancient Echo, he gave up the idea. Everyone has their own choice. All he can do is respect and bless them. There are so many powerful forces that don't join, but they join a broken force, like a candle in the wind. Beliefs cannot be changed at will, but the people under Lind can change. So Blackblood promoted how good the Lionheart King was more and more vigorously. And as long as you join, you can get weapons, treasures, and even blessed weapons containing fragments of the magic ring. The undead pricked up their ears. They knew about blessed weapons. Generally speaking, that thing is like a prototype, with the best effect, but it is easier to get out of control when using it. If you hand over the blessed weapon to Lind, you will unlock a new weapon type, and there will be a huge amount of rewards, and even a side story, regardless of whether you hand it in or not. The blessed weapon is definitely a good thing. You have to get it. As for converting to the Beast Master and gaining powerful power, they ignored it directly, except for a few brothers with strong tastes. Most people refuse to become beastmen. The physical talent of the beastman is good, and it can be very powerful when paired with a melee profession. But everyone assumes that the T0 of the current version is the wizard. Put on heavy armor and add various buffs. Being able to fight and resist is the correct way to play the game. Just because you like Furue doesn't mean you want to become Furue. If you're not as pretty as Beast Girl, you will lose out. But no matter if you were tempted or not, no one chose to act in the end. Among the generous conditions that Beastman could offer, only the title and blessing were more attractive. When they asked about the blessing, Blackblood looked confused. How long have you been playing this game? How could you not know the traps in the game? He pulled a big one to show that if I choose to betray Lind, Lind will definitely turn around and play a big one on me. And Blackblood, you don't even know what blessing is. The game functions are not complete, and you still want to drag us into the trap. So the Lionheart King will never be the main option in the game. At most, you can get some side quests and small benefits from them, and then surrender. On this day, Linda was studying the feasibility of obtaining the power of the Beast Master with Solaris. Although his behavior was considered very rebellious by the Beast Girl, Linda actually tried to get his hands on the power of the Beast Master. But she still gave some suggestions. Profession? I don't want to learn any profession. The professions of the Beastmen conflict with Linda's path. If there were Beast Knights, he might consider it. But in the power system dominated by beasts, only warriors, swordsmen, and other positions are similar to knights. In order to avoid accidents, and to avoid the decline of his appearance due to long hair on his body, Linda still refused to obtain this power. There are countless evil gods in the world, and he has not succeeded in collecting stamps in the 4 major paths under the sun's proof. There is no need to take those crooked paths. Lin knew very well that he could succeed today, not only because he had the information gap between him and the undead, but also because of his handsome face. He looked like a good person, and he had gained half of the trust without even opening his mouth. On the other hand, ugly NPCs would be suspected when they opened their mouths. Even if the undead found out that they had wrongly accused the good people after the plot was over, they would at most apologize to the corpse. He was already dead, so what was the point of apologizing? If you don't learn the profession, how can you get the power given by the Beast Master? Solaris expressed her incomprehension. What is the path to becoming a corrupt king? Beast Master? What? Lind was shocked. The one who was said to be the worst and could only raise scorpions and fleas in the desert actually became a beast king. She was very lucky. And after coming into contact with corruption, she had a bear, a wolf, and a lion, and her strength grew rapidly. The beast girl had no expression on her face. She knew all the information about the people she didn't deal with. They were all her #1 enemies. But those people never regarded the beast sacrifice site as an enemy. In short, the feeling of being ignored is very uncomfortable. Lind asked, "You got the echo before, and you were going to give it back to the Beast Master and then wake him up, right?" "Yes." Beast Girl nodded. "Can we try to wake him up now?" Lind asked. "Impossible. The power is far from enough, and more echoes are needed." "Are these not enough?" Lin threw the echoes on the ground, and a small mountain of them piled up. Beast Girl glared. When did you find it? The best thing the undead are doing is finding things to do tasks. As long as the target is given, they will always find a way to get through it. Lin had already made a large number of echoes. Almost all of the locations given by the Beast Girl were cleared out. The ones without locations were also discovered by the undead themselves and then cleared out. It's still not enough. But the Beast Girl shook her head again. She said solemnly, the most echo power is left in the current Beast Master. In addition, there is also a large part of the Beast Master echo on the Beast King. And there will be some left on those powerful Beastmen. If you want to barely wake up the Master, you need at least the echo of a Beast King. When the Master I believe in wakes up, the battle for the divine power of the new and old Beast Masters will begin. And our Beast Sacrifice site will also suffer a catastrophic disaster. Either go for quantity or kill a big one. It's easy to understand. Lind asked, what if the Beast Master you believe in dies again immediately after waking up? What? The Beast Girl was surprised. She used to think that the undead speech and behavior style was wrong because they often died and were trapped in pain. But now she found that the root cause was Lind. As long as the Master dies, the war of divine power will certainly not start. She still answered. But after answering, she always felt that something was wrong. That's easy. Linda relaxed. Whether it was the Lionheart King or the Corruption King, according to legends, their strength had reached the 6th ring, and their own realm had surpassed the epic level. Above Linda's epic level were legends, and above legends were myths. And the realm division became increasingly blurred. He asked Beast Girl many times before getting this answer. According to Beast Girl, there was no realm in the demon land for a long time. And the most important thing was how many rings of power you could burst out. With Linda's strength, even if he burst out, he couldn't beat a normal 5th ring strongman, let alone a 6th ring. But not being able to beat him didn't mean there was no chance at all. You can use the accumulation method to let the undead people brush the response through the beastmen. Just thinking about it. Another undead person came and said happily, Sir, Lord Linda, there are also beastmen coming from the corrupt territory. This time they offer a higher price. Should we agree? It is impossible to rebel. But if you can get a task from Linda, it will not be considered as rebellion. And you can switch identities flexibly? The 3,000 undead people carefully selected by Linda have trained themselves to be very well behaved and obedient. Moreover, from the very beginning, Linda asked the undead people to collect the words and conditions of the beastmen who came to steal the wall. No matter how you look at it, there must be a task. Another person is here to steal the wall? Linda's eyes lit up. I'm sleepy, and I'm sending you a pillow. Chapter 437, so you are the NPC who guides you. It was dark at night, and the sloppy moonlight poured down from the top of his head, but did not light up the environment. Linda sat on the throne of the beast altar, with only the beast girl Solaris, the ring sister Tioni, and the protagonist William, who had not appeared for a long time. Beast you are, as the big killer of the beast altar, was recently angered by the undead. In order to prevent him from tearing the messenger to pieces, Linda had to choose to lock him up. Things were developing so strangely that when Solaris stood beside William, who was beside Lind, she finally realized. Wait a minute. As the high priest, why am I not qualified to stand beside the throne? No. Why did Lind become the leader of the beast sacrifice field? Thinking about the other party's desire to awaken the former beast master by collecting echoes and get the other party's power gift, Solaris felt that this human was too sinister. She had become his subordinate without knowing it, and even enjoyed blessing the undead every day. Recalling the collected responses, Solaris felt that it was not a big loss. The environment inside the beast sacrifice was very poor, and the forces lingering on the ruins were gradually forgotten. If it were not for Linda's emphasis on stopping the large-scale construction, the high walls of the beast sacrifice, which represented the humiliation of the past, might have been demolished long ago. Solaris did not mind the undead rebuilding a better stone beast castle, but Linda was unwilling to waste manpower. There were already such useful beastmen, so let them build it. The role of the undead was to rush to the front line and give away heads, and they could not waste their energy on trivial matters. Linda was wearing armor, quietly waiting for someone to come. The message from the King of Corruption surprised him. The person trying to communicate with him was not the King of Corruption or one of his beast masters, but the human nobles who were previously hunted by Blackblood. Princess Magdalena Watcher. The other party solemnly invited Linda to the territory to talk as a human. But Linda refused without thinking. It was not that he was afraid that the king of corruption would secretly detain him, nor that he was afraid that he would be targeted by some conspiracy. And it was not, well, he was just afraid of death. It is commendable to go head-on with an enemy who is 1 level stronger than you. It is a fool to go head-on with an enemy who is 2 levels stronger than you. Moreover, the king of corruption has 3 boss-level beasts that are suspected to be of the same strength of 6 rings, which is even more unnecessary. The other party also couldn't understand why a group of people who were not afraid of death would not dare to go to the Red Swamp. Similarly, the other party's behavior of rushing over immediately made Linda a little unsure. Did he really need his human power? Or was there some other reason? Although Lind acted confident in front of the undead, he was actually a little panicked. He didn't have any foresight. Sometimes he could only look up forums or watch live broadcasts to get some information. He seemed to be in a daze, but he was actually very busy every day. The same is true for strength. As the strongest person in the expeditionary force, General Lind can no longer afford a serious duel. Otherwise, he would not have set his sights on the Beast Master. The location of Tianqing Magic School is still uncertain, and the distance from the Wilderness Grey Ruins to the Beast's Nest is already surprisingly long. Measuring it with feet is absolutely stupid. It has no effect except accelerating the loss of undead. The correct solution is to get the coordinates across space. The proactive contact of the humans in the Demon Land has both advantages and disadvantages. The other party came hurriedly, without extravagance, and extremely quietly. If he had not been notified in advance by the other party, Lind would most likely not have noticed her arrival. She was a woman with a very beautiful appearance. Lind could only describe her as beautiful. She did not have the queen temperament of Rania, the cuteness of Miko, or the 3-No of Tyan, who seemed to have no desire for anything but was actually full of strong curiosity. She did not have the shrewdness and occasional cuteness of Dorothy. And she did not even have the hair of Solaris. In short, an internet celebrity face. After approaching, she did not speak, but immediately fixed her eyes on Tyan. For a very long time, Linda frowned slightly. Tyan came with a mobile dowry. This person is not honest. The other party also noticed the inappropriateness of his sight, raised his hand, and swept across his face. The magic light flashed, and showed his true face. This time her appearance is indeed memorable. But the round little bun face does not match her temperament at this time. Her face is a bit like Ponyo, and has nothing to do with beauty. It seems that she used magic to hide her identity. In the wilderness and desert where the undead are rampant, humans have gradually changed from food to the type that cannot be easily provoked. So the other party dares to appear in the image of humans. I am Magdalena, the Watcher from the City of Misty Rain, she said seriously, but her eyes could not help but want to sweep over Tyan. Linda also introduced himself. You can call me King Linda. I led my most elite soldiers from other continents to the Demon Land. He glanced at William, who looked like a wooden man, and suddenly Miss Reed and the others who used to follow him. At this time, he could say nothing, while they could say their titles in a very impressive way, and they could say them as long as they wanted. William? He felt Lind's gaze, but didn't understand, and was thinking hard with his head. King Lind? Magdalena's chubby face was puzzled, and the title made her subconsciously think of the standard title of the Beast King. Maybe his full name was King Lind, the Beast King of the Beast Sacrificial Field. Linda added that no matter what the other party thought, the identity had to be given out first. He could cooperate with any Beast King, but joining was not enough. Magdalena opened her mouth. They started to communicate, but the situation seemed different from what she imagined. Whether it was a human suddenly saying that he was the Beast King or Tyan standing next to Linda, it disrupted her initial thoughts. Miss Magdalena, why do you want to meet me? Because you are human, Magdalena said, as a matter of course. Human. Rare. Linda's heart moved. What he wanted was information about humans. Although he knew from other people that Tianqing Magic School taught everyone and did not limit races. They were all human, so they had more common topics. At least his face should be able to play a role. If it really doesn't work, William can sell his sex. Magdalena is not very pretty, but as a princess, she is more than enough for his illegitimate son. William, who was once again caught by Linda's gaze, immediately understood and quietly placed his right hand on the sword. He had been hanging out with the undead recently, that is, when he was tricked by the undead to go out with him to brush echoes or do other work. He would always listen to the stories told by the undead. Among them, there was a story that he thought was very consistent with the power struggles of the nobles. It was so wonderful that William clapped his hands repeatedly after listening to it. It was called Breaking the Cup as a Signal. It doesn't matter if you don't understand. If you break the cup, I will chop her. Hey! Lord Linda doesn't have a cup at hand. Lynn noticed William, who kept looking at him and blinking to send some signals, and he decisively chose to ignore him. Before, he only thought that he was a hot-blooded protagonist, but he didn't expect that he also had the attributes of a silly dog. Rarely, Magdalena nodded. Although there was only a brief exchange, Magdalena was sure that Lynn didn't know anything about this land. So what he said was from other continents, was most likely from other material planes. It's just that other material planes will have the appearance of immortals. Why haven't I heard of it before? Samantha, the immortal knight among the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse of the sun's proof, does have the characteristics of immortality. But she can't be like the immortals that appeared in the bee's sacrifice field in the rumors. And when she came, she also saw many humans. Some dressed normally, while others were wearing armor with a strong abyss atmosphere. And they were all talking and laughing. Could it be that the influence of the demon lord has weakened in other material planes? Just as Magdalena was imagining countless possibilities, Linda spoke. So what do you want from us? She nodded and pondered after she said a word, which made Linda's big show completely blind. Luckily, he didn't let the undead come in to broadcast live. Cooperation. But before that, I want to ask, have you been eroded by the abyss? Even though Magdalena herself felt that the question was a bit straightforward, Tyan, who stood motionless beside her, seemed to give her enough confidence. As if Tyan stood there, and these people in front of her would never succumb to the abyss. My continent was eroded by the abyss rift, but we successfully defeated the enemy and eliminated one of their forces. Linda thought for a moment and said, we will eliminate the second one soon. The progress of the Black Swamp Kingdom has entered the middle stage, and the kingdom of Secapus will naturally become the next target, even if Linda does not intervene. With Linda's current prestige, those undead will continue to approach and join him. When the undead form a scale and crush the enemy with explosive troops, there will definitely be no enemy that cannot be killed. Destroy the abyss? The answer was beyond Magdalena's expectation. Are the humans in other low-level material planes so fierce? What is the power of the abyss in you? Linda's answer this time was even simpler. Spoils of war. The beast girl was also frightened when she heard this answer for the first time. The abyss is famous for its evil power such as madness and corruption of the mind. The Lionheart King reached a cooperation with the abyss, but he never dared to use the power of the abyss further. Comparing the abyss to trophies of war? In her impression, the strength of humans in other material planes is not very strong, but they are also very resilient. She is willing to get the opportunity to act freely first, set up a base in the Magic Land to welcome humans, and then send people to the Magic Land to select qualified strong people to welcome the Magic Land to participate in the Seal War. Not to mention the falling stars in 30 years. The Seal War that is just around the corner is enough to make her anxious. But Lynn showed up before she acted. Everything seemed like a surprise. At least until now. It's all surprises. Then, let's go back to the original question. Miss Magdalena, why did you come to us and think we could cooperate? To solve the abyss from the root. Her eyes were very firm. Even if you eliminate all the abyss cracks on the continent, you will only knock out some insignificant minions of the Abyss Lord. Only by resealing the Lord can everything be calmed down. Linda suddenly asked, I want to know. If we hadn't appeared, would you go looking for humans? He noticed that Magdalena looked at Tioni again, and then heard her say, that was my previous plan. I hope to build a place in the demon land where humans can live, and then go to various material planes to search for strong humans. It's you? Linda made a judgment almost instantly. If he didn't come to the demon land directly, the biggest possibility was that Magdalena built a place for humans in the demon land, and then became a new map guide NPC to accept the undead. It could be the 2.0 version of the major update, or it could be 3.0. However, everything is different now. I have taken control of the role of the guide for humans to the new map. I cannot guarantee that all the undead in the 3 continents will obey, but there should be no problem with the undead in the Shilu continent. Linda smiled happily. I think we are natural collaborators. If the undead come to the Magic Land, They must be loyal to the princess and be inferior to others. But Linda is different. He will definitely not allow a princess with a beast king behind her to be his immediate superior. And he has no intention of handing over the undead early. He can get the status of a collaborator. Although the beast king behind the other party may not agree. Linda does not intend to fight a protracted war. He would run away after getting the intelligence and power. More potion knowledge was his goal. We really need your power. Magdalena was also relieved. Although the result was different from what she imagined. In her cognition, the humans in the lower material plane should first swear allegiance to her, become a part of the Fog Rain City, and then fight for the Fog Rain City. But now she is desperate and has no options. Before discussing the details of cooperation, I would like to ask Miss Magdalena, do you know the Star Magic School? Of course I know. She nodded. Where is it? It's at the other end of the demonic land. In the east. The scholars there were the first to be corrupted by the disaster. The crazy knowledge they vented has made them completely out of control. It is a life-forbidden zone that is more terrifying than the so-called Sunless City. Is there a way to quickly cross this distance? For example, underground tunnel worms? Are you sure you want to send someone there? Magdalena asked. And at the same time, she also knew how Lind and others came to this continent. A very simple way. Of course. Lind nodded. As long as he was given the location and the method. He could send people to rush over tonight. He couldn't beat them. But it wouldn't be so difficult to let the undead steal things. The undead opened up new maps and new ways of playing. And he gained knowledge. The price was just that the undead died frequently. Everyone won. The underground tunnel worms might have been able to do it before. But now they can't pass through the Fog Rain City. Only dragons could cross that sky. But since the magic ring began to break, the dragons have fled the magic land. Can dragons cross continents? All strong men with strength above 6 rings can do so. Magdalena was surprised that Lind didn't even know common sense. And how did he defeat those abyss advancers? Why can't underground tunnel worms do so? Lind asked casually. Because adult underground tunnel worms are also 6 rings strong. They can use their bodies to build channels between different material planes. Magdalena explained again. Seeing Lind nod, she continued to add, however, if you want to cultivate underground tunnel worms to adulthood, you need an unimaginable amount of energy. No one has ever done this. So underground tunnel worms have always acted as larvae. Larvae? Can it swallow more than 3,000 people in one breath without burping? Linda suppressed his thoughts. It was too much dog food. He suddenly felt that the underground tunnel worm he caught was a little hot. Then the last question. Linda asked, why do you keep staring at her? He pointed at Tyan. Tyan also responded very quickly, pointing at herself and asked, why? Because she has the qualifications to be a seal. Chapter 438, Sudden Wealth. Don't let it be some bloody plot. Linda couldn't help but add secretly in his heart. Although there is no love between him and Tioni. They are only in name. Husband and wife. But if Tioni must be sacrificed to protect the world, he will definitely be the first to disagree. He will not consider his personal feelings, but also whether the undead will accept it. This plot is not acceptable to him. Fortunately, the round-faced princess did not let Linda wait too long and explained. She has the same power as the ring knights responsible for the seal. The blood of the magic ring. And the power of the magic ring fragments integrated into her body. Ring Knight? Linda remembered that Tyan had a title in the eyes of the undead. Called Ring Sister. If it wasn't a coincidence, it should be a hidden plot. Is the magic ring blood you mentioned a human noble? Linda looked at Magdalena. It was a consensus that nobles had blood power. Why was she so surprised? Moreover, he also had the blood of the old nobles. And even nearly lost control many times. Using the name of the nobles, and the blood of the nobles to activate the power in the body. He can transform into the big boss of the internal beta version. The highest level is close to level 41 to 50. It is a good value monster in the early and middle stages. And no one can stop it. Human nobles? Magdalena was confused. But nodded. The blood of the Ring Knights is indeed noble. But from the very beginning, they were born to seal disasters, like the Abyss Lord. The name of the Ring Knights is more in line with their status and dedication than nobles. Seeing Lin thinking, Magdalena asked, are there many Ring Knights like her in your place? Are those with only the blood of the magic ring considered Ring Knights? Of course not. Magdalena shook her head and explained. There are many people with the blood of the magic ring. But after the magic ring is broken, they are completely out of control. It turns out that there are old nobles in the demon land. I understand that as long as the other party has not completely lost his human form, there is a chance to recruit them. After Lin came to the demon land, he deeply felt the pain of the shortage of NPCs. William has the attributes of a silly dog, and Tioni is silly and cute. Almost all the work is done by him alone. It's okay to let him enjoy the benefits, but it's a bit difficult to let him manage everything. It's not enough to split his attention to 2 things. At least, he needs to split his attention to 20 things. Is Tioni really the only one who meets the requirements? Lin was thinking whether he should also embed a piece of the magic ring fragment into his body. Although it was not as big as the one on the back of Tian's head, the small piece in his hand was enough. Their topic did not stay on the seal for too long. After knowing that the ring knight's sacrifice and dedication to the seal was a thing of the past, Lin breathed a sigh of relief. It would be good if Tian did not have to sacrifice. William on the side looked at the 2 of them frequently. In his mind, he could not help but think of the story told by the undead again. Life and death follow each other. Lord Lin must be reluctant to part with Miss Tian. Maybe this means sacrificing himself to save the world. And the 2 of them will sacrifice hand in hand together. Even the beast girl Solaris shook her tail a little faster. She was touched. She would not curse Lin to be bitten by you are tonight. The 2 naturally shifted the topic of conversation to ring knights. The ring knights, who were once responsible for sealing in various places, have been tortured by madness and blood power. In short, they have become an upgraded version of the old noble boss in the internal test, which may be 2.0 or 3.0. Nowadays, the ring knights are stationed in their respective fortress ruins, churches and other places, and the strength of each of them is at least 6 rings. The ring knights who still retain the instinct to protect the seal will show their weapons to all uninvited visitors. Because of this, the strong men from other regions kept their distance from Wuyu City and never took the initiative to approach it and use their lives to become a stepping stone for the city to rise to a higher level of fame. Fighting with the strong is a two-way fight. When everyone grows to this level, they will not be ruthless unless necessary. But there is no way to reason with a madman. If you can't afford to provoke them, you can afford to avoid them. The chat between the 2 people seemed very dull to William and others. Almost every time one person said a sentence, the other person would pause and think for a while. It was intermittent, and the listeners scratched their heads. But the truth is that both of them are working at their fastest speed. Linda is also distracted and thinking at the same time. After contacting the other party, he found that things have become very troublesome. Legendary level strongmen cannot be the lowest level combat power when they chat. No wonder neither the Crystal Mage nor Wen Ruiwen are willing to come. The combat power of the Crystal Mage is worse than that of the Legend. And Wen Ruiwen. It turns out that angels are really the lowest level soldiers. In this way, the road from Yongshuan land to the Divine Realm will only become more difficult. The lowest combat power is 5 rings, and the enemies are basically 6 or 7 rings. Moreover, it is about the destruction of the world and the new era, which makes Lind, an old nobleman from the countryside, look pitiful, weak and powerless. Lind is thinking about what he can get from it. He needs all kinds of knowledge. But it is obvious that unless he Krypton spends dozens or hundreds of epic night paths, there is a high probability that he will not be able to fight out of the novice village of the Demon Land. That is, the wild beast's Nestwild Grey Ruins. He was sure that this was the novice village because Magdalena was here, and Wuyu City and Tianqing Magic School were restricted areas for the strong. It seems that it is not impossible. Linda looked at Magdalena. As a watcher, she must have a lot of knowledge. We can exchange unequal values. Similarly, Magdalena was also thinking. From the communication with Linda just now, she was sure that the other party was from the countryside and was easy to deceive. No, it should be said that their purpose was very simple. They didn't understand many things, just to find a chance to save their own world. Then, first tell the other party how dangerous this world is, and then ask them to help you build a new base. There is a great chance of success in restoring the order of the Watchers. Humanity will finally have a chance to breathe again. As long as we control this team, we will be able to defeat the Abyss Demon Lord again in time, and put everything back on the destined path. Magdalena has strong confidence in this. Let me talk about the current situation of humans in the Demon Land first. Therefore, Magdalena said with a very serious expression, King Linda, humans are now unable to move in the wilderness. As a weak foreign race, we have been forced to the point of desperation by the beast men. before she could slowly explain the desperate situation of the human race. Lin spoke up. The cooperation I mentioned before is not this kind. The undead will never be slaves, will not be loyal to anyone, and will not betray their beliefs. Moreover, the survival of the humans in the demon land has nothing to do with the humans on our continent. The Rand Kingdom, the Black Swamp Kingdom, and other human forces do not have records of the demon land. But they all have records of the Everfrost land, which shows that the humans in the demon land look down on their poor relatives in the countryside and are afraid of being found. Now that the humans in the demonic land are almost extinct, it is a bit shameless to open the door. Besides, before, Linda was unwilling to take the undead to the territory of the Corruption King without knowing Magdalena's identity. Now that he probably guessed that the other party might be the NPC to guide the demonic land in the future, he was even less likely to agree. The previous generation planted the trees, and the next generation picked the fruits. Linda only wanted to pick the fruits, and refused to let others pick his fruits. However, Magdalena's address just now also made him quite happy. King Linda. The identity of the Lion King has been verbally recognized by the other party, taking the first step to success. He originally wanted to call him the Lion King, but was afraid of being associated with a character in a cartoon. The Beast Girl said that the title of the Beast King was not created by herself, but was passed down by word of mouth because of the strong strength and image known to outsiders. In this regard, Lin can only say that they don't understand hype and traffic. One day, let a beastman dig out a sheepskin scroll from the belly of a fish, and write, King Lin, appointed by heaven inside. The effect will definitely be explosive. Linda insisted on having a new name. After thinking about it, he found that many good names had been registered in advance. It was safest to add a 1 after the name. At least people would know who it was when they saw the name, which would facilitate the image and brand binding. In the service industry, it is not important to be called, but whether it can be remembered is important. Fame is above all else. The two argued endlessly about cooperation, and finally Linda just gave in. He could see what Magdalena could pay, and he could help her complete some work depending on the situation. Thinking of what Linda said before, which was just like mercenary behavior, Magdalena couldn't help but puff up her chubby face. What do you need? I'll give you money, although I don't have much to offer at this time. All kinds of knowledge, whether it's the formula of the path potion, poetry, or treasure map. William on the side exclaimed in his heart that it sounded familiar. Isn't this the undead's rhetoric? After catching someone, he first asked what knowledge he could get. He really deserves to be the most loyal warrior of Lord Linda. I don't have many path potions. Magdalena was a little worried. How many do you have? Any profession will do. We believe in the 3 gods, so we can only take out the 3 gods' path, she replied. Wait, the 3 gods' path? You also have the death god path? Of course. Linda's heart was pounding. He had said long ago that it would be absolutely right for the undead to follow him. Look, they accidentally picked up a big bargain. The death god path potion formula, which is very scarce in the 3 continents, can actually be obtained here. I can take out potions for 5 pathways: Sun's Proof, Storm Knight, Undead Knight, Molten Knight, and Dragon Knight, and all up to Legend. Magdalena saw that Lin's expression had changed, and mistakenly thought that he was dissatisfied, and immediately added, after reaching Legend, if you want to go further, you can no longer rely on potion formulas to improve. You must go through various trials. Lin forced himself to suppress his pounding heart. I didn't expect there would be an unexpected gain. The Sun's Proof path and the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse were all collected by me. The only problem next should be to obtain the corresponding level of the Heart of Disaster. The legendary Heart of Disaster, each of which is at the boss level, is not easy to kill. He decided to go through all 5 paths at once, but he didn't know if the Golden Oath emblem could control such a powerful force. What about the Wizard path? I have the path potion formula, but I only have the strength of a 2nd ring wizard, so I don't know much magic. The wizard teacher who is responsible for teaching me magic is also a ring knight. If you want her knowledge. She stopped talking. The meaning was self-evident. There are recipes for the path potion, but no magic. It's not a big problem. I'll slowly grab it later. What about the death path? I don't recommend you to deal with them too much. Those ghosts are the sworn keepers of the death path. Those who dance with ghosts will inevitably bring disaster. You forgot that we are immortals. Lin doesn't mind vague concepts. There are 5 orthodox paths in the Sun's Proof. The most authentic one is the Sun-Night path. The remaining 4 have their own biases. The wizard path is more diverse, including magic, transformation, divination, potions, etc., which is much better than Lin's groping in the dark. As for the perfumer, crystal wizard, etc., they are a bit unpopular. The death path is also divided into necromancers, who control corpses, liches who make themselves into corpses, and ghosts who become incarnations after death. It would be fine if this path is not open. As long as it is open, Lind is 100% sure that the undead will immediately have a large number of job changes. Being strong or not is not important. Being handsome is a lifelong thing. At most, you can stack equipment and blessings. The value is not a problem at all. Linda was a little unresponsive to the sudden possession of a large amount of knowledge in his hands. He had never fought such a rich battle. Now, he didn't want to stay in the magic land for a moment. He just wanted to ride his underground tunnel worm larva back to Shilu continent, and then upgrade his head and wait until the maximum level before going out. No, there may be no legendary level in the magic land, but people must keep their promises. Even if Linda has the power of 5 legendary Great Knight paths, he may not be the opponent of the corrupt king. So he forced himself to keep his promise. The fat-faced princess gave her things without reservation, so she couldn't be a nobody. Okay, Linda nodded. We can help you. I know I can't give you much now. But, huh? Magdalena looked up suddenly, looking at Linda in confusion. She only gave him some relatively secret knowledge. There is no shortage of knowledge and ways to obtain knowledge in this world. But what is lacking is people who can absorb knowledge and become strong. Just like in the land of Beast Overlord. Every beastman has the opportunity to become a 6th ring strongman through hard work. But a large number of beastmen can only wander between 1st and 2nd rings, and they can't improve in their entire lives. Just like those NPCs in the Kingdom of Rand. They don't even have the talent to drink the potion for the 2nd time. In the end, the only person worth taking with him in the entire Rand Kingdom was William, one of the main characters of the version. I want you to follow me and take back the Fog Rain City together. Okay? Magdalena asked tentatively. Lin just looked at him quietly. The undead are just immortal. But they are not fools. It's hard for 3,000 people to fight the Daughter of the Night. If they fight the old nobles of the 2.0 version with 6 rings everywhere, believe it or not, they will dare to defect to others tomorrow. You can suffer when playing games, but you can't just suffer. That's right. The gap in strength is too big. Magdalena sighed. If the strength of the immortal is 4 rings, 3,000 immortals with 4 rings may have a chance to win. However, it is easier said than done. We can try to cooperate first, Linda said. But I have another question. Why does the King of Corruption want to protect you? She is my aunt? Magdalena answered without thinking to express her trust in Linda. She thought that Linda decided to help her with such a low reward. And he must be a person with a hard mouth and a soft heart. Just like the teacher who taught her before, scolding her but caring about her in her heart. But it was a pity that she had never worked hard to study well. A beast girl's tail began to sweep the floor again. Linda was silent. Sure enough, as long as the nobles were there, they could eat melons everywhere. It was a pity that the record officer didn't come along. I have to say that one of Magdalena's grandfather or grandmother had a strong taste. Then let's show our sincerity first. Although we are not strong, we are very efficient, Linda said. The King of Corruption should be hostile to the Lionheart King now. Right? Seeing Magdalena nod, Linda said, I can send my people to the Lionheart King's territory to investigate the information and slowly defeat them. With our lives. It's risky. Magdalena immediately raised her head and said. She also wanted to help her aunt. But even if she was an undead, she would not get any benefit by doing small things under the eyes of a beast king. Of course I know. But before we are ready, it is also important to expand the place where humans can live. When you want to go to various material planes to pick up strong people in the future, our expanded base can better guarantee their safety. Linda sighed, as if he had suffered great psychological torture. What he wanted in his mind was to take this opportunity to become famous and show off his style. He had to completely suppress Magdalena and let King Linda become the only designated NPC to guide the demon land. Otherwise, if the two guys who sounded like passers-by NPCs, King Corruption and King Lionheart, really fought, and finally Magdalena's status was set off high, wouldn't he be at a big loss? Linda, who had not agreed to do this before, suddenly made such a huge sacrifice. Magdalena's first reaction was that the reward she gave made the other party tempted. But she immediately ruled out the possibility. Impossible. The seemingly precious reward is not of much use. And the precious knowledge is not enough to sacrifice so much. Even if the undead will die infinitely, they will feel pain every time they die. And they will definitely suffer. Just like the undead knight path. As one of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse, many people once chose this path, but later died to numbness, and couldn't die even if they wanted to, and finally chose to exile their souls. Then it can only be the purpose that Lin mentioned before, which is to test whether he also has a heart for humanity. What a hateful fellow. But his contribution to humanity is still lovely, and worthy of recognition. She will not pursue it for now. I will tell my aunt about this matter. If you need help, it's a deal. If the Lionheart wants to take action, I hope the Corruption King can help. Linda said immediately. I will convince my aunt. But she will not take the initiative to attack before the Lionheart Castle is destroyed. Magdalena, who looks easy to deceive, said, That's what we have to do. Destroy the Lionheart Castle. Linda said confidently. That's right. You can't get much from the outdated princess. But you can definitely make money from the corrupt king. And Magdalena also felt that the country people in front of her were easy to deceive, with the unique abilities of the undead. As long as they can go to die madly, they may really be able to knock on the door of Lionheart Castle. At that time, her aunt will definitely take action. If the corrupt king takes over everything from the wasteland to the beast's nest, human development will definitely be more stable. Unfortunately, it was just an injustice to the undead. After countless deaths, they would probably only be left with a decayed body. Only Solaris was dumbfounded. If she heard correctly, Lin's words just now should mean that the Corruption King and Magdalena should pay for the undead's behavior of joining the Lionheart King. Moreover, the black blood sent by the Lionheart King shouted every day about how good the benefits of joining the Lionheart Castle were. If nothing unexpected happened, the undead would definitely get the benefits. One thing, 3 heads get the benefit. No, it's a one-shot deal. And there's also a self. Beast Girl remembered that she had said before that getting rid of a Beast King to retrieve the Echo was the fastest way to awaken the Beast Master. And Lin had already found a thug, the King of Corruption. What did Lin pay for this? It seems that there was only the undead. Thinking of this, Beast Girl sighed. Let a group of loyal and fanatical believers make endless dedication and sacrifice. I really don't understand why they follow someone like Lin. She envied him so much that she wanted to bite him. Lin said, I still have to tell the undead the news. If he didn't tell the undead such good news immediately, he was worried that the undead would get up early to go to work. Don't be a cow or a horse for the company in the real world. I provide fresh fodder here. Chapter 439 Loyalty needs no question. Watching Lin stand up, the fat-faced Princess Magdalena quickly covered her face again, and her delicate but unfashionable internet celebrity face reappeared. She quickly followed. Among the others, only the Beast Girl followed curiously. William was obsessed with recalling the exchange between the two, trying to find the shadow of power and conspiracy from it, and then matching it with the stories he heard in his mind one by one. Whether it should be said or not, the level of storytelling of the undead is really high. As high as 3 or 4 floors. William is not the first to be captured by the undead with stories. Even those and Tyan did not act because Lin asked her to stay here and not to walk around. Since Tyan and Ring Knight, it has something to do with her. Whether it's true or not, she should be kept out of the spotlight. Lest some saintly bitch wants Tyan to sacrifice herself to save the world. Of course, if there is a chance, Lin would also like to take Tyan to see those out-of-control Ring Knights. Tyan is very obedient and never asks why. My lord, do you need help? Seeing Lin coming out, the eyes of the undead immediately lit up, and they ran over. Although Lin didn't issue tasks frequently. What if it happened? Moreover, every task issued by Lin was a main quest and a hidden branch quest. And the rewards were also sufficient. Gather all the undead. This time, it's really going to be a big deal. Right now, the undead nodded excitedly. Magdalena, who followed him out, looked at Lin, who was motionless, and the undead, who didn't take any action after receiving the order, and was confused, not using magic or going out to pass on the message. Just standing there? Soon, the undead, who came from all directions, gave her the best answer. This group of undead had some kind of telepathic ability. And the more abilities they had, the better. Undead gathered. And the beast men in the beast sacrifice site began to flee as if by instinct. During this period, many beastmen brothers and sisters were sent to the desert factory. They did not use force, but they used both soft and hard tactics. When undead gathered in large numbers, they would definitely cause trouble. Report to the Lord. There should be 3,000 people, but there are actually 2,812 people. Please give instructions. The undead saluted, but they were not standing in a neat row. It was a mess. Linda nodded with a stern face. A group of strong men who had defeated the abyss and killed gods. But they still had the silly and cute feeling of college students' military training. Please keep it up. We need a piece of land to build a reception base, so that more compatriots can come to the demon land in the future. But the beastmen do not welcome us. So we should destroy the Lionheart Castle as much as possible and kill the Lionheart King. Lynn said. Use your method. Lynn's words made the undead people start a heated discussion. Building a reception base means that the new map of the demon land, the novice village, will be built manually by us in the future? Is the new version about to be launched? Kill the Lionheart King. I heard that guy is terribly powerful. How powerful? He can absorb cold air and cause global warming. This guy must not be left alive. Damn! No one was worried that they couldn't win. Everyone was very excited. After coming to the demon land for so long, they could finally play something big. But this is not enough. Then Lynn said, we have reached a cooperative relationship with the Corruption King. After the success, the Corruption King will pay for our operation and open up trade cooperation with us. The Beast Sacrifice Field will also open the Beast title function. Great. A new cooperative relationship means that there are new friendly maps to explore, which means that you can get new styles of equipment, weapons, more side quests, NPCs, etc. You can also participate in the construction of the novice village in the future and leave your own traces, not to mention rewards. In short, the tasks given by Lind have made the undead excited. It's worth their weight. The undead have been coveting the title function for a long time, but it has never been opened. I was wondering why the title function was not opened before. I almost forgot. If I didn't help Lind occupy the territory and grab things, he would not unlock the function. Do we need to help him grab the poster girl? Of course. Grab it. And the poster girl will be ours. Magdalena on the side had a lot of questions in her head. Just like that? The undead people have already started to go crazy. Don't they know what they are facing? In the past in the Fog Rain City, the opinions of humans could not be unified, and they would never scream and rush to die like they are now. Lynn took the initiative to introduce the round-faced princess next to him, saying, this is Magdalena Watcher, the last human noble in the demonic land, from the territory of the corrupted king, and her hometown is the greatest city of the humans in the demonic land, the city of Misty Rain. Lynn may accidentally conceal information, but he will never deliberately make mistakes. The undead have many ways to obtain information, and he only needs to tell the information truthfully. Telling Magdalena's identity in his own mouth and the undead knowing her identity through other channels are completely two different situations. Go. Become the king hunter. Pave your path with their corpses. Linda turned and left. He knew the undead knew how to operate, and the undead knew this very well. He killed 5 birds with 1 stone, and he was completely thinking from the perspective of the undead, in addition to taking the opportunity to get the legendary potion formula. It was all for the good of the undead. An NPC as considerate as himself would never be available again. Yes, sir. The undead were excited, but they did not leave immediately, but surrounded Magdalena. New NPC. Although he is an internet celebrity, he must have some hidden tasks. Magdalena, who didn't expect that she would be so popular, was suddenly surrounded and panicked. Miss Magdalena, is there anything we can help you with? He asked loudly. Help me? Magdalena was surprised. These country people were really the same, whether Lind or the undead. They were all very simple. If possible, she hoped that the undead could follow her away, but she knew that was impossible. They were too innocent and easy to deceive from the countryside. If she were an ambitious politician, she would have many ways to take them for herself and make King Linda regret it. Even if she didn't know how to play with people's hearts, she knew many ways through what she saw and heard. That's why she couldn't understand the way the corrupt king fell into depravity and welcomed the new era. At this moment, Looking at these enthusiastic and hopeful eyes, Magdalena seemed to see a group of faint flames in the deepest part of the dark world, like sparks floating above a bonfire that was about to go out. Yes. Help you. Help this world. We are willing to sacrifice everything to pass on the fire, even if we sacrifice ourselves. An undead shouted. One's language can affect NPCs, or some chat methods that are more in line with the style of Sword and Magic Medieval. And the chat style of role-playing is easy to activate tasks. After playing for so long, the undead are all good at acting. You have done enough. Magdalena sighed in her heart. This group of undead, who are about to embark on a road of endless death, and even sacrifice may be a meaningless act, are still thinking about helping her at this moment. They are like flames. Perhaps this is why darkness is so fascinating. The undead people saluted and retreated in a perfect manner, like noble knights, which surprised Magdalena again. She could see that all the undead people were professionally trained nobles. Magdalena turned her head and looked in the direction where Lind left. It would probably cost a lot to cultivate such an excellent team. Unlock the nobles must read. Teach you 108 sets of noble etiquette step by step to improve your style. Linda glanced at the etiquette courses that were very popular among the undead recently. The reason was that when Rania left the palace for a pilgrimage, she met undead people on the roadside. And then one of the undead people successfully won Rania's attention with a very skilled set of aristocratic etiquette. Then, the other party won a lot of favor from Rania. Only Linda could guess that the reason why the undead person won Rania's favor had nothing to do with aristocratic etiquette. It was probably because Rania needed to set an example. And Dorothy's shadow was definitely involved. The girl with glasses has the talent to become a powerful official. If she were in a world without supernatural powers, she might really be able to dominate the government. Unfortunately, here, everyone is competing to see who has the bigger fist. Because Lind has the biggest fist. Lind is the traitor in Dorothy's eyes. However, knowing aristocratic etiquette is not a bad thing. Using aristocratic etiquette to NPCs when meeting them for the first time can bring a lot of good impressions. After all, elegance never goes out of style. With the undead action, all he has to do is wait. On the other hand, after knowing the content of the mission, the undead chose the same way of playing without thinking. They definitely cannot win by fighting. But they can sneak into Lionheart Castle to sabotage the interior, and get another wave of rewards from the Beastman Black Blood. This is really a good deal. The Corruption King, the Lionheart King, and Linda. 3 places to get rewards. Making a lot of money. It turns out that following Linda is the right direction. Not far from the beast sacrifice site. Black Blood has been a little tired in recent days. He had rushed here since he received the mission to recruit the beast Chancellor Wolfgang Longhorn. At first, Black Blood was worried that his presence would be discovered by Lind. But he didn't expect that the undead who discovered him would not report it to his superiors. Black Blood persuaded the undead with various benefits, hoping that they would follow him to join Lionheart Castle. The undead did not refuse, which confirmed his previous guess. But he didn't expect the undead to be so greedy. Now the price keeps increasing, and it has increased to the point where Black Blood has vomited out all the kickbacks he has received, and even has to subsidize it himself. Weapons, armor, potions, etc. And each undead provides 1,000 animal teeth. If 500 undeads came, he would have to pay 500,000 animal tusks. A terrifying price that made him feel dizzy. But if he returned empty-handed, Lord Wolfgang would definitely tear him apart first. Undeads began to appear in groups in front of them. Black Blood said before they spoke, "I can't give a higher price." He knew the undead leader, whose name was Wusi Meitui, a name that made no sense. But it was undeniable that he was a businessman who was very good at doing business. I only heard the other party say, "If everyone gives me 200 more fangs, I will join. And I can also help you recruit people." Impossible. I can't give it. Finally hearing the undead man give in, Black Blood felt safe. Then there's nothing we can do. The silkless beautiful legs shook their heads. Black Blood, since we are so familiar with each other, I'll tell you a piece of news. We are also in contact with a person named Magdalena. And the price she offers is just a little higher than yours. He raised his hand and pinched his fingertips to gesture, just a little bit. Magdalena? Heishua's eyes suddenly widened. The human he was trying to catch was called this name, which meant that the King of Corruption was also interested in the undead. However, since the undead did not choose him, but came to him, It meant that there must be something that made these greedy guys unhappy. I'll add 50 more fangs at most. You have to bring as many people as possible. 100 fangs. The silkless legs raised their hands to gesture. Deal. Black Blood gritted his teeth. No matter what. The undead could not be allowed to fall into the hands of the corrupt king. It would be fine if they were allowed to rob in the wild. No one cared about the lives of those lowly beastmen. But if they were allowed to fall into the hands of the corrupt king, Black Blood could imagine how angry Wolfgang would be. When Black Blood saw 3,000 undead standing together in a row, his eyes suddenly turned black. 1,100 animal teeth per person. How much is that? At the beast's sacrificial site, the beast girl stood on the arch of the ruins, looking at the undead people leaving happily. For some reason, she didn't think that was the undead pretending, but more like joy from the heart. No, the loyalty of the undead is beyond doubt. She turned to look at Lind, and found that Lind was training William. Since Lind was not in a hurry, there must be no problem. Wait, can we rescue the beastmen trapped in the desert while all the undead are gone? The beast girl has long discovered that Lind has never restrained the behavior of the undead. It cannot be said that he is laissez-faire, but rather that he ignores them. As long as they do not violate his rules, he will ignore the actions of the undead. This is an opportunity. She turned around and left quickly. She wanted to go there in person. Chapter 440, Head Stealing. From the wasteland to the beast's lair, the undead all chose to ride on the scorpion fleas. Their moving style made Black Blood believe that the greedy undead had been moved by the price. The noble Lionheart, the beast prime minister who believed that high-level beasts were human beings, many beast commanders, and even the lowest-level beastmen could not regard humans as their own people. Their role was to use their immortal characteristics to send them to death endlessly. The huge team took a long time to travel, and Heishu had discovered another characteristic of the undead. They would disappear occasionally, and although they would reappear soon, this might mean that they mastered some kind of space magic. He thought of those annoying wizards. If it weren't for them, he would have caught the fleeing humans, and would not have to pay to subsidize 3,000 undead like now. What did you do when you disappeared before? Heishu felt that he had to ask them what they did. He couldn't wait until the problem broke out to understand everything. Going to work. The undead sighed. You don't know? Forget it. You don't understand at all. Can you not talk about depressing topics when playing games? Black Blood? They entered Lionheart Castle, although it was named after the castle. It was actually a huge city-state where they could see all kinds of beastmen coming and going. The undead looked around excitedly, and the beastmen also looked at the undead curiously. Could it be that a caravan had delivered a batch of fresh ingredients? We must find out where this batch of food will be delivered. They will take the initiative to patronize the business. He's drooling. Sharp-toothed dog. Why do I feel like he wants to eat us? The Black Blood walking in the front is trying to adapt his ears to the undead. Although he keeps failing, if I were you, I would wear those abyss armors. In Lionheart Castle, strength is your identity proof. The undead are very obedient. Always have been. They put on the abyss suits one after another, and the strong abyss breath spread from the 3,000 people, and the atmosphere on the street immediately changed. Beastmen instinctively fear the abyss, and it is difficult for them to see any human-related parts in the abyss disaster in front of them. They are the abyss disaster. The undead were not allowed to move freely, nor were they arranged to stay. After Black Blood left, a beast commander wearing black armor soon came. The other party had a red name on his head, and did not hide his hostility. Captain of the first team of the Lionheart Regiment, Scar Berserker Claw of the Wild Beast. Burning Wings. LD 32. Life. 5000/5200. The undead shared each other's information through private chat. Judging from the basic attributes alone, the other party has a high-level beast class Berserker, and also has two titles that look very strong: Claw of the Wild Beast and Burning Wings. However, the life value is a bit low, and it is very likely that it has high attack and low defense. Undead? I really want to try whether you are really immortal. Scar twitched his mouth slightly. He should be smiling, but the scar that runs through his face makes his smile look hideous. You have a new job. There is a damn missionary. They are in the village north of the beast's lair. Those bastards betrayed the Lionheart. Kill them all. I want to see the missionary's head. Where is the reward? The undead had a bad impression of Scar. Where are the rewards that Black Blood promised us before? Scar's cracked mouth spitted, exchange for human heads. I will act with you. As for what Black Blood promised you, You can go find Blackblood. Ha ha ha. Do villains think they have a lot of charisma? An undead couldn't help but complain. Are you going? Of course. I'll come back to bother Blackblood. Scar felt even better as he watched the undead swallow their anger. Little did he know that he had committed a big taboo. Of course, he wasn't mocking the undead. Every undead had been mocked countless times. A big taboo is to refuse to pay the promised reward. Now the undead's mind is full of catching Blackblood, killing Scar, and killing Lionheart. However, they are still weak, so they need to hide. From now on, it is time to truly demonstrate their hiding skills. Scar led 3,000 undeads to act. When he received the order from the Beast Chancellor Wolfgang, he thought that he was very unimpressed with this mission. Although there were many undeads, they still could not become the force to break through the enemy's defense this time. The strength of about one ring can barely be used as cannon fodder, and the enemies they have to face have more than a dozen strong enemies with 3 rings of strength. They can easily eliminate the undead countless times. They went to a city called Hornsong City. The Beastmen here did not do anything wrong. They were just followers of the former Beastmaster, a group of forgotten and abandoned people. It does not mean that they are still loyal to the former Beastmaster. If they were really loyal, they would not have maintained a trading relationship with Lionheart Castle. Now, they have become a whetstone for testing the undead. You better listen to me later, Scar said to the undead. If someone disobeys later, he doesn't mind. Accidentally get rid of a few. The undead curled their lips and said nothing. Scar has become an annoying NPC. Although everyone wants to kill him, they can only endure it considering that there may be hidden plots. The Jiaga city has appeared in front of them. The building is not high, but with the advantage of terrain. The Jiaga city built at the throat of the road is easy to defend and difficult to attack. We must feint from one side to attract their attention. A strong attack cannot open that door. We must pull and then approach from the other side. So remember, before those 3 ring beastmen appear, you are not allowed to rush in. Things did not go as smoothly as Scar imagined. At this moment, the gate of Jiaga city suddenly opened, and the rumbling sound interrupted Scar's words. The heavy gate took a long time to open and close. Go! The undead rushed out with a roar. The gate was open. So what was there to hesitate about? Forget about the messy infiltration game. Now the undead just wanted to finish this part of the story mission quickly, and then go back to settle accounts with Blackblood. Scar looked at these fearless guys and cursed in his heart. Jiaga City also discovered a group of Abyss warriors who suddenly rushed over. Their feet crushed the stones on the ground into powder, and they put on armor with a strong Abyss aura, announcing the beginning of a bloody war. The beast warriors in the city took the lead, but they had never seen such a crazy army. Just like a tide of ants and rats that were not afraid of death. The fluttering dust covered their figures and brought only the rhythm of death. Listening carefully, it turned out that someone was singing and playing in the dust. When the dust cleared, different lights were wrapped around each undead. The gate of Jiaga City could not be closed. The beastmen guarding the city abandoned their weapons and fled at the first opportunity. The scene of thousands of abyssal disasters rushing over was too terrifying, making them unable to control their desire to escape. What the beastmen of Jiaga City could not have imagined was that those unknown enemies, who came with great momentum, actually all started to use magic. The first 3-ring strongman, who rushed forward, was instantly swallowed by a colorful fireball, and his charred body broke through the wall on one side of the road. The 3rd-ring warrior opened the feast of death with his own corpse. Scar drew out 2 scimitars. He was good at using various weapons, especially knives and axes. Damn human wizards. Although the battle situation seemed to be more advantageous for the undead in the short term, it did not prevent him from cursing human wizards. In the land covered by the glory of the Beast Master, there were not many spellcasters in the Beast Path. Priests may be, but they are too scarce, and they are not good at war. The surprise attack dragged Jiaga City into a storm of killing, with explosions and roars. Scar saw the exploding fire bombs flying from the ground to the sky, and after exploding in the sky, they turned into a rain of fire and swept towards the ground. What a bunch of lunatics! He watched the undead dancing wildly in the flames. More and more 3-ring beastmen arrived at the battlefield. Scar had no choice but to quickly enter the battlefield. The greatest credit for taking down Jiaga City would be his own, so Scar would not allow the mission to fail. The battle array in front of him was like a pre-planned stage play. Everyone seemed to be dancing to the rhythm. The chaos was just right. It was only since the start of the war that he discovered that this group of undead were all good at using magic. They could spit out flames, poisonous mist, and grease while using sword skills. Various blessing magics and dazzling lights made the weapons have something other than sharpness. A sword attacked, and Scar dodged while crossing his hands to slash at the enemy with a scimitar. Just like a beast opening its jaws and then biting fiercely. The enemy was unable to dodge and was cut. But a figure was one step faster and quickly stabbed the staggering enemy. It's an undead. Sorry. I stole your head. The other party apologized without sincerity. Scar snorted coldly. The wall of the house above Jiaga City exploded, spewing out a large number of beast men. Scar's attention immediately shifted to that place. There were more over there, and he could kill them happily. Avoiding the battle zone of the undead, Scar sent the blade in his hand into the chest of a beast man, and then turned his eyes to the enemy rushing over. He could devour the enemy with his weapon. But these weak enemies could not arouse his interest. He needed to find a strong one, and he found it. A missionary from the city of Horsong. A guy wearing a skull mask with horns. The other party was holding a winding snake staff and was guiding something. Scar rushed over. He thought this was a perfect stage to forcibly kill the enemy leader in the melee in the enemy's city-state. After that, his name and new title will be passed down. The beastman's pursuit of titles is almost crazy. The flames ignited as Scar rubbed his two swords. And as he ran with his arms open, it was like a pair of burning wings flapping. The title on the battlefield came from this. And the power of the Beast Master made this title more real. The burning wings wrapped around his arms became more real. And Scar's arms gradually turned into a pair of real burning wings. Scar leaped over the battlefield, flapping his wings to cross the endless obstacles, and approached the missionary. The missionary reacted quickly. He quickly turned the snake staff in his hand. And the snake staff twisted and became real. The tail whipped towards Scar's chest. And the airflow swept the feathers and flames of the wings. Scar was forced to flap his wings quickly to raise his altitude to ensure his absolute safety. The opponent also has a 4-ring combat power, and is very good at melee magic. Not only is the attack fast, but it also carries all kinds of unpredictable beast magic, which is hard to defend against. Fortunately, melee is also what Scar is best at. He speeds up his attack speed and falls into a wild state, forcing the opponent to switch from offense to defense. The speed is getting faster and faster. Scar can feel that the opponent's parry is about to have problems. He knows that as long as he can hold on for a while, he will have a chance to win. Moreover, he has seen through the missionary's fighting style through combat experience. If he gives the opponent enough opportunities, the opponent will definitely release some difficult magic. But as long as he is pressed hard enough, the missionary can only use some insignificant tricks. Finally, he successfully found the opponent's loophole and successfully cut off one of the missionary's arms. Then, the boss is disabled. Grab the head. Kill! Perhaps only the passage of locusts can describe this scene. Scar, who had already thought of the victory words in his mind, watched the undead people rushing in and grabbing his head again. Now, Scar understood what the previous sentence meant, but he would rather not understand it. I have killed the boss. An undead held the missionary's head high. The battle is over. There were heavy casualties in Jiaga City, but no one among the undead died. Chapter 441 Corrupt them ideologically. Jiaga City is completely quiet, with hundreds of brand new corpses lying around. Scar turned his head and looked at the undead. Those undead wearing abyssal armor. The armor that wriggles like biological scales and muscles, slowly repairing themselves with breathing, and absorbing the blood splashed on themselves into nutrients. At this time, the undead are cleaning the battlefield. It is a real cleaning of the battlefield, putting away the armor, weapons, and even a beast tooth. Greedy, fearless, born mercenaries. As long as the reward is enough, they will madly give their lives. No matter how much they sacrifice themselves, they will regret death, but not afraid, and have an unimaginable obsession with killing, especially the last blow to kill the enemy. In the blink of an eye, they have returned to Lionheart Castle. Scar reported the battle situation to the Beast Prime Minister. Although he was very dissatisfied with the undead actually stealing heads, he did not lie. The missionary did not die in Scar's hands, and the title did not belong to him. Facts speak louder than words. Perhaps he could lie that this time was not enough to earn him a title. But Scar disdains to do so. Every title he earned was earned by fighting with his claws and teeth, not by lying. Just like the beastmen hate human wizards, cunning liars, and merchants, they can only be despised. They also claim to kill Blackblood. Scar thought about it, and reported a sentence that the undead kept mentioning on the way back. Blackblood did not fulfill his previous promise. Although there was also a little bit of Scar's reason. The majestic beastmen also have to eat. It's not that he is afraid of the undead. Scar is confident that he can kill them dozens of times. But he doesn't want to get entangled with a madman. Reporting the truth is the most correct thing to do. Wolfgang Longhorn raised his eyelids. Let Blackblood fulfill what he promised before. Lionheart needs undead. Yes. The undead are welcoming their busiest period in Lionheart Castle. Damn. These beast cubs really don't treat us as human beings. They are crazy for us to kill monsters. Why are there so many monsters spawning around? But a lot of good equipment was dropped. One weapon's attributes are even higher than my dragon sword. It seems to be forged with some furnace technology. If this sword is used to corrupt, how much will the weapon change? I guess the system doesn't allow it. Otherwise you will hurt the supermodel. I hurt the supermodel. I used to think William was a well-known master in the Rand Kingdom. Who knew that after he came to the Magic Land, he actually became a unit of combat power. The enemy is at least as strong as one William. And sometimes you can encounter 3 Williams who are so difficult to deal with. Yeah. And we don't know if the mission Diga gave us has a time limit. So we have to destroy it quickly. I'm being led around by that beast cub every day. So how can I have time to destroy it? How about treating him to a drink? Spending money again? We don't have tens of thousands of animal teeth in our pockets. You talk as if you're rich. Repairing an armor is so expensive. I really miss the time when Lauda bent his butt to repair my armor. The sky was so yellow at that time. How about just killing him? Someone was about to get angry. If this continues, I'll be sick of cutting cabbages. You can play games and spend money. But it must be fun. And you can't keep doing the same thing. No matter what you do, it will become boring. Especially killing people. Pay money. Scar has been doing really well recently. And the undead can kill tirelessly. The only shortcoming is that his strength is relatively weak. But he has the 2 characteristics of undead and abyss to make up for it. Even if it is not a shortcoming, Scar can complete those tasks. And he doesn't want the reward of animal teeth at all. All of which can be given to the undead. But all the merits belong to Scar. Some people even envied Scar's control over the undead team. And looked for the Beast Prime Minister. And even the Lionheart King to raise objections. But the result disappointed them. The Lionheart King had no interest in the undead. The strength of the first ring made the Lionheart King uninterested. And he handed everything over to the Beast Prime Minister. The Beast Prime Minister was even more straightforward and vetoed everything. He just needed someone to do the work. Cheap, easy to use, and without sacrifice. And it didn't matter who was in charge. The benefits created by such a cannon fodder team were not enough to make the 5th ring strongman care. He cared more about the role played by the other party in military battles. Scar, would you like to have a drink together? The silkless beautiful legs came over and raised her hand to her mouth to make a drinking gesture. Have a drink? Scar stretched out his long tongue with thick tongue coating and swept his lips. He is not an undead who only knows how to kill and die. He also hopes to enjoy himself. Yes, although we undead like death and killing, we also like to drink. The silkless beautiful legs nodded. We'll treat you. Book the whole place. Ha ha ha. Okay. Scar knew that the undead had made a lot of money. So he should let the undead treat him. Thousands of people rushed to the tavern street. If there were not enough taverns in Lionheart Castle, other places would not be able to accommodate so many people. What are we doing? Sisterly looked at those high-level players dragging Scar into a software-hardened multifunctional tavern with a beast girl, and asked her friend beside her, "Do you want to try it?" Favorite White Silk behaved very upright. Damn. Did you secretly start a live broadcast again without telling me? And then want to take pictures of my obscene reaction? Ligia Wansui understood instantly. No. Absolutely not. Then go and order a beast girl and ride her. You will be banned. Favorite White Silk said. And you said you didn't broadcast live? Ligia Wansui glared. Boss. Stop swiping. I can't order a beast girl to ride even if you swipe me again. You said that if they put a saddle on their backs, they can be used as mounts. You asked me to be their mount. Stop swiping. If you swipe me again, I really can't help but order one. Hey. Bye C. Do you think this is a good opportunity? Sisterly Wansui suddenly asked in a low voice. What opportunity? Favored by C asked back. Sisterly Once-Way said, infiltrate. Destroy Lionheart Castle from the inside. Favored by C rolled her eyes. You want to destroy a single-unit armed fortress with the strongest single power of 6 rings from a brothel street? Excuse me. Sir. How to implement it? Are you going to contaminate them with HIV? The beastmen may be genetically immune. And the virus on them may be more terrible. Damn. What do you know? I despise your dirty thoughts. Sisterly Once-Way despised. Then cleared her throat. I want to corrupt them ideologically. Thoughts? Remember when we told the story of Journey to the West before? Did those NPCs from the Land Kingdom follow the update? And William. He also follows the update every day. Sisterly Once-Way smiled mysteriously. You said? The Eastern Journey to the West has made them so addicted. What if we tell some Western localized stories? For example, Lord of the Rings. Your idea is good, but there is a premise. Favored Bicey had to pour cold water on him. Do you really think that the intelligence of the NPC in the game can distinguish the good from the bad of the story? Or do you think the program can really listen to the story? What about the previous part? Program setting. I think we might as well give it a try. The High Priestess of the Beasts, Solaris Ancient Echo, quietly left the beast sacrifice site. She was going to save the beastmen, hoping that they could regain their freedom. Fortunately, the distance is not far. She was not angry that Lin took away her command. The stronger one has everything. And it is not easy to find someone who believes in the former beast master. Her feet stepped on the sand that was scorched by the sun. As the night fell, the sky gradually darkened. The air became cold. But the sand still kept the scorching heat left by the sun. The oasis city appeared in front of her. What a magnificent. Solaris looked up at the huge building in front of her. And when she got closer, she was surprised to find that there were people patrolling on the city wall. Who is it? As soon as he approached, someone roared and questioned. Me. The flames illuminated Solaris's face. Solaris Ancient Echo. Her voice was high-pitched, and she said her name with a strong sense of pride. High Priest. The shadow on the wall was surprised. Soon, the city gate opened and several beastmen came out. High Priest. Why are you here? I'm here to take you home, Solaris said in a soft voice. I have reached a cooperation with the leader of the undead. He will not trap you anymore. You can go back and be free. And the undead have also left, although the cooperation seemed unequal. And it was more like the beast sacrifice site joined Linda completely as a vassal. There was no need to say it. The expressions of the beastmen were somewhat elusive. Finally, a beastman spoke. We don't want to go back. High Priest. Why? Solaris didn't understand. Before, the beastmen were oppressed by the undead, and they always wanted to escape, and compared their work to the depths of the abyss, feeling that their souls were being devoured. Why did their attitude completely change in just a short period of time? Did they threaten you? Solaris thought she should find Lind and argue with him. Since the undead under his command obeyed his orders, he should be able to help the beastmen. No. High Priest. The beastmen shook their heads again. We like it here very much. I don't understand, Solaris said. We have a tavern and a canteen here. Every beastman can make money, and the merchants will bring all kinds of things we need. It's the same when we go back to the beast sacrifice field. Solaris was a little anxious. She suspected that the beastmen might be dominated by some terrible abyssal power. An abyssal power related to slaves. It's different. We can make more money here. High Priest. You can make a lot more money by working overtime. And if you are lucky enough to receive an expedited order, you can earn 1,000 animal teeth a day at most. How much? Solaris was shocked. Although she was a high priest, she was very poor. Earn 1,000 fangs a day? Even she suddenly wanted to stay and work. High Priest. You can't do that. Haha. You must have titles such as Tailor, Blacksmith, and Iron Courage. What about you? You don't have those titles. We are good at fighting. And now we are Oasis security guards, with high benefits and good treatment. In the words of the undead, we can save 40 years of detours. Let me take a look at your working environment, Solaris said. She felt the horror of the undead. This group of people is definitely not only terrible in terms of force, but also not only fearless of death. They have a reckless and imaginative style of doing things, like a plague that devours everything. Fortunately, there are only 3,000 undead. Chapter 442 Monkey Beastmen Make Trouble in the Divine Realm. To know what happened next, Please listen to the next chapter. Pa! The wood hit the table. No one knows why the undead did this. But the beast men who gathered around to listen to the story were already addicted to it, and felt that every action was very novel. And when the wood hit the table, the feeling of not being satisfied was like being hooked and pulled upwards, hooking the glutton in the stomach. I want to continue listening. Everything started today. At first, when the undead wanted to tell the story of their hometown, the beastmen sneered. People really like to hear heroic stories, but they have no interest in human heroic stories. But when the beastmen told the story of a monkey beastman was blasted out of a stone, everything changed. The beastmen couldn't help but become listeners. They were very curious about the experience of the monkey beastman. When they knew that the other party was seeking powerful power, they had a strong sense of identification. That's right. We beastmen are like this. We are born to pursue powerful strength. Afterwards, the beastman actually became an apprentice of a powerful and mysterious god, and learned from him the terrifying magic called 72 transformations, which can transform into anything. The beastman can actually use magic, and he is not a priest. And the monkey beastman can turn over 108,000 miles with one somersault, which is exaggerated. But I like it. If we stop here, it can only be said that this is a story that is more pleasing to the beastman. But then, the monkey beastman actually went to the 4 terrifying Dragon King's domains to snatch the artifact. Dragons are considered to be at least as powerful as the Beast Kings. So the Dragon King must be even stronger. Such a powerful existence actually had to bow his head to the monkey beastman. Kind of cool. Then it was even cooler. The God King of the Divine Domain actually let the monkey beastman go to the Divine Domain and become a god directly. It can be said that it hit the beastman's cool spot, because they believe in the Beast Master, who is an evil god. Even if it has developed into a large force now, it still cannot change the beastman's inherent inferiority complex. And then, the monkey beastman was actually ordered to raise horses. Among the many professions of the beastman, which one is the lowest? Beastmaster? I feel the same way. It is indeed too much bullying. So when the monkey beastman simply quit, all the beastmen felt comfortable. And even when the monkey beastman actually raised a flag and said that he was equal to the sky, the beastmen audience felt excited. And they also wanted to. But even the beast master would not dare to do this. And when monkey beasts are making trouble in the god's domain, they are invincible. And 100,000 angels in the god's domain are no match for them, which makes the beasts scream excitedly. They wave their weapons left and right, as if they were making trouble in the god's domain at this moment. And they were very powerful. The more they listened, the more exciting it was, and more beasts came over. It has to be our journey to the west that has a lot of audiences. Sisterly, who was dry-mouthed, took a sip of water and said to her friend, who was broadcasting live on the side, "They are not bad either." Zuei Baisi shook her head, saying that the combination of the two of them was actually just average. What are they talking about? The Lord of the Rings? I just tried, and they don't seem to be interested in adventure stories with humans, dwarves, and elves as the protagonists. Instead, they like Sauron very much. Sisterly Wansway asked. That's because Lionheart Castle uses the power of the abyss. It's not talking. It's acting. There are masters over there who know how to perform dramas and operas. Zuei Baisi pointed. Didn't you notice? Our audience are all strong and hairy beastmen. And there are none of those charming beast girls? They all went to watch the show, Beauty and the Beast, and actually changed the gender of the beast. The love story of the beast girl and the human prince. You see those prostitutes? They are crying. Oh my god. They are cutting off other entertainment from the source. The source? It's still early. Take your time. Favorite White Silk shook her head. What's really unimaginable is the intelligence of these NPCs. It's ridiculously high. They seem to really understand the story. And they can also analyze it. Let's go and do the task. The legendary Heart of Disaster is actually the easiest material to collect. Linda looked through the potion materials. He knew that Miss Miko had not yet been promoted to legend. With Miss Miko's talent, it would be very difficult to be promoted to legend. So it would be useless to take the potion formula back now. Why not take this opportunity to collect more materials in the magic land, and let the undead work hard? Are you really so confident in your undead? Magdalena asked. After she left last time, she came back a few days later. When she learned that the undead were not attacking but joining Lionheart Castle as spies, she almost became unstable and turned into a disaster. No matter how arrogant the Lionheart King was, he could not turn a blind eye to 3,000 spies. And they were 3,000 humans. After they join Lionheart Castle, they will only be sent to die. Did the Corruption King tell you? Lind asked. He was also curious about the scene where the fat-faced princess called a beast ant. Probably. Very interesting. The King of Corruption will not relax his vigilance against the enemy, Magdalena replied. Don't worry. The undead are alive and well, Linda answered casually. He can always peek at the screen. And to be honest, he was still shocked by the undead's coquettish operation. At the beginning, the undead was indeed trapped in the vicious circle of the killing machine, unable to move freely, and unable to intersect with other beastmen, let alone destroy the Lionheart Castle from the inside. But the undead soon got rid of the predicament through other means. And telling stories is just the beginning. Then it is called 100 flowers blooming. For example, Sydney's younger brother moved the success theory to Lionheart Castle, and a group of third and even fourth ring masters moved stools and sat below to listen to him talk about the skills of success. From time to time, he would say understand the applause, and the masters would follow and applaud without knowing it. Others fully utilized their professional advantages and directly hired sexy beast girls and handsome beast men to perform a drama. It is called a drama, but it is actually a sweet pet drama. It is really rustic, but it is also really addictive. Let alone Lionheart Castle, even the entire Demon Land, and even the other 3 continents, have relatively monotonous entertainment methods, and it is impossible to withstand the invasion of the undead from all aspects. Moreover, these undead people are quite qualified to be electronic traders, and they can always speak good words to the ears and smooth the fur of every beastman. In a game, when the NPC shows the player the progress bar of the favorability, what awaits the NPC is only to be crazy brushed. It is precisely because of seeing the progress of the undead that Lin dares to relax. And he is not worried about the undead betrayal, because the mission of the undead is to destroy Lionheart Castle, and they are destined to turn against the Lionheart King. You two really trust each other. Magdalena sighed. She envied this kind of relationship. Pure trust? Questions began to appear in Linda's mind. Why did he not dare to relax? It was because he did not trust the undead. But Magdalena was right about one thing. He really believed that the undead would kill him if they got enough benefits. Are these materials difficult to obtain? Linda asked casually, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. It's a bit difficult. It's hard to collect in the wilderness ash ruins and the beast's lair. Magdalena nodded. You may not know that the Westland ruled by the Beast Lord is actually an abandoned wasteland. I guessed it a long time ago, Linda said. However, if you can go to the Stone Beast Castle, you should be able to collect a few copies there. Only a few copies? Linda was a little dissatisfied. How many do you want? She asked. The more the better, Linda replied. I have rabbits to raise at home. Not only that, William is also a Sun Knight. It is not difficult for him to be promoted to legend with his talent. Is it for the undead? Magdalena suddenly asked. Lin turned his head and looked at her, not understanding what she had imagined in such a short time. That's right. He nodded. I can only drink the potion once. But the undead are different. There are millions of them, and the main sales target of the potion is the undead. However, it is not so easy for the undead to buy the legendary potion. They must cut a lot of money. Cultivating a legendary pharmacist requires a terrifying amount of resources, which is not something that ordinary undead can afford. Rich local tyrants may be able to cultivate a pharmacist, but as long as Lin sells potions at a price lower than them, the undead will immediately give up cultivating pharmacists. Even if someone is stubborn and insists on cultivating pharmacists themselves, they can only be a minority, and they do not have price advantages and are not competitive. When Lin thought of the future when the undead would buy potions from him, he suddenly felt that he should promote the 2 professions of Sun Knight and Moon Wizard to encourage other undead to take this path. It doesn't matter whether it is useful or not, but the guidance must be done well. As long as these 2 paths are taken, the undead will have to rely on themselves to upgrade in the future. Cultivate customers in advance. It would be best to have connections with other continents so that other continents can also change their direction. The ground promotion is too slow and inefficient. We should organize more PvP competitions and boss battles. Show the advantages of Sun Knights and Moon Wizards. and then release the potion formulas and promotion skills from ordinary Grand Knights to Upper Grand Knights to attract the undead to join in. Come in. You will be my personal leaks. It's a pity that the undead are not around now. Otherwise Lin must show them well. Magdalena looked at Lin's handsome face. She didn't come over because Lin was handsome, but she hoped to understand Lin better. There must be a reason for him to make a group of undead worship and follow him crazily. After she went back, she also discussed this issue with the King of Corruption. Why are the undead, who are not afraid of death, but greedy, so loyal to Lin? Now she thinks she has found the reason. Magdalena is ashamed of such a conscientious lord. Chapter 443. Need to pay more. Attacking a large city-state without having to worry about anything. That's probably how Lin feels at this moment. The undead who were set free were like wild dogs on the loose. And they made small moves one after another after only a little free time in Lionheart Castle. Without Lin giving any orders. They developed their own gameplay. Expanded and invaded from all sides with their own methods. Starting with cultural invasion. They increased the favorability of the beast men in Lionheart Castle. At present, several undead have successfully obtained positions, although they are just empty positions that are not valued. But this does not mean that Lin can be absolutely assured. After releasing the undead from his hands, he must bear the possibility of the undead rebelling. And this possibility is increasing day by day. Fun is more important than anything else. Fortunately, the undead he selected will not have these problems in the short term. The main line has already framed the ultimate enemy of their mission, as the Lionheart King. Those undead who like to make trouble have long been excluded by Lin. And everything is still within the controllable range. That's why Lin can quietly watch the undeads doing things here. And watch them slowly infiltrate various places in Lionheart Castle. But if you want to be more cautious, the best way to deal with it is to start a war immediately. Let the undeads fight with Lionheart Castle. And then pull them back to your own camp again. The discussion inside the official website forum is still hot. Magic Land Strategy. How to get a good job in Lionheart Castle. Magic Land Strategy. The importance of flattery. Magic Land Strategy. Urgently looking for undeads who can sing and dance to join the team. My show has been selected to meet the Lionheart King. Strategy of the Demonic Land. Success School is currently short of manpower. I now have 2-4 ring, 12-3 ring, and 88-2 ring. Those who are good at management can privately message me. Strategy of the Demonic Land. I have become a team leader. If you want to be a deputy team leader, please privately message me. Strategy of the Demonic Land. 100 flowers bloom. The undead team that met the Lionheart King. The moon-slashing blade that learned Latin when he was a child was selected. Beside him, there are also a few people who have learned to dance, sing, and play musical instruments. Everyone puts together and can be regarded as a performance troupe. If the people who are doing stage plays and dramas don't suddenly have something in real life, it won't be their turn to go on stage urgently. Games are important, but real life is more important. Games can be restarted, but reality cannot be restarted. Zanyu Dao tidied his clothes and asked in a low voice, "When we go in later, will there be a part where we offer the map and then put a dagger in it?" The undead in front complained, "Brother, the Lionheart King is a 6 ring. 1 level stronger than before. Let alone a sneak attack. We can't kill him even if he stands still." "Here we go!" the beastman soldier in front shouted. And the remaining undead lowered their heads and followed him into the hall obediently. Someone was live streaming the meeting with the boss. And Lin, who had already prepared to peek at the screen, finally saw the Lionheart King himself. He looked like a human lion with long mane. He was wearing a set of heavy abyss armor. He was about 3 meters tall. Not very tall. The Lionheart King sat on a Fong throne made of a giant beast's head, with a long sword that only giants could use, and a skull helmet quietly leaning against the Lionheart King's right ankle. Lionheart King tier. LV 61. HP 170000/190000. The undead exchanged glances quickly. The health bar of the boss was indeed the longest they had ever seen. But it was not unreasonable. If tens of thousands of undead were in the Magic Land, they might be able to defeat it. "I heard you have a good show?" The Lionheart spoke. His voice was heavy, like a thunderbolt was held in his lungs, and every breath would bring out a rumbling sound. The undead raised his head and said, "Yes, my king. We have a very interesting show. If it's boring, I'll kill you." When the Lionheart spoke, he seemed to have no idea that the humans in front of him were the undead. The undead reacted faster. You are the king of this land. You can kill anyone you want as long as you like. Ha ha ha. The Lionheart was in a good mood. He sat up, his feet on the ground, and his lion eyes looked down at the undead. Let's start. As the undead began to perform for a living, Lind was also analyzing the situation of the Lionheart. The cooperation with the Abyss obviously caused Lionheart's body to suffer a certain degree of damage, as evidenced by his ever-wounded state, and Lionheart's strength is not as strong as Lind guessed. Although blood volume cannot represent everything, wizards are all fragile. But the news Lind got from the Beast Girl once said that Lionheart once had the title of Lionheart Sword Saint. For melee professions, physical strength and self-strength are definitely strongly related. 190,000 blood. Level 61. Basic attributes should be at the bottom of the myth level. That is, it can burst out the strength of 6 rings, so it can be called the Beast King. Linda, who always adheres to the creed of balanced development, has the courage to say that it is average. He may not be able to beat the opponent, but he may not be killed instantly by the opponent. In terms of the length of the health bar, he also has 70,000, which is completely able to withstand it. I just don't know what level the Corruption King is. He got the guarantee from the round-faced princess that as long as the Lionheart King can run to the vicinity of the Wilderness Grey Ruins, the Corruption King will definitely kill the opponent. Guarantee is a guarantee, and being able to do it is being able to do it, which are completely different things. Linda did not regard the Corruption King as a killer move, and was also prepared for the other party to fail to fulfill the contract. The war that Linda imagined did not come. The undeads, with their superb performances and unimaginable electronic traitor ways of speaking, actually succeeded in winning the favor of the Lionheart. They were willing to die to show their loyalty, and always followed the Lionheart's lead. This lion doesn't seem to have a very good brain. Half a day later, all the undeads in the performance team were promoted to team leaders. 1 day later, the undeads had left the frontline battlefield through connections, flattery, and red envelopes, and 3,000 people successfully sneaked into the Lionheart Castle. There were even 200 people who went directly into the main nest of the Lionheart King and played an important role. When Scar shook his head to sober up and prepared to take the undead to the battlefield, he found that those cannon fodder undead had all been promoted in the blink of an eye. The flattery skills of modern people, used on a group of beast men who only knew how to kill and set fire and liked to imitate human nobles, were simply a dimensionality reduction attack. Scar could only go to the Beast Prime Minister, but was scolded by the other party. Now the undead were completely under the control of the Lionheart King, and the Beast Prime Minister would not dare to snatch people from the Lionheart King, no matter how brave he was. In the past, Beast Chancellor Wolfgang dared to argue with the Lionheart King for the good of Lionheart Castle. But today, when he heard that the Lionheart King was going to let the undead use human knowledge and etiquette to develop Lionheart Castle, he immediately felt something was wrong and set out to dissuade him. The greatest role of the undead is their immortality, not letting them be cannon fodder, but letting them be officials. What kind of game is this? As a beastman who is more adept at power politics among the beastmen, Wolfgang has a set of rhetoric. My king. Good advice is hard to hear, but his advice is a bit outdated in the eyes of the undead. It's a different era, and they still use moral kidnapping. My king. Others only see you indulge in pleasure, but they don't see how much pressure you endure for Lionheart Castle. Ordinary beastmen enjoy themselves because they don't want to make progress and are born to be useless. But you are different. You are the Beast King, the king chosen by the master. You should do whatever you want. I want to kill you, the Lionheart asked casually at that time. The undead man drew his sword and stabbed himself to death. My king. He is an undead man. The Beast Prime Minister pointed at the undead man who turned into ashes, his fingers trembling. Another undead man stepped forward. Don't worry about whether we are undead or not. We are willing to die to prove our will. Unless you come too. Wolfgang. He stamped his feet and left angrily. Wolfgang scratched the pustules on his body with his long nails, rubbed his thumb and index finger, twisted the mucus, and turned his head to look at Scar. The Lionheart King doesn't care about those undead people. Why should a 6-ring strongman fear a group of 1-ring undeads, who can kill all the ants with a roar? This is the confidence of a top strongman. On the contrary, the fun provided by the undead is more valuable. It is precisely because the undead are weak enough that the Lionheart King can enjoy their good advice without worry. It is so interesting to play with the little ants that are immortal and can always provide fun. Scar lowered his head. I understand. I am afraid that the attitude towards the undead will change in the future. But what Scar did not expect was that the change in attitude towards the undead was faster than he thought. Scar went to his favorite tavern, above the claw, where he could drink the freshest turbid wine. Although the beastmen had great strength, they were not good at delicate or complicated work. So food and wine were still the scarcest part, and the best could only be enjoyed in Stone Beast Castle. He saw a familiar figure. The sharpshooter house. The last time they fought side by side was several years ago. Later, Scar was promoted to the 4th ring, and the contact between the two sides gradually became less and less. It was not intentional, but the beasts would follow the instinctive rules of the body. The other party also saw Scar, and he smiled, "My lord." Although the smile looked a bit bitter. "I didn't expect to meet you here. I heard that you went to the east some time ago." Scar also responded with a smile, and the twisted scars on his face told that he was very happy at the moment. "What are you busy with?" "Fighting. Fighting those ghosts. Those flaming guys. And those puppet machines that can never be killed. Protecting the territory from invasion is a tough job, my lord Scar." "But you're back now," Scar said. "Yes." The archer nodded, but there was no smile on his face. "Why? What difficulties did you encounter?" "I should have a job in the Northwind Valley," he said. "Of course. With your strength, you can become the lord of the Northwind Valley." Scar felt that this request was not excessive, whether it was merit, title, or anything else. House was impeccable. Moreover, the Northwind Valley was just a pretty good beastman village, full of the stench of beasts. Although it was called a valley, there was no water there. But I was assigned to the Fogai Caves, where I was asked to open up wasteland and build a cave camp. Archer House's beast face was aggrieved. He felt that this was not the treatment a hero should receive after returning. "They shouldn't be like this," Scar said indignantly. "Was it arranged by Black Lion?" "No. It was humans." "Humans?" Scar was stunned. He didn't expect that humans had taken such an important position in such a short time. What was even more absurd was that the future of the beastmen had to be arranged by humans. "They work for Black Lion. And they are Black Lion's censors." That's what they said. "My information was rejected." "Didn't you try to make a scene?" "I tried. And Black Lion got angry and kicked me out. That bastard is a 4th ring, and his strength is higher than mine." Scar said it was normal that he couldn't beat the other party. "If you hadn't offended those humans, they shouldn't have done that. I have some interactions with humans. Maybe I can ask for you." Scar is not a warm-hearted person, but he still remembers the time when the undead fawned around him. I have to say, that feeling is great. When Scar arrived at the Lionheart Castle's Government Hall, should it be called this name, he was shocked. There were many people coming and going here, and as soon as he entered the door, he would be asked what business he came to handle. Scar did not speak. He watched a beastman say that he needed to collect his reward and was taken away, while another beastman said that he needed to collect a job and was taken to another direction. It was very busy, but everything seemed orderly. The undead brought such a huge change to the Lionheart Castle. No wonder the Lionheart King would reuse them. "If I want to find an immortal, I'll say I'm Scar." "Sorry. Visiting the set is strictly prohibited," I said. "I want to find an immortal." Scar released his aura as a 4th ring strongman. The beastman leading the way was frightened and trembled, and a clearing was immediately cleared around Scar. Just when Scar thought he had used a simple and efficient method, 3 4th ring strongmen rushed out. "Come with us." "Wait. It's me. I'm Scar. No matter who you are, you are disturbing the order and must be punished. Come with us to see the examiner. If the opponent is one-on-one with him, Scar is confident that he can kill the opponent with minor injuries. If it is 1-on-2, he is confident that he can kill 2 people with serious injuries. If it is 1-on-3, Scar chooses to obey. He still successfully met the immortal, but the way was not right. "Scar? Why is it you?" The immortal drove away 3 4-ring strongmen, and the gesture of waving his hand made Scar stare. Where is the dignity of the strong? However, Scar was very pleased with the attitude of the immortal towards him. Meow Meow Place. He still remembered the other party's name, although it was a little strange. "Sir, please sit down. What are you doing here today?" Meow Meow Place asked. "It's like this. I have a friend. Archer House. He came back from the front and wanted to go to the North Wind Valley to be the Lord. But for some reason, he was arranged to build a camp in the cave. Archer House? Wait. Let me check. Niao Niao Place turned and left, and came back after a while, and sighed, Sir. I checked. Lord House can indeed go to the North Wind Valley to be the Lord. But what? Scar asked. If he could solve this problem perfectly, he would be very proud. That's because I once worked with you. So I told you. Niao Niao whispered. You need to pay more. Huh? This money is not for me. It's for bribing people up and down. Niao Niao pointed up and then down. Of course you don't have to pay. But you can't go to the North Wind Valley. The Beastmen, who have always been based on the law of the jungle, were hit for the first time by the civilized society called bribery. Chapter 444 Why the King Rebelled. The atmosphere of the upcoming war always makes people look forward to it and tense. Lionheart Castle is as harmonious as usual. The undead people go to get off work and receive bribes peacefully every day. On the surface, they seem to have completely gotten used to life here. There is not only one way to pass the game. Violence can win the game in the end. And other means can also be used. They also gained a lot of happiness by using their brains to trick NPCs to win. But they all knew that they were not here to play simulation games. Destroying Lionheart Castle was their main task. The longer they stayed here, the more time they would waste. It was almost time. Let's do it. At night, the undead gathered after receiving the news. Several undead chosen as leaders gave live broadcasts, while others expressed their opinions through bullet comments. They could also contact undead people they knew through other methodologies, and submit their opinions or suggestions. Are you all watching the live broadcast? I'm Wusi Meitui. Wusi Meitui said. All the people here today are familiar faces. We were originally planning to communicate in a chat group, but everyone knows that it's difficult to manage thousands of people speaking at the same time. So we chose this method. The comments said all kinds of things. Damn. Wait a minute. The big guys in the magic land. Are you going to do something big? Exciting. Can you let us see when you do it? Needless to say, it must be a big move. Please take a look at the live broadcast title. Live title, Lionheart Castle Rebellion Plan Silkless Legs as the host. She continued. We have now taken control of almost all of Lionheart Castle's middle and lower level channels, and can even adjust Lionheart Castle's patrol plan. The entire Lionheart Castle is completely under our control. But everyone should understand one thing. We have no reinforcements. But the enemies we have to fight against include the 6th Ring Strongman Lionheart King, and the 5th Ring Beast Chancellor Wolfgang. Not to mention the 4th Ring Strongman. As long as they want to take action, our rebellion will not make any waves at all. More and more people came to watch the fun. As the vision of the demon land expanded, the undead people also understood that combat power was the real way to measure. That is, numerical beauty. Level would affect strength. But there were too many other ways to improve numerical values. Just relying on improving levels was not enough. And ring was the benchmark for numerical measurement. The top group of undead people were only at the level of 1 to 2 rings. And those bosses that they felt were invincible were only at the level of 2 to 3 rings. Such strength was not common in the demon land. But it was definitely not the mainstay. So when they heard about the strength of Lionheart Castle, the comments went wild. How do we fight this? I think the big guys are playing a very tricky trick. Can we win? Yes. Wusime quickly browsed the comments. And suddenly his eyes moved, as if he had received some information. And his expression changed significantly. Sydney's brother. Are you serious? Damn. Where are you? Come here. We are all in the Lionheart Castle Tavern. It's so late, and we are still studying. Come here quickly. His expression was obviously relieved. Good news. Sydney's brother can attract 4 4th Ring Masters and 39 3rd Ring Masters. Damn. Success theory is so awesome? Are those beastmen really rushing to be trained like dogs? It's not training dogs. It's talking skills. The door of the tavern was pushed open, and Sydney's brother, who had rushed in from all directions, said he had also been watching the live broadcast. So of course, he could hear the complaints. Sydney's brother said, they are not unaware that it may be fake. But there is a sunk cost, and our undead forces are getting stronger and stronger. So they don't have the courage to try and fail, and understand the applause. The other undeads at the scene rolled their eyes. Everyone knew that this guy liked to play tricks. If they followed his instructions, it might become part of his plan. even if it was to maintain their status as masters. They couldn't cooperate casually, otherwise they would look stupid. Seeing that no one cooperated, Sydney's brother didn't care. What are you going to do? First, find someone to kill the Beast Chancellor Wolfgang. The few strong men you can bring in will be our bargaining chips. As long as the first person believes, the rest will be easy to deal with. Wizumitsu told the general plan. He was not afraid of undead people in the team reporting, although he knew that there were always people in the team who wanted to do something, no matter what the reason was. But today's action was the main line. When they started to act, no undead could be immune. The horn of war would be blown tonight, and no one could stop the will of 3,000 undead people. Sydney's brother asked, "What's next?" Wizumitsu said, "The strongest part of the people will go to Wolfgang's territory to start, and the rest of the people will go out to find trouble. I don't need to teach you how to find trouble. Anyway, do your best to make trouble and must demolish the Lionheart Castle, because we don't know how to evaluate the completion of the task, and our strength is not strong enough. If we fail once, we may not have the next chance. So we have to demolish it more thoroughly and circle as many undead people as possible into the battlefield." "I understand." "Then do it? Where are your people?" "They're waiting outside." Wusime followed Sydney's brother out of the tavern and found dozens of strong men standing outside. He had a more intuitive understanding of Sydney's brother's ability to deceive people. These beast men were all boss level if they were thrown into the 3 novice continents. But now they are waiting to make achievements, like stupid old hats. He quickly sent a few private messages to Sydney's brother. Sydney's brother stepped forward and said in an inciting tone, "Everyone, do you remember what I said before? There are people in Lionheart Castle who are greedy and harm the interests of the king. We have received the king's order to form a hunting association. Tonight is the time to close the net. Everyone who participates will be rewarded by the king after the action is successful." The beasts were breathing rapidly. They have seen clearly how favored the undead are recently. And this group of people is the most loyal group of listeners of Sydney's brother, and they believe in his words even more. In this way, a hunting association was established on the spot. Wusimetue and others led this group of beast men to take action in Lionheart Castle. The other beast men did not believe it at first, but when they saw dozens of familiar strongmen joined, they thought there must be no problem. The same was true for the beast men who joined first. They had some doubts in their hearts, but when they found that other beast men who were found joined without asking, they realized that they were overthinking. The power of the undead is well known, and it is impossible to lie. The assembled 4th and 3rd ring strongmen were a huge group. Not everyone joined, but such a force was indeed unsettling. Scar was also in the team. What does the undead want to do? He deliberately made himself not stand out too much. Ever since the undead said last time, "It will cost more money," Scar knew that the world had changed. The power of the undead had exceeded expectations, and was likely to be out of control. But Scar did not believe that the undead would dare to do anything. All ambitions must be supported by strength. The undead with only 1 ring strength could not possibly cause trouble. Just like the action tonight, the undead could only have received instructions from the Lionheart King. There was absolutely no other possibility. This seemed to be the direction to Lord Wolfgang's lair. Scar had an absurd thought in his mind, and he was shocked by it. The undead led a large number of strong men to find the Beast Chancellor aggressively, and it was definitely not a late-night chat. The first one to be attacked was the Beast Chancellor. Scar was panicked, but the team had already rushed to the Beast Chancellor's lair, and even the beast men at the door did not stop them, because after hearing the undead say that this was the order of the Lionheart King, and seeing the many strong men gathered, they believed it without thinking. "Just kidding. I don't believe that I will be beaten into a pulp in the next moment. And there is no possibility of tipping off." When hundreds of people entered the beast's nest, the chaos was not covered, which naturally attracted the attention of the beast prime minister. "What are you going to do?" Wolfgang's head was full of horns, staring at the uninvited undead. The momentum of the 5-ring strongmen burst out, and the weakest undead was the first to bear the brunt. The momentum weakened his combat awareness, and his strength was greatly reduced. Moreover, the movement speed and attack power were significantly reduced. "You still need us to ask you about this, Wolfgang. Now that you've been caught, surrender and follow us, or we'll break your hands and feet and take you away." "My business?" Wolfgang was puzzled, but he knew that the man in front of him was up to no good. "Why? Do you want me to tell you in detail what you did, Prime Minister?" Wolfgang smiled. and he didn't understand why the other party had a cunning tone. But he was sure that he was uncontrollably angry because of the other party's irritating tone. Do you think you have been favored by the Lionheart? Wolfgang's voice was dangerous. You should perhaps understand what attitude you should use when facing a strong man. We are loyal to the Lionheart, and each of us is his right-hand man. Wolfgang, your threats are useless. The silkless beautiful legs raised their right hands. Investigate the association. Take action. This was probably the most violent attack Lionheart Castle had ever suffered since its establishment. The Beast Chancellor Wolfgang crushed the beast's nest with his own strength. And the wide and tall beast's nest building turned into ruins. His strength alone became an army. And the undead and the beastmen behind him were all wrapped in the attack range. Hundreds of beastmen were hit, bloodstained, and some died in the first collision. The Beast Prime Minister did not care who the enemy was. When they stood behind the undead, it meant that they had taken the initiative to stand on the opposite side of him. Scar squatted among the broken walls. He had come here several times, and the layout of this place had been engraved in his mind. After the fifth ring strongman burst out his strength, he couldn't even find any buildings that could be related to the former grandeur and ruggedness. The corpses and rubble that the beastmen had grabbed formed a defensive fortification in front of him. And the Beast Chancellor was still attacking frantically. Although the Investigation Society had paid a terrible price, the Beast Chancellor was not unscathed. Although the frenzied beasts were dangerous, the beasts that were thinking calmly were more difficult to deal with. The abyss had devoured Wolfgang's heart. He was dominated by anger and the rage of the abyss, while successfully taking away those lives. Wolfgang was also forced to move closer to the abyss. Even if he killed everyone, he lost the chance to win. And in the end, he could only get the inertia of killing. The war here was like a flare, lighting up the entire Lionheart Castle. The sound of claws and teeth biting on armor. Roars and curses echoed throughout the battlefield as the fierce battle. Damn. He's simply a Superman. The undead hid aside in a sleazy manner, watching the Beast Prime Minister killing people everywhere, and couldn't help but swear. Scar turned his head to look at them. He always thought that the actions of this group of people today were strange. But the chaos and quarrels outside disrupted his thoughts. We won. The effect is good. The undead suddenly laughed, which made Scar feel bad. If someone can easily grasp the trend of the battlefield in the chaos, the chill will be more terrifying than the sharp blade on his neck. Who is left next? The Beast Prime Minister. Oh, and the Lionheart. The undead are very calm. What are you talking about? Scar couldn't help asking. He was just affected by the attack of the Beast Prime Minister. And there was another claw mark on his face. The flesh on his cheeks bloomed like petals. The claws of the Beast Prime Minister have barbs that can break larger animals. That's right. You're done. But how do we deal with the Lionheart? You're looking for me. A voice came from behind the undead. The undead turned around and saw the warrior figure behind them. The other party held a fierce long sword. The blade was wrapped in the power of the abyss, and countless fine black claws tried to stretch out, but were retracted by the sword. He was wearing heavy armor. The terrifying momentum completely made the undead unable to move. The Lionheart tear. Why are you here? The Lionheart King stretched out his hand and grabbed the undead's silkless legs, easily grabbing him. To bring you the end. Bang! The Lionheart King clenched his palms, and the undead's body exploded and turned into ashes. The melee of the beastmen in Lionheart Castle continued, and hundreds of thousands of beastmen fought hard in the waves of fire and blood. The undead called a deer a horse, and first casually pointed out that someone had committed a crime and deserved to be killed. While the beastmen who escaped the disaster thought they had escaped the disaster and immediately joined the expedition team. The identified beastmen had no choice but to fight back in order to survive. The final war began. Even the appearance of the Lionheart could not stop the war. Even the Lionheart himself was not sure which of the beastmen in the melee was his own. The Lionheart has rebelled. Kill him! Someone shouted. The Lionheart turned around and found an undead jumping towards him in the ruins. He quickly swung his sword, and the storm generated by pure power turned the rubble in the ruins into a vicious wave and splashed it on the undead. The war has become a mess. The undead have infiltrated the Lionheart Castle and made the beastmen turn their swords against each other. They succeeded the moment the war started. The price the undead had to pay was only death. The Lionheart King stood on the ruins. He had no interest in the beastmen. He only had eyes for the undead. Catch the undead. There were also beastmen who were ravaged by their beasts and went crazy. waving their claws and rushing towards the Lionheart King. What greeted them was the Lionheart King's sharp sword. Anyone who dared to approach would die. Found it. The Lionheart King looked at the undead trying to escape and quickly chased after him, even though he already had a guess in his mind. Facing the Lionheart City, on a high mountain not far away, Lin's golden hair fluttered in the night wind. The round-faced Princess Magdalena stood beside him, looking at the Lionheart Castle in the distance with horror. The battlefield that had completely lost its order and swallowed everything into madness and destruction. The terrifying storm. And there was another figure beside the two of them. A mature woman who looks a bit like Magdalena. The King of Corruption. Lin had thought that she should be covered with hair. At least like the beast girl Solaris. But he didn't expect that the King of Corruption was actually a human. And the three beasts following her brought great pressure to Lin, each of which should have 6 rings. Sure enough, the summoner is the most dangerous one. Fortunately, Magdalena reached a cooperation with you first, the King of Corruption said. Her voice was naturally lazy, and Lin suspected that it was related to corruption. From his contact with Magdalena, he understood that the so-called corruption was a virus, perhaps classified as a kind of magical plague. However, getting sick was not a completely bad thing. After being corrupted, life would enter a new state, and strength would be greatly improved and changed. As for whether he was still himself, there was no guarantee. We are enemies of the Abyss, Your Majesty. Lin maintained his composure. As long as he didn't say that he was not an undead, no one would know that he was not. In other words, no one would kill an unkillable person out of boredom. No one would do anything to oneself. So oneself is immortal. That is, an alternative immortal. Lin continued, whether or not we cooperate, we will launch a fierce attack and wipe out all forces that cooperate with the Abyss. This is our duty as human beings. And we also know how to go on our own path. Magdalena looked at Lin excitedly. Yes, that's it. It makes people feel ashamed. Far better than watch her. As a human with a higher will, she already understands the tacit understanding between Lin and the undead. Greed is just their appearance. The new era will eventually come, the King of Corruption said. What will happen in the new era without the Abyss? Lin asked. His eyes seemed to be looking into the distance, but he was actually paying attention to the live broadcast of the undead. Here they come. They have brought the Lionheart King here. In fact, Lin can feel the terrifying momentum brought by the 6-ring strongman without watching the live broadcast. The difference is huge. I don't know, but the new era without the Lionheart King must be very interesting. The King of Corruption leaped up, and the war that truly belonged to the level of the Beast King began at this moment. The favorite Bicey ran for his life in the roar of the lion behind him. He had used several acceleration potions, acceleration magic, etc. to increase his speed to the fastest. But it was not fast enough. The strong wind generated by the Lionheart King chasing behind him was like a sharp and dense iron rake chasing after him, plowing the land again and again. The ground was shaking wildly. Fortunately, the undead were running away in panic and scattered enough that the Lionheart didn't know who he should chase, avoiding being wiped out in one move. The strong wind blew again from behind, and Zuei Bicey subconsciously threw forward and rolled, and hit in a ditch in a very dangerous way. The wind bombs hit the surroundings, and the broken stones splashed towards Zuei Bicey. Such high damage. Hiss. Can this level of boss kill people instantly with environmental damage? He didn't dare to stay, climbed out, and continued to run away. The moon is full, and wolves are howling. A black shadow came from afar, and Bicey fell to the ground again. She crawled under the crotch of the black shadow, rolled over twice, got up, turned around and looked back, only to find that it was a giant wolf with shoulders as high as a horse. The giant wolf opened its mouth and bit the wrist of the Lionheart King, and pulled hard with its 4 hooves, and actually pulled the Lionheart King. Damn! It can hold a 6-ring strongman. And that wolf is also 6-ring? Wait! No health bar. Companion. Bicey was relieved when he waited for the immortal. The ground rumbled, and a huge figure ran over with an earthquake roar. Bicey, who had gotten up from the ground, had no choice but to roll to the side again to avoid the impact of the giant bear. Finally, I can watch the CG. He breathed a sigh of relief. The battle between the strong can easily change the terrain. The rugged rocks and forests, and the scattered footprints of the escape were flattened in their fight. Watching the battle between the 6 rings strong up close is definitely not as easy as imagined. Favorite White Silk adjusted the angle to record the scene. Everyone has discovered that the official will not shoot any promotional videos. Many CGs need to be recorded by the immortals themselves. Otherwise they will miss them. Therefore, many people have developed the habit of turning on the video at all times, for fear of missing an interesting scene. The sound of the fierce battle is getting more and more terrifying. The 3-headed beast and the Lionheart King fought and burst out many lights, and the roar and explosion made the whole night unstoppable. Suddenly, his body began to lose blood uncontrollably again. He instinctively rolled forward, and a chill with deadly power passed behind him, piercing his spine. Just now, 2 undeads came to him, but they were a step too late. They were hit by a ball of energy flying from the darkness, and disappeared on the spot with the ground, turning into a huge sunken round pit, disappearing silently. He was not even sure who this power came from. At this moment, another figure came from the darkness. He saw that it was a woman with an extremely good figure and a strong mature aura. However, the other party didn't care about him and didn't show his red name, which made him feel relieved. The King of Corruption? The Lionheart Bull God avoided the attack of the giant wolf and quickly hit the giant wolf's head with the hilt of the sword, and the giant wolf fell to the ground. The smell of corruption overflowed from the wound and turned into a thick fog that wrapped the wolf's head. Soon, the giant wolf got up again. The 3 beasts continued to attack. Is this all your plan? Finally caught you alone. Chapter 445. How can I not be active in picking up bargains? The power of the Corruption King comes from the Beast Master and also from corruption. But the Corruption King does not have many strong men under his command. On the other hand, the Lionheart King has a large number of strong men under his command, such as the Beast Prime Minister. Perhaps this is the reason why the Corruption King's territory can only be in the Wilderness Grey Ruins. I like this NPC. Strong and cool, with a queen vibe, and also a lazy feeling. The dead undead were commenting on each other. However, the live broadcast of this battle could not continue after the real chaos began. The undead, who were too weak, could not participate in the entire battle. Even as spectators, they could only hide in a very far place and look at the battle. When the wind wave came, Lin took the initiative to step forward to help the round-faced princess block it. The gravel hit the armor, making a series of clanging sounds, dense like a shower of rain. And at first glance it sounded like invisible knives floating in the air. The final winner of this battle could only be the King of Corruption. It was not that Lin saw through the strength of both sides. The gap between his strength and the 2 beast kings was huge. His eyes could not see that far. And the stronger the strength, the farther away from death. He could make such a judgment because the King of Corruption never thought of fighting desperately. If a 6-ringed strongman did not want to die and was determined to escape, even if more than a dozen 6-ringed strongmen attacked together, they would not be able to stop him. But the Lionheart King was overwhelmed by anger, or the abyss affected his thinking, and he wanted to fight to the end. Lin, who was dealing with the abyss, saw through the darkness and saw the face of the lion-headed beast, which was distorted and engulfed by rage. His attack became more and more crazy. The 3 beasts of the King of Corruption were hit hard again and again, but they still could not appease the Lionheart King. Falling down, getting up, they used their teeth and claws to drag the Lionheart King into the sight of the King of Corruption, controlling the rhythm of the battle. The Lionheart King was still blasting the horn of rage, with his long sword raised high. The brief moment of consciousness made him realize that he should attack the King of Corruption first. Lin also stared at the battle. He was curious about what methods the Corruption King would use as a beast master. Sword, magic, or corruption. The magic disease spread from the Corruption King and invaded the body of the Lionheart King. Corruption. The Lionheart King froze in his action of raising his sword. His body seemed to be confronting something. In the end, the only thing he could control freely was his pair of beast eyes. The Lionheart King struggled to squeeze out a low roar of hatred from his teeth. His body could not move. But the 3 beasts had already roared and gnawed at the Lionheart King's body frantically. Besides the pain of the beasts gnawing, the power of the abyss was also gnawing at the Lionheart King's soul. Lin could clearly feel it all, because his second heartbeat blocked the power of the abyss. A powerful warrior was eventually taken away by the abyss, and finally fell into darkness. All this made Lin feel a little bad. He hated all the power that would take away people's ability to think independently. The crazy Lionheart King attacked more and more fiercely. The Lionheart King began to abandon the long sword in his hand, and pounced on the three beasts, completely turning into beasts and starting to wrestle and bite. The ground seemed very soft during their fight, and the boulders would explode into pieces with just a slight touch. Flames, energy balls, explosions. The ground shook continuously, and even Lind and the round-faced princess, who were standing far away, could feel the strong vibrations. The ground was torn into cracks in the shape of tree branches. The bright explosion flames were like white porridge tearing through the crazy night. The figures of the three beasts and the Lionheart King under the throne of corruption were pulled under the strong light and turned into sharp silhouettes. At least several passives. Lind analyzed the battle between the two sides and found that although the power of the Beast King may come from the magic ring, it is not as pure as his own. At least, they should not have emblems on their bodies. Perhaps it is the power of the Beast Master that affects everything, showing the power in another form. In the distance, the Lionheart King stretched out his hand to grab the neck of the giant wolf. Regardless of its woohoo wailing, the beast lion was one step faster, biting the iron fist of the Lionheart King with its guillotine-like mouth. But the Lionheart King did not move at all, and then leaped over the earth in the roar of the beast, and hit the mountain with the giant wolf. The Lionheart was like a bulldozer, and the giant wolf was a shovel. The mountain ridge was crushed by the giant wolf's body, as if the earth was forcibly torn in half in an instant. Wherever you look, it has been divided by gullies. The lion pounced again, but it happened to meet the scarlet eyes of the Lionheart. The sharp claws easily pierced the lion's chest. Life gradually died, and corruption could not save it. The death of the beast stimulated the Corruption King and the other two beasts. They attacked frantically. The giant bear used its body to smash the Lionheart to the ground, and the giant wolf tore and bit with its sharp teeth. Slowly, Lind could no longer see the battlefield clearly, and he had to pull the round-faced princess back. The desperate attack of the sixth-ring strongman was completely beyond his expectations. After all, the combat destructive power of the Continental Middle Split Punch was still a bit exaggerated for Lind, and it was not the level he could reach now. He even suspected that even if he reached the legend of the 5 mainstream night paths in one go, he might not be able to achieve this level. He still had to rely on the undead to help him cheat. As expected, the identity of the head of the novice village is the most important, and other identities are not worth mentioning. The round-faced princess rubbed her ears, while Linda was shocked by the battle of the strong. Her condition became worse. Those environments really affected her physical health. She was weak, and if it weren't for Linda's protection, she would have been covered with wounds by now. But even so, she couldn't help but bend over and retch, and fear almost vomited out all the bitter bile in her stomach. What's wrong? Magdalena looked up. She could no longer hear the sound of fighting. Did we win? Maybe. I don't know, Linda answered. She looked ahead. They arrived here just before dark. The front should be made of jagged rocks. Ordinary caravans need to take a detour to cross this place. But now, the terrain has completely changed. The cracks that have collapsed and left nowhere to stand have swallowed up the mountain peaks, and huge depressions have appeared one after another. It was like a huge foot stepping into a quagmire, and Magdalena felt like an ant on the edge of a quagmire among countless footprints. Just one deep pit was enough to cover the limit of her vision. We have to do something. The King of Corruption may need our help, Magdalena said, but judging from her bending down to continue vomiting, she was just showing off. Let me go, Lind said. How could he not be active in picking up bargains? Moreover, he could feel the abyss power intertwined with the soul of the Lionheart King dissipating and disappearing. As soon as he started to enter the completely deformed terrain, he unexpectedly found that someone had the same idea as him. He also came in to pick up bargains. Chapter 446 Demon Lord and Old Dragon. The wilderness has now completely turned into a desert of death. When the strength of the six-ring strongman is fully detonated, thousands of undead are gathering here, trying to participate in this war comparable to that of demigods. And now, the flames and death are incarnated into the swamp of death, which swallows all life and leaves only embers. Linda stepped into it, following the body's reaction to something, and moved forward. His feet stepped over a dark skeleton, and red corrupt smoke filled the air and rushed towards Linda. But when it was about to catch him, a soul blade swept over and cut off the smoke. He could feel the burning sensation deep in his soul, but his body did not feel fear but rather excitement, even though the sense of crisis completely enveloped his body, making every step forward heavy and difficult. A skull was hiding in the darkness in front of him, and its life was completely devoured by the power. It struggled to hold on. But after the wind brought by Lin swept through, the skull turned into ashes. Finally, Lin saw the outline in the darkness. The energy field distorted the area, and the part he could see inside was far less than what he could see outside. Footsteps approached from a distance. He could barely see the outline. It was a burly figure with extremely long horns. The Beast Chancellor Wolfgang. The only one who could survive this war was Wolfgang, a 5-ring warrior. For some reason, Wolfgang, who had fallen into the abyss of madness before, actually regained his sanity. But judging from his injuries, Wolfgang's condition was not good. Another undead? Wolfgang looked down at Lind. In the darkness, a silhouette with a pair of long horns looked down at the human who looked up. You are stronger than those undead. Wolfgang seemed to finally understand everything. You sent those undead to sneak into Lionheart Castle and let them destroy everything. Although the real situation is a little different from what you said. Lind pulled out the broken sword, and the emblems on his body lit up. He was using his own way to quickly stack states to quickly get himself into the best state for battle. Of course, this process can also be called warm-up. Flames. Holding swords with both hands. Self-curses, too much. Wolfgang could clearly feel that the momentum of the human in front of him was rapidly increasing. From the 4th ring to the 5th ring. He could not give the other party a chance to increase his momentum. And Wolfgang did not even expect whether he could win this battle. If the other party could increase his strength to the 5th ring, there would be no gap between the two sides. And the human on the opposite side was still immortal. But the beast man was never afraid of fighting. This was the first time the two sides met. And there was no language communication. Lind raised his sword, and the flames vented from the broken sword. And the fierce flames tore through the night. The resurrected undead noticed the movement here, and started live streaming. I knew there would be a battle CG. What is Linda's current strength? He has been with us all the time. So he should not have time to cheat. The undead are live streaming. Countless people in the world are watching at the same time. Everyone is planning to watch the 6-ring master fight. But they didn't expect to be killed in seconds before they could even get close. Linda is a little dissatisfied with the broken sword in his hand. The blade made up by flames is no longer of much help to him. In addition to the fragments of the magic ring, there is no reason for him to continue using the broken sword. Wolfgang on the opposite side was approaching Lind quickly, fighting like a wild beast. Approaching, observing, and then looking for an opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. He pounced without warning, and a deep spike similar to a bone spur popped out from his arm, grabbing Lind's head with his claws. However, Lind had already reacted the moment he moved. Lind did not retreat, but took the initiative to step forward, wrapping his body with flames while trying to resist with his body. The sharp claws collided with the broken sword, and the two extremely asymmetrical figures, one large and one small, actually froze at this moment. The domineering state allowed Lind to stand as long as his physical strength was not exhausted. He pulled his left hand back suddenly, and a soul blade of Mean from the Storm Knight's path appeared in his hand with a reverse grip. His left hand raised and slashed upwards, directly towards Wolfgang's nose, while Wolfgang subconsciously twisted his body to avoid it. Lind's right hand swept the flaming sword across, and a burnt smell came from the air. The crescent slash cut the entire foot-shaped pit, lit up, chased Wolfgang's side, and burned off a large piece of his animal hair. Wolfgang bared his teeth in anger. His physical condition was very bad, and the fighting skills of the undead man in front of him were far superior to his own. And even his hard power was stronger than his own. When he thought that the opponent would be a heavily armored warrior and would launch a stormy attack on him, he didn't expect that the opponent would retreat calmly. Linda held the soul blade in his left hand and the flame sword in his right hand, and attacked Wolfgang with a flexible posture. I never said I was a heavy armor warrior, except for the beginning when Lind relied on his strong body to resist. He has mastered more and more abilities since then. His fighting style should be closer to magic swordsman or agile swordsman. Speed and skills are his main fighting style. He can resist because his health bar is long enough. But he has won with skills since his debut, especially the lion emblem called the Book of Repeated Killing by the Undead. Through rapid attacks, he continuously attacks, and then cooperates with. The 20% power increase of the two-handed sword emblem can cause far more terrifying damage than Lind can currently deal. A fast and efficient attack is required. Slow speed is useless. Moreover, this superposition state does not have an upper limit like the undead. The upper limit of his superposition depends only on the tolerance of his soul. If the night emblem of the Daughter of the Night is added, the attack will be accompanied by magic damage, which will be even more terrifying. Lin's attack was swift and fierce, and the blade in his palm was swung to dazzle people. Wolfgang blocked one sword, but the other sword had already chopped down as Lin pressed down his wrist. The neck was enveloped by the cold, and Wolfgang followed the beast's instinct to retreat and dodge. This couldn't go on any longer. The beast's prime minister understood his predicament at this moment. As a 5-ring strongman, he didn't expect that the man opposite him would actually gradually improve his strength as the fight progressed. Another sword came, and Wolfgang seemed to see a lion biting towards his body, the sharp fangs biting into his body, and the teeth pressing into his bones. The next moment, he saw clearly the power attacking him. Not only lions, but also the sun, the moon, the mermaid, the shield, the two-handed sword, the poet, the Ouroboros. They appeared densely behind the enemy, and then turned into a terrifying and hot pain along the opponent's sword blade and attacked his heart, trying to burst his body. Wolfgang retreated again to distance himself, but every time he took a step back, the other party would follow him. The blood evaporated and turned into blood mist after leaving his body. The pain did not smooth out with the serious injury, but became more obvious. When the beast's prime minister looked down, he noticed that the flame on the other party's sword had turned into black flames at some point. The undead had always been paying attention to the fight between humans and beasts. The airwaves of the battle dispelled the part that blocked their vision, and they could finally see the trajectory of the sword blade and claws in the black night sky, and the fire that burst out like iron flowers when they collided with each other. Wolfgang knew that his power was exhausted, so he chose to sacrifice himself to the abyss again, at least not to let the other party win so easily. The body of the beast's prime minister began to twist and mutate, completely abandoning the fighting consciousness and fighting with instinct. But Lin had already thrown away the broken sword, holding the soul blade with both hands. The blade was azure blue, and he used the pure soul to fight against the filthy power of the abyss. Even if he won by doing this, what would it matter? The beast overlord held the last doubt in his heart and pounced on Lin. The azure blue track swept through the night. Boom! The body of the beast prime minister fell to the ground, twisting and twitching uncontrollably, using his body to make the last struggle of his life. Lin looked at the soul blade that was completely entangled by the power of the abyss, and pulled this power toward his heart. It was so strong that it was comparable to those abyss kings who invaded the continent. The moonlight fell, embracing Lin with its gentle arms. The soul blade turned into mottled starlight and dissipated from his palm. He looked around the huge basin that was torn apart by the war, and then walked towards the corpses in the distance. The corpse of King Lionheart Tyr, his Lionheart greatsword, and the corpse of a beast lion. In the darkness, a figure walked out. The corrupt King Grace, with only wolves and bears licking each other's wounds around her. It can be seen that this war has hurt her. You won the last war. Everything here is your spoils. The wasteland gray ruins and the beast's nest will remember your name from tomorrow. She looked at Lind and said. She had never left, but she only fulfilled her promise to kill the Lionheart King. Lind bent down and picked up the body of the Lionheart King and the Lionheart greatsword. They will. Lind nodded. He was digging out the beast echo of the Lionheart King. The Corruption King saw the scene, but did not react. The power that each beast king can have is already the limit. In order to prevent the power from flowing back into the body of the beast master, they must cooperate with other powers, and pollute their own power in exchange for balance. If the King of Corruption gets this beast echo, the most likely thing is that the power in his body will be unbalanced, and then he will lose all his power. However, Lin got the beast recollection of the Beast King, and I am afraid that he will soon become the new Beast King. Another powerful force is about to appear. I hope that the human identities of both sides can continue to support each other. The King of Corruption remembered that Magdalena claimed several times that the undead were a group of great humans who took risks voluntarily. If he was allowed to obtain this power, maybe Magdalena's inner persistence would really be responded to. Lind looked at the echo and the strong abyss breath lingering on it, and found that the two were actually in a strange state of balance. The King of Corruption said, if you want to occupy this power, you must accept the power of the abyss. It may be a good thing for you. Good thing? Lind looked at the echo. He could absorb the abyss power above, but not here. He didn't plan to become Lionheart King number 2. A voice suddenly came from the deep land. At the edge of a certain ancient site, a black mountain slowly moved, and along with the boulder. When it was lifted up, people could see clearly that it was a dark dragon head. But the dragon looked too old and too tired. And the scales on its body were like charcoal blocks after being burned by fire. Without any luster. Death. The voice made the old black dragon turn his head and look in a certain direction. Is this all you will do after you wake up? The old black dragon was angry at the voice that disturbed his rest. Can't you rest well? I need a new partner. The king of black phosphorus. If I were still the king of black phosphorus, I would crush you to death. The old dragon shook his head, causing an earthquake. No matter if it was a human or a dragon, they had to pay the price for their choices. It paid the price for its past obsession. The biggest punishment must be like this. Listening to the chatter of the bastard, who called himself Lord of the Abyss. If I hadn't chosen to agree to that bastard Hastings. That guy was good at deceiving dragons. A cunning human. But it is not completely without opportunities. For example, every time it quietly opens a little hole for the demon Lord of the Abyss, it will not take long for the other party to be free. And it will also be free. But it cannot be too happy. Because it cannot open a hole directly. The agreed chain tied the black dragon's neck, making it difficult to breathe. Although it didn't want to. It had no choice. The black dragon just wanted to live a more comfortable life. What about the last time? The black dragon asked. Dead. A voice came from the depths of the darkness. The voice was not here, but appeared in the ear in a way that crossed the space. That bastard was quite strong. But he died? Black Dragon was surprised. When did a sixth ring expert die in the demon land? Although the demon land is known as the border between the mortal world and the divine realm, it is not short of experts. However, famous experts will never die unless they fight to the death or provoke the top gods. Oh, I see. Did your abyss affect that bastard's brain? Ha ha ha. I told you long ago that your power has no future. Ha ha ha. Now you know how miserable it is. Right? The old black dragon laughed wildly and taunted the other party mercilessly. Help me open a bigger gap. I want to allocate more power. No deal. The old black dragon was unmoved. I am the warden of the prison. You are a prisoner. You still want to bribe me? Bribe? Bribe. The black dragon got angry when it mentioned bribery. It has eaten too many empty promises. Hastings. Hastings. And Hastings. I can give you power. The voice came again from the depths. Sneer. The old black dragon sneered. My strength is useless. I can't eat or drink. What do you want? The abyss can meet all your needs. Bullshit. I wish you to run out. Can you run out? The old black dragon didn't give any face at all and mocked directly. The voice was silent. After a long time, the voice said, besides, help me slap Hastings a few times. The voice was silent again. The old black dragon, look, it's not that I don't have a wish. It's that you can't fulfill anything I give you. So don't despise me for asking for a high price. How about this? You give me a few abyss soldiers to taste. I still need a piece of magic ring fragments to grind my teeth. The voice has completely stopped responding. Hey. Hey! Are you still there? Hey! Hey! Chapter 447 I am the Lord of Beasts. Gudong. In the beast sacrifice field, Lin was pulling out the abyss power from the Lionheart King's echo bit by bit. And Solaris's tail on the opposite side was swinging wildly. He did it. He really did it. Kill a beast king and snatch the beast king's echo. And he can also draw away the power of the abyss and return a clean echo. The Lord of Beasts is about to be resurrected. How about these? Lin cut off the clean part of the echo with the soul blade. It's still a little short. Even if we just want to wake up the master and talk, we need at least 5 such large echoes. That means half of it? Linda looked grim. Is it very hard? Beast Girl was worried. She also knew that with Linda's strength, forcibly absorbing the terrifying amount of the power of the abyss must have taken a huge toll on his body. And she didn't think about letting him completely purify the echoes in a short time. Linda nodded with a stern face. We have a lot of time. Beast Girl said. Yes. But my soldiers need rewards. Lin said. They have completed an impossible mission. And they are looking forward to offering their faith to the Beast Overlord. At least 3 pieces. Beast Girl said. The awakened Overlord will be very weak. But the great being can also accept believers. Can it be less? Lind asked. He will not be able to wake up. Okay. Lind grabbed the echo with both hands and rubbed it violently. The echo was purified in the same volume as the 3 pieces he cut off before. The soul blade swept gently and cut down. You? Beast Girl looked at Lind. What a relaxing feeling. She thought Lind might have lied to her. But that was impossible. Lind had to pay a price for taking the power of the abyss into his body. The power of the abyss would not disappear out of thin air. So there was only one possibility. He sacrificed himself just to speed up everything. Beast Girl noticed that Lind's expression suddenly changed for a moment. It seems that she really guessed right. The two sides are already in the same camp. And she really shouldn't continue to doubt each other. Thinking of this, she said, I need time to prepare. Well, will the noise be too big? Linda asked. No. The awakened master is too weak. But we may attract the attention of the current beast master. But the master is very weak. And the other party will definitely not be able to find it. That's good. Linda nodded. After the beast girl left with a few small echoes, Linda's attention was completely withdrawn. Just now, after he madly absorbed the power of the abyss, he actually heard a voice. He was too familiar with this feeling. When drinking the potion, he could hear the whisper from the gods. But this time the whisper came from the abyss itself. I still can't hear it clearly. I probably didn't eat enough. Lind looked at the remaining echoes and simply opened his heart to let them enter his body. He was indeed acting before. He didn't ask the minimum requirements for the awakening of the beast master. If the other party woke up with the strength of the Lionheart King, he would have no choice but to be killed. The entire echo was completely purified. The second heartbeat tended to get stronger and stronger. Linda was not sure if he would become a monster in the abyss if he did not control it well. It seemed that the power of the abyss could not be used casually in the future. And that voice became extremely clear. It really came from the abyss. Pledge your loyalty to me. Linda asked, What can you give me? The voice was long. Everything you want. Is it true? Then I want to do things for you without having to do things for you. Okay. Anything in the world that claims to satisfy all wishes must be a poor thing that can't even change its own diaper. Silence. Except for that, the voice said. Lind, help me slap the sun's evidence. Silence again. Nothing? Lind was disappointed. With this level, he dared to say that he could give everything he wanted. Well, I won't make it difficult for you. Give me a few pieces of the magic ring first. Abyss said it sounded familiar. And more familiar. And could only respond with silence. Still no? Then I want the method of using the power of the abyss. Linda said. Since I have the power of the abyss, I must know how to use it. The more detailed the better. Okay. This time the voice answered more straightforwardly. Fight for me. Linda even got various application skills of the power of the abyss without a job. From cultivating the abyss armor, cultivating the abyss race, to applying various abyss powers to combat skills, including magic, corruption, plague transmission, etc. A large amount of abyss knowledge poured into his mind. Lind raised his hand and scratched his forehead, feeling as if something was about to come out of his forehead. He could feel that if the abyss power he had absorbed into his body fully exploded, it should be similar to that of the Rock King at that time. But the price was to completely become a part of the abyss. How does the abyss work? Lind asked. He knew that the Lionheart King and the abyss had always been in a cooperative relationship. He and the abyss should be divided into master and servant. And he was the servant. The strength determined the way of cooperation between the two sides. And he had no objection. But it was useless for the abyss to punish him. Lind could just throw away his second heartbeat. He still had the third heartbeat. He only had to lose a life. Attack. Humans. Spread. Abyss. Okay. Let's talk about it later. Lind unilaterally shut down his second heartbeat and ignored the other party. This time he gained a lot. Not only did he get a lion's hard sword that was sharper than the broken sword of the scavenger princess, which could awaken the beast master, but he also got a complete set of skills on how to use the power of the abyss. Suddenly, a faint tremor was heard inside the beast's sacrificial field, as if something had awakened. King Linda. The master has awakened. And he wants to see you. The beast girl came over. Okay. Linda walked in with a Lionheart great sword. The beast girl was a little puzzled as to why Linda was carrying the sword. But she thought that the sword was a trophy captured by Linda. And if he hadn't killed the Lionheart King, he wouldn't have gotten the echo. So it was understandable that Linda took the Lionheart greatsword to find the beast master to reward him for his merits. A short figure with long hair sat on the throne of the sacrificial field. Why are you so anxious to wake me up? His voice was still childish. Linda stared at the other person carefully. He looked a bit like a cat, but not very cute. He also had a sense of superiority that made people dislike him. As an old noble, Linda knew the specific meaning of this superiority. The other person not only thought he was noble, but also thought that he, who was standing in front of him, was as lowly as a maggot. Judging from his strength, he was only at the level of William. Linda walked up to the other party and tilted his head slightly. "Ah, you?" The Beast Master's eyes moved slightly downwards, looking at the Lionheart great sword in Linda's hand. "I am the Beast Master, Gudong." Linda moved closer and slowly raised the Lionheart great sword. "Ah, I, Gudong." Chapter 448. You can take the cat. The existence in front of him is the Beast Master, but it is more like a prey that has been forced into a corner by itself and has no way to escape. No mercy is needed. From the beginning, Lind had no intention of surrendering to the Beast Master. He preferred the way of cooperation with the Daughter of the Night. Now the same choice is placed in front of the Beast Master. Cooperate in an equal way, or keep dying and resurrecting. Solaris rushed towards Lind. She finally realized that something was wrong. As a beastman, her speed was not slow, but Lind's slashing speed was faster than her rushing speed. "Why are you doing this?" Solaris bared her fangs and squeezed out a beast snoring from her throat. She just wanted to call Uar over at this moment. Although she was not confident that Uar could block Lind's sword. Lind's victory in this war was too dazzling. A level that the Beast Sacrifice field had never achieved. A strong enough achievement was like a shield on the body, which made people not even have the courage to pick up the sword. "Becoming King Lind? We agreed before," Lind said. "But it shouldn't be this way." "No. I only believe in this way. You can't let a believer of the Sun's proof believe in other evil gods. All gods will be killed as long as they have health bars. There is nothing special about gods. Killing gods is even entertainment." Of course, Lind is also looking for his own position in it. Now he is gradually determining the role he can play in this war. Everything is becoming clear. The defeated gods. Purification is a good role positioning. Now Solaris finally understood what the human in front of her had been thinking from the beginning. She hoped to use the power of the undead to collect echoes to awaken the Overlord, while he hoped to take over the Overlord's power. Both sides had different plans, and their plans had been realized. But there were some slight deviations. After a brief shock, the Overlord of the Beasts regained his composure. He looked up at Lind. "What do you want to do?" "Cooperation." "Cooperation like this?" The Beast Master looked at the sword on his head. If he pressed it down lightly, it would break in two. "You are all dangerous. I need weapons to protect myself," Linda said. "I want to take back the divine power of the Beast Master," he said, "as long as the human in front of him asks for something." The Beast Master has the confidence to turn the disadvantage into an advantage. Moreover, Linda's strength is very good. With his help, it may not be impossible to take back the divine power that once belonged to him. Since the corrupt king can maintain his human body, there is no reason why he can't do the same. How does the king of corruption maintain his human form? Linda looked at the beast girl and found that the deceived big dog was still baring his teeth. He was curious why the king of corruption Grace could avoid turning into a long-haired beast. She dispersed her power among 3 beasts, so she wouldn't be sad if a lion died? Linda's attention turned back to the Beast Master. Just now, he accidentally pressed down with his sword and almost shaved the other party in the middle. However, the aesthetics of gods are different from those of humans, so they probably won't care about changes in their appearance. Although I don't know the king of corruption you mentioned. If it's that kind of attachment method, she only needs to spend some time to train another beast. The Beast Master took the initiative to say, "It's this kind of power." Linda had previously thought about how to let the undead possess part of the power of the Beast Master path. Changing race is mandatory. Many undead don't like the change of race. Moreover, becoming a beastman depends on luck, and the appearance may not be good. As an unofficial planner, Lind is more attentive than the official one, because if the official is not attentive, he will have to endure as long as he wants to play the game without dying. But if he is not attentive, the undead will abandon him at any time. In the service industry, business competitiveness is important. If you can put the beast power by your side, like the king of corruption, the problem will be solved. Thinking of this, Lind casually inserted the Lionheart great sword into the ground, reached out, and picked up the Beast Master. "You are a little ugly. Can you change your appearance?" The Beast Master glanced at the Lion's Heart sword next to him, and nodded with a very stable mood. Okay. Thank you. Please do as I say. The cat should be softer. If possible. It should be golden, which is more compatible with my color. And the paws here should be white. Oh, the ears are this long. Yes, there should be whiskers. Haven't you seen this kind of creature? Also, can you meow? That's a cat. The beast master finally couldn't help but get angry. It is indeed a cat. But why are you a standing cat? Linda felt a little regretful. As a member of the big cat family, he had a good impression of cats. I am the beast master. Even if you kill me, I will still be standing. The beast master had a bulging belly. After Linda's transformation, the beast master's appearance was completely transformed into a big orange cat. And he was not threatening even with his hands on his hips. The beast girl's tail began to wag uncontrollably again. It was obvious that she liked it very much. But because of the other party's identity, she did not dare to offend and could only quietly express her love by wagging her tail. The big dog really had no resistance to the kitten. Stand if you want to. He signed a contract with the beast master. Just like the cooperation with the daughter of the night. The protection is equivalent to no protection. The contract signed with the gods under the witness of the gods, whose rights are guaranteed, and who has the final right of interpretation. It feels like the referee is also my man. What can you use to fight me? And Linda also has a strong sense of déjà vu. When he opened the private novice village, it seemed that he also used this routine. But at that time, the final right of interpretation was in his hands. Outside the beast sacrifice site, the undead were counting their gains from this battle. They did not gain any substantial benefits. Whether it was the Battle of Lionheart Castle or the battle with the Lionheart King and the Beast Prime Minister, they could only watch. Are we really just cannon fodder? What? Do you want to go back to the Land Kingdom to be a superhero? Forget it. It's even more boring. It's a pure waste of time. I can still meet strong people here. And it's not completely fruitless. This time I got 2 weapons from the corpses. This thing is made of pure gears and can be transformed. It's so handsome that my scalp tingles. But it's a pity that the damage is not high. Let me see. Wait. It seems that the plot has been triggered over there. The undeads immediately quieted down and looked at Lind and the cat standing on his shoulder. Undead? I'm glad we won again. This victory was hard won. Lind said. No. It was very easy. We were just slacking off the whole time. Someone immediately said loudly. Lind looked over. He wanted to remember this face. He interrupted when he was talking. Right. In the future, you will fail to strengthen your equipment. You will not get any goods in the lottery. And you will not get any critical hits with your sword. I had no idea what I would encounter in the future. I had no idea what was waiting for me. Linda said, I will fulfill my previous promise. Every undead can get a title. The undead were immediately excited. It's finally here. A title? A title that can be earned. But we don't belong to the Beastman race. If we want to get the power of the beast, we must have a beast partner. Linda raised his hand and stroked the beast master on his shoulder. I hope you won't be disappointed. Get a cat? Chapter 449. It's gold ordinary. Why should I be disappointed? The undead asked back. Could it be a hidden reward? Someone had a wild imagination. No one thought that adopting a cat was an imperfection of the task system, but only thought that they had accidentally achieved some kind of achievement and received some kind of reward. The mount system has been open for a long time, but it was a small-scale test. The Calamity Warhorse could not keep up with the development speed of the undead, and eventually became a pack horse to pull goods. The pet system has not been opened, and this time a partner was suddenly given, which really touched the hearts of most people. Beast partners can help you with some small things, help you keep out the wind, and can also improve your strength and help you fight. But they are not good at fighting. I hope you will protect them well instead of hurting them. Please remember that they have their own personalities, and don't make them unhappy. Linda said. I will open the Beast Partner reset function later. If you think the Beast Partner doesn't match your personality, you can come to meet a new partner. But it will cost a little bit. Hurry up. When will it start? I can't wait. Someone immediately started to analyze. It seems that each beast companion has a different personality, and different personalities will definitely have an impact. Is it the part that needs to be brushed? If this game does not have a recharge channel at all, I suspect that the planner of this game is a web game, and it is written on his face that he is cheating. Then tell me whether you spend money or not. Of course I spend money. As an old hunter, How can I not have my most reliable feline companion? Cats can't fight? Uh-huh. Then you don't know how useless I am. As long as it can fight, I can train it to be my big brother. The undead entered the beast's sacrificial field, and 3,000 people filled the arched open-air hall of the beast's sacrificial field. Beast Girl Solaris held the staff with both hands, thinking about Linda's instructions just now. Just pray, and leave the rest to us. She thought Linda was deceiving the undead, and she had evidence. She even wanted to expose Linda directly, and explain to the undead how Linda planned it from scratch. Beast companion function. From appearance, personality, ability, etc. Set the price one by one, and force the bad combination to occupy a larger proportion. But she can't do it, because dispersing the power of the master is also in line with the plan of the beast master. Let more people come into contact with the power of the master. Maybe there will be undead people who choose to be loyal to the beast master forever, and offer their own beliefs. Linda's strength is also beyond their ability to resist, so they must cooperate obediently. The old, weak, sick and disabled combination. Be obedient. The undead people looked at the beast girl expectantly. After a while, they were shrouded in golden light, and their consciousness seemed to enter a void space. I am the beast master. Choose your beast partner. My ring will not lose. Hearing that voice, he began to look for options with a serious expression. Huh? Why is there nothing? Just when he was confused, 3 golden lights suddenly exploded in front of him. Damn. Gold. My ring will not lose the surprise. But when the first golden color showed its appearance, the smile on his face disappeared. There is no golden legend. Such an ordinary cat. Ugly. But as a lone ranger, the attributes, personality, and skills of the beast partner are more important. He remembered that Linda had specifically reminded him before that personality is the top priority. Personality, afraid of blood. Gloomy. Skill, beast roar. Positions for beast titles that can be loaded, too. The whole cat looks very ordinary no matter which part you look at it from. Why is it shining with golden light? Could it be that the gold color is just for show, and it will emit golden light when it is turned on, and my ring taking will not lose? I found another problem. The cat I drew also has a title slot, which means that how many titles I can install depends entirely on the upper limit of the beast partner. He looked at the second beast partner, which was also shining with golden light, but this time it was much better. The appearance is black and white gloves, and heterochromatic eyes. Personality, good at fighting. Calm. Skills, singing and dancing. Positions for beast titles that can be installed, 4. Such a good personality. Why does it have a singing and dancing skill? It doesn't seem to match at all. Then he looked at the third beast partner. The appearance is similar to that of a British Shorthair, and it looks a little fat. Cute but not ugly. Personality, bloodthirsty. Unyielding. Skills, throwing hidden weapons. Positions for beast titles, 4. No need to hesitate. My ring will not lose. I immediately chose the third beast partner. What do you want your beast partner to be called? You can name it yourself? That's right. It's normal to be able to name it. After a little thought, he immediately said, Tom. After getting Tom, my ring taking would not lose. I took out an extra quiver and gave it to Tom. It's full of hidden weapons I've collected. Poisonous ones. Alchemical bombs. I'll give it to you. Tom bared his teeth and smiled bloodthirstily. Meow. One person and one cat high-five. The best partner is here. The selection of the same situation was carried out at the same time, and the undead either sighed or jumped for joy to celebrate that they had drawn a good partner. The light flashed, and cats of various shapes appeared beside the undead. And the characteristic of these cats was that they walked on 2 feet. Just like humans. They greeted their companions excitedly. Aw? Why? Someone wailed unwillingly. They didn't get a usable 1 in 3 chances, so they had to spend money to draw again. The beast master was nestling beside Lind. His power was spreading rapidly, but the impact was not great. Some gods' power came from believers, and some gods were born powerful. Believers wanted to get their protection, so they took the initiative to believe in gods. It didn't matter whether there were believers or not. Looking at the long queue in front of him, the beast master couldn't help but secretly glance at Lind. Humans are really dangerous, and they betray their own people, whether it is the current or previous beast masters. When someone prays for power, they will grant the power of their body and soul without reservation. So they don't understand Lind's behavior. Just like Lind is afraid that the undead will obtain those powers. But if he is afraid that the undead will obtain the power of beasts, he can directly prohibit that part. My lord, I want to change a beast partner. Linda did not speak, but pointed to the wooden sign at the door. The undead turned around and looked, and heaved a sigh of relief. Here it is, the familiar wooden sign. The familiar test update. Seeing that thing made them feel at ease. And it turned out to be the most reliable to act with Linda. Everything was so formal. In the hot summer, the beast partner will accompany you to have a happy summer. 3,000 beast teeth, limited time. You can change a new partner to adventure together. The smell is so strong that I thought they were giving out mobile phone cards. But it is precisely this kind of content that is completely out of place with the game background that makes the undead believe that the part they are in contact with is the official part. The NPCs in this world will never understand what happy summer means. It's just that the price is a bit expensive. 3,000 yuan is limited to a time limit? How much is it if it is not limited to a time limit? As far as I know, the limited time discounts of Linda's products are not limited time discounts. But after this period of time, this function will be closed. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up. I have received so many kickbacks in Lionheart Castle, and only saved more than 20,000 animal teeth. It's over. I feel like I have to explain everything here. Just brush up to a similar level. People have to accept their bad luck. Chapter 450 Open Titles. The undead rushed to pay. Seeing others draw good cats, good looks, good personalities and good skills, they were so jealous that they wanted to go through the network cable and kill people. It was related to the improvement of strength in pets. And no one could refuse to spend money on this. This included the big one. His luck was not very good, but he had money. And his teammates were all lucky. He could borrow their fangs to make a good partner, and pay it back later. Offline transfers were also acceptable. A flash of white light passed by. Oh my god! What is this? I paid for the lottery with full confidence. But the character of the partner I was given was too bad. Character, fear of war. There was only one character. Skill, battlefield charge. Let a guy who fears war use battlefield charge. It would be strange if he could use it. And there was only one empty title slot, which made him very disappointed. Come again! Paying money for the lottery is not a problem. After communicating with the King of Corruption, Lin can also go to the territory of the King of Corruption. As currency, the importance of animal teeth is self-evident. Many things can be purchased with beast fangs. For example, if you can buy enough armor and weapons that clearly have the characteristics of the Mechanicus style, you may be able to get in touch with the knowledge of the Mechanicus. The Lionheart Greatsword can barely be used, but he doesn't have a suitable armor, even if it is contaminated by the power of the Abyss. The better the quality of the armor, the better the effect. He heard from the Beast Girl that there are many armor merchants in Stone Beast Castle, who can forge armor with extremely strong defensive power. Beautiful and powerful. Not to mention that getting information and hiring thugs all require beast fangs. Lin doesn't have enough strong men under his command. The only one who can fight besides himself is Tian. But she doesn't need to go to the battlefield. The Ring Sisters and Ring Knights are too involved. William, who used to be the protagonist, has now become a unit of combat power measurement. If possible, he can hire a group of beastmen mercenaries with good strength and combat power of more than 2 William to do things for him. It will be difficult to rely solely on the undead. For example, there has only been one time that the undead were thrown in as spies to cause trouble. With the death of the Lionheart, this gameplay will definitely not work. The undead, who are not strong and have only fearlessness and a lot of tricks in their heads, still face great pressure to survive in this land. The premise of making trouble is still strength. If Linda had not found the King of Corruption, with the strength of the Lionheart King, he would have been able to quickly resolve the chaos caused by the undead after a short period of chaos. Ah! Why? He raised his head and roared. He had spent all his money, and he admitted that he was a little bit overwhelmed. But gold ordinary was too much. He always couldn't get good attributes, and occasionally got one with a good personality and skills. But the appearance was ugly. I was so angry today. Forget it. Come back next time. He left with a big regret, and decided to log off to wash his hands. He still didn't understand the real reason why he was so angry. As the culprit, Lin looked at the pile of animal teeth in the room, and gave a thumbs up to the generosity of the undead. The Beast Girl came back, and all 3,000 undead had beast partners. So her work was over. As soon as she came in, she saw the shining animal teeth mountain. And her eyes also flashed with gold. So much money. The beast sacrifice field was too poor. And she had never seen so much money in her life. But when she thought that these were all obtained by Linda from the undead by despicable means, the beast girl could not control her disgust for Linda. As long as she was given a chance, she would definitely let Wooer bite Linda. Definitely. I'll give you 20%, Linda said, for future expenses. The beast girl immediately changed her attitude. Give it to me. Really? The tail began to wag wildly. She was definitely not greedy for money. But 20% was definitely a big hill. And the lives of the beast people would be much better. Remember to have the beast merchants go to the territory of the corrupt king to trade. Linda nodded. He didn't expect that the beast girl would be a money grubber. Linda was not a greedy lord. Money was not very useful to him. But he knew that the undead needed money. The NPCs had money in their hands to urge the undead to work and promote economic circulation. No matter how much money he took out, the undead would still return the money to him in the end. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was zero cost. Then the main task of the undead became to build a reception base. The area between the beast sacrifice site and the corruption king's territory was determined as the final location. The hard work of construction was completely handed over to the beast men. As for the undead, they were busy with another thing. Brush the title. Ravi carried a sword on his back and looked at the distorted terrain in front of him. He had passed by that mountain before. The towering rocks were piled up by some powerful force, including the endless huge pits not far away. Each pit was like the foot of a god, even far beyond Ravi's imagination. Ravi still remembered the situation when the Lionheart Castle war broke out. Although he shouted Lionheart forever, he was not a loyal Lionheart Castle beast man. The Lone Ranger had his own way of pursuing power. But when he got the news that the undead who chatted and joked with him all day actually launched a war to destroy Lionheart Castle, he still couldn't believe it. What was even more unbelievable was that the human noble Lord Linda, who had sat opposite him and drank, actually killed the beast Chancellor Wolfgang. The huge mountain range, which was divided into twin valleys by the mighty force, looked down upon the surrounding basin pits. It stood tall in sight, connecting the yellow sky clouds and the ground. The fort peaks were like harpoons, as if someone was holding the peaks and stabbing them into the sky. And everyone who looked at it would feel like being stabbed, and their breathing was stiff. Just thinking about the mighty force that caused such a horrible scene. The heart beat uncontrollably faster. Ravi was not here to explore the terrain. He was glad that the humans' attitude towards him had not changed. They were still so friendly. The sword master must fight. Ravi, who has stayed for too long, must leave the comfort zone of the beast sacrifice field. It is too quiet and enjoyable for him. In order to ensure that he will not be corrupted, Ravi leads the scorpion flea on a new journey. He hopes that he can become stronger and stronger. And one day he can achieve this level. Perhaps after countless years, someone will think that this twin peak is not man-made, but formed naturally. Ravi. There is a voice behind him. Ravi's face changed, and he immediately quickened his pace. Well, he admitted that there was another reason why he was anxious to leave. Those undead were too impatient and bothered him so much that he couldn't rest well every day. He had to leave. I have already told you how to become a sword master. Ravi shouted and left faster. Goodbye. Undead. No. It's good not to see each other again.